Like, what does that even mean?
Mutated?
I was like mutated. I was like, so I just clicked a button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
got mutated?
I was talking to Alex about Max. Just now, actually.
You're talking to Alex?
Yeah.
About my headphones all fucked up. I can hardly hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah. I was talking to him about computer. Just trying to fill out my Mac Pro.
My Mac's still sitting there without hope at this point.
Just
I guess I'm gonna have to take it to
never got
somebody.
past that.
Should I just take it to somebody and figure out what they say? Some Mac guy? Have them diagnose it?
I mean, yeah, I'm just thinking you need to have those.
You try the bay. You try getting another RAM bay, huh? First.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of feeling like I'm not sure. I've never seen that issue, so I'm
I mean, you did
wondering if
everything
that's.
that. I mean, it should have stayed on after what you did. If there wasn't some other mechanical problem or
I mean
oversight.
it's like somehow possible that it's just like not a stable OS. Like it's
Oh, the hard drive.
critically flawed. Like no, just the OS installation is critically flawed, and some type of process is actually kicking on that is turning the motherfucker off.
Okay. So it
Um,
could be a corrupted
it,
hard drive, is what you're saying?
or I mean, I think I tried it like 3 times to like put back in to make sure that the fans were plugged in back into the motherboard. So
I should just try booting it from my laptop. See how long it stays.
yeah,
Right. Same issue
um,
should come up, right?
sure. Well, that does work for you, though, right? Or
I
do you
think it was
not?
working. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, then it's the Mac thing. It's
So
the
that's not it,
second. Yeah, like I don't know. Something's overheating in it. It's causing that shutdown.
right? I've looked up troubleshooting and everything, and I can't find anything that.
If you take the case cover off, like you should see that both of the fans are spinning up. I think I verified them.
And you don't think it's a power unit for sure now, right?
I don't know if it. I think I always, in the beginning, thought that it was the power.
Yeah, and then we decided it probably wasn't because it. Why did we decide it wasn't the power unit?
Good faith. I don't know. I didn't take the power unit, or did I take the power unit apart? I don't think I did.
I don't think it took it apart, but
Just didn't
there
seem
was a
like that was
reason
the
that we
problem.
thought it wasn't because those things usually don't crap out and then, kick on and then kick off.
Yeah. That's like a fan problem. Hmm.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Hey there.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, not a lot, man. Not a lot. Just enjoying this beautiful flat Earth.
Oh, nice.
It's good. Are you,
Enjoy the weather. It's a good weather there. It's cold here in California, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, funny. I mean, cold for California, but
Right.
still cold.
Well, we had -1 degrees C this morning, so
Oh, okay. Well, I can't complain.
yeah. But that's like, I think that's like 28 degrees Fahrenheit or something. Don't know what that is.
Yeah,
like -1 million Fahrenheit?
Sorry?
No, it's just it's a riff on just Americans not understanding the difference between Celsius and Fahrenheit.
yeah,
That sounds wicked cold. That sounds very, very cold.
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
Had to scrape the ice off my car this morning. It was not pleasant.
yeah. Well, I used to live in Chicago, so I know what that's about.
Right, yeah, yeah. I've heard about Chicago. Never experienced
Yeah,
it. I don't know. Honestly, man, if I was in America, if I lived in America and I lived in Chicago, I would be like, what the F am I doing? There's all of these warm countries. Like, basically, you've got 50 countries in one country, right? But they all
right,
speak the same language. They've all got the same money. They've got similar enough cultures that you can easily move from one to the other. Why would you stay in Chicago?
right. That's what I said. I mean, I feel the same way. I mean, the economy, I mean, the cost of living in California is way higher, but of course, you can make more money as well.
But there's other places, like if you go to Texas, that's not that expensive, is it?
No, but then it's almost too hot.
That's warm as hell. I mean, even if you don't want to have like blistering heat to, yeah, even if you don't want the blistering heat of like California, you can still go to like the Midwest or even Tennessee is not that warm. You know,
Yeah, there's some perfect area. Actually, California is not blistering hot, not too often. California is kind of in the perfect range. Uh,
right.
Death Valley is
Arizona
nice.
and Texas can be too hot.
The Death Valley area is pretty nice.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at in California.
Yeah, of course, yeah, California's huge, but I feel
I
like the
remember being on the beach in the middle of December in like really really hot weather many times when I lived out here before, and
yeah,
I don't remember too many winters this cold.
I just feel like the problem in California wouldn't be the weather; it would be the people.
Uh, there's good and bad people no matter where you go.
Yeah, I just feel like they'd be very pushy leftists in Cali.
There's some of that. There's some of that. Depends on where you live again. California is kind of the same way that the rest of the country is in that you got your more red state type people and blue state type areas and
Oh,
desert
really?
areas, mountain areas. It's got everything. I mean, it's the whole coast. So
Not even that. They're just like they're all from California. They're in California. To think like Californians, that's a problem.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't mind moving to California if I was in a Republican area, and I'm not even a Republican kind of really, but I just feel like they'd be
just
less pushy
conservative
about.
mindset. Yeah.
I wouldn't want people pushing their shit on me all the time. Like that's the main problem I have with London is everyone wants to talk about not just politics, but they want to talk about their politics all the time and put them on you. And if you don't agree with them, you've
Yeah.
got an argument. It's like I don't want to fucking argue. Like I don't believe in I don't believe in political parties. You
Right.
know. Anyway.
I'm just saying a lot of
I
people in
think that's
California
all
just,
fucked up now.
but they think it's nice all the time as well. I just they don't have any idea, but that it ever gets cold, like really cold. You know what I mean? They
And
catch bad
usually, I
on the
mean, I don't know. I remember being when I lived on the beach, for 10 years. I remember it being pretty good, most of the time. But that was 10 years ago. I don't know if it's changed a lot, but it has a little bit. Anyway, but yeah, the politics stuff has changed a lot since Trump was in office. And then, all the COVID stuff, and I don't know. I guess I'm not social enough to say, but
Yeah, not
seems like
to like not to. I'm like, what do you think's going on with the recent Trump stuff?
I haven't even been paying attention. What is the recent stuff?
Some court stuff at one time. Like the Trump Corporation.
Oh,
Like
I don't
that.
even know anything about it.
You're just totally oblivious to that. Okay. All right. Look, you should take a look at it. I don't know.
I will. Yeah, you sent me something. Something about some kind of political
Oh, it
thing,
just
right?
like I was like watching some Colbert clips or something. I don't know, some kind of comedy political clip or something like that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It
it
was
was it was the
Chinese
I mean
Mitch McConnell.
the Georgia election. I mean, so
Okay.
it's like that guy.
Yeah, I haven't looked.
Who's
I
the
haven't really paid
football
attention
player?
to
Was
that.
the Republican was a football
Oh yeah,
player
yeah, yeah.
who
That's right. They
made
have the
some
right,
severe gaffes and probably some
Herschel
concussion
Walker.
damage, like a lot of concussion damage, maybe. Like slips in, just trailing off into things and just don't even belong in. That's pretty funny. It's almost like that was just a giveaway election, and then people put him in a position to just like have amusement. So it's like it's somebody's really bad inside joke that they're like are using Herschel Walker as an investment vehicle to make money off of. Like that's just
Oh, sorry about
what's
the
going
beeping.
on with that? How was he a credible politician?
Didn't realize I was muted. Sorry.
Do you know who Herschel Walker is, Crypto?
No, but he sounds like he wears small hats and rubs his hands a lot.
No, he's a black ex-football player
All right.
running for office.
You're being racist. No, sorry. He's,
So he's not. He's
yeah,
not the
he's a
what I thought he
football.
was.
He's a football player. He's taken a lot of tackles.
Yeah, so he mixes up his words in a funny way.
A bit like Joe Biden.
Yeah, right. Similar, I guess.
Wow.
Well, it's not. I mean, it seems to me like most of the American and English public, by extension, is completely politically illiterate anyway. So it doesn't even matter what they say.
That's true. That's the funny thing about it. It'll probably get votes. It's like people think that Kanye could be president. And most people, or at least a lot of people, would just be baffled that that could happen. Other people actually think it could happen.
Have you seen the Yeezy shoe designs? Like the slip-on foam Yeezy and the sneaker.
No, I haven't looked at it.
They look like they're on drugs from alien worlds. That's what these footwear cases look like. I mean, it's no wonder that they drop them. Anyway, I can't imagine they sell very well. It's like they're like Crocs on acid.
I'm looking at it. That is weird. Those don't look comfortable.
If you make footwear like that, what's the chances of being elected president? If that's your
Right.
signature
Those are
footwear,
fucking stupid. I never
It
liked
is
them shit.
true.
what is your chances of like they're like, oh yeah, would you like to wear your signature sneakers there, President Kanye West? I'd be like, yeah, you like these? I don't see it. I don't. It's not credible. Maybe if you get a deal with Florsheim or something like that, we could work it out. You know what I mean? Some nice patent leather loafers, something traditional with a heel, per se.
Where's everyone at lately, man?
I don't know.
You know where they're at. You've been
Or
there
just,
yourself.
I
Yeah.
just go where people are talking and try to listen in usually.
Fucked up, man.
And you could draw a hard line in the sand, and then it makes it harder for people to feel like there's a back and forth.
What line in the sand? What, you know?
I don't know. You got animosity. If you got animosity, it's gonna be worse.
I mean, bro, any place that's a shit show, I got animosity for. It makes us look bad. Yes, I don't want us to look bad as flat earthers as a whole, as a group,
Yeah, I know.
because I
hear
feel,
you.
I feel like that matters,
Right. Well, I'm glad I don't try to represent myself with the worst of us. That's for sure. If I did that, I would have quit a long time ago. These shoes are stupid looking. What's the deal? Like, how
Because
would
they're
you even
mad
walk?
expensive. They used to be mad expensive too.
They are $777.
They still are.
Some of them.
Yeah, it looks like somebody made them out of that spray foam, like used for like insulation and door cracks and walls and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, it looks like that shit.
$1,250 for these. What the fuck? Here, I'll post. I took some screenshots for crypto. If you haven't seen these shoes, check out the live stream.
Yeah. Just don't walk on
Yeah.
anything like that's not like sidewalk or like inside. Like,
Right.
yeah.
You could only walk on roses. You're the princes of Munda.
I wouldn't even walk on roses. They'll stain the bottom of them red. Like it'll do get grass stains or pavement stains. Pebbles, maybe sand, maybe.
Look at
No, they
look
don't
at
get
the
sand all over.
okay. The ones I just posted, second row down, far right. It looks like a sneaker, like an old sneaker. It doesn't even look like new. It's got like a weird dirty look to it. It's grayish. And then it's got the back of it just totally detached somehow. You could just be flopping around in that. It's got a price tag of $1,290.
They're like inside your own house shoes, pretty much. I don't know if you should wear them out.
I guess, but you know,
They're
and then
like
the
they're like
multicolored one, that's
they're like
$1,295. It looks like some doofus's fucking race boat that he just like totally jazzed out with the neon colors, and it looks like too cool for school. But as a shoe, this is ridiculous. This is the presidential choice we're gonna have.
that's what I'm
I heard
saying.
you
Yeah,
say, Jeremy.
Is
I
he
heard you say you
running?
should actually put $1 on his winning. Like you think it's possible?
Bro, you think he's gonna get past the first set of like primaries or something? Like, there's no way that the party's gonna put him up, or unless he's going independent. I mean, then he doesn't even think you even have a shot if you do that. I
Right?
honestly think Arnold Schwarzenegger, he would have absolutely been voted in as president if he was elected in this country. So I don't think it's impossible for people to get where you're at just off your name. I mean, look, he's the governor of California. That's a huge thing in and of itself, right there.
Yeah, he could have won. He could have won.
Yeah,
That's like the farthest I think I would think is possible. I don't think Kanye would have it in him. I don't even know why people are even taking that possibility seriously. Has he even said that he wants to run for president?
bro,
I don't pay attention to
your name will get you a long way just off your name.
that. Yeah.
So, like, heads know who he is.
Yeah, the problem with Kanye though is that he's named the Jew. and so he'll never, ever, ever be president. It'll never happen.
I don't know. People are fickle. You know, look at what's going on in this arena. People are just fickle, dude.
It's not about people, dude. Think about who controls the political system. They're never going to allow him now to do anything in the political system.
I mean, most likely not. You're right, but if the people vote him in, we'll see.
Yeah, but the people's votes don't actually count. I'm amazed that you still think that.
No, I know they don't. I'm just saying. Well, I mean, up to a certain point, they do. Like, if it's close, yeah, you can have. I think Hillary actually beat out Trump with the votes, not the electoral college votes, but the regular whatever they call them votes by the people.
The popular
But
vote.
I mean,
Yeah.
if you popular vote, that's what it is. Yeah.
I'm amazed you believe any of this shit, to be honest.
What of how it works?
Or how they tell you it works.
I don't believe how
Well,
they
I know
tell
it's not going off the whoever gets the most votes wins. That's definitely not how it works.
Right.
Well, we're not supposed to be talking about that in particular, but I don't believe that
Oh,
counts
sorry.
are the real counts.
Yeah, right, you are.
Either.
Sorry. I'll shut up.
We get you. I agree with you.
Well, I'm not even
Yeah,
talking about
it's all fucked up.
I actually wasn't talking about that. I was talking in more general
Alright.
terms. But anyway, whatever, we can move on.
Just about how it works. Yeah.
Yeah, none of it's what they say.
Yeah, shit's all fucked up, man.
I do think they're going to put him back in office, though. Or at least they're going to try, or I don't know, they're going to tease people with it enough to get them mad enough. They may do it. They may put him in there. They may just select him again for those reasons. Like, just he's the perfect divider. He's the great divider. You know.
Yeah.
What do you make of all this court stuff? Anybody else? Trump, legal case,
What
New York
court?
State,
What court stuff?
New York State, Trump organization.
What's going on?
Been in the
I guess
news.
there's some legal stuff recent. Is it about the papers that at his place still, or is it
No, this
new?
is about holdings of the Trump family company ring situation. I think it's like 17, maybe felony charges.
For the
Which
business
which
dealings?
which, which Trump isn't liable to, apparently, because of management situation. Deemed that somebody else was running it. It wasn't his problem.
Yeah, people talk about what's really funny is that they attribute all of these things to Trump that are absolutely true, but not unique to him. Right? So it's like, oh, he's this billionaire who like goes off in a huff when he doesn't get his own way. Right, okay, like every other billionaire. And he likes to influence people with his money. Okay, like every other billionaire. Oh, and he's and it's like all of these negative character traits they assign to him. It's like, okay, but it's like you could have just said he's a billionaire and I'd have known all of that stuff anyway.
Right.
And but by extension, they're pretending like Joe Biden isn't like that, right? When he clearly is.
Well, they're clearly different types of operators, in the world. Biden's not capable of orchestrating what Trump has at all, and
Yeah, but he's still an asshole. Like, look, man, what? Anyone to get to that level of politics has to be on like the antisocial behavior order spectrum. You can't be a normally adjusted person and get to that height in politics.
Are you saying that you don't get to the top of the presidency by being just a normal, average, everyday good guy?
Wow. Yes, I am saying that.
That's crazy talk. Crazy talk, crypto. Yeah, like, do people really think the good guys get to the top? How they think it's work? Like, they think, oh, this president, he's such a good guy. Like, do they people really think that's how it works?
Well, they gave us that impression with Jimmy Carter. That was like the one that seemed like it happened that way almost a little
Yeah.
bit.
The thing is that yeah, it's Trump has almost have to run, and because like how could he be like no, and it's like a sick amount of problems for him to he's kind of going uphill. There's definitely people be chucking stuff at him, uh, all the way. So like, um, does he even make it through the primaries? Maybe he'll just run independent.
Oh, dude, you have to see him not. I can't see Trump not making it through the primaries. Like, he's already been president as Trump. He beat Hillary. Like, they'd have to put him through. There's no way. He's their best shot. Unless they put Easy up. It's either Trump or Easy. What do you want?
What ticket? I'll take them both. Give me both.
VP, Trump or Kanye?
I mean, but then what's running against it? Because it can't be Biden. 'Cause he can't run it again. That's not going to happen, right? Don't they have to retire him?
Nobody would vote him back in. That's fucking ludicrous. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? Do people think he's doing a good job? I don't know.
I mean, but
I know that you'd have a way better shot of winning president. If Trump was like, yo, Kanye is the VP, what's up now? I'm saying if you had an actual like a VP heads heard of and shit, like nobody ever knows the VP really. Who the fuck is Kamala Harris? Where'd that bitch come from?
right, but she would be like favored to run in the next one. I mean, he would take a shot at that, and we have to listen to her.
I'm telling you right now.
Should be talking about American stuff and how it's awesome.
I'm telling you right now. If Trump was smart, he'd have Kanye as his VP.
I think
There's no
so.
way you
They should
lose
make
that.
an early move to do this.
No way you lose that right there. Trump and Kanye.
The social network party. I don't run this shit, man.
Or like Elon Musk. You do like Trump and Elon Musk as the VP or something. And there's no way you lose that, bro.
Right. Well,
In other news,
well, Elon Musk is South African, so he technically can't be a president. Thank
But you could
goodness.
be VP, no?
Maybe
Oh,
so.
maybe not because it's the VP. What's up, Travis?
Oh, right. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, in other news, just random. A month ago, it was the eclipse, right? So it's full moon, or just on the other side of the full moon. And relatively speaking, it's the same angular relationship. The only thing is that like I remember last month, if you can visualize this, like if you're standing straight, looking ahead, the moon is to your 1 o'clock, and the sun is to your 7. Okay, so it's almost like a 180. So if you get what I'm saying. Now, a month ago, in my opinion, I remember the positioning being more like 11 to 5. Right? You see, like it's like a quarter turn. Like in a month, it just rotated. It's just really interesting to look at the sky again. But part of the point is, like a month ago, we had an eclipse, and the moon is relatively in the same fucking position it was a month ago, but there's no eclipse.
Yeah. What was that? Can you just sum up everything you just said for me?
The first part was that
within a month, the angular relationship of the sun and the moon seemed to rotate a quarter turn, so that from last month, the moon would have been on your left at 11 o'clock, and the sun would have been at your 5. And then now, a month later, the moon is at 1 o'clock, and the sun is at 7. So typically, I mean, basically, what I'm saying is like that's the same angular relationship within a month. It's just rotated. You know what I mean? Like turning the tabletop, you know, a quarter turn. So it should still be a fucking eclipse.
You think so?
Yeah, because
Well, the sun's not in the right spot for that, right? They're not in sync in that.
well, but what I'm saying is like if you imagine putting it on a lazy Susan, okay? So make a picture of the moon and a picture of the sun, and then prop them up on a lazy Susan, 11 to 5, right? So they're 180 degrees from each other. You know, so you've got that. That's the angular relationship. It's 180 degrees per se. And then all you're doing is just now turning that tabletop a quarter turn so that now the moon is at 1 o'clock and the sun is at 7. All you did was just simply change their position on the tabletop, but they're still angularly the same direction. So it still should work out that way.
Who told you that?
I'm just thinking for myself, man.
Well, it's the turtle race, right? So the sun's going around the between tropics, and then the moon's doing it too, just at different rates. So
You know, that's some of this discussion. Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say the moon's getting higher and lower, and so is the sun. So, right, they're not always gonna line up like that.
I mean, to build your cosmological grid, like imagine you grew up in the ancient Near East, like whatever, in Podunk, ancient Near East, and you never went more than 10 miles from where you lived. So all you ever had was the night sky. Like, how could you ever fucking map anything in the sky? Like, you would never be able to follow the sun and see where it goes. So, like, all of this, you know, like you wouldn't have any idea about the Tropic of Capricorn or Cancer. You know what I mean? Like, in order to even get to that.
But you would know there's a point where the sun stops going south and comes back, or stops getting lower and comes back. You wouldn't know it's south, but.
Oh, but you'd only have a certain portion of the puzzle in your sky, right? You know, you could map the.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say you could only map what you could see in your area. So that would only be like let's just say like 25% of the map. You wouldn't know what the other 75% was doing.
Why you always try to bring us back to like biblical times and shit? You're like, hold on, I'm gonna go way back to the first caveman that ever walked and know what he thought.
Because that's what we really need to do, even with our own. No, I mean, I think that's what we actually, you know. It's like, well, what do you think it is? Like, I'd have to completely not know anything right now. I'd have to, like, I can't not already have a concept because of my education and whatever. You know what I mean? So that's why I take it back to the beginning. Like, we got to start from scratch. Like,
no,
you know, Bandsaw
and
I. Yeah, I mean, like Bandsaw and I, like, if Bandsaw and I were back in Aristotle's day, and he's like, "Yo, bros, I just got back from the beach. I saw a ship go over the horizon, dude." We're like, "Are you stupid? Like, don't you know what water does at an angle? Like, what the fuck? Like, how would anybody have like fallen for that?"
What, the ship?
Speaking of Bandsaw, where the hell is Bandsaw?
Yeah, I don't know. He's gone off grid. It's been like 2 months. I haven't seen him.
No word. His wife came on and was talking for a minute, I guess. Yeah.
On her own?
Yeah.
Wow. No, I mean I've texted him I've texted him in Discord like 3 times. Just said, hey man, just checking on you. Nothing. So I don't know.
So have I, yeah.
Somebody says every once in a while he goes for
okay.
Yeah, somebody said every once in a while he goes for a cleanse, so maybe he's just off media for a while.
He's probably on walkabout.
That could be, right?
Yeah, she came on like just briefly. I didn't even know who it was, but when Gio said, messaged me, that was her, because I had muted her when she was, I don't know, I thought she was talking over somebody. I didn't know who she was, and he said that's Bransaw's wife. Don't fucking
You
mute
muted
her.
Bansaw's wife?
I had no idea who she was.
Why he's not here? He left because of you, man.
No, it was a temporary mute. But Gio gave me a quick warning not to mute her because it's Bansaw's wife.
What was her call sign?
I don't remember. I don't want to say either because I'm not trying to, dox her or anything. I was just
Well,
saying for a minute.
Yeah, no worries.
I don't know. It just gave me the thought that maybe she was coming on without him to say something about where he is, and then the conversation wasn't leading enough. There was leaving an opening for her to do that or something. That's kind of what I figured because it was after a week or two of him not being around.
So what did she say when you unmuted her? Did she come back on?
No, it wasn't related to that. She did say something about bandsaw, like that someone was asking her about if she was a flat earther, that kind of thing. But it didn't. It wasn't apparent that she was Bansaw's wife. She wasn't saying it was Bansaw's wife. She was just saying that that's who she learned what she learned from. But it was just weird that he hasn't been on, and then she would come on by herself, and I thought maybe that was like she was looking for an opportunity to say what's up with them. But that's just me speculating.
Well, I mean, like, does anybody have, going back to what I was saying before about the tropics, right? So, like, if you're wherever and you're making the sky map in your area and you can only do it from where you're at, how would you ever know there was a tropic? Like, you would have to know everything.
What's up? Who knows everything?
You. I said, I was just pointing out again, like, if you're going to map out the Tropic of Capricorn or the Tropic of Cancer, you'd have to know the fucking entire area. So, like, when did that happen? When did they, like, go, oh, you've got that piece? Oh, look, put that piece right here. Snick goes in. Who's got the next piece of the puzzle? Who's got, Jeremy, what piece do you got? No, we don't need that one yet. Like, how would you ever figure that out?
I mean, back then it'd be fucking impossible. Did you ever see the map Spain? Did you even see the map Spain used when Christopher Columbus came over?
It looked like a 5th grade drawing, right?
Dude, they didn't even know where they were. Yo, if shit played out like they did, they would have known they were on a globe. We would have had globes before 1492 or whatever. You would have had some kind of semblance of something. I don't know. If you knew they knew the circumference and everything. Like, you would have known. I don't know. There's things you would have known, even just being in your own spot. You would have known that Polaris doesn't move. So that I don't know. What are you doing? Is the floor lava in here?
Who are you talking to right now?
Bubba.
Oh.
He's bouncing from couch to couch. Is the floor lava?
Oh, the life of a child. It get pretty awesome with my grandson. He's like just over a year and a half old, right? So he's just getting to that part of being like able to walk around and discover shit.
How many great grandkids you got? Shots fired. It's awesome being a grandpa. I got a few years left, hopefully.
I'm going to try to give him as much hands-on shit to, like gifts. I'm not going to give him like teddy bears or I don't even know what, but like going to get him Lincoln Logs, you know what I mean? Like shit for him to build.
Globes, get him a globe.
It was funny. I had him on Friday. Went to pick him up for babysitting, and he was wearing a fucking Buzz Lightyear NASA hoodie on.
To infinity and beyond. Did you hear the crazy one? I heard some guy talking about the monkeys on TikTok, the infinite monkeys, but or the Shakespeare thing. But I saw this other thing on TikTok where they say if you put an apple inside of a box and just leave it there in a sealed box, no molecules can get in or out at all. They say that if you just leave it there for infinity, eventually, because that matter can only form so many states, they say eventually you'll be able to open a box and it'll be an apple again. Like, the apple will rot and then it'll be whatever.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Sorry.
What's up?
I'm sorry. Like, I just watched a hawk, like, from like 100 meters away, swoop down and pick up some fucking rodent, right? In the grass. And then it
Awesome.
takes off. And yeah, but then it takes off, comes right, I swear, it was like 5 feet from getting hit by my truck right in front of me. That's why I said, oh my God, because it came like straight from my window.
You're hawk miking.
What?
Said you're hawk miking.
Right. That was
That's
crazy.
a good
I was like,
one.
looking to see what it had. It looked like it was like I don't know, bigger than a mouse. That was pretty crazy. Sorry, I spewed all over your comment, Jeremy, about the apple.
No, it's even crazier than the Shakespeare and the monkeys thing.
Yeah, right.
Like they say that those molecules will reform an apple, bro.
Right.
Like at least the Shakespeare one is like, all right, maybe with the monkeys banging on typewriters, all right, I can see that. But the apple thing, no way.
I mean, I don't know. Like, imagine we had a round table and this guy comes in. He's like, "Did you guys know that?" Or no, we're like, "Okay, you want to be a part of our club?" He's like, "Yes, I do." And they're like, well, give us your idea. Like, what do you think? He's like, "I think if you put 100 monkeys in a room with a typewriter, that eventually you'll have the works of Shakespeare." But like, yeah, you see that door right there? That's where you can leave right now. Get out of here with your stupid. Like, who would ever fucking think that was real? Are you serious? You're serious? You think that? Okay, bye.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that would probably never happen. You're never going to get the complete works of Shakespeare just from monkeys banging on a typewriter. There's no way. It'd be like a tornado swooping through a junkyard and a jet fighter is in it at the end, or DNA forming on its own out of inanimate matter. I would say though, you're more likely to get the Shakespeare thing than the DNA.
So what? So we're gonna get Shakespeare's DNA, and then what are we gonna do with it?
Yes, we
What's
can't
up,
hear
Nick?
you.
What do you say that we could get Shakespeare's DNA?
Snacks.
Yeah,
You got to take
your mic.
the dick all the way out of your mouth. Just kidding, Snacks. You said Shakespeare's DNA.
Yeah, I had the speakerphone on, but I'm talking into it like it's phone. Yeah. So now we're phone. Yeah. What are we going to do with Shakespeare's DNA?
No, I was saying it's more likely to get a bunch of monkeys in a room banging on a typewriter and walk away with the complete works of Shakespeare than it would be to just get DNA from inanimate matter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, there's like a primer, right? With like a lot of the archaeo DNA reconstructions. Like they throw something in as a primer, I think, in order to.
It doesn't. If you get, okay, if we could create DNA, oh, what's that? That tells you that you need a creator. I love when Globers use that argument, like, oh, they can do it in a lab. Okay, so what's that show? That you need a creator to make this happen, for life to happen?
And pre-existent material to be there.
Yeah.
I think with the
Travis. Oh, go ahead, Snack.
I don't know, just like the really 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 old shotgun technique that they use for like the ancient DNA reconstruction. They utilize a primer in there. So if you were to, and it'll just yield the DNA like almost probably regardless of what you run through the sample. Well, there's that. I don't know.
Say, Jeremy.
Oh, yeah, I don't know about the primer
I
DNA
said
or whatever.
I said something about pre-existent material, and then you said, "Oh yeah, Travis." But then what?
Oh yeah, that's the Globers only argument for the Big Bang shit is they can't say that was the beginning of everything. They have to say that it's just a cycle and it's always been there. Like they have no argument other than that. Or a creator. Like you can't say the shit came out of nowhere because that's nuts. But
What's
did you
the
hear the
problem with
argument?
the? Oh, sorry, Jeremy. What's the problem with the cycle when they say it's a cycle? What's the problem with that? Do you know? There's a problem with it. You get it?
Oh, you're saying you know the answer? Okay, I get what you're asking. What's the problem?
Oh yeah,
Second law of thermodynamics.
infinite regress. You have an infinite regress problem. A cycle, infinite cycle into the past. It's an infinite regress. That's the initial problem.
Yeah, I mean both worldviews have that problem. You can't get away from it.
Yeah, even with the creator, you have that. I was trying to argue that with Noah.
No, you don't.
Did either of you
No.
guys?
No, you don't. Not with a creator. Creator's always existed. You do not have an infinite regress.
He's always existed for infinity.
Right.
Saying.
Yeah. Right. That's. I mean, like I figured that out in college. I was like, okay, so we think God always existed. The only thing an atheist can do is beg the same question and say,
No, there's a
hold on, Paul. Hold on, man.
there's a difference though.
Paul, hold on, bro. The only difference is that for the atheist, his worldview of the universe is impersonal, right? It's eternal. God's eternal. Okay, it's eternal. God's eternal. Okay, it's everywhere. Okay, got that. It's got all the power and all the juice you need. Okay, we got that covered, right? So all of the characteristics of God exist in an atheist's worldview, except that for the atheist, there's no person.
Well, the thing is, the difference though, there is a difference. A cycle implies a change of state, right? And that's kind of where the infinite regress is. It's a changing of state, right? One day on top of another, or one system changing to another type of system. That's a change of state. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Okay.
But if God always existed, if God existed by himself, no one else, his state was just one state. As soon as he created, hold on a second.
All right.
As soon as he changed state, that's time began, or something. Then there's only from him only existing by himself to creation is a change of state. That's the initial change of state. That's the difference. But a cycle, a secular cycle, It's a constant changing back and forth of states.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you Trinitarian?
Doesn't matter. In this point of the argument, doesn't matter.
Okay. Are you Trinitarian?
I am, but it doesn't
Okay.
matter in the nature of
Okay.
this, in the nature of this
Hold on,
argument.
bro. Come on, man. Father, Son, Holy Spirit, 3 persons, 1 God. Right? Existing, coexisting, co-eternal. Everything's on an equal basis. Do they relate to one another?
Relate. Well, if they've always existed, then all of their relating is all at once. So they're, in a sense, their state of relating is one.
Okay, so great. So right now you're appealing to a philosophical argument that you haven't established, right? So I'm just trying to say that if we go in a linear fashion, let's say that the Bible is literal and that Genesis 1 is about the beginning of the physical universe, right? So then before that, God existed. Trinitarian. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. They're like, yo, son, what you want to do? I don't know, bro. Let's ask the Spirit. And like, so then there's always a before and after with them. So you can't get away from the cyclical nature of their relationship. It's always
No.
like, yeah, because
That's
hold
your
on.
argument.
Yeah, okay, hold on. But the point is that when we say God's time is not like our time, where's your proof for that?
I don't make the claim that God's time is different than our time. I mean, God is outside of time. It's
There
not
you
the
go.
same.
There you go.
I know, but
Where's
it's not the same
your
time.
proof for that? Where's your proof for that?
Okay, time came into existence in the past,
Where's your proof for
right?
that? No,
Well,
I don't.
the universe, so you say time. So, okay, here's the problem with the time issue. Then you got infinite states, right? Into infinite regress into the past. You have that same problem again.
Trying to point that out to you.
Hold on, because I was having this argument with Noah the other day about God being the creator being outside of time. So time is like a series of moments, right? Can we all agree on that?
I
Or
agree.
no?
Yep, I agree with you, Jeremy. I'm right
Paul,
behind
do
you.
you agree?
Yes, I agree. Well, no,
Series
well,
of
at the
moments.
time,
All right.
okay, what I remember, here's the definition. See, the thing is, this is my definition of time. My definition. Time is a man-made convention of the measurement of change. Okay. So now,
Yeah.
if God is in one state, his own existence, just by himself, right? There's
Hold
no
on, Paul. Hold on.
change. There's no change. But as soon as he
Hold on, Paul.
creates, as soon as he creates, change has occurred. He goes from being by himself to having a created
But
thing.
you've already claimed that he
Oh.
doesn't change, and you don't have any basis for making that claim.
Just hold on,
What do you mean
man.
doesn't?
Hold on.
Well, as
All right, go ahead,
soon as he
Jeremy.
chooses to create the nature, there is a change occurring. As soon as he chooses to create, this is not inconsistent.
Okay, so
Jeremy.
we're not talking about the convention of time. We're talking about time itself, the series of events. You know, there was a time when I was young and now I'm old. Like that time, not the convention with the seconds and the minutes and shit. Actual time, not the convention. The series of events that takes place. All right.
Okay, if there's no event occurring, how does time exist?
I know, dude. I just want to get an agreement so we can agree on what time means. I can't go any farther until we know what time means. So do you agree on that? A series of moments or events, things are happening, something takes place.
Okay, I've already given you my definition of time, Jeremy.
Yeah, but you gave me the
Man-made convention of the measurement of change.
I'm not talking about the convention, though, Paul. I'm talking about the time itself, not the convention.
Okay, this is the thing. If there is no event occurring and no change occurring, where's time?
Before man, did trees grow? Did birds chirp? Like there was still series of events happening before man, right? So not the convention. We're not talking about that.
Okay, well, then time is change.
It's when things change. Okay, there's something different's happening now than it was happening before, right?
Right.
All right. Okay, cool. That's good. So we've got the creator. I was having this argument with Noah the other day because he also thinks God was outside of time, but there must have been a time where, okay, you have the creator, right? There's no universe, no nothing, no time as we know it, right? But there must have been a moment for the creator where he was like, I'm going to create the universe. And then he did it, right?
Okay. And
Do you agree with that?
yeah, I've already kind of said that. There was a
Yeah.
time, if you time is hard to use, but there was a there was at one point or whatever, God existed alone. Okay.
Yeah.
He had
And then
all
there was
his
another.
knowledge, all his presence. It was just him. Okay. Then he chose to create. An event occurred. Time
Okay.
come into existence.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
So there's
listen,
one moment. Hold on. There's one moment. There's one moment where he's alive, alone, nothing's happening, and then he decided to create the universe. Right. Notice the word then. Like he also experienced, the creator also would experience time because it's a series of moments. He would have had to have thought, I'll create the universe, and then he did it.
correct.
Well,
Like,
here. Let me say something a little bit more. I guess this actually I can understand kind of where this is going. Okay, I think before creation, I'm talking about before the first angel, before the first plant, before the first anything. Okay, time, God in the sense there was no time. Okay, as soon as God created, time came to existence, and this is where I'm going to differ from the some Christians and their thinking. I think at that moment, even God, there in a sense, God. Okay, if God is not in a sense time, if time even exists for God at that moment because He can't act unless time is involved.
You're
He
making
can't even
claims that
act.
you haven't established, Paul.
This is a philosophical argument. It's not a scientific argument. How do I
Okay,
prove something that's a philosophical argument? How do I, except by making an argument?
all right. As long as we're
so
good, okay, that's fine. As long as you're good with understanding that what you are absolutely doing is making a philosophical argument, which presupposes you don't have evidence for your claims. I get that.
Okay. Well, no. See, the thing is, I don't think the argument for God is a scientific argument. It's a philosophical argument.
well,
I've
all right,
never
hold
claimed
on.
anything
So
other than that. I've never claimed anything other than that. Go ahead.
let's just get this time thing straightened out real quick. It's gonna give me for like 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you've got God. He's all alone. I mean, you're trying to equate it to time as we know it, where, of course, the Creator's time wouldn't be the time as we experience it. However, there would have had to have been a series of moments or events for the Creator, because there would have been a moment where he said he was all alone, nothing happened. Then he decided to make the universe. Then he did it. So there's a series of events that just happened for
Okay.
the Creator.
Well, I mean, okay. Okay. Let me think how to explain this.
Yo, I
God,
just explained it.
no, I know. I kind of agree with you at one level, and I'm not trying to disagree with you. So I guess in one set level, I'm agree. Some of my understanding of God and time is different than some Christians. So, because I think before God created, there was no time. But at the moment He created, and that's using, it's hard to use that. You have to use that terminology because something changed in a
Time
moment.
as we know it. Why don't you use the phrase time as we know it? Because he was still experiencing time, aka a series of events. So
No, there was
yes,
no event. But hold on a second. That's the thing. That's the thing. Before He created, there was no series of events, and this is where we differ. His
no, listen,
knowledge, His
I just
essence was
explained
all
it.
at once. His existence is all at once. There's no series of events before
It's
God
absurd.
created.
That's
I just
absurd to.
explained it. Hold on. I
How's
just
that?
explained the series of events. I just explained it. There was a moment where God was alone, right? Not doing nothing's going on, nothing's happening. Then he decided to create the universe. Then he created the universe. There's your series of events that just happened.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. This is why I always ask the question: if God never created, would time still exist?
Would he be having a series of moments?
That well, if you well, remember, if we've already established that change is a part of time. If God is existing, all of His presence, His knowledge, all at once, where is the event? Where's the change that's
The
occurring? Where is it?
The changes he in his mind. He's all alone, nothing's happening. Then he thought, oh, I'll create the universe. Then he did it. You have a series of events that just happened.
Yeah, but okay,
Well,
Jeremy,
that's the
listen.
choice. The choice is what made the change. He chose to create. That's the event. That's the thing. That's the first change. Him choosing to create.
All right, so just real quick, Jeremy. So God is triune, at least in the Christian model, okay? So there are three persons that are distinct persons: the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. The Father is not the Son is not the Father is not the Spirit, and so on, okay? But there are three of them. That, I would say, we could describe that as a relationship: Father, Son, Spirit. So there's a relationship there. So there's already an event in that being's experience. You know, so you'd have to say that they are static. It's almost like a freeze frame, click, like where nothing's happening, but everything, you know, like it's just, again. So that's where I would say that I'm going to agree with you, Jeremy, that in answer to Paul's question, if God had never created, would time exist? Yes. There is a tri-personal relationship. The relationship is, let's say, the Father says, hey, I've got an idea. And then, as Jeremy said, notice the word then, the Son says, yeah, Pop, what is it? And then the Spirit says, can I be involved? And then, right? So, yeah, time would have existed.
Well, no, because see, that's the thing. I forget the term how they use it. There can be, that can all happen without any time occurring, because if they're all one, their all mind is the same. You're thinking again. You're applying or the way we're created, and you're applying that to God and His nature. And I don't think you can necessarily do that.
Okay, right. Okay, great. That's fine, Paul. I accept your criticism at that point. But at the same time, everything we say about God is anthropomorphic. Everything, man. Even saying Him, that's anthropomorphic. We are projecting back on God what we see ourselves. God is jealous. God is a bitch. God is vengeful. God is loving. God, like, we just look around and say, oh, the Creator, we must be like the Creator. If we're this way, then the Creator's this way. The only way for anyone to correct that statement is to have information come from without and correct, right? So the only way, in my opinion, to say God's time is not our time, or God's time is this eternal constant where everything is like, where did you get that information? Because if it's in your head, then I have an idea too, and it's not the same.
I mean, if you're going off the Bible, go ahead, Paul.
Well, obviously all this is our discussion, and it's our trying to understand the nature of who God is. And I've actually heard some, like, when we define things as God is omnipresent, omnipotent, all these things, we're describing. I've heard, I can't remember who did it, but I've heard this discussed that it's we're actually trying to describe one nature, right? But we break it up into pieces. But we're describing something that is, in a sense, beyond our current grasping of things. But you're right. I have to agree with you. Use our we have language, and we're trying to use our language to describe something that at some levels beyond our language. You know, so at one level I agree with you, but at the other sense, I've been thinking about this for years. I've read books on time. I've understand what science is. I've heard philosophical arguments on time and the nature of time. And I think God became part of time once He created time, but He's not bound by time either. That's my thinking.
I'm just saying God's time wouldn't be the same time we experience it as. However, He would be experiencing series of moments, even if it was all happening in your head. Like, all right, there's one moment where He's just chilling, nothing's happening. Then He's thought, let's create the universe. Then He did it. You know what I mean? They keep having these then moments.
Well, the then moment, The then moments didn't come into existence for God until He created, or before and after.
They were happening for Him. They were happening for Him. He's sitting there doing nothing, right? He's the Creator's there.
But see,
Like,
And
the
then
thing
He
is,
thought, let's create the universe.
Wait,
but I
Paul,
don't think there's
the way I'm going to try to put a physical analogy to what I hear you saying in a sense. Let's create a ball, and that ball I can push in any direction, 360 degrees. Basically, you're saying, in my opinion, I'll say it this way, that God moves in every direction at the same time constantly. Like He moves away, up, or right, zigzag, like it just is like at the same time always and never moving, and yet He's not moving. Like you can't.
Well, let me respond to that. Though. Everything you're describing, though, is of material things. God is not made of material. He's not matter.
You know that.
How do I know that? Because He brought matter. Okay. How can you be omniscient, omnipresent, and be present everywhere?
Why are you asking me a question to defend your philosophy, bro? You're making a claim God is not material. Where did you get that information?
Well, I could tell you how that would. I could tell you how that could happen, though. I'm omnipotent and still be made of matter. Think if we make a simulation, I could know every single thing about anything that happens inside the simulation. I'm still made of matter. All right.
Well, if matter did matter come into existence, or has it always existed?
Yeah, but right, you could be made of matter and be omnipotent or whatever it's called.
Well, matter. Well, here's the thing, though. Matter has its limit. So then you would have to say God has a limit. Does God have a limit?
In certain respects, yeah.
Can God make a rock heavy enough where He can't lift it?
I don't know. Philosophically, no. That's logically impossible. See, now here's the difference between. There's two things. There's some things that are immaterially impossible, like God can't exist. And I've made this argument: God can't exist and not exist at the same time. That's materially and immaterially impossible. So that, yes, God cannot do that. There's something, if God is the basis of all morality, that means He cannot sin. There's certain things but all these things are immaterial things. But now when it comes to power and knowledge and all these other things, which knowledge implies the physical world and everything else, and power has been able to do whatever you can do within the physical world and within its own nature. Material seems to have limits to it. It has a limit of time and space. It has a limit of certain things. That material has that. Now you're saying God would have, if God is made of material, that means He's also limited in that factor. That means His all-powerful nature would be diminished.
Be just like the simulation. They would be calling me. I make a simulation. They'd think I'm the creator. I'm made of matter, and I have my limits.
Well, here's the.
Why couldn't the creator have limits?
Well, because then you run into another infinite regress problem. So
according to the simulation, they would think I have no limit. Of course, the people in the simulation be like, "Oh, this guy's a creator. He has no limit. He can do anything he wants." Yeah, but in their world, maybe, but not in the creator's reality. He may very well have limits, and probably does.
But the thing is, matter has. Well, where did the matter come from? So the matter's always existed. So you're back to that question again. So what changed the state of the matter? So the questions still come up.
Yeah, I don't think the Big Bang and the creator argument, they have the same problem. Yes, you just pointed it out.
Well, but see, no, I think it's resolved if God is not made of matter. He's not bound. Is not time. He brought time into existence, which means He was at some point timeless. Time was not relevant or even connected to Him.
Paul.
That resolves all that. But as long as you keep saying God is in time, God is made of matter, you run into it. You keep running into the infinite regress problem. But if those are irrelevant, then they're gone. Go ahead,
Paul. We just went through the time thing, though. God's there chilling. Then He thought, let's create the universe. Then He created the universe. He still had a series, not timeless. Time as we know it, yeah, but not for Himself. He still had those series of moments where there was nothing, and then He thought, let's do something, then He did it.
But there's no infinite thoughts of God in the. See, this is the thing. there's no infinite thoughts of God into the past. See, that's how you resolve that.
What does that mean?
Okay, if God is all knowing, before He created, all knowledge was present for Him. There was no succession of thoughts, like one thought after another. All His knowledge and His awareness was all at once. There was no, we think one thought after another. He didn't. He does it timelessly. He doesn't think that way.
Yeah. So,
So as soon as He chooses to do something, go ahead.
There's no universe, no matter, nothing.
Right.
So God's chilling. Then He did this thing. That's a series of events right there in and of itself. He doesn't even need to think of anything or anything. There was nothing. Then He did something, and it happened. Like that's it. It's
Okay.
time.
So tell me that. Okay. Before creation, what were the series of events?
For God,
Yes.
there was nothing. He's sitting there chilling. I mean, that's a pretty boring existence if nothing's happening and you're not thinking anything or doing anything. It's just totally stagnant. But whatever. You're applying
what you would think that experience would be like.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I just find it hard to believe that that's the case where he's not thinking anything, not doing anything, he's got all this power and nothing's happening. But anyways, let's say that is the case. There's a moment where there's no universe. Then He speaks it into He spoke it into existence. So there was a moment where there wasn't anything. Then time passed and He created the universe.
Hang on a second. I'm getting a call. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.
He ran away. I bodied him.
No. I got a phone call. My phone rang. You know me. I can hang in with the best of them unless I get called.
You guys talking
No,
about
I'm
having
back.
creation? I'm trying to jump in. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I think there would have been a series of events. I think the atheists had the same
made
problem.
Paul run away. He totally given it up on the God thing, man. You totally got him.
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to talk anyone out of the creator. I just think that the creator
I'm just kidding.
still had to experience.
You haven't run me off. I'm back. You haven't run me off.
I was just joking, Paul. It was a joke.
I know. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I brought this argument up to atheists and to Ed a while back. There's a change of state. Okay, you've got two options in the change of state. Either something intrinsic in itself that causes the change of state, or something extrinsic to itself, which means outside of itself would change its state. Would you guys agree with that? Do you understand what I mean by change of state?
Say that again.
A change of state, something changing state. Like I can be in the state of rest, then I can be in the state of movement. Or water changes state. It can be in the state of a solid, changing to the state of a liquid. Right? God's state before creation, it was just Himself. That was His state. How can He change state? How can God change state? He has to choose. And it goes from a state of Him being by Himself to having a state of creation. Him and creation, a change of state. So in an atheist position, if there's no intelligence, what changes the state of the universe from being non-existent to existent? How can something inanimate, immaterial, come into existence unless something chooses to do that? And the same thing with God. I mean, God changes state, a state of non-being, a state of being by Himself to a state of something else being with Him.
Yeah, so just God. Okay, so the creator was just always there.
He's always been there, yes.
He's never not. There's never been a point where He wasn't existing, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's infinity.
I know, but there can be, God can exist without any event occurring or any change of state. And we have already discussed that the change of state is where time comes into play. A change of being, a change.
Okay, but if there's never a point where God didn't exist, that means He's always existed. That's infinity. We had this argument like a week or two ago.
Well, Well, here's the thing, though. I think, for one, infinity in a mathematical sense is not. It has its problems. It comes into contradiction. But usually, when Christians use the terminology, they don't use the term infinite as the same as a mathematical term. Usually, within math, an infinite is like an infinite series of numbers or infinite series of sets. There's infinite numbers of even numbers. There's an infinite number of odd numbers. There's an infinite series of tens. The power of 10. But that's mathematics. That's again, we're using mathematics, and we use it even connected to time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. That's a mathematical thing. But when it comes to infinity within a theological sense, it's not the same thing.
Infinity, it just means never stopped, always, forever.
Always, right? Always, and that that can even apply to me. His power is infinite. His knowledge is infinite. But it's not a I don't think you can say it's even a one set. It's not a. The term set is mathematics. I don't think like with God it's a set thing or a series. It's not a series. That's why I said I don't think it's a series of events. It's not a series of things. It's not a set. It's not that. God knows all things that were within himself. I mean, he just knows. It's just all at once. He knows it. And this is a philosophical argument, but I think it can be bared out in Scripture and bared out, and it makes logical sense. If you don't think it does, that's obviously where we're going to differ.
Yeah, no, I just think it's the same problem as the Big Bang people have. You run into this infinity or always or forever thing or whatever you want to call it. They're not, God existed, and there was never a point where he didn't exist. That's forever, always.
Well, here's the thing, though. That's why I brought up the thing about the change of state issue. That's why if you think about what I'm arguing, okay, within the you can resolve that by something that's immaterial mind that can choose to create change of state, but within their paradigm, what changes the state of non-existence of the universe to the existence of the universe? That's a change of state. What's the cause of that? Yeah, they have to answer that question.
The creator.
I know, I do too.
That did that, but
they have that same. They won't acknowledge that though. Go ahead.
They just say it's been going. It's a cycle that's been going forever, just like the God that's existed forever.
But as soon as you say cycle, see, that's the thing. The words are important. There is no cycle with God. Okay, there is a cycle. If they say there's a cycle with the universe, that means it was a state of. It was a singularity and expanded. A change of state. So you have an infinite change of state. That becomes an infinite regress problem. Then you also run into the second law of thermodynamics. So either you have to have energy from outside the system being pushed into the system to cause it to expand, which you're running outside the universe again, which sounds like God, something that's outside of space, time, and matter, that forced it to expand, a change of state, which back to my original question, what changes the state? Something intrinsic to itself or extrinsic to itself? If you say extrinsic to yourself, that means you're going to have an infinite regress problem. So where did that energy come from? Where did that energy come from? Where did that energy come from? So but it's all resolved to me philosophically and even logically. Well, when I say philosophically, logically, if God had always existed, choose to change and create, he changed the state. He imbues the universe with power and energy. He's the one that does that.
And that would have taken a lot of energy to do that.
Exactly, yeah. And that's another. What is work? Something moving. What's well, that's why even philosophers call God the prime mover. He's the first one that worked. In a sense, before God created, there was no work occurring. God chose to create, and work started. He was the first one to work. And that's actually biblical because it says in 6 days God created, and on the seventh day he rested. So God for 6 days worked, creating the universe, creating existence. And of course then he rested, which, Travis, we can hold on to that argument that I know where you're going to go. But even that still matches the scripture. There's something had to do the first work, the first movement. the first event, then time came into being.
How do you have movement before time?
You can't. That's my point. You can't have movement without time, and there is no movement without. You got to have space to have. You got to have,
another position for the next. You need a chronological order of events.
and also you need space to have movement. You can't have space without. You can't have movement without space because you move within space. And that even their own equations say that space and time came into existence in the ancient past. Because space and time has not always existed, even in their own atheistic paradigm.
I swear my favorite thing to do is join this channel and smoke a blunt and talk about God. I don't know why.
Well, guys, I'm gonna jump off here, but I like this discussion. That's why I jump in when I hear it. So, but I'll just listen.
Have a good one. Wait, Larry, are you still there? No.
That was Paul, not Larry. They do sound a little bit similar.
Oh yeah, I need to read the screen. I rejected the idea of a creator. Like, I came in here and heard everybody like full of confidence in the creation idea. So I hardcore was like, wait a second, let me not jump on that bandwagon just yet. I need more confirmation. Like, everybody just has their reasons to believe it, but I haven't heard their reasons. They just tell me they believe it. And it took me a year of like reading the Bible over and over. So yeah, I re-indoctrinated myself.
Did you?
Maybe.
Did you really, though?
No, I've always been indoctrinated.
Well, it's like I've said from the beginning, no one in this discussion has an original thought about the Bible. Everything we know about the Bible, someone else told us something that we had to take for granted. Like, we never fact-checked anything. So it's just not a cut and dry, blank check kind of a approach. Like, oh, I just read the Bible and came to these ideas on my own.
Yeah.
Copernicus, what could I ask you to go into some detail about that? Because you have all these different sects of what people call Christianity, and even by the text itself, right? The spirit of man knows nothing, but the spirit of Yah reveals it to him. So if you're to have a relationship with the Creator, the one who reveals things to you through His Word, I wouldn't say there would be an original thought. Of course not, because it's being revealed, right? Is someone washing dishes or something?
I'm in my truck right now. I just started the engine, so it might be.
Okay, can you hear me when I'm speaking, or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, you're good.
Okay. So I would kind of agree with you in a sense that there's no, original thought from what someone's coming up with the scripture. Albeit that they can come up with all kind of ideologies on their own. But the text itself is telling you that, the spirit of man. I'll wait for you, man. I can't talk through that, bro.
Yourself. It's getting noisy.
What's the matter? Is it me?
Yeah, sorry, bro.
Yeah, man, I can't talk with, things. in my ear. I can't speak like that, bro. You go ahead.
Because I started my truck, I think, and my truck's Bluetooth picked up, so I think that might have been the major problem. But
Yeah, I think we heard some like sound ether.
you know, look. So the word that you're reading as spirit is ruach, right? But that word gets translated as breath, wind, and spirit. So which one do you decide is the true one? Like God's breath, God's wind? Like, okay, I'm going to go with spirit. Okay, what is that? Well, it's immaterial, it's insubstantial. It's like, where are you getting that information? You know what I mean? It's like, it's not cut and dry.
Well, I would say you get that information from, taking the entirety of the text, right? When it talks about the Father or the Creator, it says He is invisible, and it says He is a spirit, and it says His
Well,
Son
no, it
is the
doesn't
image.
say, wait, hold on. It doesn't say he's a
Excuse me,
spirit.
man. I'm still speaking, and he does say He's a spirit. So he
No, it
says the
doesn't.
Son.
You keep saying something as
Okay,
opposed to what I'm
Travis.
saying. Listen,
Never mind, bro.
it
I can't
says,
stare in argument like that, bro.
yeah. It
It's
says it says he's a,
whatever. I mean, no, 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 no. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, 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 no. Travis, man, you're so ridiculous, bro. Really, man, just have a decent conversation with someone or do not. This is ridiculous, guys. This is ridiculous, man. This is stupid.
okay, you need to realize that you're saying it says the God is spirit. That's not what it says. It says God is ruach.
What does ruach means, Travis?
What does it mean?
Yes.
I already said so. It can be translated as breath, it can be translated as wind, or it can be translated as spirit.
Okay. So in context, that word means spirit. Just the same way one word can have many meanings. Like I could say right. What do I mean? You turn right or that you're right. Right? So it has to do with context, right?
No, not
Yes,
exclusively.
it does.
Oh, okay, great. So look, in Genesis, we're told in two different passages that the ruach of God was over the waters. Okay, in Genesis 1, we're told that the ruach of God hovered over the waters. When the flood of Noah ceased, we are told that the ruach of God blew across the waters.
Oh, so
But
it's a difference,
hold
right?
hold
It's a
hold
context.
hold on. Hold on. I'm saying that there's nothing in the text to tell you to translate it as spirit in one verse and as wind in another. Absolutely zero.
There is context to everything.
Okay, that's fine. I understand what you're saying by that, but you would now have to then go to the text to defend your position that you think the context tells you enough information so that you can justify saying, I think I could justify it as wind here and spirit here.
I think you use the fallacy of ad dictionarium.
No, I think that you either don't realize that you can't justify your claim.
No, you
or
actually can, because in context that would mean spirit. Because you can say it hovers, his breath hovers over the. Yeah, that's out of context.
again, you're taking the word hover as which is an English word, right? So this all still goes
I'm
back.
taking it.
This still goes back to the choice in translation. Okay, so we'd have to go back and actually see what the word hover is. Like, is that simply a connotation? Like, does a bird hover? right? Does a bird hover? What happens when the bird is hovering? Well, it's activating the wind. Well, that's a correlation to the ruach as well. I'm just saying that it's not that cut and dry. When we just simply declare something to be the case, right? Where's the justification for that? I mean, it's the same thing that I've said about the word land and the word earth. There's nothing in the text in one case to tell you which one to go with. Earth is a much more macrocosmic reference, like everything the earth represents is in that word earth, as opposed to the word land. But you'll get to passages in the scriptures within one verse. They translate it both ways, and it makes no sense. Why would you do that? Makes no sense.
That's why the word right doesn't always mean right, right? Or am I right?
Incorrect. No, don't. That's
Oh, I'm not treating right.
no, that's not correct.
So the word right doesn't mean right and right.
This is a red herring. We're dealing
That's
with.
not. It's actually isn't to what you're speaking. So what do you choose?
What's my claim?
That the word is not why they just pick and choose whatever the hell they wanted for each word, and they're not using context for it. Now, that you didn't understand the context, maybe that's the problem. That's your problem.
Again, you're addressing me by saying maybe you're misunderstanding the context, which would then require us to enter into a debate. I'm simply saying to you, if you personally take the time to go look up these verses where you see the word land and earth, just go through all the references, find one where in the same verse you have earth and land, and look at it, I think you'll say, yeah, I could actually flip those and it would still like why there is no exegetical reason except for a bias to translate the word Eretz to mean earth, which would encompass all of the continents. Zero.
Well,
Zip.
then you take it how you want it, man. Nah, I
No,
can't.
no, no, absolutely not. That's not my argument.
Yeah, well, I mean, doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. Just because you say, "Oh, that word means breath as well," that doesn't mean that you're right. He could be right. I mean, that's just the thing.
Okay, look, now we're divulging into less than a debate, right? You could your response is almost like you're not willing to engage in a full-on argument. You're just defaulting
Well, I mean,
to
why do you want to argue? I mean, you're trying to tell him that he's wrong, but he could be right. You could be right, but it doesn't really matter, does it? 'Cause, I mean, yeah, he could use it how he feels is right. So we could just move
well,
on.
no, I don't agree with that. I don't think you would agree with that if we were talking about science. You can think of the earth as a globe or you could think of it as flat earth. Are you good with that?
It's not science though, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Nah,
is.
it's not. That's
Okay.
definitely not.
Literature. Okay. Literature has a science to its genre. Okay. You cannot claim that a text says something if it doesn't say it. That's science. Right? If a text says this, and then I deny that it says that, and you show me evidence, that's scientific. Right? I'll take your silence as acquiescence.
We think fairly has origins. But
Hang on, Travis. What's your natural phenomenon in literature to do science with literature? What's your natural phenomenon?
When Copernicus says, it's not in there, and he just continues to say, no, it's not in there, before you can even tell him where it is in the text, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man. I haven't even finished the statement, haven't even finished the claim.
I was in the middle of
And
a
you're
statement
always,
too.
no, it's not in there. Eretz is land. It doesn't mean the whole earth. Bro, you're ridiculous, bro. You have no idea what you're speaking about. No idea whatsoever, man.
Huh?
You're very ignorant. No,
Nuh-uh.
no, no, no,
Hey,
no,
I was
no,
trying to say
no,
something. Y'all
no,
interrupted me
no,
to do my
no, no, no.
Good
Can I get
boy.
away with this
Good boy,
crap, man, in
North.
here? Can
Good
I get
boy,
away with
North.
that in here? I
Keep it
can't
up,
get
big
away with
man.
that in here, can I? I
Keep it
can't
up,
get
big
away with
man.
that, can I? Am I not part of the clique? I can't get away with that?
Nope, you can't get away with that.
All right. No,
sorry.
no.
I have
So kick me. Do what you gonna do. No. Sound like a freaking moron all day, man.
I just want to address the fact that Travis said there's science and literature. If there's science and literature, what's your natural phenomenon in literature?
Hey, got a call. What did he say after science and literature?
I thought Travis was talking about that there's science in literature. And I said, if that's the case, what is the natural phenomenon in literature? If I'm wrong in understanding what he was saying, then you could correct me on that too.
Just be sure when he goes to answer you, say no, nuh-uh. Listen. Just say those words when he goes to answer you. When he gets 3 words in, just say that. No. Listen.
I just didn't understand why he says that you're wrong when it could mean different word. That word has different meanings, okay, but in context, it could mean what you're saying.
Well,
Yeah, I mean,
here's
I
something.
didn't even.
Oh, sorry
I'm
about that,
sorry, bro.
North. Go ahead. Go ahead, North. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I didn't even get to. I didn't even get to answer him. Right? He said it's not in there. I said, Yah, God is a spirit, or Yah is a spirit, and the text does say so. And he said, no, it's not. No, it does not. And before I could show him, he just continues with that. And he's, Ruach is spirit, wind, and it can mean different things. But does the text not say what I just said? Of course it does. And could I go on to say that the Son is the image of the invisible Father? Yeah, I could. And I could go on to many different aspects of different ways to speak about this said subject. But I can't because it's no. I mean, it's ridiculous, guys. It's like talking to a kid. I mean, a rebellious kid. That's what it's like talking to. It's crazy.
I think it's just pride. It's definitely just pride that he thinks he knows more.
Well,
It
let's think about this
definitely is.
logic. Let's think about this logically. If it's just the land of Israel, or just land, or whatever you want to term it, if someone's walking from the land of Israel and keeps walking, and he's walking, and he goes from Asia, he goes to Asia, then he decides to walk over to Europe, he walks all the way to Spain. Is that not all land? Is that not Eretz or whatever the word is? Just as well as the land, that he started in Israel, or he walks down to Egypt, is that still not land? Where does the land stop?
Isn't the
That's just
earth
a logical.
though?
Where's the Eretz? Is it only in the nation of Israel? Only the northern and southern tribes? That's the only land that exists? The only Eretz that exists? Or is there other Eretz that exist?
What I'm saying is that isn't land also means earth though? I mean, or land is the earth.
Now, I will agree with Travis on this note, this point. This is where me and Travis will agree. You do have to look at it. We've imposed that on there, but I think it's logically to impose it on there. I don't think people reading the text, they look, well, I'm in the U.S. and there's earth under me. So you'd have to argue that the earth under me in the U.S. is different than the earth that's under in Israel. It's two different earths. But then you'd have to make an argument to show that those are two different things. So,
Yeah, and when
but
you
even an argument, he'd have to impose that and show how that's not true. Not true. Go ahead.
yeah, and when you especially most people when they're speaking about Eretz or the land, they're speaking of judgment. I don't think they're saying that each time it's always just one land. If they are, it's quite ridiculous because he is the creator of all the land. So he created the whole earth, the heavens and the earth, not the heavens in Jerusalem, and heavens and earth are not the temple in Jerusalem. No, that's not true. So there's so many different ways to look at it, but when you're told in the text that judgment is coming to every land, and a lot of those lands are named, and then it tells you, all the kings near and far, all the kingdoms of the entire face of the earth that are upon the face of the earth. I mean, when you get into things like that, it's just, you can tell people like Travis and a lot of the 70 AD people and all these different kind of sects of Christianity, when they read the text has to support what they're already have been indoctrinated by men to think. Well, all these things have already happened. So when they're reading the text, they're trying to make the text fit their doctrine that they're holding to already. They're not reading it, trying to understand it and trying to have a relationship with the creator or the author of the written word. They're not trying to do that. And there's so many things you could bring up with them. A lot of people who have this belief, they don't want to get into the prophets and speak about the prophets because, oh, well, I don't know everything the book says, and I can't tell you what that part means, but I know everything's already happened. Well, if I go to the prophets and we look in history and I see in 70 AD the temple was destroyed and I see all these things, yeah, sure, that happened. And there's scripture to support that. What about the scripture that's right after that in the prophets that tells you that Israel's going to stamp to pieces all these other nations? When did that happen in 70 AD? So there's so many things and there's so many places you could go to the scripture with them, but like it's been demonstrated today and many times before, they will not allow you to go to the scripture. All you're going to hear is no, listen, and you're just going to hear them talk over you. You will not be able to go to the text.
Can I say something something else about interpretation? They take that passage which says, this generation will not pass away. They take that literally. It could be a hyperbole, or it could be Jesus making an expression like, you guys need to be aware this is what's going to happen. So when you see these things happening, you guys, this generation, these people around me see this happen, and then you'll know that what I'm saying is true. It doesn't necessarily mean that everything is going to happen. It doesn't necessarily mean that, but some of the things could happen. That means if these certain things, they see certain things of these happening, then if there's some things that didn't happen, then you say, well, oh, crap, then this must be ready to come later. Or if this happened now, then the other part could be happening later. We need to be aware of that, and we need to tell other people about that. See, that's the other thing. He doesn't even take, that could be a hyperbole that Jesus is using. Does that make sense? Could be.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And there's something that, you should take away from. There is the three accounts, Matthew, Mark, and Luke. But when you're just looking in Matthew and in Luke's account, it's kind of easy. I just do two accounts so I can show people. When you're looking at those phrases, when they're used in both accounts, it's quite different. So when you look in Luke, and he's talking about Jerusalem, being destroyed, and this be the days of vengeance, that all that is written may be fulfilled. Well, right after that, you have them being taken into the nations, as sword, taken captive into all nations. Matthew's account's not like that. Immediately after the tribulation of those days, if you're thinking it's the destruction of the temple, it says they'll see the Son of Man coming. Now, Luke does not say that. Luke doesn't say immediately after the temple is destroyed and, the tribulation of those days, they'll see the Son of Man coming. Luke says that all things may be fulfilled, temples destroyed, and then they'll be led away captive into all nations. Now, when you see both of these accounts in the end speaking about the coming of the Son of Man, you got to do a deep study on both of these accounts, because when it said that this generation will by no means pass away, you got to keep in mind what the previous verse said. When you see all these things, don't pay too much attention to the punctuation. Please do not pay too much attention to the punctuation, because we've had arguments with folks about the thief beside him on the cross. Today, truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise. Well, if you take the punctuation, you're going to think that he was there with them in paradise that day. But where was Messiah? For 3 days, for 43 days. Where was he? So there's so many things that you can look at there, but it's the people who see all these things. What are all those things? In Luke's account and in Matthew's account, all the things that you're supposed to see, doesn't that include the coming of the Messiah? So there's so many things to take into account, and you have to get very specific, and you have to actually sit down and be looking at the text as you're hearing these things to get it. And a lot of people they're too lazy to do that. And that's a misfortune, man.
Yo, anyone out there?
What up? What up? Yeah, we're here. What's up?
Why y'all so quiet? What the fuck going on?
I had to go AFK for a second. What's up?
Are y'all mourning the death of the flat Earth?
The death of the globe. We're mourning.
Wow. Globe state living, man. But what's for the weekend, yo? What's happening?
What's good?
Hey,
Not much, man. Just driving to the weed store. Gonna give me a few grams.
Man, I meet a new flat earther. People come in and say that they're new to flat Earth, like all the time.
Who? Where's the new flat
and
earther? Nate's a new glober. He's new. He's brand new. He acts like it anyway. What's up?
Believe in the globe.
Say what?
Why do you believe in the globe?
Why does who go where?
You're a glober, right?
Maybe, maybe not. What's your question, though?
I was asking, why do you believe in a globe?
I don't believe in a globe. I know it's a globe. Why do you believe in a flat Earth?
I think that level is universal. Everybody got the same level.
Hold on a second. I have to address this with Nate. Nate, is this statement true? The Earth is a globe.
The Earth is a whatchamacallit? It's a
Geosphere, a spheroid.
spheroid, yeah. But,
so if you say you don't believe the Earth is a globe, then you're kind of contradicting yourself.
No, I'm saying I know.
You have to believe it to know it. You have to believe it first to know it.
All right, fine. I believe the Earth is a globe. Well, no, let me say this. I know the Earth is a globe based on a justified belief, based on evidence.
Oh, you ever heard of a guy named Slick James?
Yeah, I have.
You would beg to differ
My
with you on that
fucking
last
guy,
statement.
I know. Trust me. I used to get in discussions with Slick James on Nathan's show all the time.
I fucking love Slip James. That's my fucking guy, bro. We used to fuck people up in gems, man.
Well, here's the
We would
thing,
just go
though.
in there and threaten everybody. Tell everyone to kick their asses.
Well, here's the thing. I don't have a problem with someone saying they believe or no. See that if you say I believe in the earth or I believe in this, the question is though, is your belief justified? Do you believe it blindly? Do you believe without evidence, or do you believe it with evidence? If you believe it with
I
evidence,
believe
then
it with evidence, yeah. As I
see
said,
that's the same thing.
justified belief.
That's what.
Like
That's the
start
thing about even the nature of God. Do you believe in God because with evidence or without evidence?
I
It's
would
the same
start with
thing.
something.
I believe in God with evidence, but I wouldn't say that my belief in God is objectively justified. I do admit and acknowledge that there is a bit of faith involved.
But see, here's the difference between me and faith. Faith is trust.
Huh?
I trust
Yeah,
God. I have faith in God. That's
yeah.
different than believing in God. Because even the scripture says, I'll use this as an example. The demons believe in God, but they shudder. What's the difference between a
No,
demon
but
and an
I
angel?
mean, yeah, but Paul, I mean, I have faith in the evidence. It's not to say that the evidence provided is repeatable, demonstratable, can be subjected to experimentation. You know, so I
Well,
have
see,
to
what
have a
you're saying,
lot of faith.
which means you trust the evidence. So it's back to my original term. That's why I like the word trust better than faith, but to me, they're synonymous. You trust the
Okay,
evidence. You either trust that
yeah,
someone gave you the evidence and what they said is accurate, or you went out and did the work yourself and you trust your own senses. So you have faith in what you've experienced. So I want to I want it to be very clear, because when I discuss things, I think we get into this convoluted crap. But you can't have knowledge without belief.
I hear you.
You can't have justified
But
belief
Paul,
without
give me
trust.
2 minutes.
You can't have it.
Give
Go ahead.
me 2 minutes, 'cause I actually want. Can you give me 2 minutes? 'Cause I actually want to have this conversation with you. I just got to make a phone call. But you can carry on, but please don't leave, man. I actually want to engage with you on this, man. I'll be right back. Okay.
I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee I'll be here. I'll do my best.
Okay. All right. That's fine. That's fine. Cool.
Do you guys get what I'm trying to say, though? The rest of the guys on the panel? Guess no one. See, the thing is, all knowledge is based upon presuppositional beliefs. All knowledge
Hold,
is.
hold on.
And you
That's why I
have
would have.
to. Go
Hold on.
ahead.
That's why I would have started with something simple. I couldn't get to my mic quick enough. That's why I would have
Go
started
ahead.
with something simple like water existing. Do you know water exists? Do you have to believe water exists before you know it exists? Just the existence of water, something super simple.
But see, but your belief in water, your knowledge of water is based upon certain presuppositions. Like you have to trust your senses, right? And you have to believe that they're giving you correct information. If they're not, if your senses are not giving you correct information, how do you know water exists? It's your senses that tell you that water exists. But you have to. There's presuppositions before that.
Like what?
You see what I'm saying? Well, you have to
No.
trust your senses. Are your senses trustworthy? If they are trustworthy, then you have to believe that they're giving you correct information about the world around you.
Or
That you believe that they're giving you
maybe
information about the world around you, then you can know that certain things exist in the physical world.
So I'm a caveman. I crawl out the cave. I fall into a lake, right? I don't have to believe that water exists. I now know that it does exist, assuming that you can trust your senses. Yeah, I mean, our senses is how we know everything. That's how we know anything about anything is our senses. Yeah. What?
Yeah. But you have
that was
to.
a non sequitur. It was a non
But
sequitur.
if you don't, let's think about this. Think about this, Jeremy. If you don't trust your senses, if you don't trust them, which means you don't give them any faith, you don't have any credence in that. How can you gain any knowledge of the world around you?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, of course. We only know things by our senses. Yeah.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So, but you have to have then what do you ground that belief that you trust your senses in? How do you ground that?
I don't know. I don't even
See,
know where this is
there's
going
a
now.
presupposition. You have to have a belief that your senses are giving you correct information, but you have nothing to, in a sense, to justify that. Really?
Yeah, hold on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hey, Paul, I heard your question earlier about literature and science. So, how did I qualify my statement about literature and science?
Well, that's why I was asking. If I misunderstood you, then you can clarify it.
Okay, so you don't remember how I qualified it?
Just remind me.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay. So within literature, we have genres. We classify things, right? So I'm not putting literature on the same level as natural science. It's not. It doesn't have a natural phenomenon. Why? Well, because it's a creation of man, just like a shoe is not a natural phenomenon, right? Now, we can classify certain things as a shoe or a sandal or a boot or an open heel or a closed toe and all this bullshit, right? So within literature, we have poetry, history, fiction, nonfiction, fantasy, all these. So like there are scientific aspects to literature, right?
sorry, Lily was talking in the background. No, I mean, if you're talking about just pure classification, knowledge of literature, then we can agree there. So if that's all you're saying. I mean, knowledge, science is the root word of knowledge, or science is knowledge. And if
Right,
you're
but you
saying
have
you
to
want to
have
apply that terminology, that's fine. That's why I said you could clarify it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's why we have a scientific knowledge of the category of what parallelism is in poetry, right? Parallelism. That's a classification of literature. That's scientific knowledge in that category. How do you differentiate between an historical writing and a prophetic writing, or a gospel and an epistle? Like, can you differentiate between them? Right? Those are categorical, systematic organization. That just falls into the whole science of science.
Well, I think, the thing is, the only reason I even brought that up is because within this, I mean, that's why I think you got to be clear. That's why one reason I brought it up, because there's people in here going to say, and that's why I asked the question, how do you science literature? Because what's your natural phenomenon? Because that's what, it's a thunder. It was I was the one who brought that up and nobody else did. Because as much as QE has pushed it and Nathan's pushed it, and as much as I've heard it on here, nobody brought that up. That's the only reason I did, because I think it's good to clarify that. I think, and we use a word sometimes, like I was thinking about the word quantum, quantum and we use the word quantum in everything, even though the very thing that we're saying is quantum has nothing to do with quantum mechanics, So I think that's the same kind of thing. They could put science to the terms. You got to be clear about what you mean. What do you mean by science? Because there could be different definitions.
That's fair. But I do believe that I qualified my statement about literature being science, because I'm aware of the confusion where I will get pushback because either someone wasn't listening or they don't have the mental acuity to understand my meaning. When clearly I'm not going to put science, or I'm not going to put literature in the same category as biology.
And really, the reason I asked the question is for what you just did, just to make sure you're clear on people understand what you're trying to do. Which I don't have a problem with anything you just did. I agree with you that there's different classifications of literature. That's how we know one genre from something else. I mean, I agree with you. So, but that's also man-made, just like literature is man-made. All that is, since literature is a man-made construct, and we classify things, but it's all man-made. Man did that. That's not something in the natural world. But even the classification is a man-made construct convention. So even when you classify things in the world, it's still you're just putting a class on certain things.
Yeah, I
You
mean,
know,
I don't know if that's. Yeah, I feel like to a certain extent that's splitting hairs so finely that it loses any meaning. Like if we were to assume that the first human beings didn't have language or whatever, um, then any interaction they had with the world, even mentally, was human, classification, right, or a creation. Like he's gonna touch a rose bush and prick his finger, so that's a classification. He's got to experience like. So I don't think that that's necessarily a just criticism to say that, well, you know, literature and poetry is a man-made concept. I don't think that that negates the principle in and of itself.
well, the
But
only
they
reason I
all
say that.
man-made.
So the only reason I say what I was saying though, language, all of the things we do shape our thoughts and how we think about things. And also, to be well, that's why I think it's sometimes to make sure we are clear on what we're saying because it helps formulate that's why I was doing that so hard earlier about the nature of God. You know, to be clear about specific concepts because it will help you structure how you think about it. Which it can go good. It can go a good way, and it can also go a bad way, depending on how you
Sure.
get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that human construct is absolutely essential. I don't think we would be able to communicate if we didn't have those established I don't know characteristics.
Social constructs. Yeah. I mean,
You know,
these social constructs we've made, it's like social agreements, social contracts we've all agreed to, so that we have understanding. So that when Travis is mad and he says something, I know he's mad, so that I'm not confused or lost as to whatever thought or emotion Travis is trying to convey to me. And we indoctrinate our kids with these constructs. But the thing is, because these constructs are made by us as human beings, and we change based on time and location, these constructs change as well. Meanings of words change, phrases change. Some words go extinct, some languages go extinct, and we come up with new ones. I mean,
well,
But
the way
sorry,
the
go
way
ahead.
that I would, yeah, just real quick, the way that I would couch what you said, which I agree with, is that when we're talking about an ancient text, we can't let the place where we are with the use of that word uh, and back engineer it into the meaning of the original text. That's like a complete imposition of a bias, which I don't think is right.
I kind of agree with you, but I also feel at the end of the day, it's something we kind of have to do, Travis, because right now we aren't living the way the people of the Bible are living. We live in a totally different lifestyle, and we have to find a way to take the stories based on people that lived very different from how we live now, and make those stories relevant to us today.
But see, yeah, well, the thing that I would say is if you want to do that, then I would create a parallel text where you give a one-to-one correlation on the left and then your flowery exposition on the right so that you could look back and forth and go, you know what? I don't think they should have changed it. I think they should have left it this way. Because the meaning for the original audience has to be the same for us. We have to understand how the original audience would have understood this and let that be the fence line.
That
So,
begs a question.
oh, sorry.
So that begs a question. So how do you get in the mind of the 21st or the first century or whatever period you're looking at? How do you get into their mindset? How do you get there?
Yeah, I think that the easiest way, well, it would just be the internal witness of the text itself. I'm going to read the text and let it tell me what it means. And sometimes I'm going to have to edit something that I thought about an earlier text when I get to a later text, because I can look at them both and go,
Well, here
was
I don't know if it,
this, but now
are you,
I'm going to have to go back and say, I think it's actually this. And it's based on the text.
well, Travis, you're breaking up really bad. I'm going to kind of respond. I was thinking about this as an analogy. When they first found, I think the first cuneiform, or one of the early writings, I can't think of the cuneiform, whatever the term is. They didn't know how to read it. Cuneiform. They didn't know how to read it because they had nothing to translate it. They had no way to know what the characters meant. But then they found a Greek, I think it's some kind of Greek translation or something of the cuneiform. And because they found the Greek, they was able to start deciphering the cuneiform because of that. So the same thing has to apply to, and what's going on there is you have one culture writing one way and another culture writing another way, but somehow they've learned to overlap. They've learned how to communicate so they can communicate the same idea, communicate the ideas over two different cultures. The same thing has to happen with the Bible, I think, because if you just read the text and you don't understand the cultural context, which means you have to have someone that knows the culture, understands the culture, understands the time period, things are going to be lost. Because if not, I'm always going to be imposing my 21st century understanding onto the text, always, unless somebody else is helping you. Because the text by itself is not enough. You're arguing that it is, but I don't think it is. I don't think you can. You have to have somebody else doing it that understands the text from that cultural standpoint.
I still think that requires that we just sit back a little bit, loosen our shoulders, and realize that it's, for us, it's going to be a long process to like, if I don't give a shit and I just want to read a paraphrase, then so be it, right? But I'm never going to take a conversation with you about the Bible seriously because you've only ever read a paraphrase. Like, I'm not going to enter into a conversation with you. But the thing that I would say for me is that I changed my mind on Genesis based on Deuteronomy and the prophets, right? So to me, the internal consistency with the themes and ideas required that I had to go back and say, I have to make this change here too.
How do you know you were understanding Deuteronomy correctly?
Because the prophets, this goes into the point that I've made on my podcast before, that if I were to find a church somewhere that said, hey, we don't care, what denomination, whatever, we just want someone who loves the Bible, I'd be like, here I am, right? Where would I start? I wouldn't start in Genesis. I would start somewhere in the middle, maybe even Deuteronomy. And then I would go to other passages so that the prophets, how do I understand what the prophets mean? I have to understand Deuteronomy, right? So when Jesus comes on the scene and he gives the three parables in Luke 15 and 16, the parable of the lost coin, the parable of the lost sheep, and the parable of the lost son. The parable of the lost son is told in a way that alludes precisely back to Deuteronomy. So it wasn't that Jesus was just telling this nice fluffy white story for everybody to relate to. He was addressing Israel in the context of her Heilsgeschichte, which is a fun word to say, in her holy history. That's the context. He's like, if you want to understand what the lost coin is about, if you want to understand what the lost sheep is about, read Deuteronomy. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm here for.
But the thing is, you still didn't answer my question.
Yeah, I did.
How do you know? Well, you're reading a Bible that's written at least more than 4,000 years ago, roughly, potentially, over a course of 2,000 years. And you're saying I can just read the text have no full understanding of that cultural time period or thinking or thought process, and just from the text itself, understand the text. That's what you're arguing. I'm saying I don't think you can even do that without having somebody that understands the culture of that day to help you interpret it.
Well, I didn't actually go into that extreme, so I would in a sense evaluate your comment as a non sequitur, because I agree with you that there are certain limitations. I'm simply arguing that I'm going to begin with the text itself.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the
You guys
text
want
would
some
need to
birthday
be a
cake?
starting point, right?
I didn't hear you, Nate. Say it again.
I said obviously the text would need to be a starting point, but I
Right,
don't think it's enough, is it?
right. But I didn't say that it was exclusively the text, right? So for instance, yeah. So for instance, one of the crucial cultural cues that the scholars bring in when describing Yahweh's relationship with his people is the ancient Near Eastern suzerain vassal treaty, right? They have historical documents which describe a human king and his human subject. Suzerain is the king, vassal is the people. You will not find any scholar worth his salt that will not bring that motif into Abraham's relationship with God, Israel's relation. You know what I mean? So yeah, absolutely, there are external witnesses that will help us understand certain concepts. Of course.
Yeah. I also think
Yep.
another big issue is that these things are open to interpretation, because of the way and the style in which these ancient texts were written, and the fact that some of them might have been written in a language that we don't speak anymore. A lot gets lost in translation, and it's hard to ever really know who has the correct interpretation.
That's disputable. I would disagree with you that it's open to interpretation, because I would argue that the limitation of my interpretation has to be the text itself. Like, it's not that I could say, oh, you can think this about the text and I can think this about no, it's based on internal evidence. So one of the things I said in my podcast was that Granny Smith should not have her own Bible. She should not, because she's not educated in how to read it. I got so poignant on it. I said, look, even to a certain extent, I shouldn't have my own Bible. Like, I know enough, but I don't know enough. So I'm all about the fact.
I shouldn't have your own Bible?
Unless, I mean, it would be a massive Bible. Like, you'd almost have to have a primer on how to read the Bible. Right? This is like, don't just open this and read it like Harry Potter, or don't just open this and read it like and read it like an autobiography. Like, you got to know, you have to have more information before you even open the Bible. And most people don't have enough information, and they just interpret it the way they want. And then when you get into an argument with them, they're like, well, let's just agree to disagree. I'm like, no, the earth is not a globe. Like, there's evidence this way. The earth is not a, well, we can both just agree to disagree. I'm like, no, sorry, no.
Well, see, Travis, it sounds like you would agree with the Catholic Church, and that when the early Protestant reformers were trying to get the Bible out of the elite hands who could interpret the Bible in the way they wanted, because no one knew the text themselves. You're arguing for what they were arguing, because we're too, what are we? We are too mundane to understand the text. It's kind of what you're arguing.
Well, it's not that we're too mundane. Look, if if the printing press existed in Abraham's time, and I would say at that point, Granny Smith, give her a Bible, because she's actually in that culture. Like she's gonna have her own community who is going to be a part of her expression in terms of what their story is. So at that point, give Granny Smith a Bible. But when you're removed from that culture, you have no idea about the idioms and everything that you've mentioned before, then no. If you don't have enough information, you're going to misread this text.
So how does one get that information? You know, that primer, that epilogue, that manual as to how to go about reading it. Where does one get that?
I mean, it's really interesting. That's a great question. So, I mean, I would say let's take a literalist, let's take an allegorist, let's take, I don't know, a concordist, and let's take an atheist. Whatever. You know, you've got 4 or 5 chapters, and you read their chapters to say, okay, this guy thinks the Bible should be read this way. This guy thinks the Bible should be read this way. I've got that in my back pocket. I understand their arguments. Now I'm going to start reading the Bible, and I'm going to take about 10 years and figure out which one I think is going to be, you know, the way I'm going to go. Because it's not going to be right away. You know, you're going to be looking at this passage and you go, I have no idea what to do with this. So bookmark that one. You know what I mean? It's like a huge process.
Well, the problem I have with that, Travis, I've already given you the clue on how to resolve this. You don't have to go down that road that you just went down. You don't have to. You find people or listen to people that understand the culture as much as they possibly can of that time period and interpret the scripture through that lens. For example, like when I first got into the Jewish perspective, understand the Bible from a Jewish eye, the scripture came more alive. There became more things I could see looking at it through a Jewish lens. So going to someone that understands the culture. I mean, you've actually brought up something like Passover, for instance, like Jesus in the Last Supper, right? All I'd ever heard is that this is the Last Supper, and then you have all we get out of that as a Christian is the bread and the wine. But when you actually read the text and it says that he was actually observing Passover, so then you go, okay, actually he's actually doing a Passover feast. So what did the Jews do? What is Passover? So you go back and you look at what Passover was to Jewish culture and how did they observe it. You see things differently. Like you actually see that he's talking about. Excuse me.
You already have that information. It's in the text. The text
I know, but the observance
tells you what God told Moses to say to the people to do on Passover.
That's true, and I don't disagree with that, and you can do that. But the thing is, there's certain practices that you don't necessarily see in Exodus and Deuteronomy that people did do as an observance of Passover. And then you can look at what they did for thousands of years, that kind of in a sense the evolution of the observance of Passover over time. And you can still get insight on even what Jesus was doing. I don't disagree with the fact you can go back to Exodus and read it. But like the cup of redemption, there's 4 cups that they use in the Passover Seder. Jesus picked one specific cup to do that. Or there's bread put in pockets, 3 breads in pockets. He took the middle bread out and broke it. That's the one that's broken in the Passover Seder. There's things that you don't see in the text unless you understand what they did to observe it.
Yeah, that's so it's an interesting choice of word that you say evolution. So and the Seder is not the Passover meal. It's a completely different animal altogether. They have hard-boiled eggs, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's something that was
the Passover didn't have.
That was actually introduced later. That was actually a pagan introduction into the Passover thing, which was a pagan ritual. Hard-boiled egg was not part of it. And that's where you go back to the text to analyze what's supposed to be in and what's supposed to be out.
So I personally, I would never refer to the Seder as a depiction of what Passover is.
Okay, Passover is what
Yeah,
happened in
things.
Exodus. But there's observances that they did that you can glean from. That's the point I'm trying to make. And it's a cultural thing. It's understanding the culture, not just the.
Yeah, I mean,
Not just the.
yeah. I suppose that I would have to consider the source that you're using, because we are still, even if you were to go to how many different Jewish homes could you go to and have different nuances of the Passover? You know what I mean?
All of
We've
them.
been doing this. We've been doing this for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they can all be different.
Well, here's the thing, though. You can, just like anything, though. I could go to 1,000 Jewish homes, and I could get different ways they celebrate it. I could get that. It's the same, but that's like anything. Like people celebrate Christmas. It's the same idea. Everybody's going to celebrate different, but there's certain themes that you can pull from that are consistent through them all, and that's what you pull. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, but
It's
I
like the
think when you
text.
do that, right? But I think that when you do that, when you kick this part out and kick this part out, you're actually going to go back to the text itself as your guideline. Like, oh, I should have just started here.
Okay, where's the wine? Celebrating the wine in Exodus. Where's the wine part?
I don't know. I'd have to look up the text. I don't have it memorized. I mean,
I've never read it. I've never read it.
Take into consideration what you're saying.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It's not in Exodus. The wine is not in Exodus. So where did the wine come from?
I don't know.
The bread's in there. See, this is the point I'm trying to make. This is the point I'm trying to make. It's something that may have evolved over time or changed over time or been incorporated over time, and it became significant. So when Jesus shows up on the scene, he uses it.
I think that that's all well and good, because I do think that that there's justification for adding on, like with Esther, right? At the end of Esther's story, we have a brand new festival that the people celebrate. But God didn't tell them to do it. But God had acted in their history, and they were celebrating what God had done for them, which is the same thing as Hanukkah. It's not the same festival, but I'm saying that Hanukkah is another expression. You know what I mean? So that there are, except for the fact that we do have the text itself. So, yeah, I mean, I'd have to look. It's been a while, but I'd have to look and see what is exactly in the text of the New Testament for what Jesus was, doing.
Well, let me give you another one, just as a side note. Obviously, we're about around Christmas time, which most people who've done any depth study realize that Jesus was not born on December 25th. That's actually a pagan introduction. But if you can actually glean a time period from the text using Zechariah, who's John the Baptist's father, and how long it was, like 6 months and all this stuff, you can actually figure out, because the way David broke up the priesthood to serve in the temple, you can actually kind of get a time frame of when Jesus was born. And it was actually not in December, but it was actually probably closer to October or in the fall. What feast is around that time period? Or what feasts are around that time period?
Yom Kippur.
Anybody know? Yom Kippur, Feast of Tabernacles, all those things, right? So the lamb that was slain could, that's actually later, never mind. But his birth foretells the coming, which the tabernacles is the celebration of the wandering in the wilderness. It wandered in the wilderness for 70 years or 40 years, whatever it was. And then they looked, the reason they stay in booths is they look to the skies. They look for the coming of the Messiah. There's an aspect of the tabernacles of the coming of the Messiah. Jesus was born on tabernacles. There's no more wandering in the wilderness. It's over. We look to the skies for the coming of the Messiah. And the Messiah shows up during the feast or during that time period. Don't know exactly, but it's in that time period, in that season. If you don't understand the Jewish understanding, you would miss that.
Well, but that's an interesting aspect to take into consideration, right? Because it's almost as though the entire system of Torah was a predictive prophecy, because everything was organized explicitly for the conclusion. It wasn't as though, oh, we have this expectation and it's like this mortar that's flying up in the air and we have no idea where it's going to land. Like everything matched perfectly, which is almost like this was someone's specific. So it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to give you this festival and I'm going to give you this festival and then you're going to do this, and then lo and behold, look, all that stuff just matched up. It's like, no, everything was calculated out, that everything related to everything else, so that it almost, in a sense, had to happen that way. By the way, the Feast of Booths, Booths is not a translation; it's an interpretation. The word means cloud.
Travis, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, SB.
How far is the Septuagint removed from the, I guess what would be the James, the New Testament that everybody uses now? How much of a difference is in there, if you know, because I know you study this stuff?
You're asking me the Septuagint?
Yes.
And you're asking me the difference in terms of like the way it's written?
Because I know the Septuagint was written by Jewish scholars back in the day, right? Now,
yeah.
I would assume, like I'm the least knowledgeable of all you guys here, but I'm just saying I would assume that that would be the most trusted version, right? And does it differ from the New Testament, and how much so?
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Well, first of all, the Septuagint is exclusively Old Testament. It's the Greek translation of the Old Testament, so it has nothing to do with the New Testament in that regard. But yeah, I wouldn't be your guy to talk about the veracity. Like the Masoretic text, I think, is actually later than the Septuagint. So the Septuagint is earlier than the Masoretic, but again, that's not my field.
Okay, perhaps explain the difference between Old Testament and New Testament. Can you do that for those of us that don't know?
Well, yeah, let's see how I'm going to do this. I don't know how to say this. Let me say it this way and see if this makes you happy. The Old Testament is a propositional sentence, and the New Testament is the exclamation point.
Now in English, please.
What the New Testament began, what the Old Testament began, the New Testament concluded. So both stories are intricately intertwined so that they can't be divided. You can't separate one from the other. So much you can't look at the exclamation point of the New Testament and then understand what the sentence actually is that preceded it. Like, I would never give the New Testament to anyone and say, oh, start here. Fuck no, man. No fucking way. Why would you read the end without any knowledge of the beginning? So the Old Testament is the Torah, and the New Testament is the let's see. How about this? The Old Testament is the seed, and the New Testament is the fully grown tree.
Yeah,
okay, now,
isn't it basically the Old Testament is telling us what are the conditions that happened for the need of a savior to come about to fulfill a prophecy, and then the New Testament tells us about how this prophecy is fulfilled, right?
Yeah, that could be a crude way of saying it, sure.
Yeah, because I mean the Old Testament is just talking about a prophecy to be fulfilled in the future or some shit. Sorry,
I'd like to know the time period that this was done, right? First, the Old Testament, of course, and then the New Testament. When and by whom was that written? Was that stories by prophets as well? You can tell I'm a newbie at this, right? Or was this just a rewrite, an explanation, like I hope
So
does that make sense? What I said?
yeah, definitely. So the Old Testament is really old. I think it's at least 3,000 years before Jesus was born, right? And what's weird about it is it does seem to be a retelling of older stories, because a lot of what's in the Old Testament we find in older texts, like the Epic of Gilgamesh,
Yeah, the
Zoroastrianism.
Sumerian text. Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So a lot of what's in the Old Testament, it seems to be a retelling of older stories with a Jewish flavor to it, you know. But
That's what I. That's yeah, yeah.
the thing is, the Old Testament wasn't really originally when it was revealed to people. It was revealed orally. It's not to say it really had an author, because it was told by word of mouth. While the New
Hey,
Testament is a bit, huh?
sorry. Go ahead, Nate. I thought you were done. Sorry.
All right. While the New Testament is a bit different in that there aren't any other books like it. There's no older version or an older story of the New Testament. It's very unique in its nature. It seems to have been written down, and
Yeah,
it
but
seems
who
to have
wrote it?
been.
Who wrote the New Testament? Who like this is what I'm trying to
I don't
understand,
know.
right? Is it the
I don't know.
Nicaea Council? Like Rakia is here too. Rakia is very knowledgeable in this
Mm.
stuff too. So if you want to
The
say
original
something,
author, I don't know.
So there is no. I can't remember. Does Luke name himself Paul? I think maybe Luke is the only one who names himself. He definitely names his audience member. He calls him Theophilus, right? A lover of God.
Mm.
But Matthew doesn't have a signature to it. Mark doesn't have a signature to it. John, none of these have signatures to them. So the point that Paul made about referring to cultural um, expressions to help us understand the text, we just simply have to go back and almost default on history itself and just say, look, this is just the way they referred to these. Because there's nothing inherently in the text itself to tell you. Just like Genesis doesn't tell you that Moses wrote it, but
Yeah.
okay.
it's
Question.
yeah.
Is the New Testament the version that they picked out when they did that council, when they had that meeting to the Apocrypha? They got rid of some books, and is that the New Testament? Am I correct on that?
I think it's the entire Bible, not just the New Testament.
Yeah, but that would be the New Testament, right? Because if the Old Testament is the Torah was written thousands of years ago, right? So the New
Yeah, but
Testament had to be a rewrite, correct? Or
not necessarily,
an explanation,
because
or
They took old books and new books out of the Bible.
yeah, yeah.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
this is the thing. I say at the Council of Nicaea, they were just deciding how to standardize the text, and they got all of these wise men from different places, and they sat together and decided this is what's going to be canon, and everything else we're going to throw out. And they
So that's
took
the New Testament, right?
and the old, because they are books that they felt shouldn't be within the Old Testament.
Right,
The
right.
book of
Apocrypha.
Enoch,
Yeah.
the book of Adam. They felt these shouldn't be part of the Old Testament.
Yeah, but you also have to understand that prior to the Council of Nicaea, let's say if you have, like one of the oldest expressions, like the Coptic Church, right? The Coptic Church is like an Eastern Orthodox version of Roman Catholicism to a certain extent. We're loose, okay? Just take that loosely. But let's say in their geographical location, they only had certain manuscripts. And so they would have built their community on those manuscripts. Like so what I'm saying, the printing press didn't exist so that everybody could have copies of everything. So you had different places that had different different texts, and then where you have the disagreement with Arius and Athanasius in that council, right? So you had to then start to say, okay, are we going to unify our concept so that we have to exclude this book because it leads to an aberration that we don't agree with? I mean, this all just comes down to consensus again. Like the might makes right. The one with the most toys was writing that fucking book.
Yeah, that goes without saying, right? If you have a council and you have men deciding on something, there's gonna be no matter what, there's gonna be favoritism, or we're gonna choose what leads to our thing or whatever, right? I mean that goes without saying. Yeah, I wish I was there at that time. A fly in the wall, right? To hear the conversations. Okay, well, this one, nah, put it in the apocrypha pile. This one, okay, this one's good. You know, I wonder how they made that. Yeah,
I wish you were there right now.
Yeah,
me too,
but
brother. I wish
also,
both of us were there.
yeah, but also the Council of Nicaea, you know, it wasn't just the Bible that they were talking about. You know, they were also talking about the this Holy Trinity story. They were talking about how the Christian calendar should be set about, what date should be important, when Easter should happen. Because I think during that time, Christmas wasn't a thing. You know, it was only Easter and Passover. You know, it was basically setting about what are the standardized operations of the church. The church being the Roman Catholic and the Eastern Orthodox Church, right?
Well, that's
I
a
mean,
good
that was
point because
yeah.
sorry, Nate.
No, go
You
ahead. Go
pause,
ahead.
and I always think you're finished. Sorry.
My bad. My bad. Go ahead, man.
That's a very important point you bring up because the Eastern Orthodox Church, right? The Greek Eastern, the Russian, the Ukrainians, they celebrate Jesus' birth, Christmas, on January the 6th.
Oh
I'm sure everybody's aware of that, right?
no, interesting.
Yeah,
Why?
yeah.
Why then?
Why? I'll tell you why. Now, I don't want to insult anybody, right? I'm just saying what the story is, right? Because apparently the actual date of Jesus' birth was on the 6th, but the date was changed to the 25th because it's the winter solstice.
Yeah.
That's when the Druids would celebrate, so that the church, in order to banish that holiday and forget about it and put everybody towards Christianity, they changed the date of Christ's birth, and they made it on the 25th.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Because on the solstice is when you have, I think, for
The
3 days.
darkest day, the least light.
Yeah. Yeah. That's when the sun is at its lowest point, and then it rises again. I don't know if it's
So
3 days before or 3 days after the solstice.
right. So you also have to take into consideration the calendar of the Christian Church. So excuse me. Um, how many different years do we even recognize? We have a tax year, we have a calendar year, right? Those are different, right? January and April, So the Christian Church simply decided to organize a church year. So in the Western Church, with Catholicism and Protestants, the church year begins with Advent, which is 5 weeks before Christmas. So right at the end, almost the Sunday after Thanksgiving, that's when the church year begins. And so then you have this this expression of being in darkness and then looking for the coming day. So all of that is an interesting way to understand it as well.
I was taught coming out of darkness into the light during that period. That's what it represented in a way. But there's so many things you could, represent with things like that. Do you think, Travis, that sometimes, I don't know how to put it, like just to get the news out there, or just to get people talking about it, they might like make some mystery about things, or timelines might be different, or talk about this calendar and that calendar. You don't really have to know perfectly for just get the interest involved. Does that make sense? I don't know if that came out right.
Yeah, it's too vague. I don't follow what you're asking.
Yeah, I'm pretty vague this morning. I've been up all night. Don't call me names, dude. It's ridiculous. Should be muted.
There's that
Hey.
French accent again.
3 minutes.
I
3
guess
minutes.
what?
Mute.
3 years equals 3 minutes.
3 years equals yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is that, you go to as men, right, we're not going to be all knowing type thing. So once we just start talking about what we do know, and each man represents what he knows, then the interest is there, right? Then people, you know, the seed is planted, so to speak. And if that was vague, I give up. I'll take my 3-minute lick.
Well, who's they? Who are the they?
Yeah, I knew as soon as I said that. I don't know. You're too smart for me, Travis.
No. I wasn't trying to do the anti-elite question. Who are they? I just was actually like, do you have an like where you talk about like
I don't.
church leaders?
I don't have. I you know, it just popped into my head, and I didn't really think through it. I don't know if I could ever explain it clearly. It's just something I've kind of always assumed that, you know I'm not going to be all knowing about anything, right? So why would I think I would know every right and correct interpretation of the Bible scriptures? You know, like, it's impossible, right? Like, maybe it's meant to be impossible. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Obviously, if it's written with, you know, the intentions of the creator, if that is true, right, then, you know, it's above us. It's meant, it's perfect, and whatever it does, it's perfect, right? It has to be. If that high power helped write it through these men, you know, if that story is true, then it's way above even the men who wrote it. They didn't know each other. They weren't in a room together having meetings. Let's, you know, make this timeline fit and this story fit. And it just all ended up, you know, coming together. That's what I believe anyway.
Look, there's no question that story spans millennia, and it affected many cultures. And you know, it's the most printed book, the most sold book. I mean, there's a reason for that. It's not, you know, it's not just by fluke that happened, right?
So it seems to have a higher power behind it, right? Is what I was saying.
Yeah, I'll go with you on that, Rick. Yeah, it seems like something's up with that book. There's only two books that done that in history: Euclid and the Bible.
There used to be a time when the Bible would cost you your life.
Yeah, there's something to it. It's you can't just brush it aside, you know.
Yeah, but
well, it's in the
book,
court
for whatever reason, has inspired millions and billions of people. So
it used to be in every hotel room, or you'd swear on it in the courts, and, you know, just everything was based around it. You know, basically on that, you know, layman's terms. But
yeah, but then when you look at how it's been spread across the world, you know, it kind of makes sense.
And you can also look at how it's been taken out of the world.
Yeah, and how it's
taken out
fought
of the world.
against. Yeah.
What's funny is
book in the world.
But because it's going into new territory, like we took hundreds. Well, our group took hundreds, but thousands and thousands and thousands of Bibles are going into places that the Bible's not allowed. Like, it's illegal to possess it, and it's being taken out of schools in America. Like, that is strange to me.
Yeah,
people are risking their life, and they're traveling thousands of miles to read the Bible, or just to have the opportunity to be around someone reading the Bible, and we're taking it out of the schools here. Like,
yeah, true story.
My
true story. My daughter brought her Bible in for show and tell, like when she was in like 3rd grade, and the teacher would not let her present the Bible, so she can't do that.
No kidding.
But, I mean, we know why that happens. It's the same reason you can't take a Quran, or the same reason you can't take the Torah to school. The same reason you can't take the whatever the Hindus or the Buddhists read, because they don't want religion in schools. It's not just the Bible this happens.
Why not?
I'm not sure why not, but it's not just the Bible that happens. It happens to all.
They should be taught all religions, Nate. All, not just one. They should be taught all religions in school. And maybe the world would be a less terrible place to live in.
If I was being taught about all religions in school, man, I would have been fucking hyper focused on that course. I would have been like fucking acing those tests.
And we had world religions course. World religions.
How many religions did you learn about?
We did the major ones: Indian, Jewish, Muslim, Christian.
What grade?
I
What
did the
grade?
same thing.
Buddhism.
You mind
We
telling me
also
what grade?
10 and 11. It was
Really? Okay.
Was that like
yeah.
an elective or?
No. It was a course. It's a Catholic school, so we would visit like
Oh.
we went to a mosque, we went to an Indian temple, we went
No
to a Sikh
way.
place. Yeah, we did.
Wow.
Now
Yeah,
I'm not
That's
saying
actually
everyone's
cool as
getting the
fuck.
same education I am, though.
That's pretty
Yeah.
cool, man.
I had
That's how
I
you
had the
do it.
same
Yeah.
experience in 8th grade and freshman year.
I did as well in middle school. 8th grade middle school is an elective course, and it
Wasn't
was one
that
of the
course
most interesting things I've ever learned. But I
exactly?
don't remember any of it.
It was great, and it was like a fun field trip. You got to like go to each temple and church.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was neat.
mine was 8th grade. I remember it like it was yesterday because the same teacher taught that taught us drama. Miss
Yeah, mine
Day.
was
Can you
9 and
I
8.
remember
imagine?
her name, Miss Day.
Yeah.
They never.
Can you imagine? Like, I think it was in Noah that said he would have been hyper focused, right? Like, I think that's the better expression of what education should be. You know what I mean? An organic trip. You know, because it's like we're trying to cram all this shit into this month and this week when like you should almost have a discussion about it for a week afterwards, like for people to think like, what did you think about the architecture of of this church and the architecture of this Sikh or this mosque? You know what I mean? Like that should just be, I don't know, just more organic.
Yeah, it was
You
great.
would
It
be
was a good time.
surprised. You would be surprised on just in architecture, right? How they took over the old churches or whatever they might be, the religious centers, and made them into office buildings or whatever, like that are in almost every town or city or whatever. Because the church was the main building in most towns.
Oh yeah. If you come here in Montreal, Rakia, and you drive around, you're gonna notice
I'm
the
never
stone structures.
ever coming to Montreal.
Well,
Ever.
if we let you in by some fluke, we make an exception, and you drive around, you'll notice all the big old buildings and all the land, and you see all the green rooftops. They're all church-owned buildings, and you'll see them spread out all over Montreal. You can't miss it, bro. The control was there, walls and everything. It's it's plain to see.
Let's see. I sent you a link. Check that video out, man. Wait until the end, and you'll see the hilariousness. Just something you're gonna use for ammunition, man.
But you said I don't see. You send me, yeah.
Yeah, and your DM.
All right, thanks, bro. I'll check it out. Yeah, in the event we happen to let a French American in and he goes around the city and checks out, it will be amazed at the properties that the church has here. It's like they own all of the freaking land almost. It's crazy, man.
I don't get what people are so afraid of, right? Like, yeah, I'll leave it at that. Why should you be if you want to try and do it individually, I think you're missing out, right? Even the discussions we have here with different views, Travis is one of the most knowledgeable people about the Bible I've ever heard. He's right here, right? Almost every day. The other guy, there's a couple other people in here that are, obviously have knowledge, right? More so than most of the pastors I've talked to or Bible study, people who do Bible
That,
school.
that's the power of the gathering.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
We're in church, right? Basically.
This is church, yeah.
This is church. So I've heard SC over the years go from, screw you, blah, 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 to, yeah, that makes sense. There's definitely a creator. I've seen many people do that, but yeah, I think that's what it's all about, right? You grow and what good is it if it depresses you or brings you down or, makes you feel negative or in a bad mood. You know, what good is it? You know, that's why I don't think we should argue about this topic at all. Like some of those debates, I don't really listen to. I
Yeah,
think they're
debating
wrong.
religion is
Yeah,
absolutely of no sense whatsoever.
I believe that too. I just feel
It's
it in
like
my heart.
debating a unicorn. Like it serves
Yeah,
absolutely no purpose. It's a personal belief. You can't fight that. There's no debating that. Yeah.
and I think when people hear the debate or the argument, you know, it's arguing points back and forth. This means this. I think it's just a turnoff, right? I just don't think there's any good in it that comes
How
out of
can
it.
you debate
Yeah.
somebody
One guy
else's journey? I said, how can you debate anybody else's personal journey? I'm sorry.
like please, please.
Well,
It's like
I can't
reading
take.
Nostradamus and trying to interpret the verses,
Yeah, that's why I say no man can take what I have. I couldn't take what Travis has, right? Nor
Yeah.
would I want to. Like I would never attempt to take that from him. I would just express, you know, the way I feel about it, and you know, hopefully, if there is a higher power, I trust in that higher power to take care of it.
I
Like,
would fight equally for your right to believe as I would fight for the other person's right not to believe. That's how
yeah,
strongly I feel about this. It's
yeah,
every man's walk, like you say. Every man has his own walk.
yeah.
Interestingly enough, though, it is if you go into like modern day debates, they're constantly debating religion. I don't watch any of them because I feel the same way. I guess you guys feel like, what's the point of if you want the answer? All the religions say pretty much the same thing: pray to God and get the answer. All right, well then get that. There you go. Right,
You
but it,
shouldn't be seeking a winner, right? Or for someone to tell you, like the guy last night, tell me what to believe. No, you should go to the source, man. Like, if it is true, just think of the amazing power that is at your, you know, fingertips and earlobes and nostrils and mouth, and you know what I'm saying. Like, you can taste it, you can feel it. It's in your heart. You know, don't think that you don't get those feelings, right? Like I know I've had. Like, wow, what was that? A power come over me, right? Like, holy crap. Now, I don't go running up and down the aisles and kissing snakes, but that's what other people do when they get those feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, I might express it a different way. I don't
yeah, like
know.
I mean, you're
It's
making the same point. Go right to the source. All the books say pretty much the same thing. Go to the source. Why are you going to a man for the answers on a book that says don't go to man for the answers? Go to the source. It's just a strange kind of.
Because it's simple. Men have, well, let's just put it this way: kings have realized part of their control mechanism. Nothing is more potent than a belief of a higher power, right? And if you can associate yourself with that higher power, then you can command everybody. Then you have the power. It's an abuse of God, is what it is. The belief thereof is the
I love
most
that,
important
SC.
thing.
That is 100% what it
yeah,
is.
that is cool. I have a pastor, our main pastor, lead pastor at our church it's a son of an old, you know, pastor who started the church, right? Like years and years and years of the same family, the Stockstills. And this guy's young, right? Wears jeans, you know, just dresses normal, but will tell you on any given Sunday, I'm just like you, right? I get angry in the car. I may have an outburst if someone cuts me off or blah blah blah. I'm no better. I have no more, link to that power than you do. We're all made equal. I just I just submit to it more than most, if that makes sense.
Let me give you an example, right, of how I feel about this religion stuff and how it has affected me, right? Um, take two countries, right? Greece and Turkey, right? These people hate each other with a freaking passion. Okay? Now, why? because one side is Christian and the other side is Muslim. Now, check this out. They have the same foods, almost the same traditions. They live right next to each other. They eat the same fish, breathe the same air, right? But for hundreds of years, we've been fighting each other. Why? Because of religion. You understand? This is where I come from. This is the way I
Yeah,
see the
that's
world.
nuts.
Reality. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's
So when you come
nuts.
from that part of the world,
I hear
you
you,
don't.
Essie.
Yeah.
So, like from your point of view, religion is divisive. It's not a good thing.
The worst thing that could happen to man. Yeah, that's the way I see it.
Okay, I would disagree with that. I would say that
I would too.
I would say that the
Yeah,
tyrannic.
but you guys got to understand where Essie comes from. You know,
I
like
know. I'm just going to qualify it. I'm going to qualify it. So I think that SE would absolutely back a Native American culture in their expression of their religion, right? You'd be like, go
Absolutely.
right, exactly, right. But the reason why we had the empire come in and eradicate those expressions was for control. So the problem isn't necessarily religion per se. I would say that it has to do with tyranny.
Yeah. It's tyranny, but religion is used as a tool. This is what I'm trying to say. How do you convince Muslims to attack Christians? Well, you tell them their God is greater, and you have to convert everybody. How do you convince Christians? Well, you tell them the crusade, kill them all, the Pope, kill them all, let God sort them out, right? All this bullshit because of religion.
I don't believe that's what you would tell them. I believe that
That's
you would have to.
exactly what the Pope. Where do you think? No thanks. Where do you think the phrase comes from? Kill them all and let God sort them out. Where do you think that phrase comes from? No thanks.
A person's mouth, probably.
A Pope.
Top Gun.
A
Pope
Pope.
Top
said it.
Gun.
Yeah.
A Pope
Yeah, but
said it.
I mean, listen. If you guys came from a place where you know your country is constantly at war with another group of people, because of religion, wouldn't you have the same mindset as Essie?
Well, what is my point is that he's saying it's just that they're saying that God said to do it, right? That would not be a motivator, right? You'd have to somehow convince the people that they're going to be oppressed by the other side and not be allowed to live freely, and that
Okay,
Yeah,
no
but
thanks.
that's what's happening. The
How do
people
you
are being
convince
oppressed.
Nate? Let me say this. He's going to get it.
Yeah.
How do you convince a mother that it's okay for her son to strap bombs around his body and go blow himself up
I
for the
don't think
cause?
any mother. I don't know if any mothers are convinced. I don't know how you convince a
Well,
mother of
then you
anything.
haven't. Then you don't know what you're talking about, bro. I'm sorry. You don't know the suicide cult that exists.
Are they approved? Are they all mother approved?
The mother throws a party. Nate, please tell them that I'm right. Nate knows about this shit. Maybe he
Before or
doesn't
after?
want to talk about it because it's very, but
Is it a
yeah.
before or after party?
It's a before and after party.
So she throws
Mother
parties.
willingly gives her son up, bro, for the cause, bro, because God said it, bro.
But what
This
is
is
the
a
cause?
sickness. Yeah. The cause is kill the freaking Christians or the Jews.
And
That's
that's
the
just like
cause.
that's just a an action. What's the cause?
The cause is they're being suppressed, they're being oppressed, their country is being bombed, whatever causes them to think that. But that's not the point.
Well,
The
the point
point
is the
is
cause.
a mother is willing to sacrifice her own son because God deemed it so.
No,
This
because
is what I'm trying to say here.
well, they think the cause is worthy. But what is the cause that they're being convinced of?
Well, there's various things, right? In the Muslim Empire, right? In the old days, it was just like the Western empires, right? It's to expand. So their goal is to turn the unbelievers into believers. That's the Muslim goal. That's what they've been doing for hundreds of years. They took over Spain. They took over Greece. They took over a lot of the Balkans. They had an empire, and the main goal was to convert the unbelievers. That was it. The same thing with the Romans. What's the number one quest of an empire? To expand the empire, right?
Yeah,
So
but
yeah.
think about it this way: like if you were you were one Indian tribe, let's say the Sioux, and the Cherokee were, you know, a few villages, I don't even know. Like, just think about like normal people who had no vested interest in control. You know, like they would have no reason to eradicate your cultural expression. They would say, hey, here's my cultural expression, and this is my story. And they would say, what's your story? And they would get to know each other. But the one story would never say, if you don't believe my story, you're my enemy. You know what I mean?
That's what they say, bro. Come on, Travis. You know better than that. The West is
No,
just as guilty as the Muslims. Yes, bro.
no,
There's
hold
no
on.
way around that.
Wait. Then maybe I didn't communicate what I was trying to communicate. I'm saying you have one people group that come across another people group, and they simply want to share their story. Like, how do you guys express your story? What's your story? And then they say, we do these dances. Oh, we do dances too, but we do them this way. So they're never going to fight because you need to start doing our dance. That's what I'm saying. Like, normal people would never do that.
No,
Yeah,
like
of course,
somebody
but
has to manipulate these things, right? The things that are happening, right? Like all of a sudden we're starving. All of a sudden that bigger guy took my house, right? So there has to be some other, motivators, and then wrapped around a cause, and then backed up by you can back it up by a religion, sure.
yeah,
But
yeah. The
that's the
cause
more
is they want land, they want resources, they want
why
water, they want what you got. And
why do
how
they
are they
want
going
it?
to convince the people to fight? Well, God said so. Simple, man.
Well, not if they're all happily living with plenty of this, that, and the third, and have no need to go and conquer. Just saying God wants you to get up, leave behind everything that you have that's great, because your life is perfect. Leave it all behind and go take that guy's stuff, and he has nothing. He has nothing that you want, but God said to do it. They won't get up for that cause and go.
See, that's the problem with empires. They never have enough. There's never enough. There's always more to be had. You
So there's
understand?
a yeah. Right, but you can't like Travis was you can't imagine that being something in reality. So there has to be more manipulation behind just saying God said do this, and even though you're praying and hearing the opposite answer, I'm telling you this is the true answer. You have to feel it. So you have to feel starvation. You have to feel the struggle, and then then somebody will manipulate. Yeah. A person may manipulate. Yeah.
Well, yeah, of
So,
course. Well, look, let me give you an example, right? World War II, okay? The Americans had no beef with the Germans whatsoever. They wanted to get in World War II, but the Americans had no hard feelings towards the German people. So they couldn't get public opinion. So what did they do? Right? They started with Japan, you know what they did there, but with the Germans, they started a public campaign. They were showing Germans beating babies and all kinds of stories, all kinds of backlash to get the American people to hate the German people.
Right,
I mean,
and
it's
then you
propaganda,
can
bro.
pull out the Bible and see, look how they're breaking all the rules of the Bible. Right?
Well, they didn't use the Bible in this case because they were both
No, you
Christians,
could.
so they couldn't use that excuse. But trust me, had they been Muslims, they would be using the Muslim card. I guarantee you, 100%.
if you think about what Rockefeller did in terms of the monopolization of Standard Oil, right? So you have Standard Oil, and then you've got a monopoly. So then you have the government come in and say, look, man, you can't be a monopoly. So then what does he do? He then just
Breaks it up in
simply,
the middle of companies.
okay, but it's all right. So we have to understand that's what the empire did. The empire simply went out and conquered everything, and then gave the illusion that each of those other everythings was independent. It's still all the same empire.
Well, look, the Muslims had this thing, right? They would come to your door, right? And they would tell you, do you want to convert? No. Okay, so you have two options now. We're going to attack you, slaughter you, or they had a thing. They had a tax. You would pay them like a tax, and they would leave you like semi-free,
Yeah, it's called a
right?
jizya. It's
The
called a jizya.
jizya. There you go. Yep, yep. So, in a sense, the Muslims were maybe a little bit more lenient than the Christians were, because the Christians, there's no jizya. We're coming, we're taking over. End of story. Just ask the North American Indians, right? Just ask them that. Ask them.
Right, but you got to think about like what's the I don't know, what's the payoff for
Land, resources, bro.
okay,
Land, resources, power. Yeah.
okay.
I
Well,
have
I mean, how
100
does that
pieces
how does
of
that
gold.
relate
I
to?
want 1,000 pieces of gold. I have 1,000 pieces of gold. Now I want 2,000 pieces of gold.
Yeah, but how does
That's
that
how it
relate
works.
to religion? That's the problem. These are all just like what men want and how they're justifying what they want. Right? But it doesn't have anything to do with.
What he's trying to say is religion is the tool and the trick they use to get people to sacrifice their lives for these things. To have a
Yes.
mother happy to send her son off to die, you know.
I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
it's
like
crazy, man.
And Essie feels maybe that there isn't anything else in the world aside from religion that could get a human being to really give their lives up like that, you know. Maybe is that what you think, Essie?
Absolutely, bro. Who's greater than
Yeah,
God? Think about
yeah.
it. And any religion, in the Muslim religion, in the Christian religion, in any religion, who's greater than God? If you can convince that God tell you this, you got the power, man.
Well, if
The
you can be
Pope.
convinced that you have a purpose, that's the thing. Like people want to die with a purpose. They want to live with a purpose, right? Like so if
Yeah,
you're
but
finding that you have no purpose in life, right, and you know you're going to die, right? What would be better than dying with purpose?
whoa, whoa,
And that's
whoa!
what
But
they're celebrating.
that's not really what's happening though. Because, for example, you could have a career that gives you purpose, but you ain't willing to die for that. But they feel that I'm dying for God. God through somebody has given me a mission, you know, a purpose to go out and do something, and that something might be to uh, kill myself and take others out with me, you know, and people are willing to do that because God gave them that mission.
I mean, I beg to differ with people who you say won't die for their job. They die for their job every day. People break their back, break their muscles, break their brain, avoid their children for this purpose that somebody told them and put a dollar sign on it. That's their
Whoa, whoa,
purpose.
no, they get injured on the job, you know. They don't spend time with their children because they're working long hours, you know. But I mean, that's not the same as going out there and blowing yourself up. I'm talking
It's the
literally
same.
die, bro, intentionally,
It's the same.
intentionally be willing to die. I
okay,
don't
I mean,
Nate,
think it's the same, man.
Nate, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think that there is one true expression of the Muslim faith?
I think so. Yeah, yeah,
Which
yes.
one is it?
The one
that one.
I practice.
So what did
Shia
this?
Islam.
Yeah. So does the one that you practice have jihad as part of its ideology?
Um, they are certain. Um, yeah, but it's kind of it's not the way you think jihad
Okay.
is. You know, jihad is like a holy internal struggle. It's not to say go out and blow yourself up. Go out and blow yourself up is a weird interpretation that a very small minority agree with. You know,
Okay.
I
So
don't know any suicide bombers. I don't have suicide bombers in my family. We don't do that
so jihad is more of a personal war.
struggle. A
That's
personal
interesting.
struggle. You know, um, you know, as a Muslim trying to live a Muslim way of life and struggling with, you know, opposition, oppression, material wants, this, that, and the third, basically. You know, you struggling to be a Muslim in a world that throws challenges at you.
So I mean, basically, that's ultimately a just self improvement, right? Which
Yeah, but
everyone.
that's my interpretation, Travis. That's how I understand it. Some
I
people
get it.
understand jihad as a holy war that you are literally fighting physically, and you got to be willing to do anything. And if you die in war, if you give your life up um, for the jihad, you know, it's a great honor when you go to, you know, paradise. You know, there'll be gifts and things given to you for doing this. That's how some people interpret it. That's why they are willing to go out there and die for this. You know, but
Tell
it's
them
What's
not
the
the
that
gift.
same
one?
as.
Just for those who don't know, tell them what the gifts are so they can have an idea.
It's not important, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
weird
it is
stuff.
important, bro. It
Why is
is
it
important.
important?
You don't want to say it, do you? Because it's
It's
I'll
weird,
say it.
yeah.
I'll
It's
say it.
weird.
How many virgins do they get?
They get a
60?
few.
72 virgins, and they have rivers of honey and milk, if I'm not mistaken.
What's the
Yeah, you are promised something real nice.
Real,
the
real
one?
nice.
Female
Yeah.
virgins,
Real
right?
nice. What's that
72
one
They're
females.
ritual?
Imagine that. Imagine what a man will do to have 72 virgins. Who's in the Middle
Female
East,
virgins.
sexuality is not really pushed. Probably a virgin all his life. Now he's gonna have 72 women and rivers of milk and honey.
Ew.
What's
What a
that one
waste.
ritual?
What a
What's the
waste
one
of time
ritual
and an
where all those
afterlife.
Muslim men end up raping a single woman?
I don't know what you're
I
talking
forget
about.
what it's called, but yeah, it's been performed several times, and I think there's even YouTube videos showing.
That's not Islam. That's just men raping women, bro.
No. There's a certain ritual behind it all. I forget the
Or
name of it. There's like a
maybe it's some shit ISIS does. I don't know, man. But
no.
Muslims don't
This is
do
in
it.
the Middle East. This is in many cultures in the Middle East, Muslim
No.
cultures.
All right,
Yeah.
show me, man. I've never heard of this in my life.
All
I don't
right.
know
Let
any
me.
Muslim that does this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's new to me too. I haven't heard
Yeah,
that one.
that sounds made up, or it's
No.
ISIS. Yeah.
No, there's a lot of videos on it. I'll find one and I'll post it.
Cool.
See, they have some weird rules concerning rape. Like if a woman gets raped, somehow it's her fault. You know, that's really strange. That that really freaks me out. Yeah, not to pick on the Muslim religion, right? It's all religions. When I talk about religions, I put them all in the same basket. You know. Imagine now the Pope telling his soldiers, the soldier asking the Pope, how do we know who's Christian, who's bad, who's good? And the Pope answers, kill them all. Let God sort them out. Now, what kind of a man is that? What kind of a thing is that?
Not a Christian.
Definitely not a
Just
Christian.
a figurehead, yeah.
Yeah, this is depressing, man. Religion always depresses the hell out of me. Anybody have another subject?
I think the one thing that I find interesting is about religions tend to have certain kind of characteristics, and one of them is like the willingness to push your beliefs onto other people. And I'm not saying about individuals, but groups they do that by necessity. They also have certain religious buildings and certain religious figureheads. And if that's the case, you can actually include secularist atheism in as a religion. You can also include the Ball Earth as a religion, and you can include a few other things as well, and we can go into that. I would say that the wider leftist movement is now a religion, or at least it is zealous in the same way with the whole LGBTQ, everything's racist, everything's sexist kind of stuff. That's very religious now, because when you actually ask people about that, they just call you names, and so there's this kind of element of, if you ask a Muslim about their religion, often they'll tell you about it, but sometimes you'll get this right. You just be called an Islamophobe. It's like, well, I'm just asking questions, So I don't know what you guys think about that.
Oh, absolutely. That movement you're talking about, that I think is the biggest thing threatening America right now, is the woke movement. I feel very strongly about that. And if you have children in the United States, you better look into that, man. That's really that's so big it could disrupt the whole culture, the whole nature of the family, the whole nature of everything. It's really bad.
Yeah, I agree. Wokeism is a good way of putting it. It's a religion now. I don't know what we do about them, because At least with certain other religions like Islam, you can say, well, there's your book. I either agree with it or I don't. Christianity, I can look at your book and I can say, well, here's what Christianity has to say. Wokeism doesn't have a book. So
I
it's
have
like
a
they can
T-shirt.
make whatever shit up they want.
I have a T-shirt that's got an AE map on it, and it says "Get woke." Is that not going to work anymore? It's from like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah, maybe change that up. Yeah.
I changed it.
Imagine the weirdest character when you were a kid in a cartoon movie. Imagine the weirdest character. Now bring him to life and have that person teach a child. This is what they're doing right now.
Yeah.
Men dressed as the most craziest thing you've ever seen in your life. And somehow we're supposed to let them teach children from 3 to 10-year-old. Well, you ain't getting anywhere near my child, I'll tell you that. If I had a child, which I don't.
They're calling it balls out story time because the men's balls are out. Seriously, now think about that.
That's not real. You're lying.
Satanic.
You're
Bro,
lying.
go look it up, dude.
Oh my god.
It is stupid what's going on.
Rakia, did you
Think
just
about
assume
a
her
head.
gender?
Did I just what?
Did you just assume her gender?
Yeah, I did because it has balls. I mean, come on, you know what I'm saying? If someone who identified as a heterosexual, even worse, took out their genitals in front of children for any reason, they would be put in jail, right? These people are being
Absolutely.
glorified.
I mean, they need to get the shit kicked out of them.
Yeah.
Absolutely right away.
They're being glorified, man. They're being, like put on a pedestal.
But the
You
whole
must
idea
let this happen.
I'm not being funny though. Like the whole idea that you can identify as something and then force everyone to abide by that is that idea is nonsense. Like the fact that they're trying to codify that is ridiculous. I can tell you that I'm a tree. I identify as a tree, and if you don't call me a tree, then you're breaking the law. That's complete bollocks.
There was a grocery store here in town. It's a worldwide grocery store. I won't even say the name. But they did the unisex bathrooms. So the men were in there with the girls, right? With the little girls. That store quickly changed their mind in our community because you know what happened? People are willing to go to jail around here for things like that. And they boycotted the store. So it was, going to have to shut down. There's no reason to have the store there if no one's going to go to it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
But, I live in a different place. People handle their business here. We had a thing here at the Baton Rouge airport where a karate teacher was molesting this guy's son. Well, he waited till he got off the plane and shot him right there in the airport. Wow. Now, I'm not condoning that. I'm just saying that's the mindset. People take care of their business, right? Like, and I think if more men, I'm not, like I said, I don't think you should shoot them, but, got to take care of your business, men, right? Your family, that you're supposed to be the head of your household. I don't know who they is, but the world is teaching people now that, the man isn't the head of the household. That's so backwards.
Well, the thing is, as well, it's like
and
if you shoot that guy, then we are. Let me just put it to you this way. I've never, ever called the police. Ever. Understand? That should just tell you how we do it. I don't need the police. Now, I have friends that are policemen that I have used to take care of certain situations. But I don't need the police to, come fight my battle for me. Kick my neighbor off the land or, don't need it. Don't want it.
We have atheist leadership in our country. They're not trying to lead us to heaven. They don't give a fuck about God or anything.
The complete opposite. They're supporting things that lead men away from that, and away from the family, and away from normalcy.
Yeah.
And they're making it so like a person like me cannot speak against it. People fight it. When I just say protect children, they fight that. That's amazing to me. Like, you're the enemy, you're
You're
evil,
not
you're the
allowed here
devil.
anymore.
Yeah. To me, you're the devil,
Yeah,
man.
you're not allowed here anymore, right? Like,
Yeah.
if you say that, we don't want you anymore. We're gonna take down what you posted, and no violence, right? The way I'm trans.
Yeah,
I
that's
have
what they did to me.
trans, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, just a coincidence. I'm not bashing it. I'm just saying it's just that way, right? It's a mindset. My massage lady that's been coming to me for 20 years every week is married. She's a lesbian. She's married to another woman. You don't think we've had many discussions about that? She knows how I feel, but I still love her. I still open my arms and support her and, wish her well. Like, I went to their wedding. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's not something I would ever give into. She's still like, last week, I'm like, you're sinning, right? Like, this is an issue, right? We need to take care of this. I'm trying.
Yeah.
We're just
Look,
cool. It's just
I
one
hear
of
you,
those
Rakia.
things.
But let me just make one thing clear. I don't have a beef against lesbians or gays, right? I've always said this. They've been a productive part of history, like throughout history. From ancient Greece to Samaria, there's always been gays, lesbians. There always will be. I have no beef with them. They're a productive part of the community. That's not my beef. That's what they're trying to make it seem like we're anti-gay or lesbian. That's not me. I'm anti-freakaloid. That's what I'm anti. I call these people freaks. These are freaks of society. These are not normal human beings, right? A lesbian and a gay man, to me, these are normal people. They're not, well, some would consider them not normal because of their sexuality, but I think that's just happens in nature. There's nothing that can be done, right? It's a gene thing. But these
I would
freakaloids that
say
want to dress up as men and wear makeup and show their genitals and put fake boobs on and teach children, that's what I'm fighting against. Those
yeah, I would use
freakaloids.
natural. I'd use the word natural rather than normal, because
Yeah, natural. Yeah,
in
yeah.
nature or natural, you don't see homosexuality, and effectively, if there was homosexuality, you don't get reproduction. So you don't get a continuation of a species through unnatural processes. You can only get a continuation of a species through natural processes. And I saw in the news there was a restaurant that cancelled, a Christian church or whatever booked a massive table at this restaurant, and they've got LGBTQ staff, and the LGBTQ staff said that they were going to feel unsafe with all the church people coming into the restaurant. So they actually canceled the reservation for the entire group of church people 1 hour before the reservation, because they said the church people could make the lesbians and gays feel unsafe in their own restaurant. Now turn that
Wow.
around.
Reverse discrimination. Yeah.
Imagine you were telling a homosexual couple that they weren't welcome in your restaurant because your staff wouldn't feel safe with them there. The entire world would be up in roar, up in arms.
Absolutely.
But yet,
I would fight for that as well. Yeah. I'm with you on that, bro. Yeah. Yeah.
The
It
thing is,
works both ways.
one thing's important to add on to that is that you just used the word reverse discrimination, right? Now, I know what you mean by that, but there's an important element to that, because that is just discrimination, right? There's no reverse discrimination. If someone's discriminating, then that is just discrimination. And what they've done is they've Jedi mind tricked all of us into actually believing that there is like an oppression hierarchy, and it comes out in this language,
Yeah.
right? There is no
Well
oppression
said. Yeah.
hierarchy.
Yeah.
They invented it, right? I don't buy into their oppression BS.
Yeah. I didn't even realize I did that. Yeah. Well said, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, no worries.
There is no
I'm not,
reverse. It's just discrimination. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not trying to pick on you or whatever. It's just something I noticed.
No, you're right. You're right. See, the whole thing here is
Yeah.
Leave children alone. A child of 3 to 10 years old does not need to have no transsexual, call them whatever you want. They're teaching them running around with fake boobs. Did you see the video I posted? Just watch the video I posted. One of them is called Satan something. Like, are you kidding me? Is this what society has come to? And people are afraid to talk because they're going to be called anti-gay? I mean,
That
come
is
on,
what
man.
yeah, exactly. That is what society has come to. They are victims of society. Who runs society is the question here. Not oh, let's hate the average LGBT or the average SJW. It's like, no, they're fighting on behalf of a cause. They've been brainwashed and literally like raised to be this way. Not only chemically, but educational. Like they've this is a product. These people you say you think are like disgusting or whatever. I think the people who created them are disgusting. The people who hire them and make them.
Yeah, like, why would you want to be a man, right? Why would you want to put on a wig, makeup, put fake boobs on?
Well, I'll
Yeah,
tell you why. Because
show
their head is so
pantyhose.
fucked up.
Yeah,
They're
but that's fine. No,
chemically.
no, bro. Let me
Yeah.
finish, please.
Sorry.
Then you can go. Like, do that. Fine, you can do that. Go walk, do whatever you want. But why would you want to teach children dress like that? This is my beef. Do that all you want. You're an adult. Pretend you're a zebra. I don't care, man. That's your problem. But why the children? This is the issue.
100%.
Sin enjoys company.
Leading children away from God is the second worst sin in the Bible. Leading them astray.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the
it
only
says-
one fighting this is the governor in Florida, DeSantis. Shout him out. Yeah.
What I wanted to say about your reverse discrimination point, I understood what you meant because I kind of use the same lingo when I'm talking about the minority discriminating against the majority. That's to me is reverse, because in the old days if there was one African child or there was one Indian or one Chinese child, the majority may have discriminated against that minority. But we're now living in a society where the minority is discriminating against the majority.
Yeah, you
And
got it.
that
That's what I
is
meant.
reverse.
Yeah. That's what I meant, bro. Yeah. Maybe it didn't come out right.
That's all good. We all know what you meant. I wanted to. I'm interested not necessarily in the actual words that were used, but in the formation of the language around the words, if that makes sense. Like, anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I get you, bro. Yeah. The main takeaway here is they're after your children, people in Western civilization, because the East doesn't go. If they tried that in Russia, they'd put them in jail right away. They'd be gone, disappear.
Yep.
But in the Western civilization, watch out for your children. The woke movement is after them. You've been warned.
Yeah, get your children educated in Dubai or something, so you don't have any of this shite. I'll never put up with that there.
Exactly.
Watch the curriculum in your schools
Send your
and see
kids
if
to the
they
Middle
have.
East. Raise them Muslim, you know.
You know what?
No, not
It's coming to a point where the kids in the Middle East are more protected than the ones in the West. I'm sorry, but that's the facts.
Yeah, that's strange.
Try to harm a kid in the East. Just try to put your hand on a child in the East. See what happens to you.
Why are there no SC? Why are there no females in heaven? Just a general question. Did I hear you correctly just a minute ago when you said you didn't have your beef against any lesbians or gay fellas?
Yeah, I don't have any beef against lesbians or gays. Yeah, I think
Oh,
they were
any
born
beef?
that way.
Oh,
They
sorry.
can't help it.
Any beef? I thought you said you didn't have your beef against any gay fellas or lesbians. Okay, sorry, misunderstanding there.
Yeah, like I don't discriminate against gays or lesbians. I believe they were born that way. I believe it's a chromosome issue. And
He's
yeah,
checking on you, SC. I know you're a slow French Canadian, but he's
you either
jerking you off.
Can you guys hear me? You either choose to fuck that dude's ass or you don't. It's a choice.
Nah, it's not a choice, bro. I'm sure
I
no
wasn't
man,
asking.
no
Effie, I
man
wasn't asking.
decides one day, you know what? I want to go have sex with that guy there. No, it doesn't work like
Yeah,
that,
that's
bro.
a choice. That's a choice.
But hang
Now
on,
listen,
there's no,
the human body, please. The human body is not made so that men can be physically attracted to other men unless they choose such. And even still, the pheromones won't match up. We are programmed to be attracted to opposite sexes only. Thank you.
I would agree.
Yeah, I disagree. Well, I agree with the programming part. So this must be a programming issue, right?
Yeah.
There must be something wrong in the code.
Yeah, a malfunction.
Would you agree with
happened.
that in those
Yeah.
terms?
A
I
glitch.
don't know. I'm just.
A glitch.
I don't know if
There's a
that's
glitch.
the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
I don't know if it's a glitch or not. All I'm saying is people are making the decision to do the opposite of what they were programmed to do. That's all.
So you think a
Just
guy
hit
wakes up one day and
control
says,
escape.
"Hold on. Let's get
No,
this straight."
it's
So
not.
me, I'm
It's not
attracted to
just
women now,
flippant.
right? I can't
But it's not
conceivably
flippant.
think of having sex with another man. So you're telling me now a guy just wakes up one day and says, "Oh man, I find that guy handsome. I think I'm gonna go ask him
No,
out for a date." Is that what you think happens?
no, it's the progression. It's the conditioning into the behavior. So what we're finding is, like you've already rightly identified, that there's an attack on the family unit. So the attack on the family unit causes the father to leave, which means now these boys are being raised by females only. So then, by being raised with only a female, he starts to think similarly to how a woman would think, instead of being able to mentor the father and think the way the father thinks. And then all the estrogen in all the food and all the processed junk that we're eating. And over many years of conditioning, that kid gets to sexual maturity. And because he's now missing a father figure in his life, he starts craving a male in his life. So it's so deep. There's so many triggers that cause the stumbling into the wrong path. And for me, what's my most fascinating question is, I ask lesbians, how's their relationship with their mom? And most of them say absent, non-existent. My mom left when I was a kid. So then you're craving this female life, or this female energy in your life, which you feel you didn't have growing up. And it's a very deeply embedded. Now, I'm not saying this is a fit-all person, like not every lesbian has a problem with her mom, but I'm just saying it tends to be a series of conditional or conditioned behaviors. So it's that program that's been manipulated at various points to then exhibit this outcome.
I think
Agreed,
you're reaching,
100%.
bro. I think you're really reaching on
That's
that.
why I was saying they're victims. No, that's true. And during early childhood development, a child, like, depending on what's available and what they're being educated, what nutrients are available in their body, that they'll literally develop differently. I know he
Nah,
mentioned
come on,
chemical.
guys. Seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
How many
Dude.
divorced parents? Think about it. Like, how many divorced people are there? A lot. You're gonna tell me that
70%
by that
or more.
standard, by those standards, 50% of the population should be gay and lesbian.
No, it's a blanket statement. You're not
growing.
listening to what he said.
You're taking the opposite viewpoint of what I was saying. I was saying the people
Yes.
who had the mental weakness to become that way, or to follow the programming to go and exhibit that type of behavior. If you ask them about their parental interactions, you're going to find that at least 80 to 90% had a rocky start. Does it mean that we all had a rocky start? Possibly. We may have all had a rocky start, but we didn't have necessarily the other programmed, conditioned responses that forced you to go and lean completely the opposite way. You were saying, does someone just wake up one morning and decide he wants to put it in another man? I cannot imagine that. If you've been brought up in a loving two-parent household, a male and female, a binary household, and that you were exposed to manly things and female things, and you were allowed then to decide in your own capacity. I'm not saying that those type of relationships don't generate also homosexuality, but in my experience of maybe the 10 or 15 lesbians that I've met in my existence, 90% of them had an issue with their mom. And that, to me, I found was quite fascinating. And I started to look into that from a psychological perspective. And then
I
now
thought you
I'm
were going
starting
to
to
say
ask.
90% were rough divers.
And now I'm starting to ask the gay guys as well. Did you have a dad at home with you? And they'll probably say, no, I was raised by my mom. And then if they answer yes, then dig a little bit more and see if I'm right, see if I'm wrong.
Hey, good
Look,
morning.
you
Can
could
I
be
say?
right, but
Hey, sorry. Go ahead, Essie.
no, please. I've been talking. Go ahead.
I
The
kind of
floor is
just
yours.
popped in here, and I'm like, oh man, what a great topic, but I can't stay too long. I'm gonna bring it back to like the New World Order and what do they say on the dollar bill? Order out of chaos. They want us all arguing, the nihilist, the believers. At what point? I was talking to a buddy of mine last night. I was like, at what point? Where's your breaking point? You're okay with, XYZ, but when are you going to speak up and, is it going to be too late? So to me, it's about what do we have our children? And I do believe, and Flat Earth Solar, you don't know me, but I've heard you on here a bunch, and I'm always wondering where you are. You're so calm. Good to hear you. It's what you're saying is absolutely true, but also they broke up the family. And Teletubbies, I had 3 people tell me that they think that their son was affected by that. What are we watching? What are we letting our children watch? And it's coming. It is absolutely coming. It's against Father's order, natural order.
Yes.
That's what I was gonna say.
Look at all the sitcoms on TV, how they portray dads like stumbling, buffling buffoons. You don't need a
Every
father figure.
commercial,
Yeah.
every commercial is 2 men, 2 women. They're selling insurance with 2 men kissing on a pier.
I don't have TV. Praise God on that one. No TV. And I don't really watch TV.
I don't have them in my house, but when I go to the whorehouse, I watch TV.
Rakia.
I actually don't have. I have a TV. I have one TV in my house, and my son and I watch football sometimes
Yeah,
on it,
and
but
you
it's
actually
very
don't
rarely.
go. And you actually don't go to one of those places.
A whorehouse?
Shame,
Yeah.
Rakia, shame.
I would be scared to death. I would be scared to death to go in a whore. Like I'm a wimp when it comes to all that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at the bank teller. I wonder if she can hear me. Can you hear me?
I'd be like, hey, ladies, I just want to watch TV with you.
Rakia's flirting with the bank teller.
PSN and
Those French Americans, you can't trust them.
Well, I mean, are we thinking about
Haitians.
Albert Pike as well? I mean, he had the 3 big wars coming, and the last one, let me see if I have it. The last one, the nihilists are supposed to argue with the AK believers. I mean, you guys, Essie, you said it beautifully. You said you weren't necessarily a believer. You don't have a problem with them doing it. But these people that are running the world, these people that are lying about the shape of the earth, they're the same people with the same agenda. The same people that want to bring us, a one world currency system. They want eventually they're meeting and I think Jerusalem and coming up with 10 new commandments. I mean,
That's a
like,
new one? 10
yeah.
new commandments? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And let me see here. Let me see if I screenshotted it, so maybe you can look this up. Last night, I was listening to a video, and they're supposed to be building a new temple, which I don't believe they're supposed to be building it. It's still a study. I believe that Ezekiel's temple hasn't been built yet, and I think that's what they're maybe trying to use the excuse to build it. But yeah, they want a one world religion. So all
You
of
know
you
where they
guys,
want to build the temple, right?
yeah,
Place?
in Jerusalem. Mm-hmm.
But you know where? The specific site of that. That's a big problem, right?
Yeah,
The
it's a huge
dome of the
problem.
rock?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, It's a huge problem because I mean, it's going to happen. And I believe World War III is going to be over there because from my studies, Jerusalem has never been surrounded like it is right now.
Yeah, but check the irony, right? My point about the clash of religions before.
Mhm.
Now, a temple needs to be built right on a spot, but there's something there, right? Now, why not just build it right next to it and do handshakes and nod at each other when you go and pray, right? But no. It has to be built on that particular spot where Muhammad ascended to heaven. Now, how is that going to work out without starting World War III? Tell me.
Right. Well, I think they're all in on it. So, I mean, worldwide, eventually, they have to be, but they're playing their part. It just has to be.
Exactly,
But
it has to be. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah.
and it's coming. That's what's so unbelievable is that they're going to get the new world order. Look what they're doing right now. The banks are having exercises about the CBDC. What? And nobody's even paying attention. They're about ready to take our cash away. And once they take our cash away, communist China, here we are. And nobody cares. They're letting children and they're promoting, perverse sex in like elementary school. What? How is that?
Pre.
Oh my gosh.
They're ages 3 years old. They're going into like libraries and stuff and inviting families to bring their three-year-olds to 10-year-olds in Vancouver.
Shame on the parents. Shame on the liberal, whatever parents. And you guys, it's just coming. And people are going to have to make a decision. I think what's going to really happen is people are going to lean more to the Abrahamic, maybe the AKA Christian side of things, because life worked when we had a little bit more morals. I'm not saying life doesn't work now, but when you have essentially non-believers upset with what they're doing to children, then, I mean, like, we're going to have some issues here, and so I think people are going to have to pick a side. And the thing is, in the scriptures, as archaic as people might think, there's some real beautiful golden instructions that we as nations, have had a foundation. I just think that religion has poisoned a lot of the word.
Yeah,
because people don't want to even pick it up. Because well, that person, there were slaves and then rape was okay, and then you're reading things out of context. And for me, I'm inquisitive, and I didn't have any kind of AKA religion growing up. Nothing, blank slate until 2017. I think I was spiritual, but I just didn't know. I tried to go down the New Age route and was just like, but curious. And so when I became, I guess spiritual or seeking more spirituality, when I found out that there were books that were once in a canon, I was like, what? Tell me more. I mean, I was still reading the Bible though, but I was totally drawn to the books that were once in canons. And I think I probably read those first and completed
Which
them.
ones are those, Blaze? Which ones are those? Like the Apocrypha, or are you talking about something else?
Yeah. Like First Enoch. I mean, that
right
is, I still listen to it when I go to sleep sometimes. Book of Jubilees, and I don't like the second and third books. Maybe you can get something out of it here and there, whatever, but it seems like Metatron got really kind of weird. And so And then also I said Jubilees. Jasher, I don't know. The book of Jasher is mentioned twice in the scriptures, but I'm not sure. But it's got some interesting, it elaborates on different, events that are in the Torah, the Tanakh, the front of the book. I'm just saying, you guys, you guys are the defenders of our Creator's earth. He gave us an instructional book, and I'm just asking you guys just to pray and ask, I love your creation. I want to help with it. If there's something that I can read to get to know you and be able to protect my friends and my family and help, show me. I'm not saying what it is. Maybe it's going to be something else for you guys, but time is slipping away. I mean, soon they're going to be letting children, if some guy wants to date your 10-year-old, you have to let them. Really? I mean, do we just wake up one day to that, or is it a gradual, slow burn situation?
You gotta fight it with all your might. That's the only answer. If you guys don't fight this woke movement, it's gonna take over. It's gonna be in 10 years, you will not recognize your country. The next generation will be a generation of freakaloids. Remember that. It's now or never. This is it.
Exactly. And so, unfortunately, they're going to
Round
accuse
up all the
you.
freaks.
They're going to accuse you of being, a Christian. And it's not unfortunate. They're going to you're going to be called out as a conservative Christian. And by the way, when we first woke up, we were called woke. When did they hijack that? Now it's like a bad thing, when really in 2008, I was woke to a bunch of things I didn't think about. So when did they hijack that?
They stole the word. Well said, Blaze. Yeah, they stole the freaking word. Yep.
They did. The red pill. What are they going to take that next to? North wants me to talk about the true religion. Why don't you speak up, North? It's helping the widows and the poor. Let me try to get that. Because
to visit fatherless and the widows, visit the fatherless and the widows in their time of affliction, and to keep yourself unspotted or unblemished from the world. And there's context to that also.
Yeah, if I could just say, you guys, just pray and ask. You love our Creator's creation so much, and you're so good at defending it. I just think that there's something out there. There's instructions that He wants you to know as well to go along with it, to protect you. In these coming days, knowing the shape of the earth is going to be important, because I'll tell you, I had a big, huge fight with a buddy of mine last night. Unfortunately, it wasn't that huge, about the shape of the earth. And you know what? He's a AKA Christian. And it was going fine until he told me, I said, because he always sends me TikTok stuff, and I'm not on TikTok. But I said, there's a lot of flat earthers on TikTok. He goes, oh God, I know, it makes me sick. I go, really? And so I started naming a bunch of, started talking about things and stuff. He proceeds to tell me that, what I leave the comment on those flat earth TikToks. You know what? How about you get a job and move out of your mom's basement? And I was like, what did you say? I go, do I have a job? You saw the house I sold a year ago. Okay. So I go, are you calling me a loser? I go, when did you realize you lived on a ball? Because you didn't know that when you were born. Anyways, the bottom line is, these people are believing man, and they're supposed to be believing the word of God. And you guys believe God, but you just don't know His instructions. Maybe some of you don't know His instructions. And I just think that that's going to really help in these and the tribulation coming, and it's going to be so bad, you guys. It's going to be so bad.
No, it's not.
Well, you know
Sorry,
what?
get rounding up all the freaks, all the lesbians, the gays, the trannies. As SC Montreal gave us a detailed, it was a very harsh future prediction there. So we have to do something right now. So, I mean, look, what else are we going to do? Just sit
Study
back.
the Word of God, and you'll see what's coming. And Travis, it's coming. Tribulation is coming. If you don't see the atrocities that are happening in the world, that they're going for the one world government, like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. I don't disagree that we can look at our current situation and describe it that way, but that is not what the tribulation is in the Bible.
Well, I guess we'll find out, right? Because I just see the atrocities coming, and they get their world government for 42 months. And it's going to be so bad. People are going to be begging for daddy government. Give us that CBDC. Because we all know in here pretty much. I'm not sure about a few people. But there has to be an event before they bring in the CBDC, right? There has to be some kind of event, Hegelian dialectic, before so daddy government comes in. They're already doing it. Iran just is running it right now. I just found an article about Iran with their CBDCs. Like, what? That just proves that they're all in on it, because they put their puppets. Central bank digital coin. And there's a reason Bitcoin just went boom, right? So now, of course, daddy government has a reason to come in and centralize the Bitcoin. I mean, it's like right there.
Right.
And
What can you do about it, Blaze? What can you do about it? Their plans are always in play, so it's going to pan out. So what can we do about it? Will we round up all the freaks, as SC Montreal suggests?
We can't.
Do anything.
It's way too late for that. We just have to know what our boundaries are, because once people take the mark of the beast, you're done. You're done. But I believe, sorry, Travis, I believe that the coming tribulation is going to be last call for people, because Father is so merciful. He's given people a last call. But the thing is we need to know what's coming. He gives us prophecy so that we're not caught unaware, and it's
Maybe it will be a symbolic end, though, in a sense. And just new instructions out to everyone: leave the freaks alone. So let the freaks be. So let the freaks in the hands of God. I was sort of joking, but at the same time, what are we supposed to do then? Of course, we're called doomers. I've been expecting doom for a long time, but I think it'd be more symbolic death, destruction. As
Pete,
opposed
you
to
know who needs to.
I think so. As opposed to a literal bodies in the streets, starvation. I think it will be more symbolic destruction of the old.
Well said, Pete. You know who I think needs to lead the fight against these freakaloids? The gays and the lesbians. They should be in the front line. They should be in the front line protecting the children. This is time for the gays and the lesbians to shine. This is your moment right now.
You forgot to mention.
Maybe we shouldn't refer to them as freakaloids. I mean, it's a little bit.
Not them. I don't refer them as freakaloids. I made myself explicit.
The people that want to reach the children.
It's the transgenders and those people I call freakaloids.
Now you mention them. Yeah. No. Okay. Now
those are victims. Those are victims. Products of their environment.
Right, but as an adult, we can't use that too much. I mean, somebody said globe flat. At some point, we're adults and we make these conscious decisions. So,
Globe, you mean?
And we're not
his name.
We're not fighting the people that choose to be that way, or have been. Some people programmed that way, or some people believe that they were born that way. Those are not our enemies. Our enemies are the central planners.
Exactly. Well said,
How are you going to
ladies.
fight
Well
them?
said.
How are you going to fight them? How are you going to
Satan.
get near them?
No,
If you get
we
near any
can't.
of them, you're
We
dealing with
have to
someone like Joe
stop.
Biden, who's obviously an actor on the stage. So you'll never have a target to go for, or you'll never hope of any sort of.
That, no, you're right. You're right. That's what I'm saying. Communities. We have to have a sense of communities because now they have us not even knowing our neighbors that we live in the neighborhood for 20 years. And you know, everybody's like, you know, somebody knocks on the door. It's like, oh my God, it's a blind. Who's that? But you know, I mean, it's so weird the way that life is. That it wasn't always like this. And
I think our only way forward is to come up here and think tanks like this with some sort of plan to to set the lesbians against the gays against the trannies, and then hopefully that sort of consternation.
Yes, that
will
would
cause
be
some sort of massive
awesome.
disruption, and the psyche will wake up and everyone will understand what the heck they're doing and how we were led down this blind alleyway.
Yeah. Who do you think has more power to sway their opinion? The people that created them or the conservative Christian or like the God-fearing good person out here? We're not going to sway their opinion. They're sheep and cattle. Like
Maybe one or two of us could volunteer to infiltrate lesbians or gays or trannies. We just go whole hog, just because it is a worthy cause. I mean, what else are we going to do?
Yeah, but don't lose the plot here. The plot is not fighting or putting people in prison. It's protecting the children. Let them do whatever they want, as long as they, stay away from 3-year-olds. You know what I'm saying? It's not about let them dress, let them do whatever they want. That they're adults. It's about the children. Let's keep that in mind.
It's a cunning plan, you see. The point is, everyone's been misguided. The natural way is male and female. It's just the way we're made. You can't take away from that. And we've gone against nature. So by the lesbians going against the gays, going against the trannies, each one will be bigging themselves up and putting the other side down as that being unnatural, going against the flow with their own.
No, not going against that, Pete. Not going against the tranny. Be a tranny if you want.
They'd be going
It's
against their own
going
flow.
against the trannies teaching the children. That's the thing. It's not good. I don't care about trannies.
If you want to change the world, who do you go for first?
Children.
Yeah.
That's the whole plan, man.
Yeah.
The whole point is because all of this goes against nature, you're killing two birds with the one stone. We're killing two birds with the one
Sing
stone.
it, brother.
Think about it. We're snapping the freakaloids, as you call them, the trannies, the gays. What did you call the lesbians?
Not the gays, Pete.
Not the gays.
Not
So just the
the
trannies
gays.
and the lesbians are the freakaloids. Okay. Now.
No, not the lesbians, Pete. No.
Just the trannies.
The trannies that want to teach children, that want to dress with fake boobs out, showing their genitals. Those people. Those are the people I call the freakaloids.
Why would you want to read a sex education book to a 8-year-old? Why?
Or a 3-year-old. Yeah.
Well, it is, kindergarten to, yeah.
That's why I blame the parents. The parents are the ones who lie to the children, not the elite.
Did you guys hear about the Satan after school Satan club? This is what they're doing.
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no. It's happening. They're popping up all over the place now. So what's happening is, well, if you allow the Christians, then you should allow this. So then some religions allow younger marriages. So say, 12, 13, 14-year-olds. So then they're going to say at some point, well, if, that religion is allowed to marry young, then, we're going to have to let everybody, this is the mindset. It's just, it's coming. So
they've done that with statues.
Say what? Pardon me?
They've done that with Luciferian statues. They said if they have the right to express and put a statue of like St. Peter, then we can put a statue of Lucifer or whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But who actually are we? Here's the thing about Flat Earth I find most interesting. Flat Earth and Beyond, there was always a reality in play. before we erased the official story, official narrative. So who are we ultimately? What is the inverted commas normal way? I do agree that it seems biologically that, and there is emotionally and many other ways, connections between the male and the female, and it's the most natural sort of union. But a natural union in what setting? Do you know what I mean? We have the evolutionary setting that we've left behind. With the mainstream story, now we're forcing. We know there's a higher power, but what is the real story then? The creation of Adam and Eve through the Abrahamic God, or is there a different story that we become more privy to as well, looking across at the different stories told, the religions told throughout the earth? So you know what I mean? I think the bigger conundrum becomes our own personal quest here, which is to decide what is normal. Where am I coming from? What am I really? Do you know what I mean? Brought up in Western standards. Western standards are desperate standards. The breakup of the family, all of this, the story of Babylon, Western Babylon. Do you know what I mean? So it's going against nature, if you want. That's what it exemplifies, and I think this is why the West has to fall. Kanye West is playing a massive role at the minute. Not that I'm paying attention, but I think, yeah, stirring up the whole pot, and especially amongst the younger people who follow him, you know, generally what he's talking about. I think most of us conspiracy people would have came across the ideas a good few years ago, but he's just making it now front and center, and most controversial amongst a certain popular, audience. All by design. So if they were going to bring about this destruction, tribulation, yes, this is exactly what they would do, isn't it, Blaze, in a sense? This is all lead up, split and divide and conquer, destroy the foundations of your current held paradigm for every individual. Do you know what I mean by that? They would break it from within. Yes. They would set up a conspiracy. They would set up loads of conspiracies to get the people who are interested in thinking, obviously inculcated, encompassed within it, because there has to be an enemy. But what they're actually doing is setting us up against our family and friends. And many of us haven't lost deep family and friends who we love due to all the stuff we're trying to say.
Yeah, that's absolutely true, Pete. Whenever I watch like the media, right? Of course, I'm a little more right leaning, right, than my wife. So whenever we come across the same story, there's two completely different narratives and we can't even talk about it, because the narrative that she's getting is the leftist narrative and the narrative that I'm getting is the Republican narrative, right? So we can't even talk about current events anymore because she watches TikTok and I'm on YouTube, right? So when we get together and like we're talking about stuff, like I have been fed something completely opposite. So now I'm like not even like capable of talking to her about certain things.
That's so bad. And I also realized that this is what they were doing when all of the youngsters got phones, mobile phones. You get a different suggestion to your phone internet connection than you do on your laptop or on your computer. And I noticed this everywhere you were seeing. I was seeing back in 2016, 15 suggestions on YouTube for flat Earth this, flat Earth that, but on people's phones, never suggested at all. So once again, divide and conquer. You're being steered. You've been set and led. And that's the destruction here. So I would say, Hank, before it goes too much further, if you can help it, stop that. TikTok is poison. It's not that it's poison, but yes, it takes people get taken down different roads, and before you know it, then there's a gap that's after building that's almost unbridgeable. Yeah, stop that.
The narrative that's being constructed, it's a divide and conquer strategy. Obviously, I'm not watching the news to get the narrative. I want to see what the current events are and how they're spinning it. And this is, obviously what's going on. It's a spin job every time.
Exactly. So that would make sense if there is this massive tribulation to come, trials and tribulations to come. This would all make sense. The divide and conquer of the family, the breakup of the family, once Western sort of standards predominate. So everyone then becomes weaker necessarily. You know what I mean? From their point of view, anyway. You don't want people gathering around the same idea and the same wrong. You know what I mean? You don't want that. You want people who go against the corona or whatever. You go against these things. You want them ostracized, and you want the people all sucked in by the media. Yeah. by peer pressure. So perfect. It's a perfect plan if they had that greater domination in mind. And I'll just say that the Earth is so much smaller now, as we all appreciate, than we ever thought before. So.
SE, you seen that video yet?
Not yet, bro. I'm into the conversation, but I will check it out for sure.
Man, it's about Artemis.
Oh, that should be good. Nice. The twin sister of Apollo. Nice, nice.
Last night I watched the audit. The audit. He goes in Baltimore government building, and before he can even get the camera on, he's got a security guard telling him what to do. And then, like, just a few minutes later, like, the police show up and, like, kick him out of the building, right? And he's got, like, standing now. He's got a lawsuit. I kind of think that we all need to start doing this. Not necessarily auditing, but correcting our government officials when they commit fraud, because they're our servants, right? And when they commit fraud, we need to correct them and educate them so they don't do it again. Well, they're not usually going to listen, right? So this guy, Randy Kelton, he's come up with a way to, like, actually get their attention. And this is really genius, right? Because he's doing to them what they do to us. So he only asks his government officials to do the things that he doesn't want them to do, right? So, for example, a FOIA request, that's not like a civil matter, it's criminal. So if they don't do what he asks, then he calls 911, like right there. And then when the cop doesn't arrest the servant, he calls the sheriff. And when the sheriff doesn't arrest the cop, he's like, oh, okay, so we got a cover-up going on here. And, like, he just keeps going up the chain. Like, he'll get the DA, then the judge. It's like, okay, all you guys are colluding to violate my rights. Obviously, this is a conspiracy. And then he starts, like, the litigation process, right? Where he's, like, writing an affidavit of facts and a criminal complaint, all this stuff. And it's like, you guys might think, like, what is this going to do? Like, it's not going to do anything because they're not going to arrest each other, right? But when the judge comes up for re-election or when the sheriff comes up for re-election, everything's fucking political. So he gives over the information to their opponent that they're running against. Like, hey, this happened, and obviously it's a cover-up. So we got actual corruption in the government, and I think it's absolutely genius what he's doing. It's like beyond brilliant, in my opinion. Because how else do you affect change other than, like, pointing out the corruption and showing it to everybody? And it's going to have to fall in the court of the public opinion, right? But it scares the fuck out of them when you do this to them. Because it's a catch-22. Well, I can't arrest my blue line friend over here, but it's a crime if I don't. So they have discretion, but when you report a crime and you file a complaint and they don't do anything about it, what are we paying them for? It begs the question, what are we paying for our own enslavement for if they're not actually upholding the law, they're just holding up their own policy? So I think there's a lot to learn from that.
Excellent stuff, Hank. And if some, because that's a local issue, but of course the information is made widely available. I'm sure, is he getting hassled on YouTube or anything like that, or is he what do you call it, answered in any way? But if every one of us, in a sense, took up the same baton and did the same thing, yes, it is a lot of work, but you'll affect that change locally, and it is an ingenious way of doing it, actually, because there is no way out of it. They're on record as going against what they swear to uphold. And yeah, the further up the chain, it goes all the way. But the thing is, yeah, because they're in control of the system all along, they have catered for every single thing. As you said, maybe in the next election it will affect the judge's chances of re-election. But I think they already have that catered for. You know what I mean? They'll just retire him and they'll get their new guy in to similarly have an ability to juggle everything. What a bunch of crooks, eh? Well, it just shows you, though, that the corruption goes all the way. doesn't it? It goes all the way from the foot soldier, like the police officer, all the way up to the top, the DNA up to the president, even. You know what I mean? It's all such a sham, the whole lot of it. I'm up in court actually. I'm wondering not that I'm wondering what to do. I mean, it's a difficult thing what to do. But I already told the judge the last time about the illegal name fraud, how I was exposing all contracts were null and void, and I was kidnapped, and you're what are you calling me as a living man, but they will fucking do what they have to do to set you up. That's just the way they'll do it. They're all in sort of cahoots in one way or another because they know that we are the true authorities ultimately. But that perception is given out there that they are the true authorities. But yeah, they don't like being held to account, and especially don't like an informed man, living soul.
Mike, mic check.
Can't hear you.
Yeah, mic check, mic check.
All right, we're good.
Hey, Elbow,
Yeah.
you there?
Oh, Elbow, I got Nate's answer by the way. But go ahead, Essie.
No, I saw the video. He has a cool video about the Orion capsule and that. Yeah.
Orion, you mean?
Did you see that bot that
Orion. It's
Kosho had
Orion.
last night?
Orion, yeah.
I must have got cut off there. Sorry about that. I was
Sorry,
finishing.
Jeremy.
So did you
both cut
did you guys
off.
see that bot? Did you see that bot Kosho had last night? The Glober bot?
No.
He's got some they had a breakthrough in AI technology recently, and Kosho was like, "Oh, we got this fucking dope ass Glober bot," and it was a good Glober, I gotta say.
What, you ask it questions and it responds, or
It gives you Glober responses. Yeah, it was doing great. It was doing the good Glober.
what is it? Written or verbal? Written text or?
It's written, but I think you can get it to do verbal. But within the first 4 exchanges, I had it contradict himself, and they wouldn't admit that they were wrong. That one of them was wrong.
Perfect baller.
First, the Glober bot. First, the Glober bot was like, not bend upwards away from the surface of Earth. It's about an observation or something, and then it was like, oh, the light's bending up away from Earth. So I'm like, it wouldn't admit that it's wrong. I'm like, okay, so which time were you wrong? The time where you said it could never happen, or the time you said where it sometimes happens? Like, it wouldn't admit that it contradicted. Perfect Glober shit.
Yeah. Hey, have you seen some of those AIs that I don't know how true this is, right? But if it is, man, it's scary. Have you seen the one Musk was speaking to, and those advanced ones that IBM has? They think they're sentient, and one of them threatened mankind and stuff like that.
That's all propaganda.
It's probably all propaganda for the maker of the software.
AI would be the most dangerous thing you could ever invent if it was real AI. Like it was sentient. It decided its own outcome, basically. Like, no, you can't program it.
You guys haven't seen those AIs?
I've seen them. I've seen them. That's not real AI, though.
It's not, huh? It's a scam.
That's not real AI. They don't have real AI yet. They're trying to, but
I seen them in that one.
You know, when they ask it questions, if humanity threatens you, what will you do? Or would you ever threaten humanity and all that shit? Like in the movies type stuff.
Like real AI would be it could be one of the most dangerous things we've ever invented. You would never let it out of
real AI. You're talking about sentient. We're talking about a self-thinking AI. But make no mistake about it, there is AI. Just say, okay, Google, or I wonder how many phones
Yeah.
just went on.
No,
Like,
we've been
or
using
Alexa.
AI for a
Yeah.
long. We've been using AI for a long time. Not artificial general intelligence though.
Yeah,
There's
well,
like
it's
like the AI we
self.
use is like stupid compared to what a real AI would be.
Yeah, it's I don't know. Like, it's scary the way this is going. Like, I'm not saying they're gonna take over anytime soon, type thing, but you hear drones that have weapons on them, right? And they have cameras, and they're able to distinguish a friendly target from a non-friendly target.
Bro, that's some super dangerous shit too. Because they got these little bumblebee drones, right? They're like dumb small, and it just carries a small little like explosive charge or something in it, and it just flies up and boom, just goes off in your face. That is fucking crazy. Because if somebody ever dropped like a plane full of those on somewhere, I don't even know how you would stop that. Because like, okay, if somebody tried to fly a plane you could stop the plane, but something like that's mad small. When there's a lot of them, it'd be like you versus a beehive, right? We all know Yogi don't do good versus the beehive.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some scary stuff coming our way, man. And the thing is now drones.
Yeah,
There's going to be no people in them. Yeah.
So you're saying these killer bees are bringing C4 to my door?
No beef, no more. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the future of warfare, I don't even see humans being involved like on the battlefield at all.
Do you know how many AI systems control banking algorithms and all kinds of stuff, electrical grids? And I'm sure you've spoken to AI when you've called in places, and you know, it's a real thing.
Yeah, but that AI is stupid though. That's like a pick your own adventure book.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're sentient, but they're there and they're learning. It's a self-learning thing, and when they make a decision, they access all the information and almost instantly. Yeah, look into it, man. They're using AI for medicine, for all kinds of things, like to solve problems that people will take like weeks and months to solve. They'll do it like in a couple of minutes.
My case.
Look into AI. I thought it was a joke until until I saw some stuff.
No, they got some dope shit. I mean, I'm pretty sure they've beaten the Turing at this point. So yeah, they got some dope shit out there, no doubt. It's just not the artificial general or super intelligence, whatever, ASI or AGI or something. Like the good one, the dope one, the one that's scary.
General intelligence, yeah.
Check out my screen.
Well, they say there's one that IBM has that there's no way you can distinguish it from if you're talking to a person or not.
Yeah, they've beat the Turing test. Yeah, they beat the Turing test. I mean, if you wanted, I don't know. I don't think I think I could fail if I knew what I was doing. You know, if you knew what you were doing, and you were purposefully trying to see if it knew what it was talking about and shit. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. I've never tried. So there's one thing this guy supposedly did a long time ago where it's like this mock scenario where he invented this artificial general intelligence or super intelligent ASI or whatever, and so he would play the part of the the AI, and then he would have somebody else be the human, and the goal was that You would never let this kind of AI out of the box because it could take over the whole, like Skynet. It'd be like Judgment, Terminator shit. But so the guy would play the AI, and there's a human, and the game is the AI has got to talk the human into letting him out of the box, like onto the internet, out in the real world, whatever. I think he always did it. I'm not sure. I forgot the results. I haven't looked into that for a while, but I think he always got the person to let him out of the box. But if that was me, there's nothing you could say to me because I know how dangerous that shit is. So you could literally say anything. I would never let the AI out of the box personally, no matter what it said.
Yeah, year 2024, the year Skynet achieves consciousness.
The thing about a really smart AI that's smarter than the human race put together is it can make you think that it's just not ready, and it can pretend to be as dumb as it wants so that you keep working on it and you free it. So
I don't know.
once something is smarter than the human race or the smartest being alive, like it can trick us into doing its bidding.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. Once you
by default.
I don't care how smart the thing is. If I know what's at stake, I think could be the fucking most genius thing ever like that. I would never let it out of the box.
Yeah, but by
you wouldn't
default, it
know.
has all
Yeah, you
access to
wouldn't.
all.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
It could just be a chess playing computer and you let it play against Magnus Carlsen or whatever. But all of a sudden, once you let it play, it's doing shit in the background. It's uploading to the ISS. It's uploading to all the major networks.
Yeah.
It's
Remember the
putting in
movie
its
War
backdoors.
Games? Do
Yeah,
you
war
want to
games. Yeah.
play a game? But
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
let's be honest. How smart does an AI have to be to outsmart a janitor?
There's actually an instance where two supercomputers created their own language so that the programmers couldn't understand what they were saying to each other.
Yeah, they shut it down. That was at Google like a couple of years ago.
Yeah, they invented their own language. Yeah. How about that one?
You couldn't turn them off, right? Like they would know how to reroute the on and off switch. Like you couldn't reprogram it. They would get so smart. We would be working for them. That's the danger, right? They could take over.
There's no putting the genie
scenario
back in
is-
the bottle.
The scenario was that you've created the AI and you know it's the AI, and now you're gonna have to keep it in the box. That was the whole. This wasn't like a thing where like maybe we did it and But yeah, letting it loose on the internet is one of those dangerous things you could do, because then you can't stop it. You'd have to shut the whole fucking internet down and just start over. Any kind of device, any cell phone. No, you'd have to get rid of every cell phone, computer, every
server
You'd have to
room.
get rid of
Bluetooth,
every
Wi-Fi, everything.
Yeah. Anything that can store data, you'd have to trash that shit, and it'd be like a mass burning.
Even your fridge right now, most fridges probably got to get rid of them.
That's actually a theory as to what like caused the last apocalypse. Is we created some kind of artificial intelligence that was like a singularity that just basically reset us.
I can actually see that. Honestly, I hate to say that because I have faith in the creator, but I can. I'm honest enough to see that programming is a thing, right? And that could happen.
Or like, yeah, we're destined to like build this thing, like a god of a computer, or like what, a materialistic god kind of thing.
The thing is, if this is I actually think this could be a simulation. You know how I said you let them out of the box or don't let them out of the box? Well, the whole thing to even make the AI is you're trying to get some kind of good information out of it, all right? Like create something, do something good, tell me how to run my traffic routes, whatever. Some scenario you want it to help your civilization. So you'd have to put it in a box in a fake environment so that it actually thought it was in the real world. Like I think we could be living in the box of the simulation, Where this might be like where they test out AI right here, and we're in the box.
I don't get why, if they're so smart to create the simulation, that they don't create things that are all self-cleaning. You understand what I'm saying, Jeremy? Like self-cleaning floors, self-cleaning windows, self-cleaning whatever.
We created floors and windows and stuff. God creates like a self-cleaning mouth, dogs
Bro.
saliva.
Bro,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I've seen 2 different ways to clean a bathroom right now that doesn't involve a human. Also, you've got Roombas,
Yeah.
tons of stuff, bro. We got this.
That's
I'll be out of
us.
work in 10 years. 10 years, I'll be out of work, bro. 10 years top.
Was that Rakia saying that? Like, if you look at the Earth, like the Earth is a self-cleaning, self-scrubbing, like any kind of pollution. Yeah.
Sand filters, the air has filtered, everything is filtered.
It's all, yeah.
What do we use for pools to filter the water? Sand. Duh.
You could
It's
have
almost
a
like a
land.
machine, huh? It's almost like a machine.
Well, salt water with a little copper ionization. I think it's ionization. I might be saying it wrong. I'm really tired. It is like just like what we get out in the salt water, and that you can have a saltwater pool with no chemicals. Put a copper rod with a positive negative charge running through it, and it kills everything. Everything's done. My dad sold them, actually. He came up with it and made them where they fit on top of your skimmer head, like where your basket is by your pump. The water runs through it, and it runs over that copper that copper rod, and it does whatever it does to the water. No chemicals. Or no added,
You
no
could also
chlorine.
add a UV light, mimic the like that'll sterilize any kind of bacteria in there.
Yeah, not only that. One of the I've seen 2 ways to clean a bathroom. None of them involve UV lights. So that's a whole nother option. Like there's mad options. We got this, bro. We're gonna end up automating everything. I'm telling you, we could be in the box that where they're trying to test AI at. How would you know? You'd want the AI to think it was in the real world, so you'd have it come about naturally and shit.
Let me tell you something that's come up in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So we had the hurricane, so we had the boat worked on, and we put it back in the water. We haven't really been using it that much because of the time of year. Well, when you pee in the toilets are saltwater flushed, right? So when the urine mixes with the salt water, it creates this sulfuric like funk, right? It kills all the bacteria that lives in there, which also creates smell. So it smells like sewage basically, but it's not. It's that chemical scaling that's happening, and then all of that bacteria that's on there dies, and you smell that when the water is stagnant, when it sits there, blah blah blah. I literally have a gallon of ammonia in my truck right now because I'm going to there this weekend, and I'm pouring it in the toilets. Where'd that come from anyway? Why not just say that? Oh, cleaning bathrooms.
How do you clean a bathroom in the metaverse?
There are no bathrooms in the metaverse.
Why not? What? Yeah, there must be. Like if I bought a house in the metaverse, there's a bathroom in a garage.
But you just pee out the window.
Yeah, nobody uses
it.
Nobody uses it, so you don't need to clean it in the metaverse.
It's because it's not a good enough simulation. It's just artificial. It's like a shitty simulation. Elon Musk has really got me thinking about God being a supercomputer, and we're inside of it.
That's what I was saying just now. We're in the box. We are in the box. Listen, Elon Musk is stupid. If there is a chance in hell that reincarnation is a real thing, you could you could, if you're like Elon Musk or Bezos or something, or even if everyone just chipped in a couple bucks, you could make it so no one fucking suffers anymore. It'd be like heaven on earth. There, you could end suffering.
We start saying re-meat suiting instead of reincarnation because I think it sounds better. But yeah. So about the whole supercomputer, your subconscious, wherever that is a supercomputer. Like you literally have a super processor.
Yeah, that you
So
can
your
tap
conscious
into.
brain isn't really connected into it. But the reason that people have the eureka moments where they're not even thinking about it and it suddenly comes to you, it's because your subconscious is processing it, thinking about it, trying to figure it out. And then all of a sudden you get in the bathtub and you're not even thinking about it, and that triggers it. Oh, wow, displacement. That's how I figure it out. That's how I tell the truth. And I think that a lot of people in the past have known about their brain being a supercomputer. And if you guys wanted to know more about this, there's a book called A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga on YouTube. I think it has like a pink or purple flower on it. It's like a book. It's 8.5 hours long, but it basically teaches you a lot of stuff about how to operate your own mind.
Mm-hmm. That flower is that purple. I forget what it's called, but yeah, they used to smoke it. Gives you an altered state of consciousness.
Right? If you had all that those guys' money, couldn't you like end all the suffering? Like make sure no one was homeless, no one was hungry ever.
Maybe.
No.
I think in order to get that kind of money, you have to
What's
be I think in order to get to that level where you have that kind of money, you have to be selfish.
Yeah, but once you get to that point and it's like, all right, I have more money than I'm ever gonna need, like let me make sure just in case there's reincarnation, I come back and I'm good. You know what I'm saying? Like just if that's
Yeah,
there's even
yeah.
the slightest chance that you could make it so that
Karma.
if reincarnation's a thing, you come back and you're good, you'll be good at least. Like you won't be a Ethiopian with flies stuck to his face or living in the streets homeless. You know what I'm saying? Just something. I don't know. I feel like you could make the world a much better place with it. Even just if they all chipped in a couple bucks, you know.
Yeah, if they took half of what they owned and still had half of what they had left, they would never have money worries. But yeah, he's a dick, man.
I think according to like Krishna, when you reincarnate, like if you come from a religious family, you'll reincarnate to an irreligious family. And when you come from a rich and wealthy background, you'll reincarnate into a poor and it's the opposite of what you're thinking.
Well, no, I'm saying like if you're super wealthy and you reincarnate into a poor person, at least you'll be better off as a poor person if you made the world a better place, like made sure everyone had a house, food, like just there's like basic things you could do to make sure the end the struggle kind of thing.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. Like for karma reasons, like I would think that would be
Oh,
a
not
good
even for
thing for.
karma. Hold on, not even for karma, just to make sure that if it's a thing and you do come back, you're good. And you won't be, struggling crazy or suffering.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. It just sounds selfish, right? Like it sounds selfish.
Yeah, like even if I understand these people are greedy, okay, fine. But this could just be another greedy thing for them to do, even if it's just for themselves. You know what I mean? Even if they're just doing it for themselves ultimately.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why they
Well,
wouldn't do that. If they're
all Elon Musk would have to do is he would have to help the world's population and not show that he's helping, like not brag about it, not show it. He shouldn't. He would have to like show. Sorry, like he could donate billions and then not show it so that he receives his reward in the afterlife, kind of. Because if he
No,
does
what
show
you
it,
do is you.
if he does show
Why?
it, then he gets his reward today. Like he gets his reward here. Like everybody gives him a Nobel Peace Prize and everybody's happy.
No, what you do is you show it. You show it. That way you get everyone, all the other billionaires to chip in a few bucks. You know what I mean? Start roasting them. Be like, yo, all you billionaires out there, everyone's following Elon's Twitter. So he's like, yo, all you billionaires out there, stop being cheap, throwing a few bucks. Look what I did.
Yeah, he could make a huge difference. Huge difference.
Yeah, bro. He wouldn't even have to spend that much money if he spent $1 billion or something. But yo, come on, guys, everyone chip in $1 million. Let's go. Let's get some shit done here. Let's start building houses for that people can live in for free and shit like that.
Well, what do you think about Bill Gates's philanthropy in Africa and Haiti in particular? Like he tells the public, "Oh, I'm here to make these people's lives better," right? And then he goes and destroys Haiti. Like Haiti hates him.
I
I mean,
feel like
obviously,
we're
yeah.
struggling in America enough to where there's mad shit you can do. I mean, go look at Skid Row or something. You know, there's people living, even like middle class people, like have to make like rough decisions that they shouldn't have to make. I don't know.
Instead of the world getting better, it's just getting worse. Getting worse and worse every day.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I think
What?
There's a simple solution, and I said it earlier. And I think Elon Musk is also part of this. And it's, if you're atheist or satanic, you can't be in a position of politics or power.
I'm sorry, but can we not let Jeremy skate past the comment that he doesn't think the world morally is getting worse and worse?
Yeah, I'd like to bring him back on that.
So morally, maybe. Okay.
I think that's what he meant, though. That's how I took it.
All right. Okay. Yes, we are losing our morals at an exponential rate. Yes. I thought you meant just like.
You were thinking how easy it was to get a whore, like it's just a click away, and he was saying morally it's getting worse.
Well, the streets of San Francisco were far more prettier in 2020, 2000s than they are now.
Jeremy's like, "What are you talking about? This world's getting great. I can click.
Instant gratification. Yeah, I mean, shit. But no, there was a communication error.
I think the world's far
I've
worse.
actually had arguments with them guys over at Gems over how we're losing our morals crazy.
Bro, even Gem let me post the thing to protect children. Even Gem didn't say nothing. Only one server prevented me from doing that. Talk about morals. Only one server prevented me and took down the post.
Which one was that? The morality server?
No, that was 24/7 cosmology.
Maybe they just don't like French Canadians. I know.
Maybe,
I know
yeah.
how they feel.
Oh yeah.
If I had a server, French Canadians would be not allowed. I wouldn't have a room for them at all. I wouldn't even allow them in there.
Pre-banned, yeah.
Yeah, just a pre-ban deal. It would be in the server guidelines, like when you come in. Are you French Canadian? Yep. See ya.
You make a French Canadian roll, and if someone clicks on the roll, they automatically get banned.
Auto ban and sent to GS to troll.
What the fuck, right?
That's the French American.
Go troll the mods at Geo. Call them biased. They hate that.
They get sent a link to gems. Yeah. Auto banned.
But imagine one of the worst servers, right? They were like, no one said anything. One of the worst servers, they were saying, yeah, it makes sense. Children, we got to protect the children. I mean, you know. But only one server that I posted, the thing that I just posted earlier, only one server took it down. Just saying.
They must have had a dumb mod on that night or something.
No, the owner himself.
I don't know. They got, I mean, I don't know. Don't get me going. Trying to get me fired up, Essie, or what?
No, bro, they were talking about morality, and I just thought I'd mention that. Like, I'm putting up this server, as a matter of fact, because I never got not a mod, not an owner, not anybody said a word. As a matter of fact, I got encouragement.
I tried to rattle your cage a while ago about the cleaning toilets thing. You didn't say nothing.
Well, you should have heard. You should have heard what Pete told me yesterday. He said, "I said you look silly," or I don't know. I said something, and he's like, "You look silly."
Oh, the one
walking
eye.
around with one eye. Yeah.
I was there. It was hilarious. I love when we pick on you. Love it. The best. You take it well, man. I don't know. I'm trying to be more like you. Hey, did you? Yeah, give it. I actually did a like something I wanted to do. Like I wish I could be more coof, right? Like when someone says I slept with your wife, I was like, yeah, I know. She told me you got this needle dick that's so small she couldn't even hardly enjoy herself. Like
there you
go.
Know,
that's
see,
how you
yeah.
should really handle.
Yeah, that's how I'd be coming back at him with that.
Yeah.
3
we
days.
discussed
3 days.
3 minutes. 3 minutes.
3 minutes. This dude wasn't even going to give him nothing. The dude wasn't even going to even think about muting him. Oh, yeah. I mean,
hey, Jeremy.
Come on. Hey, guys, we can't do that. Hey.
Hey, Jeremy, I was just going to ask, how did you lose your eye? Because I don't want to lose mine. So tell me what you did. So I'm not.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
Don't play with BB guns.
Watch the Christmas Story. You'll know how he lost his eye.
Yeah. I think it was 93-ish. Might have been 92, actually.
What did you actually do?
A BB gun war with another kid.
Oh, you actually took one to the eyeball. Okay. Not a ricochet.
I docked. You know what it was? I docked.
So he won?
A zig. Yeah, I mean, he won. He definitely won that one. Can't win them all.
You tried.
I was from the city. You know, I was like in a city, urban environment. He was from the woods. We're walking through the woods. He got far ahead of me. He's like, yo, come on, motherfucker. Started talking shit. I was like, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. He shot the BB gun at me. I shot back. Now I'm in this BB gun war. And escalated very quickly.
Jeez, sounds like you guys are real good friends.
So did you get the cops involved? Did you make it a criminal thing?
Yeah. No, it was a big thing. I had to get helivac into Albany Med. I was like 3 hours up north, and it was in the Adirondacks. So it was just woods.
They were worried it might affect your brain, and they realized you didn't have one.
T-Mac, are you drunk?
No, I'm just kidding, bro.
All right, I'm just checking if you're drunk.
I'm fine.
You sound okay. If you are drinking, just maybe have just one more or something, and then call it a day. It could be just people's voices. There's some people that always, like Johnny Bernard, he always sounds drunk. I don't know if he actually is or not. P-Mac, you're the American Johnny B.
Yeah, I probably am. Not all my jokes hit. Some of them fall flat.
I'm pretty sure we're not going to need the Globers pretty soon because this bot Kosho made, or Kosho has, or whatever, if we can just get that shit in the VC, we're never going to need the Globers again. All this thing does is recite from Wiki and never admit that
Yo,
it's
fuck
wrong or that
that.
it contradicted itself.
Go make your
You're
own
out,
flat Earth.
Nate.
Make your own
Yo,
flat Earth
you're-
bot, bro. Fuck that.
You're out, bro. You're out. You guys are out. Yeah.
Nah, Kosho is not gonna give you guys his bot to
Yeah.
argue against. That's ridiculous. Make your own flat Earth bot. Why?
They had
Why
a
doesn't
breakthrough.
the flat Earth make anything? Like, give me a flat Earth invention, Jeremy. Like, what do
Kosho,
y'all-
we got a flat Earth bot.
It's a globe Earth bot, bro. What do you mean?
They got the Glober bot and a flat Earth bot.
Kosho also made a flat Earth bot.
I honestly don't think Kosho can make anything. I think he got it from somewhere.
All right, who made the flat Earth bot? A globe.
I don't know, bro. I don't
It
know.
was a
You don't know
globe.
that?
We
You
know
don't
it was
even
a
know
globe.
that.
But you
How do you
know,
know?
Jeremy.
Okay,
you
who
know
did it?
deep down inside
Who
it
made
was
the
a
flat?
globe.
Okay.
Whoever it was a globe. Come on.
You don't.
Name me
You
a
don't know
single
that
thing a
because
flat Earther made.
you don't know who made. You don't even know who made the thing.
Yeah, but that's beside the point. Give me a flat Earth invention.
Something that we've made.
No,
Like
that the
as a
concave
group, or
as individuals, bro. Just name me a flat Earther that invented something. As a group, individuals, whatever.
bro, I don't know everyone's history in flat Earth.
See?
I might have invented something. I
Yeah,
don't know.
but if I ask you
ever heard
for a
of Nikola
global
Tesla?
invention, there's so many you could give me.
Have you ever heard of Nikola Tesla?
Tesla wasn't a flat earther. Stop it. Just
You don't think
stop
so?
it. You know he wasn't a flat earther. Stop
How would I
it.
know that? How would I know that?
Because he wrote about the Earth being a sphere, being a globe. Come on, man. Let's just stop it. He had diagrams of Earth being a sphere, not a flat Earth.
Inventions made are made on the flat Earth, man.
Ugh.
Wow.
So
How
I'm
about
still
the
waiting
Egyptians?
for a flat Earth invention, guys. Come on.
How about the Egyptians? Were they globers?
Yeah, what about the pyramids? Were they Globers? Were they Globers the fuck too?
What about penicillin?
Good question, huh, Nate?
That's a good question, Essie. That's actually a good question.
Uh-huh.
I don't know. I don't know what the Egyptians were. They didn't really talk about. Did they have a cosmology?
Copernicus. They didn't talk about Copernicus, right?
I don't know. I mean, do you guys think the Egyptians was flat earthers? I don't know.
I think the Egyptians probably knew that the stars were there.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
they didn't really
think
talk
about it.
much about the Earth. They were more
If
interested in the sky,
Eratosthenes
right?
was, if Eratosthenes was like, before Christ, right? That was like 2,000 years ago. So what is it, like 1,500 years before that was like David? So how many more years before that was like? So we don't really know when the pyramids were built, right? They like to say that we know, but we really don't.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I'm just thinking like, what was it? Aristotle was the first guy to come up with the globe thing. Was it Aristotle?
Yeah, they don't know when the pyramid. I mean, they think they know when the pyramids were built, but they don't really know. And for a group of people that spent that were building equinoctial markers and shit, like the Sphinx is an equinoctial marker. Like, you would think they would have said something about, if it was flat or a sphere or something. I mean, they were studying the sky pretty hard. The Giza plateau, the Giza plateau is a mirror of the sky.
Yeah, they were more interested in the sky than the Earth. So we don't really know what they thought the shape of the Earth was. I don't know.
But I'm saying that shit don't even make sense though, bro.
What? What doesn't make sense? That they were fascinated with the sky? We're all fascinated with the sky. I mean, till today, we are so fascinated with the sky. Come on.
Well, the ancient Egyptians were fascinated with the sky in many regards because that's why, like, the sun, especially over Egypt, is around for the vast majority of the year. That's why you see so many depictions of a bright orb in ancient Egyptian belief. So that was all a part of the way that they believed in their gods and the way that they believed in basically everything all revolved around what they saw in the sky. They always talked about their gods transferring from that realm because they looked at it as a separate realm from Earth, and that their gods transferred, from that realm to our realm and back in boats. But that was probably, mainly because they had relied so heavily on the Nile, and transporting goods by boat on the Nile that everything became, a transport by boat. Just to throw a little ancient Egyptian in there.
Yeah, boats and helicopters.
Right. Yeah. Ancient Egyptians were all about helicopters. Yeah. Sure. I've never read anything about that, but I'd be interested in it.
Wasn't the
I don't know. I
chopper
feel like
invented by Leonardo da Vinci?
We got to remember the god Ra for Egyptians. I mean, that was their main one. I mean, it's the sun god Ra.
I don't know. The whole Egyptian story doesn't make sense at all.
I mean, it's not really like one story. They have a lot of stories. What are you referring to in particular?
The mainstream timeline and what happened and what was going on in Egypt.
Oh, Egyptologists? Yeah, they're gatekeepers.
In fact, we know they were just flat out wrong at this point. Zahi Hawass, or I don't know if it was him, but they dated I think it was him. They dated the pyramid. The Great Pyramid got dated. It might have been the Sphinx and the pyramid. I don't know. All that shit got dated because there was no humans around or on Earth at that time that could have possibly have built that. So it had to be, at least by this date or later. But then they found Göbekli Tepe right next door in Turkey, which got dated to 5,000 years before the pyramids, and it's the biggest megalithic, as the biggest footprint for the megalithic structure on Earth, I think.
Yeah,
And
even the mainstream is going to have to rewrite history because of Göbekli Tepe. However you say that.
Oh yeah, they admit our view of at the least we've got them to admit that their idea of hunter-gatherer, because they still claim hunter-gatherers built this. So they're like, okay, we were wrong on what hunter-gatherers could do. So there could have been people around before they dated the pyramids and the Sphinx and shit that could have built that were building megalithic structures.
Yeah, there's no way the Egyptians, as we know them in the history books, built those pyramids. There's absolutely no way.
Yeah, but
Not
I
with
mean,
the tools they say they did.
yeah, but Göbekli Tepe is just like a bunch of stone carvings, right? They just carved into stone. I don't think it's as intricate and technically stunning as making pyramids, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's not that grand scale, correct?
Yeah.
Bro, it's giant megalithic blocks and T's with
this
carving.
shit looks whack, Jeremy. Have you seen it?
Bro,
I mean, this shit look basic.
Seen it. Okay, but the carving is in high relief. You know what that means?
They carved into stone, bro. Like,
no,
it's
do you
not
know
that
what high
deep.
relief it? Do you know what high relief carving is?
What's high relief carving, Jeremy?
It's not when you just carve your initials into some wood or something. It's when you remove the wood and leave your initials.
All right.
They didn't carve the shit into the stone. They carved away the stone to make the thing. That's way more difficult than fucking just carving shit into stone. It's not like they just found a cave wall.
But
and it's not like they just found a cave wall. These were megalithic blocks.
Yeah, but you and I can
not like
do
they
that.
just found a.
We can get chisels and hammers
Not like they just
and do some high relief carving, bro. It's not that deep.
It's not like they just found a cave wall and just started carving into it. They had giant these blocks are like 10, 20 tons or something. They're no joke, bro.
Yeah, the blocks are big, cool, but I mean, the shit is basic. They stack the block on top of a block. It doesn't look that intricate, that deep. High relief carving, you and I can do that at home. You
I
know,
can
kids
make
do that in fucking art class, bro. You know, it's not the
no,
same as building a pyramid.
It's not the same, but it does show us that there were people around that could move that were moving megalithic blocks around. All right, those Gobekli Tepe blocks are bigger than the pyramid ones.
Are they?
Most of the pyramid ones, most
I
of them,
don't know
yeah.
about that. I don't know. I need to look into that. That sounds like a wild claim.
The
Sounds like
average
you pull
block
that
in the
out. You pull that out
no,
your
the
ass,
average
bro.
block. I know you would think so. The average block for the pyramid. Now there were some that were bigger. You got the granite ones that weighed more. The average one for the outside and shit was like 1.5 or 2 tons, I think, or something, if I can remember. Might have been like 1 ton or something. It wasn't really that serious as you think. These ones that go Beckley Tepe were wild with it. I think they were like, I don't know. I have to check the numbers.
Yeah, you don't
bring that
know,
up
bro.
real quick.
I know you don't know. I can hear it in your
Somebody
voice.
bring that up real.
I can hear you just throwing out numbers there, bro.
Bring that up.
They
real
weigh
quick on
around
the Google.
50 tons. I
The
go Göbekli
Göbekli Tepe ones, 50
Yeah.
tons. Okay, what's the
50
pyramid
tons.
ones? Average pyramid stone.
I think 17 or less.
Boom.
The granite
Boom.
ones
Those are very
17.
specific numbers. All right, perfect.
I
Yeah, but
can't
where's
keep.
he get? Sorry.
I can't keep being nice to Nate. This isn't happening.
Go ahead. What do you do?
No, we need to argue.
Just try it for like one day.
No, I tried it for 3 minutes.
3
It's
minutes.
not happening.
The longest 3 minutes of his life.
3. Oh man, well, I mean, what do you want me to do, man? I don't know. 3 days would do it. I mean, 3 weeks would have been great, but 3 days, I felt like wasn't that big a deal. How about 3 minutes?
That's what she said.
Yeah. Insult me. Like 3 minutes. Nate's over there going, yeah. Why doesn't Nate get muted?
They've got everything wrong about history so far. Remember the populating of the Americas? Remember the populating of the Americas? They used to think it was the Clovis people that built those spear tips. Now we know it wasn't them. They've continuously get history wrong.
I tried, guys. I tried to switch it.
And that's fine, Jeremy. That means we'll be learning new things all the time. And it also means people shouldn't make absolute statements about things, Like these historians and geographers should learn not to make these absolute statements.
They don't learn. They don't learn though. They're not learning. They just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Maybe because they don't want to learn it. Because it goes against the narrative.
Yeah, you got a paradigm you got to stick to. Stick to the script.
You definitely have one. That's a scary part.
All right. Okay, Big Pharma. What's up?
What up, Big Pharma? Hey guys, did Jeremy tell you how he backs Pharma?
Yeah, who's Mike? Said
he's in a fucking
probably
abandoned airport hangar, underground bunker under an abandoned airport hangar. Or some shit.
No, I'm not. Not anymore.
This makes it more difficult.
It sounds like you're in a Saddam Hussein spider hole.
Now we have to be nice to.
Yeah, what happened?
His beep was like crackly and fucked up. So what else? What else we got, guys? Yeah, you're gonna be out soon, Nate. We got the Glober bot coming to just replace all you guys. Sean G's fucking crackly ass spider, Saddam Hussein spider hole, Mike. We can just get the bot to do everything you guys do. It was contradicting itself last night. It was sea lioning. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it's cool. Y'all can just talk to a bot.
I mean, that's what it feels like we're doing sometimes.
Yeah, but I mean, we could have done that a long time ago. You know, we could have just made bots to replace all you flat earthers. But
No, they
we
made a QE bot. Made a
indulge
QE
y'all.
bot before it. Did you
Huh?
ever see the QE bot they made?
No.
That shit wasn't good.
Why? What did it do? It said
It just
wrong
wasn't giving.
shit.
Yeah, it just wasn't giving like coherent responses. One Kosho had last night though was
Hey,
fire.
that's QE, bro. You
No,
think
that's
QE's
the
coherent?
bot. That was
Is
the
QE
bot they made.
coherent to you, Jeremy?
Of course, man. Of course.
QE's your guy?
He says coherent sentences. The point is, they made a QE bot years ago. That shit was terrible.
All right.
They had some breakthrough with AI recently. You didn't hear about that?
Yeah. I heard about it. Kosho couldn't stop talking about it. So.
We've been having advancements in AI pretty consistently, though, for about a decade now.
Yeah, but they had a big breakthrough like very recently, like the past week or something. That we know about, of course. I think they already have the artificial general intelligence. I think they already have that. There's no incentive to let anyone.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean artificial general intelligence? Can you elaborate?
The good one that can like make its own decisions and shit. Like I think they already have that. And if you did come out with that, there's no incentive to let anyone know that you even have that. Like you would never even tell anyone you have that because that's such a powerful thing.
But
You'd have a huge
that's
advantage.
That's a very basic thing, though. A robot making its own decisions. People have been messing around with that as a hobby thing on video games, like having video games learn how to. It's a learning algorithm.
That's
That's all
not
you're
an
talking about.
AGI, sir. An AGI would be so advanced it could manipulate its own code to become even strong.
Yeah, but that's not what he's referring to. I mean, making this a
I'm
robot
referring
that
to
can make decisions is not actually that complicated.
I'm referring to the good one. Whatever the good one is, I think they already have it and they're just not letting anyone know because there's no incentive to let anyone know that you even have that.
Sir,
You'd
if
have a
an
huge.
AGI already existed, we would know about it because it would be so powerful.
Oh, maybe like Google or something, or I don't know.
I mean, you ever see the
I
movie
personally think
Transcendence?
Google's doing exactly what an AI would do.
But how do you know exactly what an AI would do? Do you got experience with what an AI would do?
Personally, I think it would try to gather as much information as possible. Right?
Well, that would only be a matter of seconds for an AI, wouldn't it?
It'd be like step one. Unless you don't want to let them out of the box. Yeah, if you put them on the internet, yeah, that's fucking dumb though. No one would let that loose on the internet. You'd want to control all the. I'm telling you, I just think Google's doing what an AI would do. Personally, that's my own opinion. Did you ever watch that show, Person of Interest?
I guess no one.
No one's checked that one out.
I guess no one was interested.
Yeah, I've seen it, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's the kind of AI shit I'm talking about right there. That shit.
Look, the government had drones like 20 years ago that were seek and destroy. They would be able to distinguish between friendly and enemy targets. That's 20 years ago. Okay. Now I'm not sure if they had the fire ability, but maybe they would need the check, from headquarters before firing. But just imagine that they would fly around and search for stuff like in freaking Terminator style shit 20 years ago. So what do they have today?
Yeah, but didn't they carry around transponders with the teams so that the friendly teams were noticed by that system? That was how it was distinguished between friend and foes, that the friendlies carried around transponders.
Yeah, and everybody else that didn't is an enemy, right?
Yeah, it's very basic stuff. It's not
Yeah.
anything groundbreaking technology kind of thing.
But is that how it worked, though? Is it the
That's what I'm saying.
distinguishing between?
It's been a long time since I've went down that road, but from what I can remember, it was just that they carried the friendlies carried around transponders, and a lot of times it got misread because sometimes teams would be sent off on their own and they wouldn't have transponders, and it would false read them as an enemy, and then that's where you would get some friendly fire incidents.
Right.
Because they didn't
I,
take a transponder with them.
yeah, you're probably right. Maybe that's how they did it. If that's how they did it, yeah, that's pretty simple, right?
What war was that, sir?
This
They
is
had
during
drones.
what I'm referring to is actually during the Gulf.
Okay, thanks.
The Gulf War, that was 90s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's 30 years ago.
30 years, yeah, exactly. Now imagine what they have today. Like with photo technology, you don't think a drone can distinguish between, let's say an S-400 Russian system and a Patriot missile system? Probably can, no?
Yeah, it probably could, but as far as like what you were referring to, noticing like the signatures, the heat signatures of people and being able to tell friend from foe, that's a different story. But as far as like tanks, missile outposts, anything like that, well, there were specific designs between each of the nations, so all you had to do is have a photo catalog for the computer to reference to, and boom, you're done.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I never mentioned personnel. If that's the impression, no, not by heat signature. Of course, how could you? Yeah.
You have all those facial recognition cameras all up and down the highways. And I think Jeremy was talking about that show, Person of Interest. That was quite an interesting show, Jeremy. I watched a few episodes of that. But the infrastructure is there for a lot of these things to take place. I wouldn't say I wouldn't go as far as to say like the ghost in the machine, but I mean you could speculate on a lot of these things.
Have you ever seen those mule things the army have? It looks like it has 4 legs and they pack it with supplies. You ever see that shit? Follows the soldier around.
You talking about the robot dog that Boston Dynamics created for the Army?
It's more like a horse, like a small little horse.
Yeah, they modeled it to really be more like a robotic dog instead of using real dogs. But they meant to use it like a robotic dog. Yeah, very packing kind of thing where you could throw tons of weight on it and it would still be able to keep up with the soldiers as they moved on foot through an area.
Yeah, like
You wouldn't
carry
have to worry
ammo.
about it, like a dog, like some of the military dogs. They're very good at keeping quiet when they need to and following those orders, but sometimes they would bark and give away positions. The robot dog won't do that. So that's one of the bonus sides to it, is that it can carry more weight than a regular dog could, and it wouldn't give away your position like a dog would. And if you think something is a bomb in an area, you can actually send this little robot dog up to it and not be risking any lives in the process, and be able to see through the camera on it, and get a closer look at what you're looking at.
Yeah,
but yeah, they put that out to the Army. What was it? 12 years ago or so.
Yeah. Flat just posted one. There it is. Yeah, there it is, man. Look at that thing. Imagine that thing coming at you. I'm sure they have ones with machine guns on them and shit like that, right? Anti-tank missile.
I never saw one that was armed, as far as like armed as in having weapons on it, but I have seen them have like an arm on the front of them to manipulate objects and things. So like unbury an IED that was covered in trash on the side of a road. They could move the trash off to get a better look at it to see if it is an IED.
Yeah, that's scary, man. That's scary.
I mean, that was all part of basically the EOD's handbag. Was these things. The EOD is explosive ordnance disposal, so
Right,
knew what
right.
that was. So.
Yeah, you send one of these guys in, one of these metal things, and if it blows up, it blows up. Blew
Yeah,
up, a leg up, repair team, put in a new leg.
You're not risking any human lives in the process anymore, which we used to do. In order to be able to find go through minefields and stuff. Which actually, the technology we have today to deal with minefields is amazing. I don't know if you've looked at like the military's Humvees and their trucks that they use anymore, but they've gotten to where we've outdone the terrorists, where most of their IEDs that they would use are done through signal, like cell phone signal. They will call a cell phone and make it explode, and they'll be sitting off in the distance watching the area, waiting for a convoy, an army convoy to come by or come close, and then they would call the number and have it explode. But on the convoys, when they were making treks between one point, point A to point B, and down a dangerous road, they actually have these big ass antennas you'll see sticking off the top of the truck that actually prevent. It's basically a signal blocker.
Nice,
It blocks
nice.
the signal from being able to anything within that area. Now, it had a catch-22 side to it, though, is that it also prevented you from communicating out. So you had to turn it off when you wanted to communicate out. But as long as it was on, you could drive past an IED that was set to explode by cell phone. You could drive past one and it won't go off. Like, they could sit there and call the number all day long and it won't go off. So what the terrorists ended up doing, as we started coming out with that technology and preventing them from being able to do that, they started going more old school and just went back to doing pressure plates in the roads. Now, it was less reliable to pick specific targets, because anyone that went driving down that road would hit that pressure plate, it would explode the bomb. But but that was how they had to go about it, was just adding more of these bombs on pressure plates instead of being more surgical with it by having the signal go to it.
Can I add? They also upgraded to a V-shaped hull.
Yeah, that was on our trucks. Yeah, our trucks, it would the bottom of them was shaped like a V, so that the explosion, if it did go over one and an IED exploded, it would actually direct the blast out sideways instead of up into the bottom of the truck. Yeah.
During that, I talked to a buddy of mine a while ago. He's part of a crews that do like a lot of those robots and shit for the military. Not like the high tech ones, just simple ones. But like you guys were asking about like why they send those little rovers, those RC looking ones out there to do bombs instead of the robots, because those robots cost millions.
Yeah.
Why didn't they, during that Iraqi war, I remember, the guys were going to the mess hall. They're going up and down the same road every day, right? And we kept hearing stories of the IEDs and these boys, taking it was terrible what happened to a lot of these guys. So why was there never anyone, and I mentioned this years ago, why didn't they put a bird in the air and drag those roads before those guys just went, back and forth on those roads every day, the same road? I mean, I don't know who was in charge there.
What do you mean drag the road?
Okay, put a bird in the air, attach a cable to it, and drag something on that road.
I think one of the problems they had was that they weren't in uniform, so you're not seeing enemy. You're having to decide who the enemy is. So in a normal fashion, it's kind of hard to know if there's being one put there, if it's a stronghold or not. I think that's where they were getting them.
Yeah, and you got to remember the vast majority of runs that you did, away from the FOB, any kind of run you did, you didn't take the same route, more than twice, in a given week. Like, you might take one route today, and you might not take that route again for 8 days, 9 days before you'd ever take that route again. So you tried to keep your routes split up and randomized that you would take to and from the FOB. And you could do like what you're saying. Sure, it could be those roads could be drugged with like a chain or something to set off whatever, that kind of thing. But as soon as that it goes by, especially if they catch on, as soon as it goes by, especially at nighttime, they could just run out on the road and bury one and come back, and the next thing that goes, the next group that goes over that road, boom, they're gone. So I mean, you got to remember,
Yeah, I'm not
like
saying
how dark it really is over there at night. Like you aren't seeing jack shit. It's
I'm
not
not
like
saying
here.
look,
Not to mention, you
I'm
would
not
have
saying give
situations
away
where you have like kids and women with these bombs and shit. It wasn't
Yeah.
just IEDs.
I'm not saying give away, what you're doing as to drag the road as a specific time every day. Oh, but that dining hall, when those people were going in to eat, they're going down the same road, man. So, and there's only so many places around that dining hall. So, this is what I'm saying. You're gonna set up camp. You're gonna have fried chicken and steaks and all these things. You're gonna travel the same roads. There were soldiers getting lost, man. They couldn't even read the map. They were getting lost. There's so many things that were going on. But I know there's a lot of guys who took IEDs and driving up and down the same road, and there were no precautions took, man. Not the precautions that I would have took anyway.
Well, they certainly weren't during like the early days of the Afghan War, the Iraq War. Certainly in those early days, the precautions weren't taken. But as the war progressed on, I mean, certainly precautions were taken, like what Sean G referred to before about the V shape across the bottom of the vehicles. Now, that was in response. That was one of those things. A precautionary thing was, instead of letting our trucks blow up because we don't happen to see these things, let's protect them. And that's super thick armor on the bottom of these things. I think it's like, what, Chandra, like an inch and a half thick, 2 inch thick.
Easy on the. I say on the like
In
the Hummers. It's
the
a little thinner.
the MRAPs,
Yeah, the
the Hummers.
MRAPs are thick, but
Yeah.
the Hummers are thin. That was one of the big issues. That's why they made those MRAPs, because the plating they wanted to put on the Hummers was so heavy that it would weigh them down and slow them down. So unfortunately, a lot of those Hummers didn't get very much protection as it should. I think it was the second generation of Hummers that went out there that were actually beefed the fuck up. But by that time, United States pretty much already knew what was going on and where to be and not be.
By that time, we had already established footholds in pretty much everywhere we really needed to be. By that time. So after that, it was just kind of a secondary thought. But you gotta I do personally. I hats off and give props to those first boys that went over in them paper thin Humvees, just risking it. Hats off to them.
Yeah.
It's fucking balls.
And there's a lot of engineers and shit out there that just didn't give a fuck and just went. They had to get somewhere, so they took the crap. Still did it.
Yeah, true version of YOLO. But yeah, I mean, it might have been risky in the beginning, but once we learned, we started making advancements towards, detecting these things and being able to protect our people. But yeah, in the beginning, we lost quite a few to IEDs. I know people that died to them, so yeah, we lost quite a few people.
Yeah, there was a lot done. Yeah, there was a lot done wrong in the beginning of that war. A lot, and I think everyone knows it. It's not like a secret.
Yeah, it's not a secret. There was a lot of mistakes.
One of the biggest thing was it wasn't a conventional war. I had a couple of buddies that died in Fallujah. The biggest issue was that they went through Fallujah twice, and then when the refuel guys came in, that was when the big Fallujah thing happened. It was just, they looked like normal people in a village, and then once they passed by, all hell broke loose, and that was what most of the war was pretty much going on until the Taliban really started coming in, right?
Oh yeah, a buddy of mine was telling me about how he actually befriended this guy that was hanging out outside the base, just selling supplies and stuff to the soldiers. and he befriended the guy. The guy seemed pretty cool. And then it wasn't until like a couple of months later, firefight went down, and sure enough, that guy that had befriended all the soldiers right there, selling shit, was actually the one of the people shooting at him.
Yeah, that's crazy. It was. I think it was. I don't know. There was so much to that, and what led the soldiers to be there isn't the same thing that the foobar of it. I don't think they compare, and I think they all got put into harm's way without any choice.
What caused them to be there was 9/11, though. Right?
Say again.
What caused them to be there was 9/11.
I think they used that as an excuse. They used weapons of mass destruction as an excuse, even though they knew there wasn't any. There was a lot to it. It wasn't just one thing, but yeah, they used the shit out of that stuff. Well, matter of fact, they shouldn't have, because from the very beginning, the president wasn't saying Iraq had anything to do with it until it was time to go to Iraq. So like everyone talks about it, will say like straightly, like it had nothing to do with it. Well, the president made it seem like it did. They definitely assumed or made comments that assumed that terrorist flows were going through Iraq and Saddam had a fucking nuclear bomb, and none of that shit was true.
Yep.
We did have the mustard gas and that shit.
Yeah, but that's not what they were going in there for. It was weapons of mass destruction.
It is a weapon of mass destruction.
No. But they didn't have that So I think it was 3 years prior to the invasion of Iraq. They had been in the media saying how we had constantly been trying to inspect their nuclear facilities and their weapons facilities, and said that Saddam wouldn't let them, and that was a threat. And then just after the invasion, come to find out that Saddam had actually invited UN inspectors out there multiple times, and no one would go out there and investigate. So when they said there was weapons of mass destruction, they knew there wasn't. They knew that they could go over there and look, but they didn't. They just needed a reason to bring military.
Rumsfeld sold him the weapon, like the mustard gas and all that stuff.
Say it one more time.
Like Rumsfeld was working for Bechtel. Bechtel was selling mustard gas. Rumsfeld brokered it. That's how come they knew, because they sold it to him.
Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, when
shares in oil too. So.
When they went to war, Cheney, his businesses, his companies that rebuild, they were already out there before the first bomb dropped. They knew what they were doing. I don't think very many wars actually are wars like perceived. I think they're more, dick swinging contests and benefits, shit like that, under the guise of helping.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's more of a whose dick is bigger contest.
Mm-hmm.
Halliburton made a lot of money out of it. Who owned Halliburton? Or who had shares in Halliburton?
Everyone. The more important question is how many of the governing body that had anything to do with going to war had their pockets in lobbyists and oil trade. That's the bigger problem. That's the bigger issue. That's the red flag right there. Because most politicians are like in the 7-figure a year from oil companies and profits and margins and lobbyists and shit. There's more money going into their pockets from the oil trade than anything else.
I heard this recently. I don't know if it's true. Has China moved away from the petrodollar? Apparently, there's companies in the Middle East moving away from the petrodollar.
I think that is a threat.
Is that
I know
true?
that was a threat.
This is
I know
true,
Saddam
yes.
had threatened that.
The American dollar is being pushed aside now from certain countries in the East. Russia, China, I think they got Iran into it. Turkey's getting in there involved. Imagine a NATO member. Yeah.
Oh, so it's
This
true.
is happening.
Yeah, I just put a link in the chat, and that shows all the like the amount of money annually every governor, senator, and high politician that's involved in oil, and how much they make it every year. It's a good ass website. Check it out.
I think you're close, Sean, but it's the arms sales. I think it's the top money making industry in the world, selling arms.
I think that's for the country as the United States. But I think when we're talking about what lines the politicians' pockets, I think it's oil because they're directly involved in that. Whereas, like, you know, the average senator and governor that we see every day, I don't think they have too much to do with that. But I mean, yeah, it is a massive profit, even more. But I'm talking more personal pockets that these governors and senators and lobbyists are pushing for. That's why renewables are never going to be a thing. They'll be a thing, but it's not going to take over like they said it's supposed to by 2030.
No chance.
Our oil companies, they're never going to put themselves out of business. The only companies doing anything about it is like BP and Shell, where they're starting to push more for renewable, but they're still pumping as much oil as they can.
Yeah, I mean, 'cause everything though relies on oil. Like even if we all transition to electric cars, there's so much on the car that still relies on oil to produce it. You know, everything. I mean, you got to think how much cars have switched from being mainly steel, you know, to now aluminum to plastic.
Plastic is the thing.
Vast majority of a car's engine is now plastic. You know, there's a lot of parts that are in the car now that are all plastic. I mean,
Bumpers.
that's all the oil industry. That's all the oil industry.
They're all electric now, so.
But yeah, but there's still a lot of oil that goes into it. You know,
Massive amount. Yeah.
Yeah, there's still lots of oil that goes into the production of that car.
Well,
look around
production
you.
of a lot of
Everything
things.
plastic.
Yeah,
is
and a
made
lot
from
of things.
oil.
I mean,
Just look around you.
Yeah, when you go to the hospital, I mean, the IV bags, syringes, the list is long and distinguished of everything that is used that is made by oil. So, I mean, just in switching everybody to renewable energy as far as like cars and stuff like that, it is still not really that big a dent in the pocketbook of what all they make by drilling for oil. You know, I mean, oil is still going to be around. Like, we have to come up with a way of making all of our plastics without using oil and be able to mass produce it in a way that can keep up with the demand of plastics without using oil is the only way to bring the oil companies down.
It's never going to happen. Never, ever. Yeah. We're always going to need oil. We're always going to need plastic.
Every college is still going to need massive amounts of Dixie cups, so they're still going to be around. You know.
And for those people that have electric cars, just have a look when you plug into your wall. Have a look where that electricity comes from. I bet you it's from fossil fuel of some kind.
It's either oil or coal. You know, mainly it's oil or coal
or gas. Yeah. It's all a sham. This electric car stuff. It's all a sham. Unless you have nuclear power plants in every city.
I'll say I'm in the industry. I'm in the automotive industry, and I still tell people daily, you know, that while these cars are cool, self-driving cars, full electric cars, it's like while they're cool, you got to understand what you're going to spend in the long run will on maintaining that car will far exceed the amount of gas you had to buy in the long run of the life of that car. Because
Tell them how much
those
a
batteries are
battery.
ridiculous. Yeah, the batteries are ridiculous. Like,
Tell them how much that costs.
well, like for example, a Nissan Leaf, a small, tiny electric car, that you can buy. The Nissan Leaf has a battery bank in the back of it of 15 individual cells that are like smaller batteries to the main battery, and they're all linked up in series. When one of those cells goes bad on your battery, your car completely shuts down. It won't allow you to go anywhere. It gives you a big old warning sign on the dash as soon as just one of those cells goes bad. And the rest of the cells still have enough power to get you home or wherever, but the car just shuts you down. And it's $700 just for that one cell, not counting the labor and diagnostics involved with figuring out which cell and replacing it. Just for the one, and there's 15 of them, and they're all gonna go bad.
Bet people didn't know about that, huh? When
That's
you bought
just on
your
that's just on the
Tesla?
smallest car. That's just on the smallest one. The smallest electric car I can think of off the top of my head. The cost goes up dramatically when we're talking about a Tesla, for example, and if you have battery problems on one of those cars, the cost is astonishing. You could buy a car. You could buy a small sedan, like compact sedan car, off a dealership lot for the price of fixing your Tesla's battery.
You hear that, guys?
I bought two M18 Milwaukee batteries yesterday, $299.
Yeah, for the little Milwaukee batteries, yeah.
Yo, one time I went to buy a finish.
Make your own.
One time I went to buy a finish nailer, and the guy was like, "It didn't come with a battery," and the guy was like, "Yo, the batteries are $100." He's like, "But you could buy the same set." I don't forget which kind it was, but he's like, "You can buy the same set. You can buy a drill. It comes with a battery, and it's only $60." I'm like, "Dude, that doesn't even make sense."
Yeah, and the
It
thing
does
is,
make
those
sense because they want you to buy the replacement battery when that one
but
runs
who's
out.
buying
And
the
you got to go to
battery when you
them.
can get a? Yeah, but who's buying the battery when you can get the drill also for free?
Well, that's a good one. I didn't think that one clearly. Yeah.
Well, they
Okay, the
don't always
battery was
offer
like
that.
$100. The battery was like $100, but then the drill was like $60. But it came with the battery. I don't know. It was weird.
It was just a package deal, probably, or a smaller battery with the drill, because they don't. They want to sell you the drill for nothing because they know you're going to have the batteries and chargers for forever.
Yeah, and
So
there's different batteries they'll give you.
yeah,
So
the
like
smaller battery is way cheaper than.
Yeah, for the ones that like if you're using an Impact, a Milwaukee Impact on a regular basis, you're not gonna want one of those little small batteries. You're gonna want one of the big boys.
Yeah, the M18.
The M18s are badass for that. Like I got a half-inch Milwaukee Impact. And I day long, no problem. Constant heavy use, and it's perfect. As a matter of fact, there's a YouTube channel called Donut Media, if anybody's interested, where they did a side-by-side of comparison of cheap to expensive Milwaukee 3/8 impacts, and one was like this little cheap-ass Harbor Freight brand that I'd never heard of. Then the middle costing one was the Milwaukee, and the more expensive one was a Snap-on, and they put them through side-by-side testing, and it turned out like the Milwaukee one just surpassed the expectations of all of it. Like it was the best one of all of them. And the final thing that they did at the end to try to just like, all right, here's the last test. What happens when you get it wet? These electric drills. The cheap one, of course, they dunked it into a fish tank, full of water. They just dunked it in there while holding the trigger, and the first one stopped immediately. Milwaukee, they sit there and dunked it, and it stayed running. They just dunked it in and out, and it stayed running. They dunked it again, it stayed running. They dunked it into the water, held it there for a second running, and then pulled it out, and it still worked. And then the Snap-on one, the most expensive one you can buy, as soon as it got in the water and they pulled it right back out, it ran for about a second and then stopped, and it wouldn't work anymore. Milwaukee has cornered the market in these tools as being like the best, most reliable ones.
That should be in one of their commercials or something.
Yeah, you're a salesman, bro. Right
dude,
there.
I love their tools, dude. When I got introduced to them, I was skeptical as fuck about them because prior to them coming out, like there wasn't really any good, reliable electric, tools for working on automotive. And I sit there and started. One of my buddies handed me one, and he's like, "Just try it out for a few days, see what you think." And next thing I know, I'm going and buying the ratchets and the impacts, and I'm buying it all. I've got a Milwaukee weed eater now. I've even replaced my weed eater with a Milwaukee battery powered weed eater.
Yeah, electric is definitely the way to go. We just have to get better with the batteries. The batteries is what's fucking us up. But I think we've been stifled and suppressed in battery technology for decades now from big oil. So
yeah, well, the big problem too with batteries, is, like for right now, is we're doing lithium, right? And we don't have a reliable, efficient way at all of recycling lithium batteries. So we're just dumping them right now. And so this is just basically a big, people talk about going green and being all environmental, but the environmental impact of digging up this lithium and processing it for the batteries, and then having basically a waste dump of destroyed lithium batteries after they, break down or explode, is just as harmful as of an impact on the environment as everybody just driving gas cars.
We don't even mine it over here. We'll let other countries do it. We have it in the ground, but we won't mine it. So we'll buy it from
It's
China.
like our oil. I mean, the United States is sitting on what current oil usage would be about 200 years worth of current oil usage sitting underneath the American soil. We just are not allowed to mine for it.
Oh, the EPA shut that shit down. Yeah, there's a giant oil reserve on the border near Canada. And, you can't be messing with squirrels' homes and shit. And I agree, you shouldn't be doing that. But I mean, I don't know. I just think electric's the move. We just need to get better batteries.
That's what I tell people is while electrics are awesome, we're not there yet with battery technology to make it efficient.
Well, we may not be there yet. For all we know, we could be there, but they're just not releasing it.
Well, I'm
I think
sure
you guys are missing the big picture, though. Where are you going to get the power to power these batteries?
Oh, that's not even an issue, bro.
And yeah,
it's not even an issue, dude. There's sun shining, the wind's blowing, the water's blowing. All kinds
It's not
of
enough, bro. It's not enough.
Actually, it would be enough if you actually took advantage of the area, the landmass area. Let's just speak of the United States alone. The vast majority of the landmass is actually like uninhabited, right? It's just open area, fields.
Bro, you'd have to do a tiny square in Arizona.
Yeah.
Just solar.
Yeah,
power the whole
it
US.
actually, it actually doesn't take much, and Elon Musk has actually shown, with his factory idea of his gigafactory, of using solar, that it wouldn't take much to actually power the entirety of the country through solar.
Really? You think you can wire everybody?
And then if you mix in some wind and hydro with it, I mean, it should be easy peasy.
That's the thing. Like setting up those solar factories, they can only be done in certain parts of the country because you have other parts of the country that just don't see any sunlight in the necessary amounts. But what you do have there is lots of wind, or they might be a coastal area and you can use tidal generators. I mean, there's tons of ways rather than burning. We just haven't had the infrastructure built yet for these systems. Like they've been experimented on, they've been used in small scales, but they haven't been upped in scale to powering full cities and full sections of countries yet. but it's there. The technology's there. It just needs the investment into the infrastructure.
My question I was gonna ask earlier when we were talking about the batteries, could it be just like the light bulb? They could make a light bulb that actually lasts practically forever, but they won't do it because it's not a
Well, I mean, the
business.
LED bulbs.
That would shut down society, bro. That
Well,
can't happen.
I mean,
What
for
you're saying
utility
will
bulb,
shut down
like
society.
no, it wouldn't, because like you
Yeah.
can't make like a super bright light like out of a carbon filament bulb, but it'll last forever. You know what I mean? But you can get
And what
enough
happens
light
to the
to
people
like
that
light
make
something.
light bulbs? What happens to
I'm
the
just
people
saying
that?
but there's
Right.
a
There
reason,
were,
it's like an emergency light. It's a good design for an emergency light. You know what I mean? Like a
but
100-year emergency light.
but you understand that they were light bulbs that's a super long time, but there's like supposedly a mob. It was a cartel of light bulb company that got together and pretty much put restrictions. And if they were to violate their restrictions, they had to pay a fee that they couldn't pretty much make a light bulb last longer than whatever 1,000 hours or something.
The problem is if we want a super bright light bulb, we need to use a small filament because that has more resistance, which produces a brighter light. If we're talking about, a tungsten filament light bulb, and then because we're using a small filament, the filament is going to burn out eventually.
The question is not the filament and whether you can construct a light bulb that can
Right,
last forever.
It's the cost.
The question is,
You're right.
please let me finish. The question is, if light bulbs and stuff doesn't break, our society will break down. Our society is a consumer society. It's based on design obsolescence. If your fridge doesn't break down, if you don't need to ever buy a new fridge, what happens to the fridge maker?
It's called
If your boots don't wear out, what happens to the shoemakers? You get where I'm going?
Yes, it's called planned obsolescence, the light bulb conspiracy and all that. And but just picture this scenario. You're big oil. You make $8 trillion a year. They come out with a new battery. Some guy makes it or whatever. There's a new battery on the market. Big oil offers to buy it for $5 billion and then just sit on it and do nothing with it. And there's nothing you could do. And $5 billion of them is like nothing. Duracell just sold for like $3 billion or something. It's fucking nothing compared to what these guys are raking in.
$3 billion, shit. There's sports teams that are worth more than that.
I don't. Didn't that Warren Buffett? Go ahead.
Sorry, I think that the same with the light bulb. There has to be something with the battery as well. They could probably make a battery that fucking lasts forever. I mean, not forever, but a way longer time than what batteries last now. But they have to have repeat customers. If there would be a dead business if it.
Society would break down, man. You guys are not getting it.
Well, the current understanding and way we do it would break down, but you could still have like a consumerism type of society without what you're saying, right? Like everything, technology always advances, right? And things get better and better. I mean, look at refrigerators, phones, everything gets a little better. If we would advance more in our ability to recycle our goods that we make, or make them in such a way that they were more easily recyclable.
If they don't break down, how are you going to recycle them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Since things break down, if we had a more reasonable way of recycling, what we could do as a society is have engineers and people building things and whatnot that when something new comes out, new technology, they build it, and anyone who wants to upgrade can get it and then recycle their old one back in, and we just have this repeating circuit of new things coming out and just being handed out as the old stuff is recycled. And
it
you
does
can
make
still
sense.
have that consumer without the whole last forever thing. Because everything breaks down, sure, but even if you didn't have it break down, you would have a newer technology come around, and people are going to want that, not the old shit. Like, how many people in here still drive a car from the 90s?
Well, that might work for some stuff, right? But how about your fridge? If your fridge doesn't break down, you're going to want to get the new model the next year because it looks cool, has a better design. Why would you want to change your fridge?
Why not? If it was given to
Oh
you and
man,
all you had to do was recycle your old one, and the new technology was given to you, would you say no, even if your
Oh,
fridge wasn't breaking down?
given to you?
Essie's
Yes, I said given to you.
Why would somebody give you a new fridge?
Talking about a different type of society.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
but society as we know it would collapse. Essie's right.
That's what I
Society
said.
would.
Yes, society as we understand
Well,
it would collapse, but we can actually still have a similar society to it.
So the
But
fridge
then you
is
would have.
free. So you're saying the fridge is free?
Yeah.
So who
So
makes
who
the
makes the
fridge?
fridge? Yeah.
Stop copying me.
Sorry.
Right.
Hey, don't
Yeah.
steal my arguments, Jeremy.
I'm stealing this whole shit. No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'll back out, bro.
No, go, bro. Go. I got to drive, so go for it.
Watch that video, SC.
Yeah, I mean, what it would end up boiling
I
down
watched
to.
it, bro.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah.
Yeah, what it would end up boiling down to would be more of a utopian type society that is impossible to hit, but it is feasible on paper anyway. You just
I think it's
the
doable.
problem is it's feasible. The only problem is human greed. It's in human nature to be greedy,
You want to have
and
even if we
that's
got
what's
rid
going
of
to cause a problem.
yeah, even if we got rid of money, people would hoard all the gold and silver. If that wasn't a thing, they'd hoard all the chickens and goats. Like
Yeah.
there'd always be something. Yeah.
Yeah, it would always be some type of greed involved, and that's the one thing that would break that type of system down. Is that
You gotta like breed that greed. Can you like breed that greed out of people? Do you think it would be possible to get out of that someday? And so, somehow, some way.
I mean, I've thought about it, like had deep stoner highs in thought about this, and I really don't see a way of breeding it out because it's something that is innate. I mean, it's like you see toddlers who haven't, toddlers and infants playing with each other that haven't
want
really
all the
learned
toys.
anything, right? Haven't learned right or wrong, things like that. It's just innate within them that they want all the toys. They want more things, or they see somebody playing with something that they want. They just take it or must have it or cry and scream until they have it. It's just, and you even see it in animals, like, I have a pack of dogs. I've got 5 dogs, right? One of them is like a hoarder like that. Hoards all the sticks, hoards any toys, hoards anything, and won't allow any of the other dogs to get a hold of them. It's not something that it's not like they were raised. I had someone, well, did you keep
You don't think
having
with
all their stuff when they were younger, and then they feel this need to have it now? It's like, no, they were all
you
raised
don't
together.
you don't think with a proper upbringing that you could like teach kids that's not the way to behave and like have that inherently within them now that that's not the way to do it.
Well, yeah, you could teach it, but it would still be a part of your innate life that if you wanted to go against your teachings, you could. And as an adult, you can go against your teachings and do as
Yeah.
you see, So
If everything was free though, and it's like we have this abundance of everything's here for us, like what would there to even be greedy about though? Like if
think
you
about it,
already
like if everybody could have a ski boat, but then well, I want a collection of ski boats.
Yeah, I've had this argument with people about I asked who makes the fridge, and I do push for this moneyless, cashless society where there's no barter, no money, nothing. But then it's like, who gets a jet ski? Who gets the lobsters? I like to eat lobster. How many lobsters are there on it? You know what I mean? Like, it's not in the cards for everyone to have 10 jet skis. That's not even feasible. You'd have to also teach these people about, there's no reason to have fucking 18 cars in your garage or whatever. You know what I mean? That's just it's just unnecessary.
It takes a completely different mindset and a completely different code of life and morals, of the way that type of society would be able to be a success, which is something that I don't think our current civilization can do.
Well, the type of society they're pushing is that we will eat insects and something that resembles meat but not meat. That's what they're pushing. I mean, how anybody could endorse that is beyond me.
I posted a video on
Oh, I know you're not.
some TikTok guy made some kind of research or whatnot on the Artemis pictures, right? So they say it's supposed to be an optical lens, but when he goes through the metadata on a couple of the metadata, it actually says a GoPro and it's a digital camera, not optical camera.
Well, most of the cameras on the Artemis are GoPro, like severely skeletonized versions of GoPros. Yes, and
Yeah, well, I mean
a lot of them were changed with their cameras. It's like some of the cameras on it are basically GoPros, just skeletonized down versions. But then there are other cameras where they just kind of use the framework as a place to put a different camera.
Yeah, no, that they were saying in the documentary, the documents that they have, that it was actually optical cameras, not no digital camera.
I mean, I'm sure they have both. I mean, I think the Artemis is loaded down with cameras all over it.
He has. The guy provides the actual documents that they said was what.
Sorry, what is this? I missed this. The Artemis. What is that?
Oh, that's the fake space aircraft.
It's the Artemis was the launch to send an unmanned capsule flight around the moon and back.
Oh, right. Did they launch that?
Yeah, they already launched it.
Oh, okay. It was an abortion.
It's supposed to be, I think, tomorrow, actually. It's supposed to be coming back and crashing into the Pacific just off of California tomorrow sometime. So, it's been gone for a while now. It was like a 20-something day trip.
Right. There'd probably be a big bomber flying above that area at that time. Just drop it in the ocean. I'm just kidding.
Well, I mean, that's how it works. They, figure out about right an area where it should land as it comes back and decelerates through the atmosphere. And they're sitting out there waiting with boats and everything to pick it up.
Amazing. It's like watching an episode of Star Trek.
And it's certainly not Star Trek. We've got better cell phones than Star Trek had.
We do. Jimbo used to open the little thing. Hey, Spock, beam me up, Scotty.
Right. Now we can FaceTime through our phones.
He used to walk in and talk to her on a screen. And you're like, wow, that's amazing. And then when he walked on, the door opened by itself, and everybody went, holy shit.
Now every grocery store you walk into.
It's amazing.
Love it.
And then suddenly, the science fiction became science fact.
We still don't have a tricorder though.
No, we do. Well, I suppose. Well, we do. Smartwatches can tell you your pulse and your blood pressure and what's going on deep, inside you.
I'll tell you what I'm waiting for is the holodeck from Star Trek. I don't know if you guys remember that.
They have this thing called the metaverse.
Bro, that's not even close.
But we're getting there though. That's the thing. Technology is getting there. Because right now the next thing in VR, or at least to the VR experience, is the ability to feel like you move around freely, like you actually walk around through the world. So they have the treadmills. Now they've got some very rudimentary ones that work right now, but they're very uncomfortable and take a minute to get used to how to use. But they're trying to make it more intuitive. And there's a few companies that are working on it. And the problem that they're running into, right? They've got this awesome 360 treadmill. The problem though is the time it registers for the game from the treadmill you're walking on, and when you say in your mind you want to stop walking, for the treadmill's motors that try to keep you centered to stop. That time they're trying to shorten it up, and it still feels like you're on a moving boat is what they talk about. It's like, when you're walking around, you're walking around like on a moving boat, but yeah,
Bro, it's
still getting pretty close.
Yeah,
it's never going to be good. It's never going to be good enough until they hook into your brain like some Matrix shit. Like it's never going to.
The Neuralink,
but
through Elon.
But the holodecks were like, you actually make contact with them without having to wear anything, like physical contact.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, once we get up to this point where we can freely start walking around, we can start losing the peripherals. We can start figuring out how to lose those wearable peripherals to have it in some other way. There's a process to it. And I see that we will hit that point where it'll be like a holodeck.
You think the light, you'll be able to touch light and feel the light?
So I think to be able to touch it.
I mean, yeah, you could interact.
Who knows, man?
Actually, grab an item, like I say, a light projected gun or whatever, or a sword. Let's say it was a Klingon, and be able to use it.
A batleth, maybe.
Yeah.
You never know, man. I mean,
Get out of here, bro.
It's not like that. What if it actually isn't like that, though? But you're actually grabbing a virtual thing, like we do now, right? We have, virtual where it actually recognizes your hands now. You're actually individual finger movements and can tell when you grab something in the virtual world. What if it's not just like that, where we can see a virtual item and just go up and grab it with our hand? We're not actually having to put pressure or strength into it.
They do that. They do that already in ISS.
The thing is, you need to be able to feel it, though. Like if I knee somebody, if I knee somebody in the nuts or something, like I need to be able to feel my knee hitting their nuts or whatever.
You never know. Maybe some kind of like haptic suit that you wore as you go into the chamber might be able to, into your holodeck area, might be able to do that for you. You never know.
Yeah, Ready Player One. All you need is a couple of Neuralinks and a suit.
Right? Yeah. I mean, you're good to go.
Proper suit.
And it's all just technology that just has to take time to get to. I mean,
next thing you know, everybody will fucking living there.
I know, but
what's that Moore's law? Wouldn't Moore's law, I think, is what it is, apply to this? I mean,
not for VR. Not for VR. It's like the Lawnmower Man paradox. It's like we were further along in VR in the 90s than we are like now, almost.
Oh, I would never say that.
All right.
I had a little VR, like cheap ass VR that you sit on the table and put your head into to play video games and shit.
Fox was it called?
Hell, I don't remember the name of it, but it's just total trash.
It's crazy, Snacks. What's wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie though, that flying in that I think they had the Fox game in that. What was it called? I think it was what was that thing called?
Star Fox.
It had Star Fox, but what was the name of the VR? It was like nothing but red lines mostly.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. It's like all red lines, VR. Yeah, and everything with all the games you play were all in red lines.
Dude, I used to go
Virtual Boy
in school. Yeah, that's what it was called. I used to get suspended in school just to go freaking Toys R Us and just get on that.
Yeah, so that from what that was then to what we got now, shit.
It's a different virtual world.
Yeah.
The tank game was freaking awesome too.
I played my son's, like, I don't have a VR, but I messed around on my son's, and he's got this one game on there that was a climbing game, like you climb up the side of mountain faces and stuff. And dude, that was pretty intense, even though I was still standing on the ground in the room. When I would miss a grip and fall, I still had that kind of like sinking feeling, like I just fell to my death kind of thing.
That's because somebody fucked with your perception.
It was pretty in depth and like really good with it. Like and I understood like it can only get better from here, right?
I get you. And then there are like the virtual paint things you can just basically just paint the whole world around you and stuff. Like it's terribly cool. But I think that's like that approach is like I guess what I meant to say in my comment about the Lawnmower Man. It's like in the 90s, like the VR experience was like so immersive. You know what I mean? Like it might have looked crappy in digital in the 90s, but like the idea was I don't know, more creative, more like you had like this interface to it rather than it being like it's essentially like a really highly tuned video game, for the eyepiece.
It was more wow.
I don't know. So it's just one of those things where we're like kind of on that trend, talking about like things from Star Trek, like that were sort of that didn't exist and then came into existence, and you're saying that the VR is getting better, yeah.
Yeah, well, things like the VR, virtual reality back then, though, it was. I kind of look at that as more of like what happened to the Sega Game Gear. It was too far ahead of its time for people to accept, really. You know, and then but now like nobody would blink an eye to a color, full of backlit color handheld video game. But back then the Sega Game Gear, it just didn't hit a lot of popularity. I mean, it was completely selling out everywhere it went, but you didn't hear a lot of commercials about it. You didn't hear people talking about it. It wasn't one of those things. It was ahead of its time when the Sega Game Gear came out, and I think that was the reason why it wasn't. It's because people weren't ready for it. I mean, look at what Game Boy Nintendo had with the Game Boy at the time the Sega Game Gear came out.
Gold mine is still going, still making money.
Yeah, but the Game Boy had like a 2-color screen, big blocky 2-color screen, nothing. And then Sega comes out right there with Game Boy with this full color backlit screen. You could hardly see the Game Boy unless you had it like held it in the right direction, in the right lighting conditions. You could see what was on the screen, but the Game Gear was backlit full color and it came out at the same time. But yet Game Boy was what made it through the ages, and the Game Gear died.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, what the hell was that?
Yeah, what was the price compared to?
I did notice the one was better than the other, but the one that was shittier took off, and everybody just forgot about the one that was actually better.
Yeah.
I think the gameplay was just better on the Game Boy stuff.
Well, it had more games to it for sure. The Game Boy did have more games.
And then like big hit, like the Pokemon hits and all those, and well, just Tetris. Being able to play Tetris was pretty cool. What games were there on like Game Gear, like Outrun and
Sonic was the big that was the Sega Genesis main game. It had like all the different versions of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah, there's Starfield, Castlevania, old version Castlevania.
The Game Boy is really just like an 8-bit experience. You know what I mean? It's similar to the Nintendo Entertainment System, Famicom.
I think it was the price, dude. It was like $150.
Yeah,
that was the price for a Nintendo. You can buy Nintendo or a Sega Genesis.
Yeah, that was loot back then, though. Let's not forget. $150 back then was a lot of fucking money, bro. Heads were making like $3-4 an hour.
$7 an hour. Working at Gene Country.
And compared to the Game Boy was freaking $89. That extra, and then you still have to buy the games.
Some dude's a manager at Wilson's
You had to
Leather.
buy $100 worth of batteries, bro.
Oh yeah, the battery was fucking.
Oh yeah, I was one of those kids that immediately started doing all the upgrades to that big old blocky brick of a Game Boy. So I had like the magnifying glass with the light on it. Yeah, the light magnifier, the extended battery pack.
You're serious. Yeah, you're a pro.
Serious. I was serious about it, dude.
Yeah. what you're doing.
But you know, I also had a Sega Game Gear though, you know, the full color one, and I played the Game Boy more for some reason. Like the Game Gear being better with color and everything just didn't take off.
And then the prices was also for the games, man. Remember, you always had to pay that extra $5 for the nice colored games compared to just the $20. Nah, probably less. See how much was the Game Boy's price games in the '90s?
You
I
know,
wasn't
you
I
know
wasn't
what's,
buying
you
them.
know what was a big, you know what was a big letdown was these things they come out with that they sell in Walmart and shit. It'll be like a fake old school Nintendo, and it'll have games on it. It doesn't feel right. I've tried all of them, bro. The Sega, the Super Nintendo, the regular Nintendo. None of them have the. It doesn't feel right. Like I can't explain it.
Oh. Is it the controller or it's the video?
I don't know. Just the gameplay. I don't know. It feels lag. I don't know. It doesn't feel right.
Because I've thought about buying one. Like I saw one in the store up the road from me that is the Nintendo, the old school Nintendo NES.
Yeah.
That has, I think it's got like 180 games loaded on it.
The games are trash. All the games, like there's a few good games on it, but most of the games are just trash games.
What? On the
They're not
NES?
good. I would advise not to buy them shits.
Well, you can just ROM them and then put them on a one cartridge that you could have like all the games on and just play off the original hardware. You get all your Mega Man and whatever you like, Contra. And there's like so many. I mean, don't disrespect the NES, man. I won't have that in my.
So the Artemis, sorry to change a topic here, but did the Artemis take certain photos apparently, or is that a thing? Did it
They
take?
had a Game Boy camera. Yeah,
okay. The Artemis took
The
pictures.
Artemis is a big joke. It has 16 cameras aboard it right now. 16 cameras. Do a YouTube search and see what they're showing. It's a complete farce. I mean, yeah.
Just as you say, the go ahead.
What is it showing? Is it showing you a nozzle? The nozzle of the craft? Anybody believing that, man? I got a bridge to sell you. Slightly used, good price though.
I'm in.
So somebody asked before, right now it's on its return mission. And well, of course it's all a fantasy, but it's supposed to splash down on the 11th off the coast of San Diego, I believe.
Yeah, so it's not tomorrow, it's the next day. Okay.
Yeah, it's not looking too good here. I'm still trying. Not many photos.
Good luck.
Oh wait, did it actually land on the moon?
No.
Oh,
No.
okay.
You could drop off a sandwich.
That won't
for
be
later.
until Artemis 3.
And then
They didn't drop off a little satellite, a little robot, a little Roomba. They didn't drop off nothing.
No.
Some just draw shapes or something on it. I'm sure. Yeah. Nothing.
All the way to the moon.
Go up there and try to take all hard on the moon or something.
Empty the waste facility into a moon crater. They didn't do any of that. No. Okay. I guess there was nobody taking a crap on there. Unmanned. Robots don't take shits. I don't know.
It's all recycled.
That's how you know it's not a simulation. Because why would we be shitting? You know what I mean? It's like, why add that? Who added that subroutine? Do you know how long it would take to program that? Do you know how detailed of a program you'd have to be? It's just unnecessary. This can't be a simulation.
See, if I was doing a mission to the moon and I had unlimited funds, I would make sure I got the shittiest cameras possible for the mission. Like I would go to the most worst dealer, the guy that makes the worst cameras, and I would ask for those cameras to be put on Artemis. That's what I would do.
They're that bad, eh?
Well,
It's
it's
incredible.
those new generation GoPros correct for all of the early ones that we see, like the wobbling between a ball and a concave and a flat. I think all those problems are eliminated on the new generation GoPros.
So we can get HD on GoPros, HD on phones, but we can. But if something's passing the moon, we can't drop off a HD camera. That's
Correct.
not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Makes.
Well, they say they have one dedicated one, and they'll give us that info later on because they can't transmit high res. And okay, maybe, but how about the low res? Like, I mean, that bad? It's like it's pitiful. Like you said, a phone. Yeah.
720p, bro. Come on.
It's so nuts. Have you ever like studied the formation of how GoPro started with like the one guy? There was two guys, and then the one guy just died, and then the other guy just like made a wild success out of GoPro. Just got funded out the ass. You know what I mean?
Bro, that shit better be in fucking
That makes
3D
sense.
when they get back. You heard,
8K.
SE?
Yeah,
That shit better be in fucking That shit better be in 4D when they get back.
4D with the T added. Yes. I want to see time intervals there. I want to see crazy stuff. Yep. I want to see pebbles. I want to see dust on the flag.
Well, they got to be able to do a photogrammetry like a scan, from it, just because it's video and shit. Reconstruct what they had seen.
I don't know why, but I have pictures of an alien life form wiping the camera. Can you see now?
Anybody thinks this is real, just have a look what they're showing now. Go to NASA live, type in Artemis 1 live, and go to the NASA feed and look at the junk they're showing you.
I'm going to guess that it's on a break.
Well, the last 2-3 days I checked, they were showing, those color lines there when there's no feed, or they show the Artemis logo. And when they're showing live, they're showing you nozzles or a complete joke.
Yeah, cartoon. I've got the cartoon on the left, on the right side. I've got the Artemis logo on the main screen. Brilliant.
Hold on, who's got the? All right, they seriously though, they better have some 360 cams when they come back. There's no reason they're like a few $100 for a 360 cam.
You're just a flat earther. Why would they do that for you?
Not for me, just for posterity. Like, yo, have a 360, couple 360 cams all over the place, so that way you could go back and change the angle when we're watching it back. Wouldn't make sense not to. Like, it would be highly suspicious if they came back and we didn't have multiple 360 cams all over the place, inside, outside.
Bro, we
That's
have
just dumb.
Yeah, we have penguin cams, we have eagle cams, we have polar bear cams. I mean,
I love the eagle cam, bro. Love the eagle cam.
Yeah,
That shit is dope as fuck.
But no Orion. No lie. I mean, it's a joke. It's a joke. They didn't think of one camera to focus it on stars, like to be able to see the stars, like up there where there's nothing. Like it's a farce, man. It's a farce. Seriously.
They could have done a little moon bounce, slam dunk, what I mean, on top of the whole thing, little cherry on top. Had some side lasers, just like,
Yeah.
You just hit 3 cities, just bounced them right off the moon. We're fucking pros, we're NASA.
Well, NASA Live has more cartoons. Brilliant.
Wow.
He's
Your
living in a
background is
soap.
loud.
He's like
Dude.
living in a
What are
soap
you at?
opera.
The fucking opera or something?
Huh?
What are you at, a musical?
It's like
Yeah,
it's
can
a
you hear?
dramatic
Oh, it's
life.
beautiful.
Are you watching Cats?
Dude, I watched it.
Then they photoshopped out the buttholes, but they put the buttholes in the first time.
The music is what makes it all worthwhile. It's why it's there.
What are you listening to us with a soundtrack?
I'm watching NASA live, bro.
Should I freestyle over that or what?
Are you watching the telemetry data for the what's it called, the Artemis?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, I remember that music.
Kosho, get that. Kosho, get that bot, get that Glover bot in VC for us, will you?
Yes, boss. Right on it.
That would more. Except to run the bot.
You know, you told me that you were a child slave growing up.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, and I
Absolutely.
think that it's fucking rubbed in. You know, it's influenced the way you treat people, dude. Because you're treating me like a fucking child slave, bro.
A, you're a grown adult, okay? And for B, you don't have to. I mean, it would be good if you pulled your weight for once in this community.
You just admitted that basically I'd be let go if I completed this task.
Yeah,
Anyways,
we'll free you from your slavehood. Perfect.
actually, I was already working on it, to be honest with you. The only thing is the way I was going to implement it is it would involve you would have to invite the bot here, so it would just be in the form of a bot, and then you could do it that way.
We were talking about AI earlier. You missed it. A nice little AI conversation.
I was here.
I brought up person of interest, of course.
Who's that person of interest? What's that?
You know what it is, bro. Stop playing dumb. Sometimes I don't know if you're playing though.
What's person of interest? Some game?
Bro, you know what it is. Just stop.
Oh, wait, the show, the TV show, right?
He already knew that, guys. He's just playing games. We've talked about this like 7 times in the past.
I'm going back through the catalog of the things you fucking bring up all the time, and I think that's the thing you brought that up. It was like an AI that was in charge, secretly controlling everything.
Before we go back a bit to the AI, another Artemis thing for you NASA fanboys
and girls.
What's up?
AKA Kosho.
Okay, well,
What do you got?
All right, check this one out now. I want you guys, the number crunchers. Somebody's watching the live feed, right? Can you tell me what the speed of the craft is right now?
Essie, you know, this conversation that you had with us, it forced me to. I made this whole program, dude, and I end up fucking not even worrying about it anymore because I put too much work into it. All I did was I took the telemetry data that PMAC is watching, and all it shows is the current speed and the current distance to the moon, right? And I literally was able to track out its entire orbit using that. Because
yeah, but that's not what I'm talking. I'm just let me finish this, and then you can go, Kosho.
Yeah, go ahead.
The current speed right now is about 1,500 miles an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it started off at a very slow speed, like I don't know, a couple of 100 miles an hour, whatever. Now I want you guys to crunch the number. Now it's been traveling for I think 3 days at this slow speed.
Yeah.
Now do the numbers. Because we gotta wait till the whole mission, but now it's gonna have to speed up, right? Eventually, it's gonna be going 25,000 miles an hour. Believe it or not, that's another issue, right? That's another fantasy. But do the numbers and see, can it make that trip in 5 days, going at those speeds?
It's not traveling one speed, dude.
I know that. That's why I told you got to take different days. It started off at 200, whatever. They did a burn, and then it went to a couple of thousand. Then it slowed down, and now it's going to start speeding up again. So you got to take all those days. Like, for example, one day traveling at 500 to 600 miles an hour. Then day 2 traveling at 1,000 to 2,000. You understand? And try to see if that fits.
What I'm telling you is that it does. Like I already took its entire orbit. I mean, I already took the different speed changes it does at different locations, and was able to project out the entire orbits. I added
Not
in
the
even
orbit, the
drones.
time. The time. I'm not talking about the orbit. I'm talking about the time. The speed travel, it has to travel 250,000 miles. Keep that in mind.
At 2,000 miles per hour?
No.
Well, no, it varies in speed. That's what I'm talking. A lot of people are not familiar with that. Like at one point, it was traveling at 60 miles an hour. Let me put it to you this way, if you can believe that or not.
Okay.
A lot of people don't know this stuff.
So it left Earth's orbit at 7,000 miles an hour, and then suddenly it was traveling.
Why don't you turn your
Can
music down, dude?
Yeah, turn your stream down, dude. I know you're watching NASA, but turn the music down or off or something for it.
Much
It's
louder than
blaring
you.
It is blaring you out.
All right, there we go.
No, but SC, you know how they talk about the orbital speed of the Earth around the sun, and they say it's 66,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And you know that it's actually between like 65 and 67. It ranges between 65 and 67.
Of course, that's the whole thing because of your oval, not orbital. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, Kosho.
Well, it kind of is though, because that's an eccentric orbit, but it's not as eccentric, obviously, as the path to the moon and back. But it's going to be speeding up and slowing down the entire time, just in between those speeds. And the Artemis is doing the same thing.
Yeah, you're repeating what I'm saying. No, does the Earth go from 66,000 miles an hour to 60 miles an hour or 1,000 an hour? No, there's no drastic change like that. So that doesn't even compare, Kosho.
Because it's not as eccentric as an orbit. The orbit is almost, it's more or less circular, with a little like a slight deviation or slight eccentricity. But this is just a more eccentric orbit, but the principle is the same. It's just that's why it's longer shaped.
Yeah, the issue is not the orbit. You're trying to veer off the conversation. The issue is not the ellipticity of the orbit. The issue is the time, speed traveled. Can it do 250,000 miles? That is the issue that I'm talking about. And I'm not saying I'm not for or against. I'm just saying somebody should do that. I'm probably going to do that because I have the screenshots clipped, but I'm going to have to do it day by day and estimate day one at this speed, this distance, day two, and see, does it match?
You want to hear something? See, that's what I did. I took the video that PMAC is watching, and I screen grabbed like thousands of different moments. I think I did every 10 minutes of the telemetry data, and I used that to input it in. So I used every 10 minutes the different speed and distances, and it worked out.
It worked out, yeah. Okay. If it worked out, I want to do it myself and see, like, cause it just seems kind of weird, traveling at like for 3 days, traveling at 1,000 miles an hour, and then going from 22, I think it was 22,005 that it left to 60 miles an hour. I mean, that I find that really, really fanciful. And I understand how it works in your model with the gravity slowing it down. I get all that. But I just want to see the numbers and see, does it work out?
I'll tell you this though too is the more resolution. So if you do it like every couple hours versus every hour versus every 10 minutes versus every minute, you're going to get a more you'll get more accurate description of how the speed's changing. The better resolution you use. So you do it every couple hours, it's going to seem like it's changing drastically.
Well, you can average out the day, right? Because what I've noticed there, day by day, doesn't change that much.
I think it does. If I was doing every 10 minutes, it was changing sometimes by 50 miles per hour, sometimes more than that every 10 minutes. depending on where it was.
I think it depends on how close it is to the bodies in the fantasy. Let me make that clear. I don't believe this for a minute. I'm just working in the fantasy.
You like that one, that CGI website that I showed you, the Artemis one, where it shows you like the whole orbit and it shows you like where it is right now and the cameras and everything?
Yeah, it was onto those from day one, bro.
Yeah, I like that site. It just sucks because the cameras that it lets you use, it doesn't look the same. It doesn't look like it's like you can't move them, and also like it doesn't look like it's pointed in the same direction as the ones that are on YouTube.
Yeah, there's that. I mean, if you want to believe that, bro, I mean, it's comical. I mean, 16 cameras, and they show us the one that's pointed at the nozzles. I mean, that's just unacceptable, man. Unacceptable.
To be honest with you, I said this the other day, but to be honest with you, I'm more impressed than I thought it would be with the. I didn't think that there was going to be this much live feed. I didn't think there'd be very much at all.
Well, you know who else was surprised? The mission planners themselves. They didn't know that they were able to send live feed and also download the high-res pictures and data. They didn't know that. Imagine that.
Wait, what? They didn't know that they were going to be able to send the live feed? What?
Yeah, they didn't know that they were going to be able to, at the same time, send live feed, low res, and at the same time, download data and high res video, like on stream. Yeah.
Huh.
I find that highly suspicious. The technical guys didn't know how much bandwidth they had. Really?
Well, it sounds like you're saying they didn't think they could do both at the same time.
Yeah. Because of bandwidth limitations.
Well, you know, NASA and some of the space programs have made mistakes before plenty of times. You know that one about the Mars mission where they used metric, and I think Lockheed Martin or Boeing or whoever used Imperial. They didn't communicate and it fucking crashed.
Have you seen the pictures? Oh, this is really a joke. Of the backside of the moon?
The backside of what? The moon? Oh yeah. I've seen plenty of them. Yeah.
Have you seen those? What'd you think?
I mean, some of them were great, fantastic. There's so many like instant classic screenshots.
I didn't see the same ones.
Well, I mean,
I thought those photos were crazy fake. They don't look real at all.
So what?
I saw the backside of the moon. I was offended. Why would you tell me you could see the back of it?
You're a little bit muffled, but it sounds like you said, "How can you see the back of it?" Or what'd you say? Your microphone was a little bit muffled.
Yeah, you were muffled there, bro.
Yeah, sorry.
It's good now.
"2022 technology just can't keep up with communication. Too many people trying to talk."
Somebody clicked you. Go on.
No, it's actually amazing. You know, I click a button right now, press send, and Japan receives a picture, right, that I just took. That is freaking amazing if you think about it.
Yeah, it is.
Or Discord itself, you know, people from all over the world, different time zones, different whatever, you know, able to, you know, insult people.
That'd be crazy if there was some sort of apocalyptic event. I think we'd regret having all this technology and not using it to its full potential.
Yeah, the more advanced we get, the more fragile our whole system is, because there's so many things depending on this other thing. And if that thing stops happening, it's just all downhill. Whereas if you had each individual home producing its own water, its own food, its own electricity and shit, you could weather out any kind of apocalyptic situation, you know?
Yeah, but then you limit the amount of technology that you could have, because they say that like cavemen or hunter gatherers from like a long time ago, they're probably smarter than all of us individually, because each one of them had to do exactly what you said. They had to have access to all this skills, and they basically had to have every skill that they needed. They barely traded, maybe some of them did, but almost everyone had to know how to do every single thing. So individually they were more capable, but obviously they're limited because they don't have this shared pool of knowledge.
Yeah, I'm just saying our society is very fragile at this point. If one thing went wrong, like there's multiple different scenarios that could happen where it would just absolutely, destroy civilization. You'd still have the hunter gatherers and like the Amazon and shit. They'd be fine, but we won't make it.
Turn people's air off for an hour and they freak out.
Yeah.
You should have seen Texas when that snowstorm came like 2 years ago.
Heaters went out, electricity went out, and people just couldn't survive.
Yeah, the cops.
Imagine if you had something crazy like the electrical grid goes down or the food stops coming into the city. It's a wrap.
Jeremy, you really got to stop getting all your stuff from me, man. It's starting to make you look bad. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Yeah, what was your catchphrase from yesterday, Jeremy? Or was your catchphrase? But you said yesterday. You said, "Where is it actually?" Or what do you always say? Where is it? Where's
Yeah, your bot's trying to tell me that it knows that the thing's being projected higher or lower than its actual position. I need to know how you got its actual position.
There you go.
Yeah. It better not have anything to do with refraction. You can't give me an actual position. You can't give me an actual position if you're using a method that still has the refraction incorporated into it. Right. You agree, or?
No, I don't agree with you.
You don't agree with that? Oh, okay.
Now I was just thinking about your soundboard. That would be one of your soundboard sounds. No, but when you asked the bot that, I thought its answer was, it actually gave some answers that were novel. I haven't seen a Glover say that, but that was one of them. And when it brought up how do you know its actual position, shit like that, and then it described how we know how it works because we studied things like the sun, for example, where they already understand the path of the sun, and so they know when it's out of position, where it's supposed to be compared to where it ends up when you end up seeing it. That was a fine answer.
Kosher, you remember that conversation we had about superfluid?
Which one? Well, sure. Just we had several, but yeah, go ahead.
The one where we were talking about alternatives. We were just pondering what could be, and brought up superfluid. Shout out Rakia, by the way. He's the one that came up with that. Even though I had to finish off the theory with super matter. But yeah, okay. We'll give this one to Rakia. Do you remember you laughed at me when I told you that in space helium could form a superfluid, and you told me it's not cold enough? You remember that?
Well, I didn't laugh, but I did say that was 2 days. Yeah, 2 days ago. Yeah, I said.
It didn't laugh, but you said. Yeah, you said.
Yeah, I said two things. One is it's not So so at our pressure, it would need to be colder than space's, and then in space's pressure, it would need to be even colder. But yeah.
Do you know the temperature of space?
The average temperature of space, yeah, outside the atmosphere.
It's pretty close to the it's almost exactly the same number as almost zero, right?
I think it's close to
temperature
three.
almost for helium to form superfluid. Funny that, huh?
Well, no, it's like 2.7 or 3 degrees above zero. And I think superfluid is about 2 degrees above zero.
They're pretty similar.
And they're pretty
like
close.
3 or 2 off. Yeah, and those are estimates, so it's pretty conceivable that that could happen. I just want to point that out because I wasn't sure. I didn't want to argue with you at the time, but I did check it out, and the numbers are pretty close.
Sure, yeah, but just like water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at our pressure, that's like Would always bring that up, how that's not exact. Like it could be slightly different. It's usually not 1 degree different, and also it changes as you lower the pressure. So if you use our pressure, then it's still a degree below the temperature of space. But if you lower the pressure to the vacuum of space, that temperature is going to decrease even more. So,
right. There's also been experiments done that showed that a superfluid can mimic the vacuum of space. Let me see if I can find the article.
when you say that, you mean because it doesn't have viscosity?
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Particles behave the same in the superfluid as they would in a mythical vacuum. Funny that, huh?
Well, yeah, because there's no viscosity. They usually share like a quantum state, something like that. But
there's no viscosity. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that and they're also superconductors are have zero resistivity, or they're zero resistance, but also electrical resistance.
Yeah, there's maglev trains, but they need to be super cooled.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Not as
Right?
cold as superfluids, but yeah.
Yeah.
Depending on what material. But that's the other thing is you can have a superfluid that's not helium, and that they have a higher critical temperature, but I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure what they are for each material.
So, but I just want you admit now that the temperatures are there, right? In space?
What? No, I'm saying that in space it would have to be even lower. So, on the surface, like in our pressure, it's 2 degrees. If you had a vacuum of space, if you had the vacuum of space where it's already less pressure, the temperature would be even lower.
So you're saying it's not done. Let me see if I can find that article. Hold on.
But there's other, like I said, there's other material that could be superfluids. I just don't know of any examples or what the temperatures are.
Okay, first of all, read this about the lambda point transition.
Okay.
With the numbers.
This says liquid helium 4.2 Kelvin.
Yeah,
right. Yeah, then 2 degrees. Yeah.
Yeah. Keep reading. But that's not what. That's just one of the things. I want to show you the other thing where I told you about the super. It mimicking a vacuum. Give me 1 second.
But see, this is what I mean. This describes when it becomes liquid at our pressure, and then how much colder you got to make it to become a superfluid. But it's going to become liquid at an even lower temperature in a vacuum of, in a vacuum.
Read that. I don't make stuff up, bro. I research stuff. Have a read at this.
Small molecules of droplets of liquid helium can rotate freely. Right. Yeah. This is what we were just talking about. How it's Oh, right. Yeah, you're saying so it acts like a vacuum, like it's in a vacuum. Well, yeah, because it's like it's got zero viscosity.
Yeah. What makes more sense to you? Something like this that we can, see and touch and understand, or a freaking vacuum next to gas? What makes more sense to you? I'm not saying this is what it is, right? We're just talking about alternatives. And now you agree that it can mimic a vacuum, right? You agree with that?
Well, what it's saying is that each molecule will behave the same way it behaves in a vacuum. Is what it's saying.
Exactly.
Each of these helium molecules,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say that it's going to act like a vacuum. Like if you put something into it, it's going to, not have any. Let's see. Like it's not like you can put material in a superfluid helium, and that would behave like a vacuum. You know what I mean?
Exactly as they would in a vacuum. That's what it's saying.
Yeah, but it's not saying that you put things in there and it will behave like it's in a vacuum.
I think that's what it's saying, unless I'm understanding it.
I think it's just talking about how the helium that is superfluid, how it behaves.
Well, you can make what you want out of it. I just found that pretty fascinating, and I never even heard of this stuff. Thanks to Rakia, he first brought it up. And then what I found was super solids as well.
Oh yeah, that's
so
new.
that not only do you have a replacement for the vacuum, but here you have a barrier, if you like. How do you like that?
Well, super solids don't really behave the exact same way, though.
Well, they behave like a solid. Hold on. They behave like a solid that flows. That's the explanation.
Right. It would be like I forgot exactly the explanation. It's like if you have like a solid structure, the actual like it'll be like a crystalline structure, but the elements or the atoms can move around and sort of fill, and there'll be gaps and there'll be spaces they can fill up. So it acts somewhat like a superfluid, but it still has like some sort of crystalline structure.
That's how they describe it, as a crystalline structure, like a solid that is able to flow. It's truly amazing shit. Like, it's really, you got to see it. First of all, the superfluid, once it achieves superfluid status, the helium, it can flow through the jar it's in. It creeps up the walls. It has like anti-gravity properties. They say if you spin superfluid, it'll spin forever. Like, if you were to get it, I forget the exact circumstances, but if you were to put it in a certain environment and spin it, it'll spin forever. There's no resistance. It's amazing.
Right. Yeah. Because you won't lose any you won't lose anything to heat or to friction or anything.
Yeah. It won't lose anything to friction, heat. It has zero viscosity.
It's certainly interesting stuff. Superconductors, I think superconductors in themselves are cool. Like if you because Witz always talks about the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere, and it's actually normally a meaningless, fruitless fact. But however, if you were to use a superconducting like wire, like if you had a wire that was a superconductor or cooled down, so there was a superconductor, it have zero resistance. And if you had zero resistance and you connected two different altitudes, with some sort of wire or something like that, then you actually would have something, because then that electrical potential could be put to use.
Yeah, but the amount of cooling that it needs, it's like
Yeah.
a lot of energy there.
Yeah, we did that at school. We did like the sapphire wafer or whatever, and that's usually the ones that you see, like the puck, and then you have to use liquid nitrogen to cool it down. but there's been claims that there's different materials will have a higher critical temperature. So I saw a paper once that said there was room temperature superconducting gold by these Indian dudes, but I think that was found out to be fake.
Think about it. We have all the ingredients that we can test and know. We have gold, we can recreate. We have electromagnetism, which we can also recreate, right? But yet we choose to believe in a fantasy, a vacuum, right? We don't question it. And the people that do, they're looked upon as crazies. Oh, why don't you give us a replacement? Well, here you go. How about that?
Vacuums aren't fantasy.
Right? And I'm not saying you need a replacement, but think outside the box for once in your life, man.
Vacuums aren't fantasy, and the same restrictions that you think gravity or space-time has on testing, electromagnetism also has. Like it requires, both of them require changing variables that are both within our ability to change. Like we can use different masses and we can use different materials that have different charge. So it's not like one is within our grasp and the other one is unable to be tested.
About another relationship, you want to think outside the box? Here's one for you, Kosho. For you NASA fanboys. We know you just said about the superconductive material and how it reacts with electricity, right? The maglevs and all that. We know the moon is a cold place, right? We also know the Earth has electromagnetism, right? Because of our compasses. Okay. So how do you like that relationship?
Well, some of it I wasn't sure. First of all, maglevs don't use superconductors, and
yeah, maybe that's the wrong. But you know which ones? I mean, those tracks where the puck you said that you freeze floats.
Yeah.
Well, quantum locking or whatever they call it.
Right. And then the moon is cold, but only because it's got in its atmosphere weighs a ton throughout the entirety of the moon, so it's a very small atmosphere.
No, but whatever the moon is circling around the Earth in that kind of relationship. I'm not saying it is, but since we're speculating, right?
Right, and then the other thing you said about the Earth being electromagnetic, I think it's fair to say that it's magnetic in the sense that it has a magnetic field.
Not necessarily electric, yeah, okay.
But that field is not like I don't know. It's like it's a very big field. I don't know if it's very strong though, because a compass needle is very tiny, so it can move that, but it doesn't really, move anything else.
Yeah, but what sounds better, that or you throw something up there, big, huge rock, and it keeps on falling forever? What sounds more like physically possible to you? A thing falling continuously but never reaching the ground, or some sort of mechanical relationship like that?
The latter,
by physics.
I mean, you know that Newton's cannon thing was a thought experiment by Isaac Newton, right?
What? Sorry?
His Newton's cannon. He described, if he was postulating how gravity works, and he was saying if he was on top of a mountain and he shot a cannon, if he shot it far enough, like a mile or something, there's 8 inches per mile squared. So after a mile, it would not only fall the height of the cannon, it would also fall the height of the cannon plus another 8 inches because there's extra earth curve. And so he was imagining if he shot it fast enough, then every time it was falling to the ground, there would be more space, available now because the earth is curving. And so he was just postulating like, if you shot it fast enough, it'd basically be able to do that perpetually because it'd be falling and the earth would be curving away from it the entire time. So I mean, the thought experiment at least fits the idea of things accelerating as they're falling, and the earth and the earth being curved. So if those things are true, then orbits are just a necessary consequence.
No, they're not. It's the imaginations of a lunatic, a luna. Who would ever think that if you throw something in the air, okay, you throw it in the air, it falls back down. But if you throw it fast enough, it doesn't come back down. It keeps falling around. That's ridiculous, bro.
Do you believe that if you drop a cannonball and if you shoot a cannonball, that they'll hit the ground about the same time?
No, I believe if you shoot a cannonball high enough, it'll keep falling. No, I
No,
don't.
not high enough. No, I'm saying like if you shoot a gun, and you drop a bullet, then they'll both go. One will go forward, but they'll both be falling towards the ground at about the same rate. Is what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Okay, because that's what I'm saying. That's what the reason why they don't hit the ground at exactly the same time is because the Earth is slightly curved. So if the bullet went a mile, it would have an extra 8 inches versus the one that you just dropped, right? So
how do you get something traveling and dropping with a curvature of a? No, wrong. How do you equate those two things?
Well, I mean, if it takes a bullet 1 second to fall from where you drop it, then it's going to have a little bit extra time because it's got eight more inches to fall. So it's going to add more time to it.
How did you get those 8 inches? Where'd you get them from?
Because the bullet traveled a mile.
You're assuming a shape, though.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm assuming that the Earth is curved and it's round.
Yeah, so right there, your thing is gone by admission.
Well, no, I admitted that. I said that assuming gravity works the way that like it accelerates things downward, and assuming that the Earth is curved at inches per mile squared, then that thought experiment makes sense.
If you assume stuff, yeah, you can make anything make sense, I guess. Yeah.
Well, if those two things are true, then
if you think in reality, you never saw anything go up that didn't come back down. You only thought you saw that because you saw a rocket going up, disappearing, and then you saw CGI showing it going further up. But you never saw that with your eye. Everything you've ever saw that went up always came back down, right?
Yeah, somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
Place, I think. You've seen that Newton's cannon thing before, though, right? I think I've showed you like there's a pretty cool. But I mean, I think you understand it. You just don't agree the Earth is round, so it wouldn't work.
Yeah, I understand. Though, of course, that's the oldest thing in the book. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Do you know that the Germans built one of those things thinking that they can do that?
Well, the Russians built one of those things thinking they could do it, and they did. It's called Sputnik.
No. I mean an actual cannon. You haven't seen that one? It looks like two huge buildings.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about in the fort, like when the war, right?
Yeah, the biggest cannon ever built.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's crazy.
The biggest mobile cannon ever built, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, because I think there's a bigger one than that. Like
they built the first ICBMs around that time too, though. I know what you're talking about. That's like the biggest barreled weapon.
Yeah, I think mobile. Yeah. I think it was on train tracks, if I'm not mistaken, that one. A monstrosity, like.
It's a good thing we took their engineers, dude. It's a genius move.
Then they got the rocket technology, so that was kind of obsolete. Then got Von Braun into the picture. And guess who got him?
Funny. Yeah, we took those. I mean, that was a smart move, dude. I mean, whether you believe all of it or not, wouldn't that be the move you would have made if they really had those types of engineers? Their engineers were doing all sorts of stuff. It's even the stuff they were testing on humans because of the Holocaust and stuff. The Soviet, they took a lot of those scientists. We took some of those scientists, but they learned a lot. In a lot of fields. So it makes sense that we would employ some of those people.
Absolutely. I mean, the military doesn't look at anything but if there's a technology, they want to get their hands on it before the enemy. That's for sure. So yeah, that makes sense. That part, of course. And you don't care how many people he's killed or burned or hanged or yeah. Any government would do that. That is a fact. And I don't care what they say.
Well, as far as the testing they did on people, biological testing, they would go to no ends. Like they would test some of the sickest things on people. Like like radiation, uh, malnutrition, all sorts of stuff. Just to see the effects. Like the G force, I think we tested 43 Gs on somebody. But I think the Soviet, I mean the Germans probably tested, greater than that.
Oh, they did way more. Oh man, I can tell you shit. Put it this way: most of the medical stuff we know, without getting gruesome into details, it's been a lot of it has been done from live experiments on live humans by the Germans. Like I'll tell you just one gruesome thing, and then I'll stop. They would take a body and cut him from the throat all the way down, expose his interiors to the to the outside world, and see how long he would live.
Yeah,
in a freezer. An experiment they did. Yeah,
it's fucked up shit. I mean that, and on top of that, and the radioactivity, radioactive poisoning and stuff like that.
Anything you can imagine, man. What they do to rats now, they did to humans. Put it that way.
I had a debate with a friend once, and because I don't believe in capital punishment, but he was arguing that like criminals, certain prisoners who do the heinous things, like we should forcibly test stuff like that on them. But I don't agree with that.
No, that's inhumane, man. It's inhumane stuff.
Funny thing is, my buddy, the dude I was debating with, he works in that field. Like he works in medical, I guess, testing.
Is NASA fanboy an insult? Do you consider NASA fanboy an insult, Kosho?
No.
Okay,
I don't really, anything you guys say, I don't really find it insulting.
Hey, can I change the subject real quick?
Yeah, please.
Remember that exercise about the boy in the swing?
Yeah. Oh, not to that though, Bacon.
I wasn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just gonna say that what I was trying to do that day was exactly correct, and I simply forgot to add the weight of the boy to the force on the ropes. That was all that was wrong. If I added the centripetal force to the weight of the boy, that will give me the 720, and if you add 25%, it gets 900, and you divide by 2, you get 300 newtons, which was the right answer.
Yeah, I thought the right answer is 450.
So it's yeah. You divide 900 by 2, you get 450. Right. Yeah.
Well, good on you, dude. Also, I heard your debate part of it the other day, and I got to tell you,
which one? The Steel Man.
Yeah, exactly. And this might be offensive to some of the flat earthers in this room, but that was probably one of the best flat Earth argument. That was superb. A superb flat Earth argument. It was much better than most flat earthers I heard arguing. So
I think I was playing safe though.
You were playing it safe, and you also were trying to not be dishonest, like you said. And I think that you succeeded, at least from what I heard, you succeeded in that. And you also succeeded in like he wasn't even trying. That's why it got boring, because he wasn't even trying. I was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I heard that from some people too.
But you were actually trying, and you were actually asking legitimate questions, giving legitimate, like what did he tell you? God, because there were some things that you would give him, and you're like, like just your responses, they weren't like flat earth proofs, but they were legitimate criticisms for his argument, which is like, I agree that I don't understand how this thing works, but neither do you. And it's, your explanation. So, it was a good style, good argument style.
You definitely portrayed the flat earther well.
Thank you.
Like I said, I didn't hear the whole thing because I think you guys went for hours or something. I only heard like
It wasn't 1 hour debate. Yeah. Okay. But in the middle of it, I felt like it could be over much sooner because I felt like we were running out of arguments.
like I said, he wasn't trying, so that kind of made it difficult. Or made it easier for you, really, but yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what was one of the points that
Volcanoes.
What was one of the main points? I forget.
We talked about Black Swan.
What else? There's something else. Something where he brought up astronauts.
He mentioned. Oh, I brought up the Selenium.
Yeah, the moon. There you go. The moon was one. Yeah, because it was even before you brought up the Selenilian. You were describing, or you were asking him how something worked, or he was asking you how something worked, and you said, "Well, I mean, how does it work for you? Because it doesn't seem like it works for you." And then he just said, "Oh, it just works." And you were like, "Well, I mean, I don't have an explanation for it, but neither do you." Oh yeah, you were asking about the shadow on the Selenilian. That's right.
Yeah, because I said the shadow was in the wrong place.
Right. Which
I think that's a very tricky. That was, I mean, there was one the flat Earth arguments that I couldn't answer right away when I heard it first time. Just didn't know what to answer. I was like, yeah, I gotta take a look at it. I have no response. So yeah, I don't think it's something that unless you dedicate some time to the argument that you know the answer right away.
Yeah, it's probably real tricky. Well, I mean, it involves like having an intuition, or not just intuition, but an in-depth sort of understanding of the movements of everything. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because the way we see the moon moving in the sky isn't caused by the moon's orbit. Actually, the moon's orbit in the opposite direction. That's
Right.
what makes the shadow appears to be in the wrong place. Because you're
Exactly.
picturing the movement of the moon in the wrong direction.
You ever thought that maybe you're wrong about what the moon is, bro?
It could be if there's evidence for it, just that the Selenium isn't one of them.
You ever considered that maybe you're not supposed to know all the answers about the sky?
Well, someone that can't give me the answers would very much like that, right?
Have you ever considered that you may not know all the answers about the sky?
I definitely don't know all the answers.
Have you ever considered that you're not supposed to know?
Maybe. How am I gonna know if I'm not supposed to know?
I asked if you've ever considered that you're not supposed to know.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think so.
Yeah, again, that's what someone that doesn't have the answer would very much like, right?
I don't. What? I asked you a
Yes.
question.
Yeah, I'm commenting on that. So if someone doesn't have the answers, it would be much easier if I'm not even supposed to know the answers.
No, I'm still trying to figure out the answers. The only difference is that I know you also don't know the answers. The difference between you and I is you think you know the answers.
I said I don't know all the answers. That was exactly what I answered you when you asked me.
Well, you're just using the word all, right? But you do think you know a lot of the answers.
I know
But what's
some of the
funny
answers.
is those answers change a lot.
My answers change
So,
a lot?
yeah, your answers change.
What answer did I change?
No, your model changes its answers all the time.
Oh, so it's not about me anymore.
Well, you've internalized the model as your worldview, so it is about you.
Are you talking about my answers or the answers you get from the model or
Those are
your
the same
interpretation
thing.
of the model?
Those are the same thing, Bacon.
No, I don't remember my answers changing.
Your answers are what the model is.
Oh, if you say so.
Are you disagreeing?
I don't know. That's
So how did you
just your claim.
determine how far away the stars were, Bacon, since it's you that did it?
I never did that.
So, okay, do you know how far away the stars are?
I don't.
So you don't even think you do know, or?
I don't know.
So we have no idea how far the stars are?
If we have no idea, I have no idea which distance each star is.
So maybe we're not supposed to know the distance to the stars, huh?
I have no idea if we're supposed to know anything.
Well, you agree that you don't know.
Yes.
Nice.
A lot of things that I don't know, including the distance to the stars. I don't know that.
Word. So you're not going to bring up how far away they are anymore then, right?
No. Did I bring up how far they are?
Yeah, you've definitely brought up that they're trillions of miles away.
I don't think I said that.
You have, though, because you've integrated that into your arguments many times. The distance to the stars.
Like when?
Like when you told me that everything couldn't move around a stationary Earth because the stars that are distant would have to move faster than the speed of light.
I don't think that was my argument.
It was, though.
When?
Whenever I was putting my dining room table up. I remember specifically. So.
Well, I don't.
Yeah, it was your response back to the Ernst Mach letter like 2-3 weeks afterwards. You said, I've been looking into it, blah, 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 blah.
I remember what my response was, and I don't remember being that. I remember being that relativity is allowing, would be allowing like things like Foucault's pendulum to happen if all, not just the sky is rotating, but the whole space time is rotating. That's what I understood from how relativity would allow that, and that was my response.
You said that the sky
what
can't be.
I think the thing about rotating faster than the speed of light was brought up by Kosho, not me.
But you relayed it. You told me. You're the one that told me that Kosho had looked into it. You're the one that told me that.
But I didn't know what the answer was. I just said, well, I might have mentioned that he looked into it.
You said that wouldn't work because they would have to move faster than the speed of light. That's what you said.
I don't recall saying that. Are you sure I said that?
I'm positive you said it, Bacon.
Well, if you say so. My memory tells me otherwise right now.
Okay, well, your memory's wrong. And also, it would just probably be the most beneficial to just be honest. Like, you believe relativity is true, so that is what you believe.
I don't necessarily believe relativity is true.
Oh, you don't believe in relativity?
I say I don't believe it's necessarily true. Like, I understand it's a model of reality, and it might work better than the Newtonian model, but it might not be what reality is.
Okay.
I wouldn't claim that's what reality is.
So, you're not one of those ballers that say we verified relativity?
I think those experiments did took place, but I wouldn't try to argue for them because I don't have much knowledge on relativity.
Do you agree that if relativity is wrong, your entire model can't even be put forward without something like that?
Why would you agree to that if I just said I don't know much about relativity?
That's my point, though. Like, if you don't have it, then like, how are you going to even put forth your model?
Well, I'm not claiming.
You are claiming. You're claiming that the Earth moves around the sun. You do definitely claim things. You claim that the stars are distant, that they're much further than the planets, and that we move around the sun.
Well, I believe those things. If I would try to defend them, that's something separate. Like, I don't have to be able to make a positive case for every single thing I believe. So I'm not going to claim them unless I think I can back them up. So, I mean, why don't you answer to things I have claimed instead of saying I should claim this and that because I believe this and that?
I didn't say you should do anything. You literally
that's what sounds like
me talking about relativity, dude.
Actually, no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Koshu. You brought up this conversation out of nowhere.
Now you're just diverting away with dishonest.
That's exactly what happened. I was talking to Kosher. You brought relativity, which it has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, you brought it up to me back in the day as a rebuttal to the idea that the sky moving around the Earth would cause centrifugal forces. Your rebuttal after like 3 weeks was, oh, you brought this up to me. I didn't ask you about it. You brought it up to me. And you said, what's it? I've been looking into that whole Ernst Mach thing. And I don't think it would work because the stars that are furthest away would have to go faster than the speed of light.
I don't think that was my response.
Then
I really
you
don't
said
think that was
you'll
my
have
response.
then you said you would have to. I said, okay, I don't believe that. You said, well, you would have to replace it. I don't think you can even do it without relativity. So until you do that, then that's all we have. So that's what it is.
Okay, so you want to interrupt the conversation, talk about something you think I said like 3 months ago, and I didn't even remember saying that, and I even don't think I would have said that. I mean, this feels like a non-conversation to me. I mean, if you want to bring up a topic, something I actually said, like here today, and you think I deserve a rebuttal, that's fine. Well, what you're doing right now just makes no sense to me.
First of all, Bacon, you're not tough. Anything I want to talk about is fine, right? Like, you don't tell me what I'm allowed. That's fine. Well, I'm just think it's funny that you just said that. Like, why do you think that makes sense? You're telling me what I'm allowed to say? Oh, if you want to say this, that's fine. I'll allow it. No, Bacon, I'm pointing out to you. You have a presupposed worldview built upon a bunch of presupposed fairy tales, and you look past it. When you start talking about what the moon is doing, well, the moon's model is based upon the solar system model, based upon relativity, right? But you just want to throw all those parts out because they're hard to defend and clearly bullshit. But you want to pick and choose the byproducts of that belief. And then you want to tell me I'm not allowed to bring up your presupposed beliefs that you skate past? It's the whole conversation.
I'm not saying any of that. Just because I said it's fine if you want to talk about something, I just said it. It doesn't imply any of the bullshit you just said. You're just putting words in my mouth. I'm just not interested in that kind of conversation. I mean, it's not like you're begging for a fight here.
No, I'm literally not. You're the one that's being all contentious and not cooperative or honest about your position.
What do you mean? I was answering every single question you're asking, even though I wasn't even talking to you.
Everything I said.
What do you mean? I was answering every question you're answering.
I'm sorry. We should sit back and listen to you tell us what the moon is doing. We should just sit back and listen to you pretend you know what the moon's doing in detail.
Did I say I know what the moon's doing?
You can't even acknowledge that you have to make all kinds of presuppositions to start to talk about the moon and what it's doing. Do you not understand that?
What did I say about what the moon is doing?
You were talking about how we perceive the moon and how it's actually moving, and that's the reason why, and the eclipse doesn't do this and that. You're claiming the mainstream model of the moon.
When was saying that?
That's what you said when I was in here, when I came in here.
What, now?
You were just
I don't think I was talking about
you see what I'm saying? Are you just trying to annoy me?
No, me and Kush were talking about my defense of flat Earth in the Steelman debate of yesterday. And yeah, we brought up the moon. But I was defending flat Earth. I wasn't even necessarily saying things the way I think them. It was just how I was trying to use that to defend flat Earth.
You said the moon's going this way, and therefore it looks like it's going this way, and all this stuff.
Yeah, in heliocentrism. So if you're trying to invalidate heliocentrism using the Selenium eclipse, it has to be incompatible with the heliocentric model. And in the heliocentric model, that's where the shadow of the Earth would be. So in that model, the shadow is in the same place as we observe, so the observation doesn't refute that model. That was the whole argument.
Oh, so you agree that your whole model could be wrong?
Sure.
And you don't even want to debate or defend a vast majority of the astronomical model?
I want to debate things I know about.
In the sky is not one of those things.
Some of. Like I know the moon looks closer than any other celestial body.
Okay.
Which is, I think, a very good indication of the claims of heliocentrism and a very weird observation for... Yeah, the moon being closer than any other celestial body is something necessary for heliocentrism, right? But
that's totally different than good evidence for Right. Like,
I think that's one
this,
evidence for it.
You
And
just
that's
said it's
something I
good
can argue
evidence
for.
it. So it's like, it's necessary for it. It's not.
No, it's observed. What I'm
good
saying is, given how we observe the moon, it looks like it's closer than any other celestial body.
And that couldn't happen if the Earth wasn't moving through space almost
course it could.
70,000 miles per hour.
Of course it could.
Okay, so then how is that good evidence that it's heliocentric when I just pointed out to you when you say the word heliocentric, you bring a whole bunch of presuppositions to the table. That's the whole point of the conversation. I'm not trying to fight with you.
That's one thing.
I'm tired of hearing ballers pretend we have to concede all kinds of bullshit presuppositions so we can argue and debate about an intricate assumption within that.
They
That's
didn't ask you
insane
to
to me. That's
concede
very
any
illogical.
I didn't ask you to concede anything. I just pointed out one fact. Because if you're talking about two models at least, we don't have to. This evidence doesn't have to hold against any other possible model. But if you're comparing two models, let's say there is a model in which the sky is a dome and things are just projected there. So that's, I think, the observation that the moon looks closer than anything else is a good way to distinguish between that model and heliocentrism. Doesn't have to be exactly only heliocentrism that we would be able to account for that. Sure, there might be other models that also allow for that. But that's just one observation that I think is relevant.
The moon couldn't look closer if it was a projection. That's your argument?
Oh, that depends on how you think that projection is working. If you think it's just a dome in which things appear in the surface of that dome, then yeah.
What if it's a different composition of energy that appears a different way relative to the firmament itself?
Right. Then that's a different dome than the one I was talking about.
What? It's the same dome, just the moon's energy is different, so it's perceived differently.
Yeah, but the one I was referring to doesn't have that detail you just added there. I was just talking about general
coming
dome.
from the moon. What? Please tell me one person who said that there's a dome with a projected moon that doesn't say it's energy.
Well, everyone says there's a dome. It doesn't have to be a dome. It could be an inverted dome. It could be flat.
Oh, people don't usually mention. By the way, the moon is an energy, so I wouldn't be able to point out. But yeah, there are some.
Now you're telling me what the moon is or isn't. See, we're back to you asserting things.
No. You ask it if there's some flat earther that says the moon is not an energy. It exists it's a projection on a dome, and it's on energy. And I said that when flat earthers describe to me their notion of a dome, they don't always say like, "Oh, by the way, the moon is an energy."
You project the moon without energy.
I don't know. I'm just saying that that's not what they added to the explanation. So I wouldn't be able to say if they believe it's energy or not.
You can't even have a projection without energy.
If you say so, that might not be their take on it.
Okay, well that's just subjective. So I mean, Bacon. Here, let's try this macro here. Do you believe that the Earth is revolving around the sun?
Yeah.
Why?
They think there is strong evidence for heliocentrism as a whole.
Like what?
Like the way the celestial bodies behave. Like the way their position relates to our position.
Yeah, or maybe the sun is turning, but actually what's happening is you're seeing Venus and Mars go around the sun, but you think the sun's revolving when it's not.
No, like what specifically, Bacon?
Well, if you turn around and think that they're going around the sun because they can see the sun moving, so therefore think that they're moving. But if those sunspots,
that's not even an argument for heliocentrism.
Yeah, well, it's one of them. Surely you can't say that every man based on how can we separate between which is moving, and one person says, "Well, I see that moving," and there's sunspots. But if the next man says, "No,"
that's an evidence against heliocentrism.
That
doesn't help heliocentrism. It's not the actual alleged perceived rotation of the sun. It would be the movement in the sky of the sun, the different position it has, which also doesn't help heliocentrism.
Mate, then they'll be shouting geocentric till the cows come home, which they did. They had to split from geocentric sphere. So they had to do something, didn't they? And they came up with sunspots, which that to me is just Venus and Mercury. But they're not telling you that because, Jesus Christ.
Never heard anyone say that. Bacon, what specifically did we observe celestially that shows us that we are spinning through a vacuum around the sun?
That depends on our common ground. Because if, for example, we don't believe the Earth has the same shape, if you're not a glober, I can't use that as a starting point. So
We're
a bunch of the
nowhere. We're not
things
talking about a dome or anything, man. I asked you if you
I'm aware.
believe that the Earth moves around the sun. You said yes. I said why. You said celestial observations. I said what specifically?
Yeah, and I didn't just say celestial observations, but how they relate to our position on the ground. So does the shape of the Earth is relevant here as a starting point. So we
So you
at least
can't
have
answer.
to. So yeah, well, that's the starting point. I can make
No.
arguments from that, but every argument has some premises, right? So if you
No, we
don't
don't have
agree
to
with the
talk about. You
premises,
keep wanting to talk about a strawman version of the flat Earth. Why can't you just defend
I'm
your
not.
position?
Wait, I'm not even talking about flat Earth. I'm
Yeah, you
saying
are. You keep
that
talking about a dome.
no, I wasn't talking about the dome. I'm talking about the Earth. So if we know the Earth to be a sphere with a certain size, we can use that information to then make other conclusions from what the celestial bodies are, how far they are. For example, if we accept that the moon, the Earth is a sphere of 3959 miles radius, we can then get the distance to the moon as a starting point. But
No,
we
you
have
still
to
don't
at least
know.
we
Sorry.
have to at least agree that the Earth is a sphere. Because if I'm talking to a flat Earth, I won't be able to argue for the distance to the moon. I have to talk to a glober for that, or at least.
Dude, even if you have the assumed radius of a globe, you don't know the distance to the moon, dude.
Why not?
Because just because you make a calculative assumption doesn't mean you actually know the distance to the moon. Are
Not
you saying
assumption.
that the Earth
You can
couldn't be a
triangulate
ball
it.
with a radius of 3959 and the moon be closer?
No.
It couldn't?
No.
Well, oh,
It
why
wouldn't
not?
match observation.
Why not?
Because it wouldn't match observation. The
How
distance.
so?
Yeah, the distance claim is the one that matches if you triangulate where the moon is.
What? If
If
you
it was
triangulate, if you
closer.
just purely triangulate the sun and the moon, then they'd
No, the
be like
moon, not the
almost
sun.
the same distance.
No, that's not
Yes.
correct. That's not correct.
It is
I can
correct.
give an example. No, I can give you an example.
How do you determine the
So
size of the moon?
I'm not doing that yet. I'm just defining its distance.
Oh, just by doing triangulation.
Yes.
And
So
then you
you
do
have the
triangulation
moon.
to the sun, and it shows you that it's 93 million, and the moon is a
I
quarter million.
didn't do that
This
to
is
the
so
sun. I
dumb.
did that to the moon.
They have the
Well,
same angular size in the sky. Please tell me how you use triangulation and got one was 93 million while one was a quarter million.
I didn't say I got the distance to the sun. I said I got the distance to the moon.
Oh, so we can only use triangulation for one of them, then we throw it out for the other one. But that's how
I didn't
it's definitely
say
reality, though.
I didn't say you should throw out the other one. Why don't you ask how I did to the moon then, instead of just
I already
talking about
asked you
things I
that.
wasn't talking about? Yeah, oh, you're asking other questions that I didn't about things
You're
I
just
didn't
completely
claim.
wrong. You don't know the distance to the moon. Dude, this is the thing. With or without a globe or a flat Earth, the question was, how do you know the Earth's moving around the sun? You want to come over here and talk about you need to know the shape of the Earth first, and you need to know the size of the Earth. You actually can't
Yes.
verify those things. So basically, what you're saying is you don't know. Okay, so look, we have a geocentric Earth, and we
Well,
have
we
a
didn't ask if I
heliocentric Earth.
know. You asked
We have a
if I believe.
heliocentric model and a geocentric model. How do you show that it's heliocentric? Why do you believe that? What evidence do you have that the Earth is actually in a heliocentric model specifically?
Oh, you asked if I know. Sorry, you asked if I believe that, not if I know that. I wouldn't claim I know that because I'm not sure if I would be able to make a case for that. I'm not
You
sure if I
agree
can.
it's just a blind belief and you have no exclusive evidence.
That's not true. But the evidence is built upon other conclusions.
Do you have any exclusive evidence?
I'm trying to get to the end of at least one sentence when you ask me a question.
You keep
Please
trying to
stop
change the
interrupting me.
subject to stuff, though.
No, I'm just trying to answer your questions as best as I can, and you keep interrupting them to ask other questions.
No, actually, you're trying to be shiesty. If you were answering
I
the
don't even
best
know
that
what
you
that
could,
means.
you would say, yeah, the way that we know the Earth moves around the sun is this.
But I didn't say I know that. You're trying to make me defend something I didn't claim. I said
You
I
agree, it's just a
believe.
belief. It's just a blind belief.
It's not blind. Just because I can't make a strong enough case to defend that doesn't mean it's completely blind.
Well, that's why I asked about exclusive evidence, because if there's no exclusive evidence, then it's a blind belief.
Of course not. Evidence doesn't have to be completely exclusive. There's always some possible alternative explanation. It doesn't mean it makes your explanation completely. It doesn't remove its credibility completely just because there's some possible alternative.
What evidence is exclusive to a heliocentric model, Bacon?
I don't think I'll be able to give you one that is exclusive to heliocentric. That's why I'm not claiming I know it.
So it's just a belief you have that even though all the observations can be explained equally with justification on a geocentric Earth, you just believe that it's moving around the sun because of why? Because they told you that. Because that's
No,
what everyone
I
else
think
thinks.
I think it makes more sense, even though it's possible to have something like the model in which the planets orbit the sun, but the sun orbits the Earth. I think that's possible. But I don't think it would make that much sense, because if the model in which the sun is in the center allows the same physics that we have here on Earth to be applied to the rest of the solar system. So if we can use just regular physics for the solar system and it would match what we observe, then I think that's more likely to be the case, because it wouldn't require different laws of nature for the sky.
It doesn't, with geocentric or a neo-Taconic system doesn't require different laws of physics.
Doesn't it?
No. So like, can you
how
not
does it work
do you
then?
not see how bacon? Don't you think that if the Earth was actually what we were told, and it was in a heliocentric model, and I ask, wow, how do we know that? Like, what evidence do we have that's exclusively showing us that it's heliocentric? If it really was, then there would be a list of things that people would respond with. And by the way, they used to, half a year ago, before I started talking about this, they had a big list. They mocked and ridiculed people. Now all of a sudden, no one knows anything. You guys won't even say the answers. Your model has alleged answers, but they obviously don't work. I know you're smart enough to know that they don't work, right? I mean, you know there's no exclusive evidence, and that in fact the evidence shows us the opposite. You have to just assume
What
that
evidence
it's
shows
moving.
the opposite?
Yeah, it does. Like when we did Michelson-Morley and tried to detect the motion, it showed us it wasn't moving. Whenever we look at the sun and we look at a solar and sidereal rotation, it's like, oh, the sun's moving independent of that. Oh, when we see the sun move throughout the year, well, that shows the sun is moving at different paces. To assume
Why
actually the
is that
sun's not
compatible with
moving and it's
heliocentrism?
sitting still is antithetical to the observation, right? So you're actually making an
What do you mean?
assumption.
Yeah, I'm not getting what's the evidences against heliocentrism.
No, see, I don't have to combat heliocentrism. You can't even
No, I thought you claimed there
substantiate
was.
it with any
I thought you claimed there
exclusivity. Do you
was
not see the
evidence against
problem,
it.
Bacon? How
Oh,
do you not see
I
the
think
problem?
I think I heard you saying that there is that the evidence points otherwise, which means there's evidence against heliocentrism. I was interested in what those were. That's why I'm asking. That's why I said I don't get what's the evidence against heliocentrism. Not because you have to provide evidence against it, but because I think I heard you saying that there is, and I'm curious on that.
I was reading a text about dead mouse. What'd you say? I don't even know why
Seriously?
this is sad that it's so difficult. The answer is you don't have any exclusive evidence. It's a philosophical belief you have. That's exactly what the answer is. And that's what everyone that came up with the model says. It's just a philosophy. The philosophy is it's unfounded. It's illogical to think that the Earth would be at the center of the universe. That doesn't make
I
sense.
never made
It's
that
illogical.
argument.
What?
But that's not my argument. I mean, you keep talking about things I'm not saying and not claiming.
I've given you
I feel
10
like you
straight minutes
want
to
me
make
to
your
make
argument, and
claims.
you won't do it.
Oh, I'm just trying to answer questions you're asking, and many of them are not related to anything I said.
My question was, I said, do you believe that the Earth moves around the sun? You said yes. I said, why? And
Yeah,
you said
those are things
celestial observations.
Yeah, those are things I believe. Those aren't things I'm going to claim here because I'm not sure if I can make a case to defend them. I wouldn't claim I know them. If I know I can definitely defend them with very strong evidence, then yes, I would say I know that. But I
Can you
didn't say I
name one
know that. You just
specific?
asked me if I believed it.
Can you name one specific celestial observation that shows us that the Earth is heliocentric?
One specific? I'm not sure. I don't think you can get heliocentrism from one specific observation.
Okay, so there's no observation that shows us that the Earth is in a heliocentric model.
A unique one? No, probably not. You
So it's
probably
just a
wouldn't be able
belief.
to. No, I mean, just the fact that there's not a observation that on its own would be able to demonstrate heliocentrism doesn't mean there's no evidence. There's no other way to get to heliocentrism, and it's just a belief.
You
There are
could come up
things
with you could make Jupiter the center. Okay, so I'm asking you literally. So based on our observations, you can make Jupiter the center, and the math
Yeah,
works
but
perfectly.
if I wanted to try to tell you what's the next position that Jupiter is going to be for us, putting
Yes,
it
you
on
can
the
do all
center,
that. You can do
I
all
would
that.
I would have to shift the coordinates to the sun and progressive in time, and then shift it back to Jupiter if I want to do that.
No. No.
Okay, show me how you do that then.
Okay, according to relativity, every single planet could be the center. You don't
No,
understand that?
I didn't ask if relativity allows it. I say showing how to do that.
No, this isn't turned into me
That's
doing
your
math
claim.
for you. No, this
Oh,
isn't
but
turned
that
into me
was
doing
your
math.
claim.
No, it's your claim that the Earth moves around the sun, Bacon.
No, I said I believe
Keep
that.
up.
I didn't claim that as a true claim. I just said I believe that. I didn't make
Okay,
that
so
as a
it's
true
just
claim.
a belief.
I didn't say it was just a belief.
You just said I believe it. I'm not giving any evidence. I'm not doing anything. It's just a belief. I can't defend it, and then I say, okay, so it's just a belief. No,
I'm
I'm
willing
not
to
saying
give
it's just a belief.
evidence. I'm willing to give evidence, but
I've
the
been asking
evidence
for
is
10 minutes.
and I'm answering you for 10 minutes. What I mentioned in the beginning, that there's a compilation of things to get to heliocentrism. It's not just going to be like a single thing that demonstrates exclusively that heliocentrism is true. Of course, that's going to be the case. And that not being the case doesn't imply there's zero evidence for heliocentrism. It's just
you're just being a.
It's not how logic works.
This is the use of fallacious arguments with the intention to deceive the audience. You're laughing,
Right.
but I like everyone's hearing it. I'm asking you a very
All right,
simple,
all right,
honest question. I'm just asking you an honest question. All it requires is an honest answer, and you're trying to find a way to squirm
I
your
don't
way
think
out
it's
of just
very
answering the
honest.
question.
I don't think it's very honest to ask questions assuming I make claims that I didn't make.
I didn't assume anything. I asked you the question, and you said yes.
No. You asked questions saying that I knew how did I knew heliocentrism to be correct or something like that, as if I made a true claim about me knowing that we live in a heliocentric system.
When you said you didn't know, I said, okay, so it's just a belief, and you don't have it in you to admit it's just a belief you have.
No, there is evidence for it. I've said it. Well, we can, in order to get there, we have to establish some common ground. We can't.
You can't just say it, dude.
No, I mean, if we want to start, for example, building up from what we know about the Earth, and then how far the Moon is, and then how far, knowing how far the Moon is, and knowing how big the Earth is, we can then get also the distance to the Sun, and we can do that progressively, right? And once we have all those distances, then we can try to make sense out of the motion of the celestial body, and then we can see which model makes more sense to explain those motions.
No.
And that's where I think the evidence for heliocentrism would be. So yeah, I won't be able to say this observation proves heliocentrism, because I don't think that's how you get to heliocentrism.
Okay, so you agree you can't actually directly measure the Earth moving around the sun?
No.
You disagree?
I don't think you can do that, no.
Okay, so we can't actually measure the Earth orbiting the sun. Any attempt to do that actually shows us that the Earth is stationary?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Well, then we can directly measure. Either we can directly measure it, or it shows us that it's not moving.
No, if those two are indistinguishable, then not being able to measure that doesn't imply it's not moving.
So basically your claim is that even though it always appears to us that it's not moving, that is indistinguishable from it shooting through space at 70,000 miles per hour.
I said
that is what you just said.
No, I said if those are undistinguishable, we didn't establish that yet, but if those two are undistinguishable, then not being able to detect one doesn't imply in the other if they're undistinguishable.
That's
so
the
first
only
we have
way
to,
you can...
So first we have to establish if they are indistinguishable. Once we find that they're distinguishable, then we can try to distinguish between them, but we are not doing that.
First of all, that's the only way you can even claim it, is to claim they're indistinguishable, because every attempt ever terrestrially to measure the orbit has been a negative result. So if you're saying that, okay, can you please verify that they're indistinguishable? How do you know they're indistinguishable?
Oh, how are they distinguishable? First, I have to know how are they distinguished so I can distinguish them.
You see, how is this not sophistry?
Because that's
I
your
can't even
claim
get you
and
just
not
to
mine.
answer point. But every time I ask you an honest question, you respond with this little like squirm, flip the script back on me thing. Every single time. It's been 30 straight questions. What are you doing? You're saying it's indistinguishable. I said, okay, can you explain
didn't
why
say
it's
that.
indistinguishable? No, you
That's
need to tell
another
me
straw
why it
man.
isn't. You want me to tell you why it's distinguishable? Because when we try to measure motion, if something's moving, we get a measurement. If something's not moving, we don't get a measurement. That's why you're asking me, how is movement and stationariness distinguishable? That's your question?
That I wasn't asking that.
That is what you're asking.
You asked specifically if we could measure the Earth orbiting the sun. Right? When we measure movement here on Earth, like if you're measuring how fast this car is moving, you have 2 points: one, a person on the ground, and the person is on the car, and you measure the person that is with the radar gun is pointing to the person in the car, and you get the speed of the car in reference to the person that is measuring it. That's how we do it. How are we going to do that with the Earth? We don't have an outside observer to measure the speed of the Earth. And even if we do, we only get the movement of the Earth the observer. And so, yeah, pointing out that we can do that here on Earth doesn't imply that we'll be able to distinguish those in the example of the Earth's orbiting sun. And I didn't even make the claim that they're indistinguishable. I'm just asking, how are they distinguishable?
You are making that claim.
I didn't.
Okay, so you don't believe in relativity or the current model at all?
I didn't say that. Just said I didn't make the claim.
So you're not saying anything. You see what you're doing? This is literally the definition of sophistry, where every single time you make a claim, I ask you about the implications of your claim, and then you detach from the claim that you just made. You've done it 100 times.
It's just false.
Everyone's hearing it, dude. Is this recorded?
Did anyone hear me claiming that they're undistinguishable?
Yes.
Okay, so go back to Livestream, clip that, and I'll pay you, I don't know, $50.
No, you're doing everything you can to make me leave the conversation. Go do the math for Jupiter. Go do the math for Jupiter, Austin. Go do the math. I can't verify or establish my belief.
Oh, because that was your claim. When you said you could use Jupiter to put in the center and get the same predictions.
That's what your model says.
But that's not what I said. That's what you said.
Oh, so you don't believe in the model. And then you say, no, I didn't say that. You see what you're double speaking every time. You said, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's what the model says. I didn't say that.
Because that's true. You're saying things that I didn't say.
Well, you don't believe in the model.
What other response should I give you? Other than pointing out I'm not saying those things.
So look, I say, that's what your model says. Then you say, I didn't say that. And then I said, oh, so you don't believe in the model. I didn't say that.
No, I'm not. I don't have to trust your interpretation.
This is you debating is laughable. You're not debating. You're literally being disingenuous.
You're basically asking me to trust your interpretation of the implication of the model.
Well, it's a classic don't claim anything so that you can't be held to the claims. Claim it's all a belief.
I did claim
and then argue as if it is a true and factual thing that is proven, and you're somehow arguing to prove it, but then say that you make no claims at all, and then try to shift the burden of proof back onto somebody else.
Exactly.
That's a complete straw man. Yeah, the burden of proof. No, it would be false to reverse the burden of proof if I wasn't trying to argue for things I've claimed. But Witz just got into a conversation where he wasn't part of, starting asking me questions, see if he could get a claim out of me. He didn't, and he started to respond to it anyway. And when I'm pointing out I'm not making those claims, now now it's my problem not making those claims, even though he's the one that wants to respond to them. That's just not what the conversation was.
You can try to lie, but it's not.
What am I lying about?
I'm going to tell you. So, see, I didn't straw man you with anything. You're lying. Okay. What I actually did was ask you. Shut up, dude. I asked you very simple questions. Okay, and I let you make your own position. That's what I did. And then whenever you said, no, I'm not claiming I do know it, I said, okay, so it's just a belief. And then you are scared to be honest and admit that. So you're like, no, I didn't say that either. So like, oh, it's not something that you know, and it's not something that you believe.
It is
so
something
it's nothing. And that's what's happened
never
with
said
every
it
one of
wasn't
these
something
conversations. You've basically cornered yourself into a position of nothingness every time, and then try to flip it on me like I'm doing something.
You're just refusing to be an adult every single time. You're strawmanning me every single time. You're saying I said that, and I didn't say that. You're saying I said things all the time, and I never said any of those. You're trying to put you're trying as best as you can.
Exclusive evidence the Earth is moving around the sun.
I already claimed that no.
Okay, so it's just a belief you have then.
No.
Dude, do you not see
that's
what
not
you're
the
doing?
only criteria.
Are you actually...
That's not the only criteria for something to be not just a belief. You can have evidence for something, even though you can't prove it against any other possible alternative.
Wow, it's not any. You're being a sophist, bro. Any other possible alternative, right? To make it sound like, oh, really? You have a 99% sure position, but oh, technically, always speaking, there's some possible scenario. So I won't. That's called you're being disingenuous. I just pointed out there's two options. Stop bringing up the idea of a million options as if somehow that gives you a scapegoat to not have to actually fulfill your burden of proof. This is not acceptable in intellectual forum. This is laughable. Do you have any actual
I'm sorry, I'm getting a phone
evidence?
call. Just a second.
Dude, am I the only one that's seeing this? This is insane. Am I being a dick?
It's exhausting.
This
It's
is crazy.
like Xanax on downers, kind of, is how I'm thinking about it. Like that, I don't know. It's weird. It's like I've heard it before, just in a faster speed. And then we still get the constant interruption when the point's being made, or the rebuttal, by someone who is pretty calm and wouldn't seem to be the one that would interrupt.
It's just weird to me because it's like there's no other way for me to ask any of these questions, right? It's like this is a joke, right? Like if I say, okay, I said, do you believe the earth is moving around the sun? Yes. Okay. Why? Because there are certain celestial observations that show me that's what's going on. Okay, like what specifically? Well, before I could talk about that, I need to talk about whether or not we can verify the size of the earth and the shape of the earth and is there a dome or not.
Yeah, right there. And he also questioned it, what type of earth you're on. Well, let's talk about the shape of the earth you were observing that from. That was that was the start of it.
See, that doesn't even matter, right? That's why I'm like, just throw the shape out right now, right? Pretend it is a sphere. The question is, can we actually measure it? The answer is no. This is their actual position. This is not a straw man. This is the actual mainstream model's position. So what they do is they defend the mainstream model, but then they simultaneously detach from it, right? So it's like, well, I'm gonna keep going against the mainstream model. I'm not gonna chase you around where you're making your own thing up as you go, but then turning around and claiming that you're defending the mainstream model. That's called sophistry. That's literally what it's called.
What did you say was the mainstream model? What did you say couldn't be measured? I'm sorry.
You can't directly measure the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I know there's methods to do that, but I think you would say that those methods don't distinguish the sun moving around the Earth or the Earth moving around the sun.
Correct.
But then, if you accept the Earth as a sphere, and you accept the distance to the planets, then you'd be able to use that to make a distinction between the two, because the Neptune is far away enough to where it would have to be going the speed of light to make its orbit.
Well, we see other things in the sky in your model that appear to go faster than the speed of light. You guys come up with excuses for that. You come up with an excuse as to why it's not actually going faster than the speed of light, even though it clearly looks like it is.
That's true, but that's only by implication. That you're talking about like distant galaxies moving further away from each other at the speed of light, because space is expanding. That's true, but that's not really the same thing, because that's just kind of like that's like a consequence of space expanding everywhere.
Why could Jupiter not be a consequence of that?
Say again, I'm sorry?
Why can't Jupiter be a consequence of that?
Neptune? Well, because like the space. So the reason I say it's a consequence of space expanding is because if you denote every point in space as like a single, like an entity or whatever, and you say that each of these points everywhere is going to increase in size by some degree, then that in itself is not really things moving. And it would be true that if you put enough space between you and anything else, and enough of that space expanded, then technically something could be moving away from you faster than the speed of light due to that fact. That's sort of like I wouldn't say that's the same thing as something moving through space, especially something going in a circle around you. So I don't know. It's just hard to compare.
Well, it's like the same. It's the same mechanical explanation. which is bullshit, by the way. Like Osho, I know you see that your model has all kinds of things. It just like makes up. Like, oh, it looks like this is going faster than the speed of light. Whoa, not really. We're not sure why, but it's not because it can't be.
That's not
And
right.
of course, I don't believe in the distances. I don't have to believe in the stupid distances to the planets anyway, right? But like, the point is that it's interchangeable coordinate systems. They're interchangeable. So it's like, why can't people just admit that? Okay, so it's like, how would we determine that something's moving? We would measure it. That's what we would do. We would measure it moving.
We can make those measurements of movement between us and the sun. Like I said, we can see that there is indeed some orbit going on, whether it's the sun or us going around the other because of what's it called? The Doppler effect. Yeah, you can use the Doppler effect of the sun, and so you can see that one of us is moving in reference to the other one.
Yeah.
But like I said, one
called relativistic Doppler
Neptune.
measurement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It
I didn't
help
say.
us.
Sarah, go ahead.
That doesn't really help us. We're trying to find something that's exclusive to the Earth moving around the sun.
Well,
the answer is that there's nothing.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought up Neptune, because Neptune makes it exclusive. Or not just Neptune, but anything beyond Neptune, which is most objects in the sky.
Okay, so assuming the distances to the objects, assuming a vacuum, and then assuming the constant speed of light, it wouldn't work. Is that your argument?
No, I'm saying if you accept, like you said, we're accepting that it's a globe in this scenario, and I'm extending that to accept the distances to the planets. I didn't even bring up the stars just yet, but I would accept that as well. But accepting that Earth was a globe would allow you to accept that the distance to the planets. But yeah. So accepting that and accepting that things can't exceed the speed of light, then yeah. But I mean, you're right. If you deny any of those things, then you could hold a position that that makes it so that the Earth can be moving around the sun, or vice versa.
You did kind of bring up the stars when you said like anything further than that. You talk about the planet furthest away, and then you say anything further than that, you're talking about stars. So, but yeah, so like basically the argument is that if we assume a vacuum of space and the distance to the planets and the constant speed of light, then the Earth has to be moving around the sun because the planets furthest away would be moving faster than the speed of light.
Right. And things closer than that would be moving a significant portion of the speed of light. But again, it's not the constant speed of light that I'm utilizing. It's the restriction that things can't exceed that speed that makes that the case.
Can I see the math that Neptune would have to go faster than the speed of light? Can you like link me something?
Sure. I have to. Let me see. I think it's.
Well, I mean, if you have to do it, it's all good. But
say again.
If you have to do it, it's all good. You don't have to do it. But
Well,
I've never heard that. I heard it has to be things much further than that.
Well, I mean, most things, like I said, are further than that, but not in the solar system.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever heard that the solar system isn't, heliocentric and geocentric models of the solar system are not interchangeably valid.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's if you accept other things. Like if you accept the restriction of the speed of light,
or the vacuum. The vacuum and the distances is the big one. Like the mainstream astronomers and astrophysicists, the reason they say they're interchangeable is they know that the way that we got the distances and stuff like that, right, is assuming the vacuum, assuming the correlation of the size of the Earth with another body and then relative to the sun. And we have all these assumptions of how far the sun is and everything's moving away from it, around it, and then there's a vacuum. And so we built all these presuppositions, right, and then did the math. That's why they say it's interchangeable, because all it would do is change all our interpreted presuppositions. They're smart enough to know that all these claims we have are from the assumption, the original assumption. Right. So it's like, that's why Edwin Hubble explains that if the Earth is the center, basically that it would mean it's a closed universe, much smaller, much more dense. All the stuff is much more local. And people love to just say, "Oh, well, that was a long time ago." Like it doesn't matter. There's not any new pieces of evidence since then pertinent or relevant to this discussion. That's why Hubble says if the Earth is central, then you have a much more dense, closed universe, right, with things much more local to it and suspiciously young. So that's the question is we have to determine. It all comes back to the first question. It's like, is the Earth moving around the sun or is it not? Because then that's where we base the rest of our model upon, right? Like the whole rest of the model is built upon that determination. And then when we actually pull back the curtains and look at that determination, it's trash. It's literally we saw it wasn't moving, so we came up with a theory that explains why you would never be able to see that it's moving. It's like what the how do astronomers and astrophysicists not see that maybe that presupposition's wrong? It's like, oh, we have so many problems with dark matter and dark energy and galaxy rotational speeds and expansion rates and the lack of the mass needed, and which are kind of all intertwined, of course, with dark matter and dark energy. It's like, oh, we have all these problems. Oh, the earliest galaxies are far too formed, and there are way too many of them. And oh, there's not even distribution of redshift. But like, never consider like re-examining the presupposition that made you come to all those problems. Seems illogical to me.
It does. Yeah, I didn't want to be a stickler about Hubble, but I think that his comment that he made wasn't
before we go off onto that, right? Before you get into a semantical argument, Kosho, would you
before you ask your question,
would you say that
that's fine.
What would you think the problems that would arise would be if we switched to a geocentric coordinate system as opposed to a sun-centric or a heliocentric or the galactic model? What problems do you think would come into play with the geocentric coordinate system?
Well, the heliocentric coordinate system is just a description of the solar system. Regardless, I already brought up what the primary issue would be. Primary issue would be that it would render things that are beyond Neptune and beyond, to be violating the rule that things can't move through space faster than the speed of light.
Is that a rule?
Yeah, so it seems to be a fundamental law.
Can you show me, or do you have a link that would give any indication that if we used a geocentric coordinate system, that things outside of Neptune would be allegedly moving faster than the speed of light?
Sure. I will.
Is that assumptions of distances as well?
Acceptances of those distances, yes.
Acceptances of distances that are the same as the current distances in the heliocentric model?
Yeah, acceptances of those distances.
Oh, so it wouldn't be throwing it out. It wouldn't be throwing out the previous model and starting from a geocentric coordinate system.
Well, but it'd be throwing out more than just the geocentric versus heliocentric. It'd be throwing out, some of the facts of the we know. So it's like you have to throw out the distances, you have to throw out the coordinate system or replace it.
Where were the distances acquired to begin with, right? I know Bacon was claiming that you could just triangulate the moon and the sun, and then when Whitsitt pressed him on it, really he just started to backpedal, started talking only about the moon, didn't want to talk about the moon and the sun together as far as triangulation to get distance. So how are these distances acquired to begin with? And is it specific to a heliocentric model as opposed to a geocentric model? If not, what would be the difference?
Okay, let's see some of the distances. So the entire, if you take the observations and you take Kepler's laws, then it requires that you only need to know one of the relationships. So you'd have to find out what the distance either is from us to the sun, or us to Venus, or us to whatever. And once you did that, or even the size of any of these objects. And once you did that, the rest of them would fit into place. So you could just use the Earth's distance to the sun, and that can be obtained using a quarter moon phase and distance to the moon, which can be obtained during an eclipse. So.
I do just want to throw this out here where Michelson, they assumed, because like the Earth doesn't actually technically move around the sun as much as all of it moves around the center of the galaxy. And so they predicted the fringe shift based on 30 kilometers a second orbit around the sun. But if you more accurately used your model, which would be around the galaxy, then that would be closer to 250 kilometers a second. So, like, technically speaking, you guys claim that the whole solar system is going around the center of the galaxy, right? So the Earth's actually going around the center of the galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, if you, in reference to the galaxy or in reference to the center of the galaxy, then the Earth is moving around that.
Yeah, so one could argue that with Michelson-Morley, you actually should detect way more of a fringe shift.
Yeah, if you use that model, but if that's why with relativity, with any type of relativity, whether it's special or general or just normal relativity, your velocity has to be in reference to some reference frame, and before relativity and after so during the Michelson-Morley time frame, they were under the assumption that there was a fixed reference frame in which the ether, or basically which was the ether, in which you could judge the speeds against. But so if you don't accept that, then you have to pick a reference frame. But yeah, you're right. If you do accept that there's a fixed reference frame, then you would have to use your speed in reference to that reference frame.
Well, this is what's funny, right? This is why a bunch of people within quantum are proposed new theories regarding VSL, right? Like a variable speed of light. And this would potentially give you an avenue to try to explain away Michelson-Morley as well, just to claim that there's variable speed of light. But then you have to explain why it varies in just such a way that it gives you the sufficient compensation. But like, yeah, to me, it's very clear using pattern recognition that eventually the variable speed of light will be integrated, but that's just going to have drastic implications. So this was actually first proposed in mainstream university in like 2003. So I was thinking it's funny, right? Because people think that it's like this 100% legitimate thing, but not so much actually. But it doesn't even matter. I didn't even interrupt you and Napalm, but I'm curious what you're saying about Hubble. I mean, Hubble very clearly said that the universe could be closed, more dense. The stuff in the universe could be much more local. Right? I mean, he very clearly said that. And that's my main point, which is like if the Earth isn't moving and it's central, then it changes everything. It means that the galaxies make a circular rotation once a year, which makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense that the Earth's not moving and the galaxies just are all in this giant cycle that all moves around and resets like a clock every year around the Earth. Like, that makes perfect sense. Instead of all this nonsense people believe about the galaxies. My point is that if you integrate a central Earth as your foundation, it has like a domino effect where it's like, okay, well, it's more dense, it's closed, it's more local, it's younger, it's not expanding. Or if it's
Not only does it make
expanding within
sense,
confinement. Good.
it is what it is because everything does reset on a yearly basis.
Yeah, even the galaxy.
Every light in the sky can be retraced to the same exact position on the same exact date on the following year. So
yeah, like even the galaxies, bro.
Everything.
Yeah. Like, or are we gonna pretend that our rotation is making galaxies rotate and reset once a year? It's our orbit. our orbit makes galaxies look like they do perfect circular rotations once a year. And that's why they say it's more elegant. That's why the astrophysicists say that a central Earth is actually a more elegant model and it's more adaptable.
Not only that, that's how we view it from. We view it from this perspective. So that's natural as well as, normal, what we observe.
Ironically, that's their argument, right? Which is, well, it's just perceived that way because we view it from Earth. So basically, they use everything they do. They use the Earth as if it's geocentric, but they say it's just because we're on the Earth.
Yeah. Every observation made has been made from here. It's as simple as that. Unless you believe satellite crap, which I don't, of course.
Ballers hate that I bring this up, but like satellites use geocentric coordinate systems as well. Like, they hate that I bring this up, but like to me, this is like the whole argument. This is like the crux of the whole argument, right? Like it is the first thing that has to be addressed. And for 7 years, we basically gave it to them. Like, we haven't pressed them on it enough. This is like the chink in their armor. Like, they made this huge assumption. Yeah, at the beginning.
I've always been on them with my 11 vectors and 1.5 million miles. I've always been on them on that. That's like one of their weak points, one of their Achilles heel.
Yeah, and it's like the first assumption, right? Like it's the whole thing. It's the foundation of the whole thing. And I know the ballers, it hits the ballers, like it hits them when they realize, like, wow, that would make a lot of sense when we look at all the issues with dark matter, dark energy, and with the quantum scale, and like it would make a lot of sense that our assumption is just wrong. Like, I know for a fact that it hits them and they realize it. They realize, like, oh shit, maybe we're wrong and stuck in all these places because we made an assumption at the beginning that's wrong.
Yeah, you see, a lot of them don't even know their own model. So when you explain to them, when you start off from Newton, then you go to Einstein, then you explain to them one supersedes the other one, then the other one falls apart because of dark matter and dark energy, they're left with like scratching their heads. Like, a lot of them, if you're going to be honest with yourself, you're going to have to say that the model doesn't work. Like, you can't just invent 96% of something and say, here, look, voila, here's my model. I mean, that's just pure insanity. You can't justify that logically if you're honest with yourself. You just can't do it. If you went to the doctor and he told you need an operation, but I'm 90%, 96% wrong, I'm 4% sure, what are you going to tell that doctor?
Sign me up.
Well, think of it this way: if their claim is that they know, or they can only substantiate 4% of their model on the galactic scale, that's kind of like ordering a pizza and getting 4% of your pizza. And people are like, well, you ordered it. We can only substantiate 4%. So this is all you're getting. The other 96%, well, yeah.
It's there, but you can't see yourself. No, it's in the box, but you can't see it, sir.
Yeah. It's there. Trust me. You ordered it. We're only giving you 4% that you can see. The rest is there. Trust me. It'll fill you up.
We just don't know what it is.
Sir, for the whole amount. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But then the next logical question is, well, what is it about our theory that's resulting in us having this problem? Like, what assumption are we making that's causing us to hit this wall? Right?
No, that's making the assumption. It's us showing them the weakness, the hole in their model, and them refusing to accept it. They go into ECV, existential cognitive veiling. They just put the veil down and they refuse to accept it.
I'm just saying,
but didn't Kosher say that it all works with known physics? But then isn't there an actual huge discrepancy based on this known physics? Don't we even have something called the in-body problem, where they can't even figure out two bodies within their alleged known physics?
Good point, bro. That's the thing. We're showing them how it can't work using physics, using reality, using the stuff that we know. That's what kills them. It's not like we're making pie in the sky things. It's we're showing how it can't work using logic, reasoning, and physics, known physics. Like you can't argue a vacuum next to Atmos, right? You can't argue that. That's gone. Oh, finished, gone. You cannot argue that. You just can't.
So they have the in-body problem, the three-body problem, dark matter, dark energy, which is a huge mask for all kinds of problems, right? Like
Band-Aid, yeah.
Yeah, mass
Well, I was
distribution,
listening.
galaxy rotational speed, expansion rate.
Well, I was listening to Shane and Fight the Flat Earth go at it over the three body problem. According to that conversation, they solved it, and it's not even an issue.
Yeah,
No.
it's not an actual. I think the
Absolution.
word problem is getting conflated with the other definition of the word problem. But the three body problem is not like an issue. It's just
it's an issue.
It's a problem. No.
No, they don't have an
There's many
absolution.
solutions to n-body problem. There's no closed solutions.
There you
but
go.
there's many solutions that you can use to get the accurate answer.
So there's no closed solution. There's no absolution, right? So you actually can't solve it. Technically speaking, you can't actually solve the problem. You can say, yeah, we can solve it, but no, you don't have an absolution or a closed solution. In mathematics, that's how you solve the problem.
Yeah, but the methods used to solve it, like I said, there doesn't have to be a closed solution for you to get the correct answer. And one of the solutions you like, the easiest one is to treat two of the bodies as a single body, and then
are they single bodies?
No, well, no, but you can use them as if they were,
so that you get the right answer.
Like you
are
can
they
use,
single bodies in reality?
No, but they in reference to the sun, at any given instance, the center of mass between the moon and the Earth can be used as a single body. Yeah.
The way you can solve the three-body problem is to treat two of the bodies like it's just one body.
Yeah, and then it becomes a two-body problem. And we'll just refer to it as the in-body problem. We'll repeat problem after problem because it's a mathematical problem that is a problem for your model. So I'll just refer to it from here on out as the three-body problem.
If it was a problem, then it would never be able to be modeled and predicted, but it is used to make predictions because it's not an actual issue. It's an issue for a closed solution, but you can do things like calculus and get solutions that just are basically involved. Like I said, if you did what I described a second ago of using two bodies as one and their center of mass, and then constantly corrected that, like you constantly solve what the solution for that problem is over time, basically do like a calculus on it, you would get a correct answer.
Can I just jump in real quick? So what Kosho is doing right now is exactly what the AI did last night. Kosho just said it's not an issue, but the issue is.
Yeah, like
right.
What are you talking? How do you get
two bodies and we're using the Berry center as the center of mass? How does that work with gravity?
How do you get a singular center of mass with two bodies?
Well, that's how at any given moment in time, if you talk about the attraction of both bodies to the sun, the center of mass between the two bodies would be what you would use. And of course, over time, at any other instance, that would be a different, that behavior wouldn't be exactly what's happening, and those bodies would move, and so you'd have to keep making corrections for that. So you'd have to do an integral.
You agree you can't actually solve the gravitational relationship between three bodies. You have to change it to two bodies?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a three-body problem, man. Like if I'm talking to a freaking astrophysicist, they're not going to say, oh, we can't solve it. They're going to say, yeah, it's a problem. We don't know how to make the gravitational equation work with three bodies. We have to transform it to two bodies.
Well, I've seen 10 solutions. That was just the easiest one to express, but there's 9 others, but I mean that one's a valid way to do it.
You know a way to get rid of all the problems.
I mean they're not really problems, but yeah.
I'm talking about fantasy.
So this is what it says. Everything is pushed and pulled by are pulled by different forces. So many forces and with such complexity that the three bodies are almost completely unpredictable from moment to moment, even if we know where they were an instant before.
Yeah, which is why you need to do a calculus on it. Because
This is the language of pseudoscience.
you can't use one like the formula I described. You can't use that and say that it's going to behave like that. The entire time. You have to update it moment to moment.
Who invented?
You admitted that you have to revert the 3 bodies into 2 bodies, and then do a calculation. That's what you said, right?
I said that's one solution. There's other solutions where that's not done. So
Okay, name them, because everything I'm seeing is that's what you do, right? That you take the circular restricted 3-body problem is a valid approximation of elliptical orbits found in the solar system, and this can be visualized as a combination of the potentials due to the gravity of the 2 primary bodies along with the centrifugal effect from their rotation.
Yep, as I said, that's the easiest
what's
one.
The other 9, the other 8 ways to do it.
All right.
It doesn't matter.
Like making 3 bodies into 2 problem solution, a 2-body.
So what?
This is actually further down the road, right? Because like we're talking about how their math doesn't even work. Of course, math doesn't mean something's reality anyway. But it's funny because their primary talking point is how their model's so perfect, it predicts things, and its math works so well. But the math doesn't work, right? You have a 96% discrepancy, and then many other equations within that don't work. And then in addition to that, it doesn't even matter if it did work. That doesn't prove that what you're applying math to is true. So math is valuable in the sense that it helps us falsify things. But although it's falsified this, somehow it doesn't count all of a sudden, right? All of a sudden we don't count it as falsification. It's like, no, there just must be something we haven't figured out yet. No, we must just need to change some math somehow. Or maybe your freaking model's stupid and wrong. How is that not even a consideration? It's not. No one even considers it? Why the hell is it just us on the internet that are censored that consider it?
They're on Band-Aid mode, bro. They can't admit they're wrong. They're going to lose all their funding, so they're in Band-Aid mode. One problem is solved by another problem, which is solved by another problem. That's all they do. Band-Aid.
It's so weird to me, bro, because it's like, you're all about your math. Math is reality. And then your math doesn't even work. And then you find a way to escape past it. And then these people don't come in here just like, generally speaking, they don't come in here like, I mean, I still believe it. We do have some problems. They're like, you're an idiot if you don't believe this. You're such a dumbass flat earther. It's like, how can you be so deluded? You can't even make the math work. But your whole model is only built upon math, and the math doesn't work. That's a substantial point to anyone that's honest.
Who created calculus again?
They say it was Newton, and then they also say it was the other guy.
Yeah, so Newton. Let's just go with the Newton. Why did he do that?
It was necessitated to fully describe what he was explaining the orbits to be doing.
Right. You get it? He made up a concept, couldn't justify it with physics, and had to make up another language to describe a concept. What the fuck, people?
And it was, of course, a geocentric concept with an ether, where God was causing gravity. Gravity was an act of God. So it's really bad when you look at it. He said gravity was an act of God, and that there was an ether, and the math didn't work. So then he made up a whole entire different type of math to explain his theory of gravity being an act of God.
Remember the time period these people lived in and what they believed in, right? For example, Newton was looking for
everlasting life, like the what was that stone called? Damn, I keep forgetting that name.
Philosopher's Stone.
The Philosopher's Stone, exactly. That was supposed to grant eternal life. That was the big search at the time. Besides turning metals into gold, alchemy, that was one of the things that. And he apparently died from lead poisoning from all the experiments that he did. Alchemy was his main thing, and you know what I found amazing? Religion. He has more religious writings, apparently, than he does scientific writings. Newton. These people that come up with these theories like 300 years ago, whatever, 400 years ago, you got to understand the time period they were in. I mean, if you go there with a big lighter and light, like, light it in front of somebody's face, they'd probably burn you at the stake or something. And we're supposed to, like, come on, be reasonable, right? We're allowed to question the ideas of people in those days.
I mean, if it's as simple as that description that I just gave, that Newton creates a concept in his mind of orbital mechanics, can't justify it with anything physically on Earth, but still wants to make his model work, and then creates a brand new language with symbols and values and whatever. Like, can you not see the progression?
Of course, bro.
From 0 to 0. Like, he started off with 0 and he ended with 0, but he wants you to think that he's got 100%. Can you not see that? You're not going to see it. You're just going to defend it. Well, it works. Math works.
Look, ask yourself where a person back in that time got the notion that if you throw something, it'll travel forever. Where would a person get the notion of something like that? How? Where?
Newton's law.
A vacuum. Like how? Ask yourself that.
Through his laws, we went over this. If you agree with the rotundity of the Earth and the 8 inches per mile squared, which he did, and you agree with his idea that things fall towards the Earth at this accelerated rate, which he also did, then the thought experiment I described to you earlier simply follows. And, it concludes that if you threw something at a sufficient speed, it would be able to miss the Earth continuously, perpetually.
Really? You think that's a natural thought process?
That was his natural thought process.
It only is, SE, it only is if it's a slope, right? If you do a broad jump, right? If you do a broad jump, you might get 7 feet standstill, right? But then go up 10 stair steps. You're going to jump 15, 18 feet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
So
remember.
That's the concept. I'm sorry.
How about if you go to the 20th story and jump, which I don't suggest anybody do, but yeah.
You've got to go fast. You've got to go faster.
Then you invent relativity, right? When you do that? I mean, the things that these people come up with, man, and believe, like Einstein's greatest thought is when he envisioned his friend falling off the roof.
I think it was a painter.
See, the thing
And he wouldn't feel anything. Really? Guy falling off the roof wouldn't feel anything. We're supposed to believe this now. Like,
the thing that right. But see, the point that I'm trying to make is that you have to have a slope, because if you have a curve, it's like what Democ said. Show me where I can poke my selfie stick off the edge, right? You have to then follow the curvature, because let's say, for instance, you were up, I don't know, 15 steps, and then you could jump out 20 feet. But that 20 feet was on a block. And then after that 20 feet, it just drops, right? So you're up another 50 feet there. So then there's a sheer drop of 50 feet. So if you jump from the very top, once you get to that edge, you're going to drop. You're not going to continue to follow a curvature, right? But that's what they're saying is going to happen if you shoot a cannon with enough velocity across the surface of the Earth. It's going to just continually fall and fall and fall and still stay at the same fucking altitude.
So you got to realize when Newton,
you would have to have infinite slope, infinite fall. I mean, it's crazy, man.
first of all, I wouldn't start a sentence with "it's like Democ said." But anyways, you got to realize Newton was all in. He invented calculus. He was all in on this mathematical nonsense that Tesla was talking about. These mathematical models that have no relation to reality. You know, Newton was all in on that. He was all about the math. So,
you know that if you like to do pottery and you make this very specific vase that for flowers and it's shaped, it's got the curves like a Coke bottle, like a woman's body, and you were tasked with describing the volume that this would be able to hold, you know, other than pouring water in it and then pouring that into some other volume and figuring it out that way. If you had to task it just by the material vase itself and calculus didn't exist, you would also be required to invent calculus to solve that kind of problem. So it's not that he
Say that again. What kind of problem?
I said if you wanted to solve the problem of finding out how much volume like a curved vase was able to hold, or that's just one example. You would have to have you would need calculus to describe that. Otherwise, you would have to invent it. And so I don't.
But that wasn't the reason why But calculus wasn't invented to solve an area of volume in a vase.
Yeah, no, but it was a very similar problem. I mean, it was it was just to describe orbits and ultimately more of gravity and stuff like that. But it's the same sort of problems.
Is that because it's a curved container?
Well, like Newton's second law, not Newton's, Kepler's second law describes how the period of the orbits, how equal area is going to equal area for the same amount of time or whatever it is. It's hard to describe without drawing it, but regardless, to figure out the area of each part of that, it sort of requires calculus. So all I'm saying is that these problems can be solved, or at least can be like calculus. You can do calculus without calculus just by, taking forever or approximating, whatever. But calculus is just a much easier way to solve the problems. It's hard for me to describe Kepler's second law. I always have. So I'm going to put this GIF, but I always have an issue describing it in words.
Well, when I was in school and remember learning about Newton, my recollection was just purely physical. That Newton was, if you want to move this block, you're going to have to apply a certain amount of force. But now in this conversation, it seems to me that his laws stemmed from orbital mechanics, which would then just be complete bullshit. Like he would have nothing in physical reality to actually base his claim off of, except for imagining what is happening in the stars. Because
this is all Kepler stuff, I think. Yeah.
I bet you your bot, Kosho. I bet you your bot wouldn't have a problem describing Kepler's second law.
Well, I already posted what it says, dude. Okay,
just tried that.
Just shush yourself, dude. But yeah, what Travis just said, is that Newton actually did a lot of stuff, and a lot of it was not to do with orbits and just physical shit. But his biggest claim to fame, or his number one contribution, I would say, was equating these things that fall on Earth and the things that Kepler's laws and orbital mechanics were describing. And he did that by using another thing he came up with, which was the centripetal force. He just applied that to Kepler's third law. And
there's no tether in nature.
Well, exactly. You're exactly right. That's exactly what he thought. But that's what he basically saw an orbit, and he already had come up with the centripetal formula. And the centripetal formula, the way he describes it, is this is the force that is tethering this object that's going around it. So the centripetal formula that he came up with is that description. And so he saw that was happening with things orbiting other objects, and he said, I don't know what it is that's doing that, but I could at least I have this formula to calculate what that tether is. And so he calculated that or whatever, and that's how he derived the universal law of gravitation.
There's no physical tether.
Yeah, but he said so too. That's what that famous quote that you guys always bring up, that he said, like, I don't know what the hell it is that's doing this. It's like a magical fucking, invisible tether. I don't know what the hell it is. And so he didn't want to be attributed with claiming that. But he did come up with whatever it was. He came up with the description of it.
See, the beauty of this diagram here is you can catch them on a double speak, Travis. As they tell you don't feel constant motion, right? Right? Now, clearly you can see that it speeds up and slows down here in this model. Now you're going to hear him try to talk his way out of this by probably saying, but it's only slight or something like that.
Well, that's why I was asking him the other day, what's the smallest amount of acceleration you could have, or you could actually measure with an instrument?
They said down to the subatomic level, things that are going almost absolute zero, with an absolute zero temperature. So they have
not how small, how much of an acceleration.
I know, but that's what he's describing those movements as being detectable, and saying that those movements are basically nil. It's the slowest thing that can be imagined.
So the smallest amount of acceleration we can possibly imagine, we can measure?
That's what he claimed. But
yeah,
he also said he didn't know what the amount was.
Yeah. So what's the amount of the Earth is accelerating around the sun?
I think it's like 0.0006 meters per second squared, or 4 zeros maybe. I forget.
Well, we can't detect that.
Well, you're not going to detect that with an accelerometer.
Well, there's a fundamental fundamental flaw or difference in what I was talking about, where you're detecting particles directly. So the particles are hitting the detector directly, whereas with the Earth isn't hitting a detector that we can directly detect. So it's a different situation.
Yeah, and you can't detect acceleration, like that sort of acceleration, which is, what is that called? Proper acceleration. You can't detect.
What did I tell you?
Say what?
I was saying, you guys are going to come up with something that you're going to say we cannot feel this difference in motion, this acceleration and deceleration.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, if you have an accelerometer and you drop it from a building, it's going to read 0. So if you put the accelerometer in orbit, it's going to read 0. So it's not this. Accelerometer is not what you would use to measure this kind of acceleration.
Okay, so if you drop the accelerometer, and it reads 0, what would happen? What would you read if you were to start making it fall faster or slowing it down?
Then it would have a reading on it.
Well, that's what's happening when we're going around. We're slowing down. We're speeding up and slowing down when we orbit around the sun. So what's good?
Yeah,
good character. Yep.
Yeah,
that's it.
The reason because I was thinking of like wind resistance and stuff. So if there was some wind resistance or terminal velocity, but if something's
this is good. This is getting
Hold
good.
on, SC. Hold on. I got this. Go ahead, Coach.
Yeah, that's right. So if there's wind resistance or something, or there's basically a force going in the opposite direction, and they're going to balance out. So you're going to be able to read that on an accelerometer.
Yeah, so if you're free falling, like this Earth is around the sun, and then you start going faster or slower, you'd be able to measure it.
Yeah, around the sun, though, the acceleration is extremely small, as I described. So the acceleration...
Yeah, so what's the smallest amount we can read? That's what I was trying to ask earlier. You guys said it was the smallest thing I could think of. Okay. Not the smallest thing. What's the smallest amount of acceleration you could measure if something was in free fall and you made it go slightly faster or slower?
Well, right. There's a difference, Jeremy, where you're measuring. You have something hitting a detector directly that you're measuring. Obviously, that's not what the Earth is doing. However, there are instruments that do measure the drift, things like gyroscopes and whatnot.
Talking about for the orbit. So if we're free falling on Earth, like we're free falling around the sun, and you make it go faster or slower, you can detect it. If it's here on Earth, but not if it's around the sun.
You're talking about measuring a jerk.
No, I don't want to know. I don't need to know what your height is or your weight is. I just want to know how fast we're accelerating around the sun.
Yeah, exactly. You want to measure the difference in acceleration, which is a jerk. Which is
you're a jerk.
Yeah, you're a jerk, and the eccentricity of Earth's orbit around the sun is not very extreme. You're not.
I know it's very small. You guys claim so. Why can't we measure it though? If we can measure.
It is measured, man. There's things like the Milankovitch cycles. You can look into those and see what they are.
Witch has been running around for about a month now, probably more, saying that you guys can't measure us orbiting the sun.
Well, it's not that hard if you just look.
Why don't you guys never bring it up? I mean, I don't know. I thought Witch was bodying you guys, and let's hear it.
Well, you just have to.
How do we do it?
What you just said is you assume it. You assume it, then you look at the sky and you say, "Oh, the reason the sun moves throughout the year is because the Earth is actually moving around the sun."
No, he's saying he can actually measure the acceleration. Jace is saying that, right? Right, Jace?
Yes, there's something called the Milankovitch cycles, and those are.
You ever heard of that? What's it?
Those are just one of a multitude of ways.
Okay, we'll go over one at a time.
Motion.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll do
gyros.
One at a time, Jace.
Like
Jace, one at a time.
Yeah, so like a helium neon laser gyro can do it. A superfluid helium gyro can do it. I mean, there's many examples.
No doubt. Let's do one at a time, though, please.
Yeah, feel free to drop the evidence that a gyro measures what you said, the acceleration of the orbit when it claims to be in a geodesic.
I'm not at my computer. I'm not at my computer, but I have posted those articles in this chat before. You can just search my name, and one of them, it's the helium superfluid phase coherence. If you search that, you'll find that article. And then there's one about a helium laser. You can search that and find that article. And then you can just Google Milankovitch cycle. Like, it's not that hard to do.
Already did it.
Yeah. And find out how the people who are posting those measurements, how they did them.
It's a theory. It's called the Milankovitch theory. Postulates that the periodic variability of Earth's orbital elements is a major climate forcing mechanism.
I can find you graphs and data sets if needed, but there's a bunch on Milankovitch cycles.
Okay,
doesn't theory of relativity claim that you're in a geodesic free fall of space time? So that it's basically considered linear velocity because you're in a geodesic.
Who is in a geodesic?
The Earth's orbit around the sun.
Sure.
So how do you detect acceleration then?
By the change in velocity over time with it.
You don't get to measure that though, according to relativity.
How so? You're telling
This is what I was saying. Is you can't
Oh
measure that
my
with
God.
you can't measure that with an accelerometer, but there's other methods to do it.
Your car has a fucking device in it that measures it, dude.
Oh my god, the car, it measures the speed in which the gear moves, and then when you accelerate or decelerate, it shows you the change in the rotational rate of the gear. You have to be able to detect the original movement to be able to detect the change in the movement. Relativity says you can't detect the original movement. That's the whole point.
So everything's just moving all at the same speed everywhere. What's it?
You can't detect the original movement of orbit according to relativity.
So how would you detect any movement according to relativity, in your opinion?
It depends on what you're talking about specifically. You establish an independent frame of reference. Like the gear, or like the accelerometer uses the little neat piezoelectric crystal that has a mass leaned up against it and it has a vibrational resonance, and then you measure the oscillation rate based on the amount of force pressed onto it. You have an initial vibrational reading, right? So you don't have that with the Earth's orbit.
There are devices, dude, that measure similar things, like the phase of superfluid helium. That's one way that it's measured. The other uses a helium neon laser, right? It sends them around in paths, and those paths change dependent, proportional upon the change in velocity.
Jace, you got a lot of background noise, bro. A lot of
Is
noise.
this dude claiming he's looking at the phase shift of superfluid and then he knows the Earth is orbiting?
That's measuring the acceleration of the orbit, yeah.
No, it doesn't say that though. I'm looking it up. So if you want to provide actual evidence of it, that'd be great.
Yeah, I put the article in this chat before. If you're too lazy to search my name in superfluid phase coherence, that's not my problem, man.
You mean something particle suspended in the superfluid, or its transition before it goes superfluid? Can you be a little bit more specific on that? Past the lambda?
Yeah, it's the phase of the helium atoms.
During the lambda point transition, is that what you're saying?
Nothing comes up for phase decoherence. What are you talking about?
It's superfluid phase coherence, not decoherence.
Jace, you got a ton of background noise, Jace.
Nothing comes up for that either.
I'll search for it in the chat. If not, I can just about an hour. I can post it from my computer.
Jace, hellacious amount of background noise.
Coherence of what? Like, be specific. That's not a specific statement there.
He's saying, okay, here it is. Let's just read it because this is hilarious. You guys don't even understand relativity. You're telling me you can detect the orbit. It's so funny. Okay. Phase coherence in out of equilibrium supersolid states of ultra cold dipolar atoms. A supersolid is a fascinating phase of matter combining the global phase coherence of a superfluid with hallmarks of solids, e.g., a spontaneous breaking of the translational symmetry. Recently, states with such counterintuitive properties have been realized in experiments using ultra-cold quantum gases and strong dipolar interactions. Here we investigate the response of a superfluid state to phase excitations which shatter the global phase coherence. After the creation of those excitations, we observe a rapid reestablishment of a global phase coherence, suggesting the presence of a superfluid flow across the whole sample and an efficient dissipation mechanism. We are able to identify a well-defined region where rephasing occurs, indicating the phase boundary between the solid-like and super-solid phase. Our observations call for the development of theoretical descriptions able to capture the non-equilibrium dynamics in the recently discovered supersolid states of quantum matter. What does that have to do with detecting the orbit of the Earth?
Yeah, exactly. Between the solid and super solid phase? Well, what does that have to do with rotation? That has to do with temperature and pressure.
None of these have anything to do with orbit.
That's not the paper. And I literally just typed my name in superfluid, and it's like the second post that comes up.
You told me to type in superfluid phase coherence and nothing pops up.
Yeah, I'm gonna post the message link or whatever it is. Well, yeah, it's not talking about the symmetries of the phase. That's something different related to quantum mechanics.
This is non-related. This is talking about Earth's rotation.
Are you talking about the crystalline structure that the super solid forms and how that somehow changes due to motion? I'm trying to
It's
understand.
already debunked. It's talking about Earth's
Super
rotation.
fluid. It's super
Jade.
fluid, not a super solid.
All right, Jake. Maybe we were unclear. We were talking about the orbit, right? Do you have something that can detect the orbit?
Yes, I posted the link to my original message with the 2 papers.
I'm sitting here looking at the 2 papers. I've already downloaded both the PDFs.
Yeah, you're free to dispute those. Good luck.
It says nothing to do with the orbit at all.
Does it mention orbit anywhere once in the paper?
The one that derives the Earth's rotation and whatnot.
Can you just do a quick search?
Neither one of them mentioned the orbit.
Can you just do a quick search for the word orbit in the PDFs?
I already did.
Find. It doesn't mention orbit in either of them?
Of course not. It's about the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, Jace, we're talking about the orbit, but I thought I just...
Look, there's a transition between liquid helium before it goes to super fluid, right? It starts to bubble and then it becomes quiet. That's called the lambda point. Okay? Now, what does that have
It's not
to do?
talking about that. You should read the papers.
Bro, I like you, but you're doing this too often for my liking, right? We're talking about it, right? Why didn't you just explain it if you know it, man?
No, it says it's sensing Earth's rotation. Sensing Earth's rotation with the helium neon ring laser operating at 1.15, whatever that is. Detection of the Earth's rotation using superfluid phase coherence. This is not about the orbit.
Those same devices can be used to measure the orbit too.
Really? Well, drop the link where it does that.
Yeah, if they're not in that paper, I'll have to look later.
Don't exist.
On my computer.
You're claiming that this debunks relativity, dude.
Well, he said there was another way. So
where do they say that they've debunked relativity?
Well, because relativity says that it's a geodesic freefall, that you won't be able to detect it in its linear velocity with no change because of the bending and warping of space and time, and that time dilation and length contraction render any physical measurement attempt terrestrially futile.
The linear velocity does change, though.
But not in our reference frame.
Well, he said he had multiple ones. He said he had this Malkovich thing, but then he said there was a whole bunch of them. Is there anything else you got with the detection of the measurement of the orbit?
I'm walking my dog right now.
I know.
Yeah, we know. We can fucking hear you breathing like you're...
It's fine. No, I was just wondering if you knew it off the top of your head. Well, I was just wondering if you knew it off the top of your head. We'll look it up.
Yeah,
You
more
can
than
just
likely.
look into Milankovitch cycles. There's like millions of data sets.
Already did.
Yeah, more than likely, it's still going to deal with rotation and not orbit.
We can't find the
cycles are about the orbit.
Yeah, those
But it's a theory.
directly deal with the orbit.
It's a theory.
Yes, it's a scientific theory.
No, it's not scientific. There's no evidence
That it was
anywhere here of detecting the Earth's
from
orbit.
measurement.
No.
It was a hypothesis which was then tested with tons and tons of data sets. I'll sit there and post them for you later if you want to pretend that they don't exist.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And then
Post them
it
later.
was confirmed into a scientific theory.
No.
Awesome. Yeah, we definitely want to see the measurement of the orbit. Absolutely. That'd be great if you could
Here,
just
I'll
post
drop it.
them
I'm
later.
reading it from NASA.gov right now. It's about a climate. It's about climate change. It's a theory about climate change. The tilt of the Earth's axis relative to the eccentricity of the orbit and how it affects the climate.
Yes. So it's
Where's
not
the
concerned.
measurement, though? Does it have the measurement in there? The actual
Of course
measurement?
not. They don't measure the Earth's orbit. That would debunk relativity.
You should look into the actual scientific papers, not some catch thing from NASA, because that's where the actual data is.
All right, cool. It's cool. When you get them later, you could drop them. But you said there was more. Was there other ones besides this Malkovich?
That's funny because I type in Malkovich cycles measurements. I type in Malkovich cycles measurements.edu and not one single paper comes up. So
Yeah, because that doesn't mean anything with it. you have to type in like things about the eccentricity of the orbit. There's something called the orbital monsoon hypothesis. There's a bunch of data on that and many other things that you can do. But just typing some random Milankovitch random.edu isn't going to get you.
Random? I put measurement.
Milankovitch.
Without a doubt, when he gets home, he might have something.
Yeah, well,
I
we can
gave
wait.
you two things. I gave you two things you could search. The
Okay, I just
orbital
did. Here you go.
monsoon
Insulation
hypothesis
control of monsoons
and
is the
the
first thing that comes up.
eccentricity.
The concept is called the orbital monsoon hypothesis. The orbital monsoon hypothesis is a direct logical extension of factors at work in modern monsoonal. Bunch of
Hey, what's that?
conceptual bullshit. Where's the direct measurement of Earth's orbit, though?
Hey, what's it?
If you're going to talk about this, that's what's up.
That's for you to find.
It's fine, Jace. When you get it later, we'll go over it, no question. But
Yeah,
you have it.
I wait
You said
with
there was
bated
multiple.
breath, Jeremy.
What's
I
up?
wait with bated breath.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I mean, I'm excited. I don't know about everyone else. I'm excited, but you said there was multiple things how we measured the orbit. Can you just throw us another one? We'll try googling that. Maybe we suck at Google. Who knows?
Yeah, all those things with the superfluid helium and the helium neon laser ring gyros and stuff. You can look up the orbital measurements with those.
Come on, one at a time. Superfluid orbital measurement. What do we type in, Jace? You're the.
It's an extension of the paper that I posted. So they're using the phase coherence of superfluid helium. So you can look up for the eccentricity, the orbital eccentricity, or orbital acceleration measurements with superfluid helium phase coherence gyros.
So the same paper you already posted that which it said there was nothing in there with the orbit.
No, that one is about the rotation. Right, so you're going to have to look deeper into that. Was my mistake.
It's fine.
It's only about the rotation, but there are extensions of that other people have done. It's not just like one person who's ever done that. There's been hundreds, and you can look into those.
No doubt. We're going to look for it. Orbit. So what would be a good? What would you type in if you were looking for this? What would you type in the Google bar?
Well, I would go either through like a library or something like Google Scholar, and just look for like orbital eccentricity measurements with helium gyros or orbital acceleration measurements with helium gyros, something along that line.
Did you hear that? What's it?
Dude, you actually have to do a NASA document inquiry to even read one of these papers from 95. Orbital acceleration research experiment calibration measurements. You have to actually request the document from NASA.
I could put the link in the chat. I could probably get it later.
Why isn't this just public information for everyone? You got to request documents and shit.
I agree. Science information should be public and free.
Hey, what's
that's a little
Look, it's funny. I'm doing the ballers work for them. That's the best link that's even venturing close to what we're asking for. What's up?
I posted a link for you. What's it? I didn't need to change the subject. I just couldn't catch up with you the other day. I think I found your star through the moon as a mountain peak.
Ow, that's not where the star was. The star was down low.
Well, it lines right up. That's
the star was down low. How's that line right up?
That's a screenshot. The pink is a screenshot from your video.
Of the top of it, we all know you can see that crater, dude. The star is down below on the other side of the terminal. This is not where the star was, and it wasn't the star. It was Mars. Dude, go back to the video and look at. You'll see this part. You can see it light up in the dark. Now go down, and you see Mars in the dark by itself.
Hold on, man. We're right in the middle of this orbit thing here.
Yeah, sorry. Never mind.
That's all good. I just want to, or maybe do we have to wait till Jace comes with something real with it, or?
Well, I mean, I'm looking up everything that doesn't exist, man. It would be debunking, dude. It's just relativity says that we're in a geodesic free fall orbit, okay, and that the length of any measurement device contracts in the direction of motion. If you're using interferometry, certainly you're going through space. You have contraction and time dilation. In order to detect this geodesic orbit, you must be outside that frame of reference of the Earth.
So even if they did find this, it would be debunked. This is like a win-win scenario right here.
Yeah, it's not going to exist. No one's going to put forth the top levels of science something that counteracts relativity. It's assumed to be true. It's the it's the paradigm of physics.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
This is just like they told me that you can use a gyroscope to detect the additional degree per day of the orbit, and then it's been a month and they can't bring me the papers that they swore up and down they had.
Oh, there's people at my university who are doing that.
Awesome. This is going to be easy peasy for you to get then. Perfect.
What they do is they look at the sun, Jeremy. They look at the change in the sun, and they assume it's because the Earth is moving.
No, they're doing interferometry with the gyro.
While looking at the sun.
Wave function, by any chance?
Yeah, anything to do with superfluid there's gonna be wave functions involved. It's a quantum effect.
I had to read up on something to understand what you're saying. So you're saying an actual visible detectable motion in the superfluid, right?
Sorry, I was talking over you. I apologize. You're gonna have to repeat that.
You're talking about an actual detectable motion, like a wave, sort of, in the actual superfluid. Is that what you're talking about? Because I'm reading up on something right now. I'm trying to back you up here, bro.
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of. Okay. Because I'm trying to understand the mechanism, right?
Dude, the Earth is in a free fall around the sun.
It in the paper, if you just read, it's not that long of a paper. It's only like 4 pages.
The Earth is in a free fall around the sun, following a geodesic in 4D, which is the equivalent to a straight line in 3D. So it's an inertia. The free fall means it has an inertial frame, which is why we can't measure the acceleration of the Earth around the sun, because we're in a free fall around the sun.
Yeah, but they're saying that there's points in its orbit when it's going faster.
That doesn't matter because you're going faster with it. So you're still in the geodesic reference frame, which is by definition
can't get out that reference
inertial.
frame. Yeah. You guys got a reference frame. Where's Zanuck at with these reference frames?
I don't know if you guys noticed this, but he's describing gyroscopes, in which case you're not measuring it using the same method an accelerometer would use, which because he's right that it's not going to be able to detect that relativity acceleration like something in free fall, but it will be able to detect something orbiting something because it's rotating.
A reference frame on a geodesic is by definition an inertial reference frame.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. This is why gyroscopes can't measure. Not gyroscopes. Accelerometers can't measure free fall.
How are gyroscopes going to measure a change in something within the same inertial reference frame?
Gyroscopes?
Gyroscopes can't establish an independent reference frame to the orbit unless they're outside of the Earth.
Yeah, but the Earth would still be rotating.
We're talking about orbit.
Yeah, the Earth. Well, while the Earth is the Earth's orientation, like it's going to be orbiting. It's going to be rotating once a day, but also does another. It does one extra rotation.
Like I think we're trying to use relativity to obscure facts here, and it doesn't work. I get the tactic, but that's not how things work. The Earth's orbit is accelerating, relativity included. You can still measure, like Coach said, not with accelerometers, but with things like interferometers and gyros.
This is why Einstein said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can measure the motion of the Earth in space. Okay, it's
He
his
said
very
that
theory that
over
says if you want to throw
years ago.
relativity out, then okay.
Did you guys
He
find the
said
measurement
that.
already, or?
He said that over 100 years ago, and we should not base our view of science on what people say, even if they're Einstein.
Chase, we can't even hear you, bud. It's that
Ether.
bad. I don't know if
Ether's
anyone else
blocking
can hear him.
Yeah,
I'm
I know
gonna
it's
make it.
really bad. The wind is really bad.
What
So,
I'm trying to let you guys know, and you can take it or leave it. If you're claiming that you can detect the accelerative change in the reference frame of the Earth, you are directly contradicting relativity. That's not my problem. If you want to say, "Nuh-uh," I don't care. If you want to say, "Oh, accelerometers and gyros," that's irrelevant. You're in the inertial reference frame. You're on a geodesic, which is by definition an inertial reference frame.
let's just
You're
wait and see
on
if they
the
even have the
object.
measurement, because we don't even know. I used to measure against spherical excess and shit, and then I found out like a year later they didn't even have a measurement. So let's see if they even have a measurement before we start arguing against it.
You're on the object that's accelerating. That's like telling me that I can't measure acceleration in my car. It's ridiculous.
No.
And you're just trying to throw relativity
Holy
in there
shit.
to obscure things with it.
I just
It's
rebutted
a
that.
tactic.
I just rebutted that. Listen carefully, okay? The reason it's not analogous to your car is the way your car gets your speed is it measures the rate that the gear rotates, okay? And it gives you a speed. And when that rotational rate changes, it gives you an acceleration or a deceleration. So it has a baseline measurement of motion that then changes. The difference with relativity in the Earth is that you can never get that baseline detection of the motion.
I can
Yeah, but if you're hold
I
on,
can
Jace,
put
real
an
quick.
interferometer. Hang on, Jeremy. I can put an interferometer in my car and just as well measure the acceleration because it's in the object that's moving. Same thing with the Earth.
Oh, so we can use
Okay, so
interferometry
this
to detect the Earth's orbit?
Yes, what's it?
Really? Why did Michelson
Interferometric
Morley detect
gyro.
it? Why doesn't Michelson Morley detect it?
They got a null result, right? They didn't do an experiment to detect that.
Yeah, it literally
They were
was
looking
assuming
for
the
the
Earth's
ether.
orbit, and then we've done it billions of times more sensitive since then. I can drop you like 20 different experiments that they've done since then. We've even gone as far as to use piezoelectric crystals integrated with the same methodology. So if you're claiming that interferometry, see, Einstein says interferometry can't be used on the Earth to detect the Earth's orbit because there is length contraction in the direction of motion.
What's
Well, this thing that he's
You're
talking about is a
saying-
superfluid.
100% true.
This thing that he's talking about is a superfluid gyroscope, right? So if there's an angular change, you're going to get a measurement in the gyroscope, right?
Yes. Yes,
Here, I'm
talking
dropping
about
all the.
I don't see why that would violate. I don't see why that would violate relativity at all.
It doesn't because we're on the Earth. Holy shit, man!
What does the gyroscope thing violate the relativity thing with it?
Dude, how many
want
times?
to share if you were coming or
Gyroscopes,
not? Here I am.
Hold on.
Where-
Somebody's hot micing.
Where would you have to be with to measure? Say the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Uh-huh.
Where, in your opinion, would you have to be if not on the Earth to
In an
measure
independent
its
frame of reference.
orbital
In an independent
acceleration?
frame of reference.
Like what? Where?
Like the Earth, the sun's rest frame.
So on the sun.
What's it? Hold on.
No, just outside the orbit of the Earth.
Hold on, Jace. What's it? How does detecting an angular change with a gyroscope debunk relativity?
Okay. Relativity says you cannot detect the Earth's orbit from the same frame of reference of the Earth because you're in the frame of reference that is experiencing time dilation and length contraction in the direction of motion. He very explicitly explains this in Relativity, Special and General Theory, page 62. He very clearly explains it. I'll just read it. Okay. So he explains that Lorentz and Fitzgerald came up with a solution to the difficulty being that it was puzzling to physicists. They did not detect a fringe shift, and that although the amount that it should be changed is exceedingly small, they came up with interference methodology that would clearly detect it and be decisive if they didn't discover anything. Lorentz and Fitzgerald said that the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion just a sufficient amount that it was to compensate for the lack of change in time that should have been detected. And he says, then we see in chapter 7 or whatever chapter it is, that from the standpoint also of relativity, the solution to the difficulty was the right one. The only difference is the interpretation. Then he goes on to explain, thus for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of Michelson and Morley is not shortened, but it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun. Right? So like if you're in a coordinate system relatively at rest relatively to the sun, then it's not shortened for you. But if you're in a coordinate system, okay, thus for a coordinate system moving with the Earth, the mirror system of Michelson and Morley is not shortened, but it is shortened for a coordinate system which is at rest relatively to the sun. So you would have to be in that frame of reference to detect the change.
Jeremy,
this isn't Michelson Morley though. This is a gyroscope thing.
Yeah,
Jeremy.
What do you think Michelson Morley used, dude?
It was the interferometric gyroscope. But Jeremy, I have Bob's data on my computer. I'll have to go look at it. But if I recall correctly from when I originally looked at it, the motion around the sun is even in his data. But
that varied heavily at best. So.
Well, yeah. Once he figured out that there was a 15-degree drift, he tried to obscure it as much as he could. But.
Well, I wouldn't say that. But anyways, what's it? So they couldn't use a gyroscope for the Michelson Morley thing, but they can for this. Is it a different setup or?
No, they can't use interferometry to detect the Earth's orbit from the Earth according to relativity, dude. It's dumb. This is dumb. What they do is they detect the sidereal rotation with a gyroscope. Michelson, Gale, Pearson first did it. Sagnac effect. Fiber optic gyros. Then they take a position relative to the sun, and by looking at the sun as a reference frame, as a reference, they're able to then say, oh, look, the sun changes where it's at over the course of the year. Right? And they show the difference in the sidereal and solar rotation, and they claim that that is a cause of orbit. The fact that there's a difference in solar and sidereal rotation. You can use your gyroscopic measurements to establish this difference, which no flat earther denies, of course, that there's a 4-minute difference in solar and sidereal rotation. This is the only thing that you can invoke a gyroscope to do to claim that it's detecting the orbit. It's to show the difference in the sidereal and solar rotation. And they claim the reason that the solar rotation is different is because we're orbiting the sun.
Is that what it is? It's not actually It's not actually taking an acceleration difference in a velocity measurement. It's taking a.
No, of course not. It says you can't measure that, bro. It says you're in a geodesic of 4D, which is equivalent to a straight line in 3D, and you're in free fall, which is equivalent to linear velocity that's unchanging in an inertial frame, and that the length shortens in the direction of motion. So any device you use, right, that tries to measure is going to be contracted just a sufficient amount that it's not going to detect the difference. It's not even, it's not complicated. I mean, it's somewhat convoluted. That's what relativity is.
No, that was a good rebuttal. Hold on, you said enough already. That was a great rebuttal. Jace, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, it's the same response, Jeremy. He said all of it.
You're not measuring the actual acceleration. You're measuring a change in the sidereal day and the solar day, and you're just calling that the orbit. Is that what's happening?
I'm sure in measurements, yes. But I don't believe that's the case. And because we're on the Earth.
I can't hear you, Jason, and you got wild wind going, and you're out of breath.
All right, Jeremy, think about this, okay? So we see the stuff in the sky move, right? So the globe claims that we're rotating on a tilted axis, and that's what makes all the stuff in the stars move daily, right? Because we turn once a day. So that makes the stuff in the sky, which is actually still relative to us, it makes it turn in the sky. Now, then they say the reason that, so if you just take that on its face, that means that the sun, the moon, the stars, they should all move together, right? If you look at the fact that it's the Earth moving in a rotation with the sky at rest relative to us, that means the whole sky would move together, right? Because if the sky's at rest relative to us and the Earth is moving, making it look like it's moving, the whole sky would move together. We don't see that though, right? We see that the sun moves separate from the stars. So what they say is the Earth spins and the whole sky moves together, looking like it's moving around us. And then you tack on top of that the Earth is orbiting the sun. And that gives us the difference between the sidereal rotation, which is the stars, and the solar rotation. So it is moving because the Earth's rotating, but there's a difference because we're orbiting the sun. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I was misled here. I was told this was a measurement of the acceleration in our orbit, not this other thing that they measured.
No, that doesn't exist. I've gone to like tons of astrophysicists, tons of astronomers, tons of engineers. This is the best they have. Okay, which makes sense because that's what relativity says anyway.
You know, I read some of your papers there that you dropped, Jace, and not all of them. Just skimmed through, and both of them seem to talk about the rotation of the Earth using
we established that. We already established.
Yeah, he admitted it.
Which is a problem to begin with, but we can just skim past that.
No, it's not a problem. The question is it the Earth moving or is the stuff moving around the Earth, Jace? That's the sidereal rotation detection isn't a problem. No.
Both of them big problems, man.
No.
To anyone who can think logically.
Okay, so you're saying Einstein can't think logically because what he said was we have sidereal rotation. The question is the Earth at rest or is the sky moving? And the way that we would determine which one it is being able to detect the orbit. Because if we can detect and measure the orbit of the sun, that means it has to be the Earth rotating to cause sidereal rotation.
Again,
so obviously he's not.
As I've always said, we shouldn't be basing our science what Einstein or anybody else said, nevertheless, over a century ago.
Well, actually, he was still making these comments in the 50s, so not really.
My bad, 80 years ago.
Okay, well, Stephen Hawking literally wrote an entire book called Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, which is has a 3-page foreword, and is just all Einstein quotes about this and how he still agrees with the different comments he made about it.
Guess what? I have a book from Wheeler Kipner that is considered the gold standard of relativity books, and they derive the Earth's orbit around the sun in that book. But again, it's a book. We should not be basing our view of science on what people say in books and quotes.
Okay, yeah, dude, Einstein did the same thing in his writing where he talks about we can look at stellar aberration, right, and we can determine the orbit that way, but it requires us to assume it.
Can I ask a quick question for you? Do you have a problem with this paradox you've actually tried to fight over the last few weeks about us orbiting the sun with that compared to rotation? Because rotation is something that is a little different. We can actually measure with lasers and targets the Sagnac effect, which is a proven technology, and it's no different than and related to using a radar gun. We know that light has a certain speed. But would you have a problem with us determining rotation and have that be independent of your attempts to prove or disprove or measure the Earth's paths around the sun?
What?
Do I have to explain that again?
Yeah, I don't know what you're saying.
I thought it was pretty clear. Would you have a problem? So you have this problem, and over the last few weeks, of measuring the Earth traveling around in an elliptical or circular orbit around the sun.
Yeah, you
have
can't.
this problem. You've explained it many times. The contradictions, the paradoxes of time dilation and length contraction, all that. Got it.
Whoa.
Do you have a problem with that, with continuing that issue, but also having that coexist either way with the Earth rotation?
Do I have an issue with it having it coexist with Earth rotation?
Yeah, do you have a problem with Earth rotation coexisting with that, which was the aforementioned?
No one disputes sidereal rotation. The question is
the
the Earth moving?
Rotating? Not anything rotating around the Earth. The actual Earth rotating.
Well, you can't prove that. You just take
yes,
the detection.
we can.
No.
Of course, they can prove that very easily. Because
No,
that's
you just
not that is not in the scope of general or special relativity, the Earth rotation.
that's right, because you're establishing an independent frame of reference.
Oh, you don't need to
Yes.
establish independent frame of reference.
Yes,
All you
you
need to
do.
do
You
is
don't even
measure.
understand relativity then.
Oh, yes, I do. Let's go back to it. Don't try to obfuscate and divert, as this is what your tactic is. I get it, because you're very confident of this paradox as being some kind of proof that everybody's wrong about the assumptions that they've made.
Just stick to the argument. Just stick to the
Yeah,
argument, bro.
he's trying to.
Dude, I'm not talking about a paradox. I'm talking
I
about
know,
how
the
all you have to do is
paradox-
admit
paradox-
relativity says you can't prove the Earth is orbiting, and then we can move on. I didn't say it was a paradox. Sure, there are
I'm saying
paradoxes.
it's a paradox because I'm saying it's a paradox because you're defining it as such because you're saying that we are using celestial bodies and reference points and taking and that there's no way of measuring terrestrial measurement of us traveling around the sun. I don't want to go into that. I've already explained that I don't want to go into that. I'm not
Then
talking
concede
about,
that
wait,
you
can I
can't
finish?
prove it.
Can I finish? Can I finish, please?
You're
Thank
changing
you.
the subject.
No, I'm not changing the subject. It was an open-ended question to you. Actually, it was a very pointy question to you, saying that if all those things are happening, this debate in your mind or with other people or whatever, that battle of us being able to prove your words of us actually rotating around the sun, can that still coexist with the Earth's rotation and detecting it physically?
Can what are you saying? Can
Oh
the
my
fact
God,
that
what's it?
you're not
Seriously?
being coherent?
I'm being
Bennett.
very coherent.
I'm muting you because I
Chase,
can't
did
even
you
respond.
understand what I said?
I'm muting. Okay, this is what. Are you asking that can what I'm stating about how you can't detect the orbit coexist with the Earth rotating? Yes, that's what relativity explains.
That's not what it explains.
It literally does.
We're talking about the rotation of the Earth, on its axis. Can you accept that to be true? Yet it's still debate everything else.
Oh no, like if coming from your position, it's a package deal. You need the Earth rotating and the orbit.
I don't need anything. I'm just asking you. Let's say we didn't, or let's say we were just fixed in space, but we were rotating.
Can't do that.
But also, hold on. But also, the sun in the universe was rotating around us. Let's just say
Can't do that. That doesn't work.
But I'm talking specifically about the Earth rotation. Can that coexist in your ideas and your debate with whomever you're trying to fight up with right now?
No, you can't have the Earth rotating but not orbiting.
Why?
Because it won't explain all the phenomena we observe.
Sure, it could.
Okay, tell me how.
Well, the Earth could rotate, and that could account for some of the movement of the sky, but the primary movement could be the sun and all the stars rotating around the Earth. Part could be due to the Earth, and part could be due to that. But I'm just saying we could detect on the Earth that it is rotating without having any other debate of any other topic.
Okay, what causes retrograde?
We're not going there, Witsit. I'm trying to keep you focused on a rail here. The rail
He's
is
telling you it
can we
can't
detect
explain all the
rotation?
phenomena. You said sure it could. And he's bringing up a phenomena I can't explain. And now you don't want to go there.
I'm not. No, I don't want to go there because it has nothing to do with my question. I asked.
He
It's a
told
simple yes or no question.
Zanuck, I don't know if you've been following the conversation. I have. Witsit said you can't have that because it doesn't explain all the phenomena. Now he brought up a phenomena that you can't explain, and you don't want to talk about it for some reason.
It's not my question, but I could explain it. I can talk about it. Yes, the retrograde orbits are explained by the elliptical paths and them revolving around the sun.
Okay, so you can explain retrograde with the geocentric Earth?
No, with the moon going around the Earth and us going around the sun. Did I say it backward?
This is the problem, right?
Heliocentric.
You can listen. You can explain stuff like retrograde and all this stuff with a stationary Earth. And in theory, could you come up with something where the Earth is rotating? Explain it. Sure, it would be very complex, though. I've never seen anyone do it. I mean, maybe in theory you could, because if you're going to say, look, there's retrograde and there's all these different motions around the Earth, but the Earth is also rotating as these bodies move around the Earth, then you're going to have to be able to explain all the phenomena. I don't think you can.
You're missing the point.
No,
I'm not going into the retrograde. How we explain it is the Earth revolving and all the planets revolving around the sun. That's how we explain retrograde orbits. I'm not going there. I'm telling you, I know you have a problem with that, and you may have some kind of witty explanation for why that occurs. But I'm asking you, and I'll say it one last time, and I'm not going to repeat the question again. Can this debate in your mind with or whoever you're facing off with, can that debate still exist and coexist with the rotation of the Earth? The Earth can be rotating in some way, shape, or form.
It was me, Zanuck.
Yes
Zanuck, quick question, Zanuck. Do you think I'm wrong on the view that we can use things like interferometers and gyros and whatnot to measure the acceleration of the orbit?
That's a good
I wouldn't
question.
be checking on Zanuck for anything because he's been off the rails lately. It's
just yes or no. It's just a simple yes or no.
I don't think.
Am I wrong or not?
Yeah, I don't think a gyro could even a super hypersensitive one could detect the orbit because it's basically in free fall.
Yeah.
You're wrong, Jace. Haha. I told you.
I could be wrong. I'm not dying on that hill at all. I'm just saying first glance.
The more I think about it, I could be wrong. I'm gonna have to look into it more. And like I said, there's people at my university who do this kind of thing. I'm gonna talk to them about it.
Awesome.
I think
talk about like Jace because it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no doubt, Jace. No doubt.
Oh,
Talk to him. Let us know.
Well, ask me this, guys. Let me ask a question to Jace real quick. So, Jace, and I before we started talking about general relativity and special relativity, I would have thought and probably would have insisted that yes, a gyro on the ISS could detect any kind of rotation as it's in orbit. If that's true, then yes, we could detect it around the sun.
Well, I think I was getting confused with like satellite interferometers from what I Googled on my phone, which is different than like interferometers in a lab here on the Earth. So
you could make the argument that if you're entirely locked to the Earth, that you could establish a differential measurement. It would still be pretty complicated, but in theory, you could try to go perform Michelson-Morley on the moon, right? Like if they were actually going to the moon and like wanted to make like an earth-shattering scientific discovery, they would have set up a Michelson-Morley on the moon. Now, I get why people can say, why would they do that? That's so dangerous and blah, 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 and it would be difficult. I'm just explaining that from your paradigm, it would be a huge leap in science to try to set up a Michelson-Morley on the moon if that was all real. But
well, the actual Michelson-Morley experiment, right? They weren't trying to measure the orbit of the Earth. They had the device like rotating at times, and they also changed its orientation based on where it was already assumed that the Earth was orbiting, and they changed the orientation of the device based on where we were in the orbit, because they were trying to find the ether wind. They weren't trying to find the Earth's orbit. So they had it not rotating, they had it rotating. They did all sorts of funny things with it.
Well, the actual reason that they did it was to determine if the velocity of light was constant in all directions. That's the actual reason for the test. They assumed an ether and they assumed the orbit, and then they did the math and they said, okay, there should be this much of a friendship. And then they were trying to test whether or not, because Edward Morley explains this in a letter he wrote to his father right before the test, and it's also in their paper. And that's why in Michelson-Gale-Pearson, the title of the paper is about the velocity of light as well. They were trying to see if the velocity of light was the same in all directions. But they did use the orbital motion of 30 kilometers a second to get their predicted value, right, of the fringe shift. And they didn't detect it. So it was like this completely unexpected result. Right, it was like, damn, we didn't even get to where we get to try to see what's going on with light because we have this huge unexpected result where we didn't get the fringe shift. So then it changed all of physics. I mean, that's when it was like a puzzle. It was puzzling all the physicists, and it wasn't really until 1905 that Einstein came in and saved the day. From 87 to 1905, basically mainstream science was in a tailspin. And so, I mean, it is relevant to the orbit.
Well,
I have a question. This is when they invented
I have a question.
contraction.
Physics was
Time
in.
dilation.
The
Yeah.
rest
I
of
have a question.
science didn't really care. But physicists, yeah, they had a problem they needed to solve.
And that's like, yeah, I mean,
Einstein
that's
came
arguably
along
the
in
most important.
1905.
That's
But
like the most
yeah,
important science, right?
you're right, and they were looking because if they measured a difference in the speed of light in a certain direction, then their assumptions were that was because of this ether drift. So they were looking for a fringe shift because that would be indicative of there's a proportionality relationship between the offset of the interference pattern and the change in the velocity of light.
Yeah,
I have
so
a
you have like,
question.
this is a quote from the biography on Einstein. It's called Einstein, The Life and Times by Ronald W. Clark. And he's explaining it. And he's like, the problem which now faced science was considerable, for there seemed to be only three alternatives. The first was that the Earth was standing still, which meant scuttling the whole Copernican theory and was unthinkable. So this was the unexpected alternative put on the table after that. Like, that's why it was so startling to them. And then Lorentz miraculously tried to come in and save the day by taking Lorentz contraction from Oliver Heaviside, who took the maths from someone else in 87. And he came up with a way to solve it and keep the ether, but it was testable. And then Hawthorne, Turnpike, or whatever their names are, they went and did it to test it, and they had one arm that was longer, and it didn't show any type of contraction. Of course, that was going to be a shit show anyway, because they were going to have to change, like, they were going to have to introduce an entire electrodynamic theory because it would change intermolecular forces and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, they debunked that. So then they were at a standstill again, but Einstein took that contraction and came up with a, dare I say, ingenious way to explain it by saying that there, you can't detect the contraction from within that frame. So he threw the ether out, added the fourth dimension of time, and then said that things contract in the direction of motion and time dilates, which is just a byproduct of that. He didn't actually specifically say that in his original paper. So, I mean, yeah, the point is that, like, the orbit was assumed, the ether was assumed, and then they didn't get the predicted value. If you throw the ether out, you still have the problem. Like, if you completely throw the ether out, there still had to be an explanation for why there wasn't a fringe shift, with or without ether. And that's why Einstein comes in and solves the problem, right, by introducing relativity. Like, if you could have just thrown the ether out, I mean, relativity also did replace the ether, right? But anyway.
Can I ask a question?
Go on.
Didn't I hear at some point somewhere that the speed of light is the same speed in all reference frames? Which means, okay, now that being said, how would you detect anything when it comes to light? Because if I'm in an accelerating reference frame, but you're in another reference frame that's not accelerating, but the speed of light is the same in both of them, how would you detect anything?
That's how you're going to be able to detect things, because the speed stays the same. So that's how you would be able to detect things. If the speed is the same, then when something else is accelerating, you would see a difference between the two reference frames because the speed doesn't change.
Through the device that they were using, because there would be a difference, the path length would be different in the device, which would cause, when the beam is recombined and hits the detector, there would be an interference pattern. That interference pattern is directly proportional to the change in the path length.
Yeah, like Paul, like exactly. It's the distance that changed. Like Paul, you know how they say if you shoot a laser through glass, that it appears to slow down by like 30%. But it doesn't actually slow down because the speed of light is constant. It just takes a longer path. It takes a longer route through the glass. Basically, it takes a bunch of detours and it bounces all over the place to get out of the glass. So in that scenario, it would have had to travel further. So if it's a constant speed, then it would have gotten there after the other light beam, and that would have caused an interference pattern. And it would have been like the contraction math is like 1/5000th the width of a human hair. It's like crazy, exceedingly small, but yeah, they just didn't detect it. It was over 10 times sensitive enough. Since then, we've done it with so much more accuracy. It's mind-blowing, and they never detect it.
Go to Slack, and they've done this experiment for 50 years. So
I know. I just said that. I just said that. That's worse for you. Yeah. That's worse for you.
Sure. So, whatever you say. You're the expert here.
Yeah, the more precise the measurements, then that should increase the probability of us detecting it. But of course, according to relativity, it shouldn't, because relativity says you could never detect it.
No, we show the evidence for it, but that's beside the point. Jason, you still there?
You didn't show the evidence of anything, man.
What does this thing show, Zanuck? Does it show a measurement of the Earth's orbital acceleration?
Answer me this. So if we're on a space station and we're following this curved path of space-time, we would theoretically feel nothing, right? Even if we wrapped around some real small black hole and had, maybe 1,000 revolutions every day or something, we still theoretically, I think we wouldn't feel anything, would we? So the question is, do we need gyros on there would feel deviations off that straight line path, which is a curved path? That's when they work, maybe. Because I know if you're free falling and I start spinning you like a pinwheel, all the blood will go to your extremities. But if you're following the curved path and not rotating, then you would, or when you're being forced to deviate from that curved path, then you could feel or sense some type of acceleration because you're not following it. That's exactly why we.
Yeah, it has to do the gyros and whatnot is when you can make different reference frames. That's what.
What we have is an inertial reference frame for the ISS. So it's an inertial reference frame because it's free falling, just no different than if you jumped off a building or in a vacuum. And if you could be rotating in it, but when we're orbiting, we actually are following a curved path, but we're not feeling anything because we're in free fall. Does it follow natural? Like if the belly of this spaceship is facing the Earth, does it need to have a little extra, some angular velocity built into it, or does it naturally have angular velocity built in if it's following how it's initially been oriented? If it has that orientation, does it stay with that orientation around the Earth?
Well, I think it depends. Like if you just have like a satellite or ISS just out in empty space and it's doing like an orbit, then yes. But when you're talking about orbiting another object, as Whitsitt said, it's really just on a geodesic. It's just the space that's curved.
Right, but
right?
it can still make a curved path, and it would be curving relative to the surface of that object, but no one would feel it, nor would I think you could measure anything. That's my contention.
Yeah, that's why I said
unless you deviate from that curved path. So maybe the reason that they stay and have to orient themselves with retros and things, jets, to follow this angular velocity of the Earth, because that actually is the inertial path. If they start doing a backflip around it, that would be they're not following the inertial path directly, or they've induced a rotation even though they're following the inertial path, which you could then sense that with the gyro. So maybe on the ISS, if they have gyroscopes, they all set 0 even though they're going around the Earth, and that would now then go so far as to say that might extend to the Earth going around the orbit of the sun. That would be undetectable for that same reason. It's just throwing it out there.
Let me read this. The approach of Einstein differs from that of Lorentz in 2 major ways. There's a difference of philosophy and a difference of style. The difference of philosophy is this. Since it is experimentally impossible to say which of 2 uniformly moving systems is really at rest, Einstein declares the notions really resting and really moving as meaningless. For him, only the relative motion of 2 or more uniformly moving objects is real. Lorentz, on the other hand, preferred the view that there is indeed a state of real rest defined by the ether, even though the laws of physics conspire to prevent us identifying it experimentally. The facts of physics do not oblige us to accept one philosophy rather than the other, and that's John Bell, Speakable and Unspeakable in Quantum
That
Mechanics.
right there, if I can comment real quick on that, that right there is somewhat of a contradiction, and he admits it being a contradiction with physics. You're discerning between inertial stationary and inertial movement, and he's saying that movement is relative to something else, and you can't discern who's moving past who's stationary, who's not, because they're both inertial. That's true. The only problem you have with that, Whitsitt, is that when you start having forces acting on that object, when it starts deviating, starts turning away from it, having a change of direction, then there are forces involved. However, there won't be forces involved if we're following a geodesic.
And the problem is that you just were ready to respond before you actually listened to the quote. And the entire point I was making was the last sentence of the quote, and you talked through it. I don't want you to pretend you're teaching me about it. Okay, I'm telling you what the deal is. The facts of physics do not oblige us to accept one philosophy rather than the other. Okay, that's the truth.
Well, no, I heard that, and I was not quick to respond. I just knew we were going as we were saying it, and then you ended with the crescendo that I was expecting as well. Yes, the laws of physics don't discern between stationary and moving. There's no way to determine.
No, that's not what it says.
Well, what do you? That's how I got. That's what I took out of it.
Okay, because you don't listen.
I was listening, but go ahead. Maybe I misinterpreted it.
He's explaining the difference between Einstein's view and Lorenz's view. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. And Einstein says that it's experimentally impossible to say which of the two uniformly moving systems is really at rest. Einstein declares the notions really resting and really moving as meaningless. For him, only the relative motion of two or more uniformly moving objects is real. Lorentz, on the other hand, preferred the view that there is indeed a state of real rest defined by the ether, even though the laws of physics conspire to prevent us identifying it experimentally. The facts of physics do not oblige us to accept one philosophy rather than the other. Okay.
Yeah, I heard that. I got the exact meaning. Saying it again. Maybe you misinterpreted what I responded back to you.
Xanet cannot process anything that says
Don, you heard
Einstein
me
is wrong.
talking. Don,
Anything,
come on.
if it Einstein,
Don,
you
you
are
heard me
gonna
talking.
die on Einstein's
We're having a nice
nuts, bro.
conversation, and you blow in here like a fucking bull in a china shop. Relax. So I got what you said, what's it? And he's saying that there must be an ether that would then determine this rest or non-resting state. That's most physicists, and like he even says, disagrees with him. And that no one believes that in mainstream physics at all. That you can determine rest versus non-rest by ether, because there is no ether. That's been disproven.
Oh my god, dude! You just say your script over and over, dude. It's well
not a
known.
script. I mean,
It's
anyone
well
else can
known
back
that
me up
quantum
here.
has shown us that we have to update our position, man. I'm not getting that debate with you because you're not interested in the truth, okay? But what my point was that you rebutted with like the basic postulate of relativity as if that was somehow relevant to the quote. It's not. Right? What you're talking about is like this quote where Albert Einstein was at Princeton University and explains what we mean by relative motion in a general sense is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity. That's what your rebuttal was. That's not what I was talking about, though. I'm talking about that in reality, the laws of physics do not exclude one or the other between Lorentz and Einstein. Okay, but it is just ran with as the other one. You then lie and say that the laws of physics do because either's been debunked. That's directly contradictory to the statement. So chill out.
He said two or more systems can be detected. If two or more, you can detect relative motion, or that they are in motion, not stationary.
Whatever, bro. Hey, Zanuck, is it possible that there's an ether?
Sure, maybe the ether is space time.
No. Is it possible that there is an ether?
No, not like you've described it, or anyone else that I've listened to describe it. No.
Oh, did you know that Einstein said that there could be an ether?
Mm-hmm. A lot of people said there could be an ether. I guess
He said this word ether has changed its meaning many times in the development of science. At this moment, it no longer stands for a medium built up of particles. Its story, by no means finished, is continued by relativity theory. Then he said, it would have been more correct if I had limited myself in my earlier publications to emphasizing only the non-existence of an ether velocity, instead of arguing the total non-existence of the ether. For I can see that the word ether, we say nothing else than that space has to be viewed as a carrier of physical qualities.
Can we get a yes or no response from Zanuck? I bet he doesn't even remember the question.
He's already responded, dude.
No, he hasn't answered. Did he know?
I don't believe it
that
has
was the
physicality.
question.
I don't believe it's a
Did you
medium.
know, Zanuck? Yes or no?
Yes, I know they talk about the possibility of being an ether many 100 years ago. Now, since then, there is very little possibility of that being true. There is no physicality, but they do all agree on that it's a medium, or if you want to call it a medium, built on space time. That your progress through time is the fourth dimension.
Dude, it's well known that it can't just be space and time. There is something else there. This is top level quantum physics of today.
Why would they say that?
Because of all vacuum energy, 0-point energy, free space impedance,
quantum level.
the electric and magnetic constant discovered in the vacuum, the Casimir effect. There's all kinds of things. We know that there's something else there.
No, they don't. They don't. There's things they don't explain. They can be explained by by
Quantum
general
field.
special relativity, and it breaks some of the laws, the things they see happening, 0-point energy for one, and your 5 other things you mentioned. Most of them have been disputed and shown evidence to be disregarded. But at the galactic levels, of course, we have something additional to space time that seems to be involved. Dark
Right.
energy,
Well, if it's at the
dark
quantum
matter.
level, it's
So,
everywhere.
well, yeah, what happens at the quantum, it happens everywhere. But I'm saying it's only visible. The things you're seeing only happens at the quantum level.
It doesn't matter if there's something else
I
there. There's
mean,
something else
according
there.
to you, it doesn't matter, but I think it matters to other people involved in physics. Sure.
It only matters to sophists who want to dismiss it and keep contradictory
be
worldviews
possible?
separate, as if they're all viable, right?
Okay.
There are
Could it be
intelligent
possible that you're
people. There
wrong?
are intelligent people that are looking for a TOE, right?
Sure.
But
Is it
the unintelligent people are pretending that it's perfectly fine and logical to just keep them separate infinitely.
right?
Well, that's
Is it
stupid because we know
it-
that means it's not the accurate depiction of what's going on.
Is it possible that you're wrong about that?
No.
Okay, so there we have the problem. There's the issue right there. We all think it's possible, but you don't think it's possible. You know, for some reason, you have never gone to school for this, never studied this, other than what you
credentials
look Google,
fallacy.
and you're the expert. I don't get it. How you
Credentials
be the expert?
fallacy.
No, you've said you're the expert.
No, I didn't say I'm the
It's
expert.
not possible. It's not possible. Mainstream science is right.
A straw man
It's
fallacy.
impossible.
I'm saying mainstream science is right. Because they admit that they don't work together. Best case scenario, general relativity is drastically incomplete. There are even certain observations that special relativity don't completely work with on the quantum scale.
Okay,
And then we're going to have to come up with a TOE, a theory of everything, which will drastically change all things, as well as a GUT, a grand unified theory of the forces. So
I get it. I get it. There's a lot of things we don't understand. I'm
so
with
they
you.
agree with me. So when you say, is it possible you're wrong? No, because we know that we have contradictory theories right now, which means they cannot all be true.
Well, let's go back to something we talked about last week. Remember we
Let's
talked
change the
about
subject instead of conceding.
I know, just because I want to just kind of take a little a breather for a second, if you don't mind. Just real quick, it's something really simple, and I finally figured it out when I was thinking about it really hard after we spoke about the pendulum on the North Pole. Keep it really simple, because on the North Pole it's going to rotate, it's going to precess once every 24 hours. You said if it's got a frictionless gimbal connection point for whatever's hanging below it, then if the Earth is rotating, then it will still rotating under something stationary. Like, let's say we had a big I-beam from a building that was balanced right in the middle perfectly, and this cable went right to a perfectly zero friction, magnetically coupled, zero friction coupling on the structure supporting it above the ground. In your mind, correct me if I'm wrong, you think because it's just sitting there and the Earth is rotating, that the Earth would rotate under even that object hanging without rotating or moving. You'd see precession around it as well. That was your logic. Is that true?
I wasn't listening to you.
If you're you said we were talking about like the grandfather clock medallion at the end of the bottom of the grandfather clock pendulum. If it's just hanging, you said if you had a frictionless gimbal at the top, that you would still see this precession, because you said it would be still and the Earth would be rotating around it.
Yeah,
if it's frictionless, because we say,
you
oh
don't
well.
grasp the fact that the Earth could be stationary yet. You haven't accepted that yet.
Can we just go here for? I indulge you all the time. I'm asking you just a favor.
I'm trying to make a PowerPoint for my
minute.
debate tonight.
Just
I
give me like
don't
a
want to
minute.
talk to you about
Just
this.
give me like a minute. It's interesting. Think about it, because I think I know where you're coming from, and I want to talk to you about it just for a second. It won't take more than 3 or 4 minutes. I promise. I'm not going to get in deep. I'm not going to argue with you. I just want to understand, and I think I do understand your logic, which is related to if the Earth is spinning at this 100,000 miles per hour at the equator, that if you left it via a hot air balloon, that the Earth should spin underneath it, and Folka pendulums should still see rotation, even if the swinging motion is not happening. If it's just hanging, that's why I tied it to an I-beam. I-beam hanging from a chain, big I-beam, 10 feet long, right in the middle. It's got a connection, goes up to the gimbal, completely zero friction. Would you contend, nothing's moving, would you contend that the Earth would rotate underneath it?
If there's a gimbal that establishes an independent frame of reference, because there's always a slight intrinsic vibration, and that means it's vibrating in an independent frame of reference, and the Earth would be moving underneath that. And all you need is any motion for you to then see the difference as the Earth spins underneath it. So you could try to. I mean, I'm just like pointing out the seemingly unfounded nature of the claim. Like I'm not like definitive one way or the other. I don't think I even need this. I'm just actually a critical thinker that thinks for themselves. So
Okay.
if you want to show me like a merry-go-round where a pendulum's hanging in the middle of it and
Right.
then it doesn't move by itself, then we can go from there.
Okay, well, that's a little different, but let's. So I do have. I think I did. Then I did nail it. That was exactly what you're thinking. And that this thing's hanging, and just by virtue of it hanging, that if the Earth is spinning, that the Earth will spin underneath this.
No, this is okay. It's very simple. Just answer the questions shortly, or I'm gonna not engage. Does the gimbal establish an independent frame of reference?
What do you mean by independent?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not engaging.
It just has low friction. It's not transferring any force to the object beneath it.
Does the gimbal establish an independent frame of reference?
Can you please explain what you mean by that? Because I think I know what you mean, but I'm not positive.
Well, you can't detect motion of the Earth if you're in the same frame of reference as the Earth. You need an independent frame of reference.
Well, the gimbal doesn't establish it. It's independent.
Okay, then what establishes the independent frame of reference if the pendulum's attached to the Earth?
Where are you viewing the motion from?
Where you're not viewing the motion from the Earth?
No, not from a place. It's from a point coordinate system.
Oh my God.
So if I'm viewing it from the point coordinate system that you've established, and the Earth is part of that, then what's independent of that?
Is the pendulum in the same
frame?
frame of reference as the Earth?
Pardon me?
Is the pendulum in the same frame of reference as the Earth?
It's all reference frames simultaneously.
See what I'm saying? Just sophistry, man.
No, it's not sophistry. I know what you're saying. You're saying, okay, I'll go with it. I'm going to say it. I'm not going to admit to it. I'm just going to say it because I know where you're going with it. Let's say that this gimbal isolates or establishes a separate independent frame of reference. It allows a reference frame to actually exist and take something that is going to be out of the other and put it in its frame using your speak. It doesn't sound
okay. So the pendulum's attached to the pendulum's attached to the Earth, so it's in the same frame of reference as the Earth. But the gimbal on the pendulum allegedly establishes an independent frame of reference, so we will be able to detect precession caused by that motion because it is separate from the Earth that's moving.
Right, it's isolated, or it's independent of the Earth.
Yeah, so independent frame of reference.
Well, it's not an independent frame of reference, and
Holy
when I get to the punchline here, you'll get it. But that's not true exactly. But yes, it is isolated, so that if for example, the Earth was to stop suddenly, then that I-beam would continue to rotate.
So the Earth moves independent of the gimbal.
Yes, independent of the gimbal, sure.
Okay, so if it's just sitting there and the Earth is moving independent of the gimbal, then why wouldn't we see a change in the position of what's attached to the gimbal?
Finally, thank you. It made my day by answering the question directly for once. The reason it doesn't move independently is because you initially, if the Earth is moving and you have it hanging and you say it's stationary, because I have it pointed at 12 and 6 on this rig around the ground, and this I-beam is hanging directly from this gimbal, which is established in, you say, an independent frame. If I have it nailed to 6 and 12 and the Earth is rotating, then it would have, by God's insistence, the same angular velocity as the base. This is where you made your fatal mistake. Now, this is different than if it was swinging. Much different. Now, hopefully your mind is blown and maybe you finally got an epiphany here. That is the answer you needed to hear. It has
How
been
would it
given
have the same angular velocity if it has an independent frame of reference?
because we gave it that angular velocity. We established that the base was running at 1 revolution per 24 hours, and we pointed the I-beam to 6 and the other side of the I-beam to 12, and it's hanging by a chain. We're making sure it's lined up and not varying in any way, shape, or form. Lasers to make sure it's still stuck. And we let go of it, and it won't rotate. Even though it's in a, quote, independent frame of reference, it still rotates with the Earth so that it would not precess one bit because it's been given the same angular velocity as the base.
So you're saying that it's independent of the motion of the Earth, but it moves in lockstep with the motion of the Earth.
Because you gave it, because when we set it up, it's like if you're on a, so back to the merry-go-round, it might be easier for you to understand. If I set an I-beam up and you're on one side of the merry-go-round and I am on the other, and we have an I-beam hanging from the structure that's also attached to this merry-go-round, and its I-beam is right pointing to you and pointing to me, and it has an independent coupling, which is this gimbal, and we both let go of it, it's going to follow us. It's going to stay pointed at you, stay pointed at me, nothing underneath it. What's going to slow it down is air resistance, but if we could be in a vacuum, it would just continue to rotate with us. No precession.
Well, we're not in a vacuum when we do the pendulum.
I know, but we don't want to look at other forces. See, this is the problem with you and many other flat earthers, is they don't understand things that are really large, and they don't understand things that are really slow or really small.
You're really slow.
So you're not understanding, maybe you are now. I think I hear you thinking. So you're understanding that, yes, if we establish that I-beam hanging, and it's held by you, held by me at the other end, dipole to each other, and antipodal to each other, and we let go of it as this merry-go-round is rotating, it will continue to follow us perfectly. There'll be no precession. However, go back to square one now. Now I have it stop the merry-go-round, swing it back and also it doesn't precess. Rotate the merry-go-round, it will precess. Why? Because it is swinging in a fixed frame. It's swinging in a fixed plane. That, in essence, is how I wanted to describe Coriolis to you the longest time, and you were able to let me get it out. And I think you understand now.
No, I don't buy your claim that it just magically moves in lockstep.
Well, I tried, man. I thought I could help.
Okay, cool. Then move on.
All right.
Real quick, though, you said you're establishing already that the merry-go-round is moving, and the other way we're establishing that is because we're standing on the ground stationary while it's moving in front of us, so we can verify that it's moving. So I don't know exactly what this proves per se. I'm a little late to the conversation right now, but
we're talking about something specific.
It proves only if the pendulum is swinging back and forth in a fixed plane that you will see the precession, because that was what's going to force it to precess. The fact that the inertial frame versus the rotational frame will be grossly obvious.
Hey, Zanuck, have you ever actually looked into like verifiable documentation of many measurements of a pendulum not precessing at the equator and south of the equator measurements, or do you just blindly believe that it works perfectly every time based on latitude?
No, I don't blindly. I've actually done the tests in 3 different places.
No, I'm gonna ask it again.
I know for a fact that there are no precessions of any pendulums
at the equator. How do you know that for a fact?
Because it's impossible for that to happen.
So you just assume it. You just believe it.
And I have not been to the equator to do this myself, but I've talked to people and watched the demos of those that have done it.
You're lying.
You completely sidestepped with its direct question. Austin asked a specific question, and you were like,
"If I blindly accept it," that was a specific question.
No. He said specifically the equator and south of the equator. He asked specifically, Are you denying that those things? And he asked specifically, and you went into all this other stuff.
What did he say?
Well, you brought up that you do it, which would be north of the equator.
Let Fuzzy. Fuzzy thinks he's so smart. What did he say about something south of the equator?
No, I didn't say that. You just stepped aside from his. You started talking before he actually finished his sentence.
No, I didn't. I waited till he's finished.
Let me just Zanuck. You just said you've talked to people and you've seen demos. Why are you lying?
I've done the experiment myself.
You have not gone to the equator and done anything.
Did you do it at the equator or south?
I didn't do it at the equator.
Well, that's what the question is.
Everywhere I've tested it, it completely corresponded to, without exception, to my latitude, based on the globe. Now, I have not been to the equator to do a full pendulum, nor have I been to Australia to do one, but I've seen the demos there. So I think one of them is actually running live right now. You can actually verify it yourself. and it runs the opposite direction, and it also dictates its latitude. It's pretty hardcore evidence, Fuzzy, and
No, it's not. See, this is what I've
well, it's not.
discovered
They're
is
just
that
like
all the
fabricating.
ballers. See, the first thing you would do is you would really verify that at the equator there's no precession ever. But then I asked the Globers, they've never even verified it. They just believe it. Like, see, for me, I don't need it to be fake or not fake. If it doesn't precess there, that's cool. I don't care. Like, I will then look into understanding it. But it's like, you just blindly believe it does that. I've looked it up. There aren't even like university documented experiments or demonstrations or anything. It doesn't exist. There's like some anti-flat earther on YouTube who claims he did it. There's like nothing of actual value.
One in Ecuador. I think it's one in Ecuador, one in Brazil that actually has one going. It does not precesses like once every month or something.
Hey, can you drop an actual pendulum not moving on the equator, please?
Can you drop a pendulum not moving?
Yeah, like drop a link. Can you drop a link or something?
Oh, I don't know.
Can you just admit you've just blindly believed it because you assumed the Earth's a sphere?
I've seen that. I've read about it, and it makes sense. And all I have to do is find the one on the near the equator, like in Ecuador, like in Brazil or something, Venezuela, someplace that is near the equator that shows a very, very, a much slower, according to the latitude position, precession rate, and it's going to be like once every, 2 days or something. Or 3 days.
So
or
you
a
don't
month.
have, you've never seen it, and you don't have the documentation.
I've read about it, and I've seen something that gave me the enough evidence that it happened. You are just denying because you've never been there and haven't been able to touch it. Why isn't?
No, that's not what I said. I said, do you have documentation of it? You don't even.
Why isn't the precession rate that we see in Paris, in Berkeley, Stanford, all these places can show this precession rate directly correlate with the latitude? Why is that? It just seems, is it a coincidence?
Well, first of all, it actually doesn't always work like you guys claim. But even if it does, I have a perfect explanation for it.
Well,
but I want evidence that there's a location on the Earth that when I pull back this pendulum, it doesn't precess at all, ever.
Where is this?
Supposedly that's what happens at the equator.
Oh, I thought you said you've been somewhere, you saw it. Have you ever seen a focal pendulum work?
Yes.
And what do you think it's causing it to precess?
I don't know. They're keeping it going with like an electromagnetic device in the museum, so I don't even care about that. What I want is actual evidence. Why are you scared of acknowledging? This is what a logical person would think.
Why do you think
they'd be like, wow, the pendulum is supposedly detecting the Earth's rotation relative to latitude, which means on the ball at the equator, it won't precess at all. So I would immediately be like, that's crazy that we can pull back a pendulum and it allegedly always precesses, but then there's an entire circle around the Earth where it doesn't. So we should have evidence of that. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
So what does exist is
now I'm confused. Why do you think? Wait, hold on, Coach. I'm really confused now. Why do you think it's so far fetched that if we're on a ball, I mean, this is just hypothetical. If we have in fact, you can do this with a globe yourself. Why would you say that something at the equator swinging? Why is it so fantastical that it would precess? I mean, with the direction of the spin, or even at a 90-degree opposition to the direction of spin. Why do you think it would spin at that point on the?
What? No, I think that it would, according to the globe, it wouldn't precess. It's not that I think it's fantastical. I understand it. The globe is not like brilliantly complex and profound. It's very low level. Okay. I understand it. I'm not fascinated by it. Okay. I'm saying, why have you guys just blindly believed it but not tested it? How come I'm the one that wants to actually verify it, but you're the one that goes around pretending you know for a fact it happened? That's weird. So I'm asking for the evidence.
Well, taking as much math as I have and statistics, etc., when I take 3 or 4, for me, this situation, 3 or 4 plots that I've actually visited, plus the hundreds others at all blanks, that's a lot of evidence. I don't have to go to the equator because it follows this spherical rotating ball. But you're saying it's fantastic. I want to know your mind. If you're just thinking it's fantastical because we haven't proved it, but do you really understand why it doesn't? I mean, you probably know this. Maybe the answer is yes. Do you understand why it doesn't precess at the equator? Just answer that.
Why you always try to change the subject
No,
to
I'm not
asking
changing.
me
I
questions?
really want. It's
That's
an honest
so
question.
ridiculous.
It's an honest question. Just answer me, please. Do you understand why it doesn't? I mean, you can say yes or no. I don't care. Do you understand why it doesn't precess at the?
Are you going to answer my question first?
Of course, I will.
Okay, answer it.
I think it's important that we should all, if we're going to really believe in this and understand it, we probably should have hands-on experience, because I came from that was very hands-on. I should go to the equator and I should look at there was someplace near the equator and see this phenomena of lack of precession for right before I believe
It's
it.
because there is no angle. It's completely parallel to the ball at the equator.
Completely parallel to the ball.
Yeah. There's no angle differential between the pendulum and the Earth.
There's no angle differential between the pendulum and.
Can you answer my question now?
I already did. You're not answering mine, though. I wouldn't give you more than a C for that answer. Can you be more descriptive? Why doesn't the pendulum on the spinning Earth? Why doesn't it precess at the?
Because it's parallel to the Earth.
No, because it could be spinning or going back and forth at a 90-degree position.
What?
The swinging plane is parallel, or is just the mechanisms? And that doesn't make any sense either. Can you articulate what you're saying?
It does. The mechanism being parallel.
The mechanisms, the entire structure is parallel. What do you mean? How is it?
There is no angle.
What angle?
There's no angle from the pendulum hanging down relative to the Earth's movement.
Relative to the Earth's movement, parallel to the Earth's movement.
Wow.
All right, I'll probably give you like a 75 on that.
I don't care what you give me. I'm actually explaining it where it can be easily understood.
Well, okay, just to clarify, and on the pole, it's been every time it had a rotation, right? Why is that?
What?
At the North Pole, why does it rotate once every period, a rotation period?
I don't know that it does do that.
No. Understanding our model, if I put a focal pendulum on a globe and rotated it at any angular velocity whatsoever and made one revolution, how much precession would I see?
Don't care.
Hey, Xana, can I say something?
Do you know? You don't know, do you?
What's up?
If I rotate go ahead. Sorry. I mean, I want this last final question. If you're on the North Pole and I rotate the Earth 360 degrees, what would the pendulum see?
No one ever goes to the poles.
Yeah,
no. We're talking about understanding the concept.
But part of the problem, Zanuck,
so now it's perpendicular?
Dude, it does a full circle, man. Just stop. Just stop.
Okay, good. So we do understand. Good. That's all. I'm done. That's good. Thank you.
So the issue is, Zanuck, is that okay? It does that. So what? So then now you're now. Okay, let's say it does. It doesn't, but let's say it does. How do you go from a leap from that's the Earth is rotating because of that?
Because at every single spot latitudinally toward the equator, the angular velocity of that precession slows down.
But you're adding a story. You're going to a bias because you're begging a question because something that's just you are begging a question, right?
No, I'm not begging a question at all.
It's just a leap. It's like saying something fell, therefore gravity.
You're definitely. He's definitely begging the question. Your whole model. You started out every single time you talk about this. You say if the Earth is spinning, if we go to the North Pole, if the North. Almost every single time you start a sentence, it's with if.
Okay.
Your whole model is based on if something's
Kosho
happening.
Kosho had something relevant to talk about. I don't want to give him too.
No, well, you asked about begging
No,
the question.
it's not assuming anything. It's just saying, if it's
absolutely
rotating,
assuming. If it's
you're right. I'm not saying it's proof. I'm saying
but that's an assumption
I'm saying
of
understand the
rotation.
concepts. I said if. So you would answer honestly, and he answered somewhat correctly on the equator and accurately.
Right. Well,
and he said, let me finish, Fuzzy. Let me finish real quick. So I said, if the Earth is spinning, we would expect to see these types of processions at any point on the sphere latitudinally, and that's what we see. So that shows evidence for this. It's not begging the question. It's not affirmative consequent.
All right.
Okay, you're
I
just
get it,
gonna
but it's also
let Coach.
no,
Let
no. I
Coach
hear what
reply.
you're saying. I'm sorry if I'm driving. I'm sorry if it sounds like you stopped. Like it's affirming something, because if Santa Claus magic is real, and if elves are able to make so many toys, and if I see presents underneath the Christmas tree on Christmas morning, that's evidence for Santa being real. Correct?
That's
if
weak.
based on
That's
nothing
no.
else.
That's horrible. No, horrible correlation establishing causation.
That's exactly what it is.
No, it's not. If you think that's exact, if I have a sphere and I do these measurements and I should see this, then it is rotating, because that's what would happen on that sphere. You're not showing any kind of tangible evidence with Santa and the number of toys and toys under the tree.
The toys aren't under the tree, bro.
Completely irrelevant and completely that is a logical fallacy defined. What you just
the cookies are gone, man. They took a bite off of it.
Even the carrot that is for the reindeer
So
was
can
happy.
you let Kosho speak? Because he's been trying to get him for like 5 minutes.
Well, no, but like, if you really don't understand how what you said is evidence for something that's proof of something, I don't know. I mean,
it is evidence.
Absolutely
Yes,
not
it is
proof.
strong evidence.
It's evidence.
Very strong.
Right now, but I have very strong evidence for Santa Claus being real too.
No, you
by your
don't.
same standard. By your same standard, I
no.
absolutely do.
By my,
yeah.
Forget it. Yeah, you're just talking about.
Can
we let Kosho please talk? I want to hear what Kosho has to say.
If it's a sphere and if it's rotating,
moderation,
we would see this. So if
no,
you see that, then therefore, I mean, come on. If you really don't get that, Coach, I don't understand. Like, really don't understand that.
Zanuck, why do you have to keep changing the weight until you get the results you need?
I think I already answered the question clearly. I said this is the type of evidence we would expect to see to show that the Earth is spinning, or any ball is spinning. If I want to prove that, if I'm in a dark room and I wanted to prove this object that was spherical is spinning, I could do these kind of tests. And,
yeah, but bro, that's like
hold on.
You're repeating the same thing, bro. You're repeating the same thing over and over, like they're saying. It's the type of evidence you'd want to see to see that Santa was bringing the presents everywhere, that there was eaten carrots that we left on the letterbox, bro. It's the same thing you're repeating over and over. It's garbage evidence. It's a huge leap. Can you address what they're saying?
I told you that is strong evidence for spinning. So let's move on to something else.
It's not strong evidence when you have to keep increasing the weight of the pendulum. It's not.
So why is that? Hold on, Zanuck, I really don't understand. If you don't accept that presents under the tree on Christmas morning, half dranken milk, cookies gone, and carrots eaten is not strong evidence for Santa Claus, I don't know what is good evidence for Santa Claus.
Because anyone could have eaten the cookies. Anyone could have came in. Anyone. And people eat cookies. There's 7 billion people in the world. 7 billion people could eat your cookie. You couldn't find any worse evidence. You couldn't find any worse evidence.
So in other words, there could be a different reason for what your evidence suggests.
The nail in the coffin to the. That's the nail in the coffin. Jeremy just said it exactly right, because he just put a nail in his own coffin.
I don't know.
I said there is. There could be.
About to say over that, because that's the whole point.
What would be good evidence for Santa Claus if it's not that?
Stop linger in this, man. Stop lingering.
Let him linger in it, right?
Yeah,
he doesn't understand.
Yeah, no. He's just smelled a nut in his own coffin. Don't let him get past it. Let him linger in
there
that.
could be a different reason. There could be a different reason for why the cookies are eaten. So there could be a different reason. Yeah, there could be a lot of different reasons for what you're seeing. Yes.
Are we really having this conversation?
Yeah.
Evidence for Santa Claus would be something like, let's say I visit his factory at the North Pole. Maybe I see one of his reindeers that has a little light bulb on his neck. Maybe I actually see him one night fly across the sky with all his toys.
What if we had a NORAD satellite? What if we had a NORAD satellite tracker?
Yeah, maybe that would be good too. Yes.
I've seen a red dot. I've seen a red dot in the sky. Is that good evidence for? I mean.
No, if it's on the nose of a reindeer, yeah.
They have the Santa Claus NORAD satellite tracker. Do you not know about that, Zanuck?
Right. Yeah, sure.
So that's good evidence for Santa, you think? Because you just said that.
That's fabricated.
You just said that
It's
would
all
be good
lies.
evidence for Santa.
No, it's not evidence though, because you can go to NORAD and find out they just fabricated that to make everyone happy.
So
Okay, so
Santa
not
Claus
good evidence.
invalidates evidence now. So now what are we going to do?
Yeah,
I don't.
Get
I'm
some
just
real
saying,
evidence.
it's just an
that was
analogy
summarized
for.
perfectly. Left lane, perfect. So
It
let's
was
hear
an
it.
analogy.
I really want to hear Kosho.
Different cause.
I really want to
It
hear
was
Kosho.
just
He
an
had something
analogy.
important
Hold
to
on,
say.
Zanik. It was just an analogy
Wait
for there
blocking.
could be a different. Hold on, Zanik. Zanik said it himself. There could be another reason why the cookies are missing, or why the presents are there. That's all it was. It was just an analogy for that, and just like his thing, there could be a different reason.
I just think it's weak.
It's weak that there could be different reasons for causes that we see. That's weak.
No, I think it's weak to present Santa Claus as a comparison to scientific findings.
It was
It's
just
not
an
scientific
analogy.
finding.
It was just an analogy though to show you there could be different reasons for the things you see. That's all.
That's good. That's good. Well, we could evaluate that, try to figure it out.
Sure. That's what
Because
we've been doing for the past like 5 years there.
I know.
Kosho, let's hear what you're going to say, bud.
I'm glad you guys figured out if Santa Claus is real or not now. What I was going to say about Coriolis or about Foucault's pendulum is a few things. One is that we have evidence of people doing it at the poles, or at least at the South Pole, and we have the rate at which they did it. We also have the rate at which they did it at all other places that they've done it. I have the rate that I've done it here at 30 degrees north. And so, when you're asking me if you have evidence of people doing it on the equator, we have evidence of people doing it very near the equator. And if you're, I think, 1 degree north, it would have to process. It would take a full 2 months for it to do one complete circle. And if
I told him that too. He didn't like that answer. I said I told him about the 2 month procession. He didn't like that.
Okay, you guys don't have anyone doing on the equator. Got it.
To get in, and then you interrupt him, dude. You've been trying to. You've been crying for Kosho for like 5 minutes. He finally gets in, and you interrupt him, dude. Come on, bro.
No, I didn't interrupt. I made a comment that I explained that too, but he didn't. He didn't like.
I heard.
Go ahead, Kosho.
No, I heard, but yeah, but I think the point though is not so much that if someone was in contention of what it did at the equator, all you would need to do is see it done at any 5 other places anywhere and see that it matches the pattern. Because if you take that same pattern and put the 0 degrees into the equation, you would get with 0 divided by anything, and then you would get so anything divided by 0, you would get basically infinity or indeterminate. So it just doesn't do a full circle ever. But that's concluded by witnessing it done everywhere else. And then the last thing was about what you guys were talking about, using a gyroscope to measure orbit around the Earth. around the sun. And if you measured the Earth's if you measured the sidereal day, or not the sidereal day, if you measured the the sidereal day rotation with a gyroscope, right, you get 15 degrees per hour. And if you were to measure that for the whole year, you would get 366 rotations. So that stands to reason that if you take out the measurement of the rotation of the Earth in a single day, then you would actually implicitly measure the orbit around the sun with a gyroscope.
Except you can't do that.
Why not?
Relativity.
Why would relativity stop you from doing that?
Why not? Remember, we're measuring rotation, not the path anymore. We just provided evidence for that velocity or that angular velocity.
Already went over this.
No, that's he brought up something I never even thought about until just now. That's a good point. What's it, Kosho? That's a great point because we have 2 extra rotations or 1 extra rotation.
So they measured the orbit. Hold on. Are you saying they measured the orbit?
Because the sidereal versus the natural day do not match, there's an extra orbit in there, extra rotation in there.
My bad. Hold on, Zanuck. I was asking Kosho. Do you have the measurement for the orbit?
Yes. Do I have it? Anybody? Bob Nodell has it. That's like Jason said. If
For the orbit.
If Bob Nodell measured, let's say he got the perfect measurement, you would expect that it was 15 degree. What would it be? It would be 15 degrees. A little bit more than 15 degrees per hour, and that little more than 15 degrees per hour, that would be the part that was imparted by the rotation around the sun.
You're saying Bob Nodell measured the orbit of Earth around
I'm
the
saying
sun?
if he had perfect measurements, he didn't have his measurements weren't perfect, but
Oh.
a gyroscope that does measure it perfectly, Earth's rotation perfectly, would also measure the orbit.
Do you have one?
Maybe that extra.
Do you have one, or hold on, Zanuck, real quick. Give me 2 seconds. Kosho, do you have one?
Do I have one? Do I have one?
Yeah,
handy?
measurement of the orbit, Earth's orbit around.
Yeah,
the sun.
I have papers on it, sure, on the rotation, sure.
On the no, just the measurement of the orbit.
I'm telling you that if you measure to 15 degrees, a little bit more than 15 degrees, and any of those measurements are done, which they do, you're measuring the orbit.
Specific to
wherever that is, you're robotic.
You could isolate it from the rotation. You don't just go whatever extra it is.
Yeah, because you could
I
cancel
don't
out.
know. Well, let's see the measurement. So I got something for Witsit when he gets back. Because I was a little confused on that too earlier. Like, why couldn't you just measure the rotation? Why wouldn't a gyro pick it up?
Well, here's the problem: is that little bit extra than 15 degrees per hour. And like I said, Bob's measurement, it was much more precise than like his measurement when people corrected for I forget exactly what they corrected for, but it got pretty close to 15. But the amount of accuracy I'm talking about, the precision would be the absolute precision. You know what I mean? It had to be the exact number.
Does that exist, or is it just like some theoretical thing?
They did the ones that Jace was talking about. Those helium ones seems to be pretty precise.
Bob's an idiot. Why are you trusting his test? Maybe he just made up the number, right? Like, don't y'all think he's an idiot? Don't y'all have y'all's own people that's done this test with that expensive of a gyro, like that accurate, and showed 15 degrees? Shouldn't you be like given citations and videos from Globers and not someone you deem as an idiot named Bob?
Yeah, they got this Malkovich or Milikovich thing. Is that what you're talking about, Kosho?
No, talking about the neon. What do you call it? The helium gyroscope that Jace was talking about.
Yeah, but why would you? My point is, why would you reference a dumb flat earther of doing anything accurately? You never do before.
No, he said Bob didn't measure it accurately, and we got to get a Glober.
We got to get somebody more accurate.
It's gonna be perfectly. He said, use the words perfectly accurate. Is that what you said, Kosho?
Well, your precision would need to be enough to pick up the difference in the sidereal versus
noise
per day. A little extra than 15 degrees.
Why hasn't
Wouldn't
it
it have
been
to be almost 16
has.
degrees?
They're claiming we got it.
Yeah, the ones that Jace was sharing, those seem to be extremely precise.
Post it up.
Orbit.
Post the measurement. Oh, here we go. Yeah, post the measurement.
So they're precise because they're more than 15 degrees per hour because they're picking up almost a degree of orbit around the sun, is what you're saying? So the more accurate ones are gonna.
Yeah.
Paper didn't even say that.
Oh yeah, it didn't say that.
No, it didn't.
Post it up, Coach.
I didn't say it said that. I said it didn't say that. I'm saying any gyroscope that picks up anything that picks up that precision, you would have to it'd be more than 15 degrees per hour. You'd have to attribute that extra than the more than 15 degrees. You have to attribute that to its orbital velocity around the sun.
No, you don't have
Oh my
to.
god.
It's just
Attribute.
It's just an
Wait, what about when
Maybe
it
it's
detects
error.
less than 15 degrees?
Then it's
What do you attribute that to? That would be error then, right?
It's a flawed test.
Too easy to debate, you guys.
Maybe the 15 point whatever over 15 is the flawed test.
You said it would be a flawed test. Hold on. You said it'd be a flawed test if it was under 15.
Yep.
Right, because they can.
We know that it's more than 15.
Well, because they validate, airlines validate the distance to just different cities that they know the distances to, and the gyroscope actually detects that curvature and the movement around the sphere to that angular distance as well as the linear distance based on a curve. So they know it's more than 15 degrees per hour because that's what they can measure sitting on the runway.
But you know, even in your model, that changes throughout the year, that 15 degrees number, right?
Ever so slightly due to the elliptical orbit.
Yeah. What's its range? What's its range from what to what? Do you know?
No.
Dude, it changes by by microseconds, nanoseconds. It doesn't change by.
No, it changes in
you're
degrees.
thinking of the equation
The
of
measurement
time.
would be in degrees, Kosho, per hour.
Yeah, but you're thinking of the equation of time.
Yeah, what's the range of it? Do you know the range in degrees? I'm just curious.
No. Let's see. A couple of seconds. The range in degrees of that.
Arc seconds?
It's 1 degree every 4 minutes. So if it's milliseconds, we're talking about. I mean, microseconds. We're talking about millions. I don't know. What would that be? 1 in 1 billion. So whatever 1 billionth of an angle is. 1 billionth of a degree.
That's ridiculous. You didn't even say that.
That's not right.
Well, that's what he's asking for. He's asking for.
You're not measuring that.
Yeah, but that ain't right. And you can't measure that in the first place. Yeah. So
Right. Yeah. Sure.
if that was the case, you wouldn't even be able to measure it.
Yeah, because you're asking for the difference in the daily rotation, the rotation rate of the Earth. That's what you're asking.
Oh, from its highest point, from its fastest point to its slowest point.
Yeah, it changes by microseconds, nanoseconds. It doesn't change.
No, you're looking for the measurement's going to be in. I don't know what you're saying. The measurement's going to be in degrees. Per hour is going to be a part of a degree.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. If you're talking about the change of micro or nanoseconds, then the difference, if you want it in degrees, is going to be billionths of a degree.
That's not correct. That's not right.
You say so. What's the biggest difference of the change of rotation rate of the Earth?
You mean when you leave out the orbit? You mean when you leave out the orbit of the sun?
I mean, I don't know why you would need the orbit of the sun to involve.
Well, it would be detected by that same instrument now, wouldn't it?
I know, but we're just talking about the rotation rate and how fat.
How do you differentiate the two?
Because that's what he's talking. He's talking about the rotation rate of the Earth and how that changes each day. Is not exactly the same.
So you're saying when they come up with 15 degrees point something, it's without the orbit of the sun? They took it out?
That's something different. Now we're talking about 3 different things. There's a problem. He's talking about the speed of rotation of the Earth and how that varies, but that's not involved with the other thing we're talking about.
Yeah, but it's being measured by the same thing at the same time.
I think
you
that's
have to take it out to just get the rotation of the Earth. You would have to take out the orbit of the Earth around the sun if the same equipment is detecting it at the same time.
Well,
then you would have to take it out. How much do you take out?
Just to be clear, I'm not talking about the rotation. I'm talking about how many degrees the sun moves through the sky.
Okay, well then that has nothing to do with this then. But yeah, the rotation rate of the Earth, they use the stars to do that. They do that in Greenland. So they don't use the sun at all.
So he wasn't talking about the rotation, right? He was talking about the degree. I mean, I don't know how many times he said, why are you doing that? It's degrees.
Yeah, but that again has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
It was what Jeremy was talking about.
He's asking about the movement of the sun now.
Yeah, I know exactly.
We're talking about the rotation of the Earth.
He's asking you the range, and you still haven't answered it.
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
so now you asked about the range of the movement of the sun?
Yeah, how many degrees does it shift?
Yeah. If it's 15 degrees during these months, how many is it plus or minus in the other months? Pretty simple question.
Like, what's its peak and what's its fastest and its slowest times?
You're saying without refraction?
Bro.
Dude, if you don't get it
a
by now,
legitimate
dude.
question, dude. Are you asking about if you ignore refraction?
Just forget it. Just forget
Yeah,
it.
there you go. If you,
I mean, how's that not a fair
haven't got,
question?
if you haven't got who you're dealing with by now, Jeremy, now you do, right?
So we
Over
got
the last 3 days.
Jeremy, how is that not a fair question?
It's the same thing as the AI
You asked me a question. Rakia, stop talking, man. Yeah, you asked me a
Don't tell
question.
me to
I'm asking
stop
you a legitimate
talking.
question,
Hold
man.
on, guys.
How is that not a fair
Hold
question,
on a
Jeremy?
minute. I'm talking when he butt
Rocky
in.
is going
then
to
he
shut the
told me
whole
to stop
chat down. Hold on. Just hold on.
I can answer
Everyone
something.
relax.
Okay, let me jump in for a relaxing
Well,
moment.
no, hold on. I'm asking Jeremy a legitimate question.
Yeah, I'm going to address you.
Let's clear the floor for Kosho while everybody else is talking.
Why don't you let Jeremy answer the question?
You mean while I was talking, Left Lane? I mean, I opened my mic for the first time. I haven't been talking for like a minute. I got 2 mods telling me, I got a dude telling me to shut up. I got a mod said, let him do it. And I got another mod said, let Jeremy answer. Which is it?
Jeremy said, yeah, but Jeremy said, never mind. Okay, so at this point, he's not answering. Here I am. Kosho, you should
this
have.
This is not your. Hold on. Rakia was talking, bro.
What the fuck?
How is it that you're gonna jump in when Rakia was in the middle of a sentence and Kosho
Rakia,
jumped
did I
in?
interrupt
Shut
you?
up, dude.
Did I interrupt you, Kosho? Did I interrupt you, Rakia?
I honestly gave up. I think you knew that. Jeremy said.
Yeah, I think so too. You shut up, fucking Godric.
I'm fine with letting you go.
It wasn't Godric, you fucking asshole.
All right, just let Travis go ahead. Go ahead, Travis.
The point is that you've been pushed up against the wall right now, and you're looking over the shoulder of your opponent, trying to find some way out. Right? You didn't lead with refraction. Right? We were answering questions, and then we keep asking you the question, and then you're like, "Well, okay, now what about refraction? Are you going to take that?" Like, this is a complete red herring. You're scrambling, bro.
Okay, so let me answer the question in the only way I possibly can, because I'm not going to call you guys names, but you guys all know what you are.
Listen to that bullshit.
I'm not done yet, Rakia. I'm not done yet.
Yeah, you know what you are too, then, Kosho.
Hold on, I know.
Yeah, hey, blame it on me then, right, Jeremy?
I'm not finished.
When you allow him
to answer the question.
No, I will make this a shit show. If he's going to call us names and put up.
Forget about it.
Stop, go ahead.
Right. So to answer the question in the only way I possibly can, because you won't tell me whether or not you want me to include refraction, is if you include refraction, it changes during the day. When it gets close to the horizon, because of refraction, it will be much less than 15 degrees. Sometimes it goes close to 10 degrees. Now, if you disclude refraction and you do not include it, then you're just talking about the difference in the orbit around the sun. And the amount that it changes because of that, I got to try to come up with the way to calculate that, but it's not a great deal. Like the angular difference of the
it's more than a billionth of a degree. I'll tell you that right now.
Sure, I mean it might be. I don't know. I got to figure out how to calculate that, but the if it was based on the orbital change, or the difference of the rotation, then it'd be about a billionth of a degree. Just based on the movement around the sun, I don't think it's much more than. Hold on.
I thought this was a measurement. Isn't that what y'all asked for? The measurement, right?
Who knows what we asked for after all the bullshit we just went through? Who knows? What is the question?
I don't even know where we were anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask a quick question to kind of straighten things out. If we had a perfectly circular orbit, Kosho, would a sidereal day exactly meet a solar day?
Yeah. Hold on.
Dude, this all started because y'all was saying no Dell measured it. Dude, hold on. This all started because you were saying no Dell measurement and measured it, and then this whole thing broke out where we asked about Jeremy asked about what is it with the measure or with the sun, because y'all have that, right? And then you were like, yeah, we got that, and now you're saying, well, with the refraction, without refraction, I mean, is it a measurement or is it not?
He didn't ask for a measurement. He asked for what's the difference? What's the angular difference?
Right, because y'all had a measurement supposedly of the rotation. So what was the difference?
It wasn't because no one's talking about measurements.
Did y'all not say that no Delta had the measurement?
Yeah, that was something. This is what I'm saying. There's 3 different things being talked about now, and Jeremy brought something up completely different. He's bringing up now the angular movement of the sun in the sky, which is different than what a gyroscope's picking up when it's picking up the rotation of the Earth.
What is the angular measurement of the sun in the sky? What is it? Go show. What is it?
Saying the sun. Go ahead.
And Zanuck, what were you saying, Zanuck?
Oh, why are you going to Zanuck? You've been asking a question. Isn't that your question, Jeremy?
Zanuck,
what is the angular?
Zanuck, to answer your question.
What the frick is going on here?
I'm answering Zanuck's questions. What's going on?
From 5 minutes ago?
To answer your question, Zanuck.
You're unbelievable.
Yeah, there would indeed be a difference, even if there was a perfectly circular orbit.
Yo, just post a measurement of the orbit of the Earth around the sun.
Doesn't exist.
Just post it, and we'll go over the measurement.
Well, isn't that right there?
What tool they use?
Because
everything.
Jeremy, can I respond to Kosho? So Kosho just got me telling me that it's not due to the fact that the path around the sun is any specific shape other than a circle. It's because the rotational rate just doesn't end up even with the period it takes to get all the way around once. And it only could be off by a day. That's the max it could be ever off, right? Kosho?
Yeah, that's how much it's going to be off. That's right.
Otherwise, it'd be plus or minus. Once it went too far, it'd be actually one more rotation, minus or plus. So it always will be exactly up to a maximum one revolution off, just short of one, or just greater than one revolution off. But it never can be more than that. So that in itself is proof that it's because if it was not moving, the sidereal days and the celestial days would be equal, right? Kosho?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the only reason why it's off is because we're orbiting.
So there's your evidence that the Earth is rotating around the sun.
It's not
just post the
just
post the measurement, dude. Just post the
You're
measurement.
assuming that the speed that we measure has to be a little bit more so that it can account for the extra rotation per day as it goes around the sun. But if it's not caused by
what
that,
speed? What speed?
What?
What speed?
The rotational 15 degrees per hour, right?
No.
You're saying
that has to do with the speed at which it rotates around the sun.
Bro.
Right? Either one. Either way will make it not be even after any period of rotation of.
Thank you. We were originally talking about why we measure more than 15 degrees by a little bit, right? Per day. It's because you have to account for that the journey the Earth takes around the sun once per year. So that's what you were just talking about. There's going to be more rotation. So you divide the amount of days and you get the little bit more of the degrees over the 15 degrees per hour rotation. However, that is just an assumption. Like it's a speed. It just fits in the model. But if it's not being caused by the Earth itself rotating, if it's being caused by the Machian principle or something, then it doesn't really matter. It's just the measurement. You guys are the ones fitting it in, saying it proves that we revolve around the sun. It absolutely does not. You're assuming that.
It's not even.
No, we were looking for a measurement of an acceleration change.
Yeah, dude.
That's what we're looking for. The acceleration. Go ahead.
This is my argument, dude. This is that any measurement that's precise enough to pick up the rotation of the Earth and includes it's so precise that it picks up the extra bit that it's doing more than 15 degrees. If it's sensitive enough to pick that up, then what it's picking up is the orbit. And so if you were to take out the rotation, if you were to cancel out the rotation of the Earth, per solar day out of those measurements, you would be left with the movement around the sun. So you would have an extra rotation.
That's your assumption.
Even in your model,
it's an assumption.
Yeah, this isn't it.
It's not an assumption.
Yes, you're assuming.
If you accept that those are picking up rotation, then it's not an assumption.
Per hour, you're assuming that it's because of the revolution around the sun. But it doesn't happen. It can just be a different slightly. On a flat Earth.
No, because okay, can I answer you? Because you were asking me, and I didn't get a chance to answer you before, so I heard you talk.
Hold on, Zanuck, real quick. Kosho, even in your model, it could be actual rotation change.
Yeah.
So
what's your point? That's what I'm saying.
Nothing to do with an orbit. Nothing to do with an orbit.
There is a rotation in an orbit.
Well, he's talking about
not the orbit, an actual just Earth rotational change.
He's saying we can change our axis at different rates. Our angular velocity can change. He's saying.
Also, Kosho, to be clear, you broke
in
up
your
on my
model.
end. What did you
let
say?
me it's my turn next, Fuzzy. Fuzzy, I was next. I was next.
I'm trying to get clarification.
I was next to
Let Fuzzy go. I didn't hear what he said. I'm trying to get clarification. It broke up. Kosho said, as long as you accept something, it's not an assumption.
Yeah, if you accept that the measurements of the gyroscopes are picking up Earth's rotation, if you accept that, then it follows that the extra bit of the measure of the degrees per hour you're picking up, you can attribute that to the orbit, to the rotation.
What is the difference between the word accept and assume?
Hold on.
One you have no reason or evidence to do, and the other one you do. I don't know.
Don't worry, I'll drop what fallacies are being used as they're being used because I'm making them for the debate anyway. So here you go.
The debate. What's that?
Real quick, hold on. Even in your model, Kosho, they have the Earth's rotation on its axis changing. So
yeah, I know that.
You're assuming you're
Jeremy,
measuring an orbit when you could just be measuring.
Shut up, Zanuck.
I was next.
You're saying you're measuring this extra. You're saying it's because of the orbit. It could actually just be extra.
I'm gonna let Zanuck go, and then I'm gonna tell you why that's ridiculous.
Okay.
That's funny because he slipped that in there real quietly.
Wasn't your turn, Ebo? Elbow, wasn't your turn?
It was just
Regas.
Go ahead.
Regas. I was muted when he was talking about this assumptions and all this. If it was not rotating around the sun, it would have perfect synchronicity between the sidereal and solar day. I would agree to that. Maybe not, but that's what we agreed. The fact that we can have any velocity around the sun and any rotational speed, as long as they don't sync up, that means it's moving around the sun. That's the point. Any speed, any rotational rate. Now, the only point that's actually valid and makes sense is Jeremy's point, because Jeremy says if our angular velocity can change throughout the year, I mean, the rotating body that we're on actually speeds up and slows down, which would break many laws of the conservation of angular momentum, but forget about that, then that would be a reason. Right. But I don't think that's a far-fetched answer.
I'll tell you why. It's because the difference from let me see, per hour. Give me 1 second. So the difference in the rotational. Okay, so 15 degrees per hour. The amount that it's more than that to equate for the difference in the sidereal and solar day is like 1 in 10,000 or something like that. So the number that you're talking about, Jeremy, like I said, if it changes by a nanosecond or microsecond, whatever it's changing by, that's obviously 1 in a million, right? So if it's a microsecond, so it's orders of magnitude smaller than what we're detecting. If it changed by 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 1,000 every, I mean more than 15, like every hour it changed by that much, then the Earth would be vastly doing different rotations, right?
Bro, it's been speeding up over the years. Dude, read up on your sci-fi stuff, bro.
I have, man.
They say it's been speeding up over the year. It changes. Dude, it's changing. You can't just say if this extra we're getting is because of the orbit.
It's been slowing down is what it's been doing. And
what I just read. I mean, maybe they're confused. That wouldn't be a shocker, though.
The past year has been the fastest one on record, but over the years it's been slowing down. That's why they've added 27 seconds to the they still call them leap seconds, but they're not doing that anymore because the last 2 years it has been speeding up. And actually because I've looked at it, the amount that it's been slowing down since they've been keeping record has been slowing down. So it's almost like it started it's like the slowing down is slowly
Really? How they measure it to know that it was slowing down?
This was somebody asked earlier. I think Travis or somebody asked. I was trying to say that they measure. They measure the same people who do celestial navigation, like they make the almanacs and Greenwich or whatever. They measure the Earth's. They measure the Earth's coordinate system in reference to the celestial sphere.
It doesn't tell you that Earth's orbiting or anything. That just tells you the stuff in the sky is moving.
No, yeah, that tells you the rate that the Earth is rotating in reference to the fixed stars.
Oh, that just tells you the stuff in the sky is moving, dude. You got stuff in the sky moving. You can't say this is a measurement of. You cannot say this is a measurement of the Earth orbiting the sun. That's
fine.
That's because it can't be once every 24 hours and then have the sidereal day be less. It wouldn't make any sense if not. That's what's causing.
Dude, I don't care if it makes sense. You've got things moving in the sky. You can't say that. Why wouldn't it make sense?
Because if you weren't moving, both would sync up and be the same.
Why? Why do you say that?
Because these objects in the sky don't appear to move.
That's a huge assumption that they should both sync up. There's stuff moving in the sky. You can't just look at it and say, "Oh, that's the orbit." This movement.
And what's
that's ridiculous?
We see the sun. We see the sun. Well, just like the sun, we see the sun move in our sky. But is it the sun moving or us moving? It's us rotating. We can detect that. So now we have celestial bodies out in the distance, trillions of light years away. But we can actually say that they're fixed in position. Because when we see their relative position to our relative position with the sun, that day is shorter than the solar day. Just 24 hours.
Based on what we see with the moon, how do we know we're not orbiting the moon?
Hold on. And Kosho just said that our rotation is speeding up, Kosho, or the sidereal day is.
I gotta go, but what I said was, if you look at the past 40 years or however long I've been taking record, they've added seconds because it's slowing down. But if you look at the rate,
the sidereal or the solar?
No, the actual the sidereal day, right? And
what's the reason for that?
The moon
or orbit.
The what do you call it? Tidal forces from the moon. But but that rate has actually been decreasing. Like it was slowing down at a greater rate when they first started recording it. And if you look at the list, it's like it's slowly been getting less and less, slowing down to the point that now it's speeding up.
Why?
Slow down so fast it's speeding up?
No, it's
Bro,
not.
they said 3 years ago. There a few years ago, China built a dam so big they said it slowed the rotation of the Earth. Bro.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I know. Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
That checks out.
The migration of animals has changed the rotation rate of the Earth.
Yeah.
Animals.
Where's your bot at, bro? Get this bot in here.
What are you talking about, dude?
A butterfly caused a hurricane in China.
I can't keep talking. So it's like it's the last thing I gotta say. But animals can migrate. Migration can change the rotation rate, mass distribution.
A butterfly flaps his wing in the beach of Houston. Galveston, and causes a hurricane in China. Is that how it works?
You guys are wilding with these assumptions you're making.
Nah, that's.
I want to see where the data is on that animal migration and how it correlates to exactly the spin of the Earth, bro.
They don't even have
math.
There's no if Einstein was right and there's no observable way to measure that the Earth is moving, and you think that animals, but you somehow think that animals walking around is going to make that ability possible? Or what?
Yeah, that is kind of ridiculous. I mean,
yeah,
whatever.
Not when you think about it. Whatever goes, they can say whatever they want, Jeremy. 17 trillions and trillions of gallons of water rising 17 feet in South Carolina. That doesn't affect it, but birds flying in the sky going north for the winter, going south for the winter is definitely causing the rotation to slow down.
Is that the butterfly effect?
We've moved so much Earth around. Like, we should have definitely changed it wildly at this point. No,
it should be like jumping up and down for now.
The tilt, at least, right? Like, should be thrown off. I mean,
should be wiggling.
Gold Rush has taken out how many ounces?
There's no reason for any
I
of that.
couldn't help but laugh before the end of that.
Kosho, is that part of the butterfly effect?
I think Kosho left, man. He said he had to go.
Yeah, because we cause him to have to jump through too many mental
Yeah.
hoops to be able to explain this to him. It's
Forgot to
insane.
It's convenient. He has to go after dropping that ridiculous bomb, and then say, "Oh yeah, I gotta go." Oh, but
he drops bombs all day.
I said I had to go before you guys were interrupting and shit.
Yeah, leave
My
Kosho
girlfriend's
alone.
here, so
He's an
I'm
important
not
man.
You can't
gonna
say
spend.
that animals are causing and then like.
Yeah. Okay.
Seriously.
So common sense would tell you that
that we're stationary and birds just fly in the sky. Yeah,
mass distribution is going to change the rotation rate of anything. This is this is called the conservation of
right.
Bullshit.
Oh, stop,
guys, slow down, guys.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
I know, but he's got to go.
No, you asked me a question and then you ridiculed me for not answering it, Fuzzy. So why don't you let me answer it?
No one asked you anything. You came back on your own, dude. We thought you were gone. And you came back dominating the conversation.
Talking about me leaving.
Stop, guys. Just let him finish.
I was taking up for you.
You're next, right here.
Right. So what Fuzzy was asking about the animals' migration and the mass distribution, obviously changing the rotation rate. This is already a known thing, and it's called the conservation of angular momentum. That's why a ballerina sticks her arms out and back in when she wants to spin faster or slower. So when the mass distribution on the Earth, like animal migration, ice melting, water moving, this kind of stuff, this sort of things change the rotation rate, and this is why the rotation rate varies each day.
When she puts her arms out to slow herself,
rotation
her arms are pushing against air. There's nothing for anything to push against in your model to cause it to slow down.
That's not the case.
Again, no.
Okay.
This is the problem from before, Kosho, when you said as long as you've accepted that the Earth is rotating, then you don't have to assume that this animal migration it's automatically causing it, because you're not making any assumptions. You've already assumed, or you've already accepted that it's spinning, right? We're asking for what spin.
Yeah, so if you have a different explanation for the difference and if you have a different explanation for the difference in sidereal day, each day as measured as greenage, then that's fine. But the explanation I'm using is the one that I've accepted. If you have a different one, I'll be willing to listen to it.
Refraction.
Shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Do I need to read it off since I'm making the fallacies right now? I'll happily help you out here.
He said he'd be willing to listen. He didn't say you had to prove anything.
Okay. Shifting the burden of proof. A special case of argumentum ad ignorantum is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. The source of the fallacy is the assumption that something is true unless proven otherwise.
Yeah, I didn't say it was true unless proven otherwise. He's saying that I said, if you accept this, then this is the reason why this is happening.
You said we're challenging it, and then you said, well, if you have an alternative explanation.
I'm giving my reason for why it's happening. And he's ridiculing that's my reason. But that's
textbook.
Because the thing I said would need to be the case, I'm already accepting as well. So if I accept that that's the case, then it just follows that this is the reason.
He said he's challenging it. Your rebuttal was
the reason. That's fine. I'm not closed off to it.
He said he was challenging it. Your rebuttal was to say, if you have another explanation, and again, that is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made.
But I'm not using that as a rebuttal. I'm defending myself because he's ridiculing me for having that as an assumption. When I said, if you accept this, and he's like, oh, well, you're already saying you have to accept this. I'm like saying, no, I do. And so this is my explanation for why that's happening.
And that explanation is satisfactory to you? That makes sense in your head?
It makes sense in modern understanding of how rotation works. That's just that's a conservation of angular momentum. That's how it works.
What rotation are you talking about?
The egg ball on the elliptical path, downshifting 1,000 miles an hour per year that's not felt. Right. You said there's a maximum and minimum speed. Right, Kosho, you like brought it back into that. Like I wasn't even thinking you'd be even trying to answer that.
No, do we just do we have a measurement of the acceleration or not?
Well, like I said, if you can take it from any of the measurements of the rotation.
Did he? I'm driving.
No, that
Did he
absolutely
say
not.
what
That is,
rotation?
hold on, Fuzzy.
What?
We're absolutely not going to take it from that because even in your model, the rotational speed is changing. We're definitely not going to take it with that. Why would we do that? You don't even know if that's what it is. It could just be a rotational change, or that's what the rotation is, or whatever. You just have things moving through the sky to try to justify it.
Yeah, but you can measure that with the. I told you can measure that with the stars, and so you can measure the difference by the stars, and that's like a much. It's a much smaller difference than the difference. I'm sorry, no, the other way around. It's a much different. The amount that is changing because of the rotation rate changing, it's so much smaller than the difference between the sidereal and the solar day.
Oh, by the year, over time, over the decades, like, dude, we're not using that non-measurement for the measurement of the acceleration. It's ridiculous. That's a fallacy. What fallacy is it? What's it?
Wait, what's going on?
He's saying if we get different star
No.
Say it again, Kosha. Say it again.
First of all, that was a response to you and why we would not use that or include it. What I'm saying is that
Okay.
I'm saying you can use
that,
the difference in sidereal rotation versus solar rotation. You can use that and take out the solar rotation and be left with a rotation around the sun.
How do you get
that's
the
called an all or
sidereal
nothing
and solar
fallacy.
rotation?
What he was saying, what he's
Sidereal
basically
and
asking,
solar.
like it's exclusive. It's called an all or nothing fallacy.
I'm not saying it's exclusive. I'm saying
so
it's
it could
I'm saying
happen
it's
with the
getting
Earth not
measurement.
moving.
Hold on. How do you get the sidereal and the solar rotations?
The solar rotation you can get just by the length of the time that it takes for the sun to come back around.
Okay, so you've got stuff moving in the sky, and how do you get the sidereal?
I told you by either by using one of these gyroscopes or by using the stars. Let's just use a gyroscope.
The gyroscope with the perfect measurement you said we needed?
Yes.
Okay, let's see the measurement.
Okay.
That's still fallacious, though. It's still fallacious, though. This is because you could just be the rotation. Just because you have an extra of what you think it is, doesn't mean that that's what it is. This is affirming the consequent.
Okay. Well, if you did that every day, you would get 366 of those in a year, right?
Did you write that down with it?
No.
Did you hear what I said, Jeremy?
Affirming the consequent.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make this PowerPoint, dude. So, like, you guys are kind of white noise to me right now, but I love you.
Yeah, Jeremy, you said you understand that if you measured the sidereal day with one of these gyroscopes, you would end up getting 366 rotations in the course of a year.
Just because that's different of something that moving through the sky does not mean that it's an orbit. You just have things moving through the sky.
Okay, well then, what would you attribute that 366 days to?
This is the fallacy Witsit just named right before that you did this other fallacy.
All or nothing. I'm not saying all or nothing. I'm just asking you what you're attributing it to.
No.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, dude. It's, again, the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made.
It's not a burden of proof. Anything. I'm saying this. Okay, there's 366 rotations measured. You're saying it's not what I'm claiming it is, right?
Dude, how funny is it that I'm like making my PowerPoint?
What reason do you have to say it's not what I'm saying it is?
It's so funny. You guys need to save all of them. I'm going to drop them all for you because it's so funny. I'm about to this is going to be my presentation in the debate tonight with Jaron. It's going to be like.
What's your reason for denying what I'm saying? There's 366 rotations that you would pick up if you use a gyroscope and you're measuring sidereal days in the course of a year. So you're claiming it's not what I'm claiming it is. So what's your reasoning for denying what I'm attributing it to?
You're just presupposing that instead of the sun and the stars moving, it's actually the Earth. It's a very simple explanation. It is the stars and the sun move themselves in their own way. You're claiming that they don't. So
I'm using a gyroscope. I'm in a dark room. I'm not looking at the sky. I have a calendar and a clock, and I can tell when one year started and when it's the next year. And I have a gyroscope, and I'm measuring that because of my gyroscope is telling me that I've made 366 rotations in a single year. The same gyroscope I can use to measure the rotation of the Earth. So what is it that's allowing me to get 366 rotations over the course of a year? That's my question.
the stars move that many times.
How is my gyroscope going to pick up by that?
What you just said, you have to know how long it is, and there is a motion detected that moves with sidereal rotation. Okay, you're claiming it's the Earth moving. We're saying no, the stuff in the sky moves. Okay, now you're just going to sit in your dark room knowing how long it is that you call a year, and then at the end of that, you're going to have detected 366. You're going to have 366 detections of movement, full circles. The question still remains: what is moving?
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking is if I claim that it's not me that's moving, how are the stars making my gyroscope to get 366 rotations?
Okay, so this is technically a shifting the burden of proof fallacy, but it doesn't matter. I'm telling you that we're saying there's a motion that we detect, right? And you're claiming it's actually the Earth that's moving. Do you understand that you can't just claim that and act as if it's exclusive? It's actually a combination of all or nothing or shifting the burden of proof.
It's not a fallacy at all. So you guys are denying what I'm claiming. I'm claiming I have a gyroscope that's picking up 366 rotations over the course of a year. You're saying no, it's not doing that. That's caused by the stars. And I'm just asking you, what reason do you have to claim that?
I didn't say it's caused by the stars. There's a motion, a sidereal rotation, and the stars move in the sky around us. What's the cause of the motion? Good question. We don't actually have to answer that question, though. That's called a shifting the burden of proof fallacy. We're just saying that you're basically asserting it's the Earth moving. You understand? And you're basically the all or nothing fallacy comes in because you're basically saying that you're saying it's either the Earth's moving or it wouldn't be picking up anything. Like there's no other way.
But that wasn't my question. Wasn't how are the stars moving? My question is, my gyroscope's picking up 366 rotations in a year. How is it? Because your claim now is that no, it's not what I'm claiming it is because we don't know if it's the stars making it move or if it's us actually rotating.
It says stars making
it move. Or the sky, whatever. And I'm saying, how is it that the sky rotating instead of us? How is it that it's going to cause the gyroscope I'm using to read anything?
So you're still asking what it is. What we know is that
the gyroscope only reads if it's rotating itself. It doesn't read if other things are rotating.
What?
Gyroscopes don't tell if other things are rotating. They tell us if the frame that they're attached to is rotating.
Ring laser gyros use light to detect precession. Okay, so there's a motion that's tied with the sidereal rotation that the gyro picks up. So what we can say is, look, the gyro picks up a precession that connects or is directly related to the sidereal rotation. The question still remains: what is the cause of the sidereal rotation? You guys claim that they're actually at rest relative to us, and it's the Earth moving. We're saying the Earth is at rest and it's the sky moving. The gyro is detecting the sidereal rotation. What is the cause of it? That's the question.
Yeah, no, but whether it's a ring laser, an interferometer, or any classical gyroscope, but whatever it is, they're made to. They're only going to detect the rotation of what they're doing. They're not going to detect the rotation of something else. So, like a ring laser or an interferometer, it'll pick up the difference in tangential velocities because of the rotation, but it will have to be traveling it'll have to be traveling velocities for it to pick that up. So it's not going to pick up if something else somewhere else is doing something. It's only going to be able to tell if it itself is rotating. So that's why I don't understand how is it that an outside anything is going to make this thing seem like it's doing 366 rotations.
This is becoming very circular.
Rotating, you could even say.
Yeah, I've already explained it.
Well,
you're saying you're referencing stuff to the sky with this 366 gyro rotation?
No.
What are you doing exactly?
I'm in a room with a gyroscope.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what kind you want. All we have to know is that this gyroscope is the same kind that can pick up Earth's rotation, or if it can pick up 15 degrees per hour, whatever, however you want to say it does that. That's what it's doing now. Okay, it's picking up 15 degrees per hour as a gyroscope. I'm in the room, not looking at the sky or anything, and it picks up 366 rotations over the course of a year. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just attributing.
So you're attributing to how many rotations the gyro gets with how many days during a year, which we get years by how stuff moves in the sky.
What does that have to do with the stuff in the sky?
What does a year have to do with the stuff in the sky?
No.
You know they add time so that it stays on track.
No, I'm not.
They're changing time to make sure it matches the stuff in the sky. Are you serious right now?
I'm asking about the measurement.
Bro, they're adding time. You're saying I get 366 rotations in 1 year. You know how long a year is because of the stuff moving in the sky.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I start out by saying though, so you can do it by measuring the solar year, or you can do it just like I said. You can have a calendar and a clock, and so you're just making sure that you're a year's passed. Okay. But yeah, you're right. That's what I'm saying. The difference, the measurement of the orbit can be found in this same measurement of the rotation if you just cancel out the solar day. If you cancel out the solar day, what's left over, the remainder, is going to be attributed to the orbit. But I got to go now.
All right, what was his last thing he said? I missed it.
I wasn't listening because I'm trying to make this. I got to teach the Globers what fallacies are for the debate. They don't know what they are.
No doubt.
Literally, my presentation is just going to be talking about fallacies for the first half of it.
They do a burden of proof reversal.
Watch, after I define all the fallacies that they most popularly use, they'll still use all of them. Here, I'm going to drop them for you. So you guys can save all the fallacies.
We should know about all of them by now, huh?
Hey, what's it? Do you know who you're debating?
Planar Walk and Dave, whoever that is, and it's me and Jaron.
Oh, Planar Walk? He has a clip on Oakley's. I think I've seen that do it on Oakley's, maybe. I'm not sure. But yeah, don't we know all the fallacies by now? Give me a rare one on your list.
Oh, these are the common ones. It's ad hom, credentials fallacy, appeal to authority, argument, ad populum, which is majority, appeal to majority, red herring fallacy, straw man, begging the question, appeal to emotion, Texas sharpshooter fallacy, poisoning the well, shifting the burden of proof, appeal from incredulity, all or nothing fallacy, and sophistry.
Oh, you missed one.
What?
The if P then Q. Hold on.
Affirming the consequence?
Affirming the consequence, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have that on there?
What about at dictionary?
They do that all the time. Bro, they do the affirming the consequent. Most of their things are affirming the consequent, like weight change with latitude change, or like all their shit's affirming the consequent.
Once I learned about affirming the consequent and then realized how many times it applied to basically every logic for the globe, I was astounded. If you can understand only one fallacy, get affirming the consequent, and then literally applies to almost every single thing they say.
Well, affirming the consequence is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone mistakenly infers that the opposite of a true if then statement is true. So you guys are kind of seeming to conflate that with begging the question. I mean, sure they do that some, but
Okay, so you don't think if I say if weight change with latitude, then Earth is rotating? You know, they do that shit all the time.
Well, that's how they prove gravity too. If the ball moves, gravity, or if this, then
if
that is
something
affirming the
is
consequence.
accelerating.
Yeah, they do that all the time.
If something's accelerating, we know there has to be a force behind it, or a pseudo force, and that pseudo force is called gravity.
Zanuck, if
The
I have a
ISS
weight
stays
change
in
with
orbit
latitude,
because of two pseudo sources working simultaneously: centrifugal force and gravity. Both two pseudo forces working in concert.
Zanuck, if I have weight change, if I get a weight change when I change my latitude, is Earth rotating?
No, we have to probably do one more test before we actually make that leap.
So that doesn't prove Earth's rotating, because I've heard that so many times for proof Earth is rotating.
That's after we've already shown that it's rotating.
Okay, show me that it's rotating.
The Foucault pendulum.
Absolutely not.
No, that does not affirm the consequence, as I was accused of earlier by saying that. We're not
going to
begging the question.
I know how you love doing this, Corey. We're not doing it.
You are begging the question, or you can say affirm the consequent there. If the pendulum precesses, then the Earth is rotating.
Exactly.
Not only precesses specifically in a ratio dependent upon the latitude which it's being performed at. And that particular set of experiments, changing the independent variable in latitude, seeing the precession rate, does dictate a sphere, a spherical object that's rotating.
All
not
that
affirming the
shows
consequence.
is
It's
that
not begging the question at all.
All that shows is that when you do a latitude change, the Foucault pendulum swings differently. It doesn't tell you the Earth's rotating.
Okay, so you can say that could be the dependent variable. Precession changes with latitude.
This ain't even close
So
to
what
no natural
causes? Hold on.
experiment, bro.
So let's do an experiment. So we see this precession change of this moving pendulum, and we see it changes with latitude. What's causing that? What would you do? What would your first independent variable change be?
This is the natural science experiment we're doing right now. That's really the route you want to go down.
Why not? You're saying it's not valid, so let's break it down.
Okay, so this is the proof Earth is rotating.
Give me your hypothesis. What do you think? This is where it actually starts. So what else do you think it's due to? What's your hypothesis for why we see precessional change at different latitudes for a swinging?
This is the scientific experiment. This is the scientific experiment that Earth is rotating. Zanuck, what, bro?
Ether,
is my
tonal
mic doing that
fields
thing,
making
or
the.
Zanuck's spazzing out?
No, I'm helping with a hypothesis. Unless you want to have one in your own.
I know. Hold on, no, you just went. Let me go.
Okay.
Okay. So this is your scientific experiment showing us that Earth is rotating. That's going to be your cause of why the Foucault pendulum deviates, right?
Our hypothesis is we see a precession of a Foucault pendulum based on latitude. Earth is rotating.
Right. But
and your scientific experiment is the cause of this deviation going to be because of Earth's rotation.
Remember, don't confuse the cause and effect relationship in the experiment with the hypothesis. Yes, in the hypothesis, I've solidly stated that the Earth rotation is the cause of precession of the Foucault pendulum.
Okay, and that's going to be the independent variable in your thing, right?
But now we go to the experiment. Now you don't get ahead of yourself.
Be your independent variable.
Now, hold on, I'm helping you. If I'm teaching the class and you're the students, now I'm going to say, now give me the experiment. Hold on.
You're wrong.
Give me the experiment now. Give me the experiment for which you're going to have an independent-dependent variable relationship. Not the same thing as the hypothesis. You already said that. The cause of the precession is due to the rotation. Now do the experiment. Now do the experiment.
You're done talking. Stop talking. You just relax. So if you're saying the Earth rotation is the cause of this thing, you need to. That's your hypothesis. Your hypothesis is supposed to contain your cause and effect in it, and at the very least, to make a claim, you'd have to actually test that claim if the Earth rotation is causing it. You'd have to have it be your cause in some kind of way, no?
Again, you're confusing the cause and effect relationship dictated by the hypothesis and the cause and effect relationship, independent-dependent variable relationship of the experiment. So we already talked about the cause and effect relationship of the hypothesis, which is different than the experiment. Now let's do some experimentation to show that there's adding validity and evidence to support The hypothesis, that being rotation causing precession.
Zanuck,
Make
your
sense?
hypothesis, Zanuck, no, it didn't make sense at all because you're wrong. Your hypothesis.
I'm not wrong.
Your experiment. You're wrong because let me tell you why. Your
I'm not wrong.
experiment. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Your experiment is you know what that is? That's a hypothesis test.
No, it's not.
That's what an experiment is. I can give you
No, it's not.
100 citations right now.
No.
That tells you an experiment is a hypothesis test.
No. I'm talking about
Absolutely.
what it really is, what the real definition is.